live from Manchester, England, and we're going to be here over the weekend to bring you guys some world-class Valorant action. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by two amazing analysts here with me. We've got Bayo Kukuka. I haven't been with you since Game Changers, but I'm very excited for this.
That was literally 2 weeks ago.
That was too long.
It was about a month, no, but I'm very excited. Everybody knows what is coming for 2023, but 2022 is still not over. We want to see these teams. We want to see how the off-season is looking for them, especially with all the teams changing.
Yeah, we got Sliggy as well, an analyst now, a coach, the man who plays on the highest sense I have ever heard of as well. Welcome.
No, thank you. It's nice. It's nice. This is my first time in front of a crowd, actually. So yeah, I'm kind of pumped for it. And yeah, it's nice. I'm glad to be here.
I reckon there's a lot of people out there here for you, Sliggy. We're going to get a lot of cheers for you over the weekend, 100%. But there we go. There we go. I told you. But one thing that I'm super excited about is the teams. You know, this is one of the off-season tournaments that we get to see North American and LATAM teams here in the UK competing against the EU teams. As you guys can see there, we got 100 Thieves, Cloud9, and Crew traveling all the way here as well. And I was saying in the intro that this is going to be a world-class Valorant over the weekend. And looking at these teams, Bayo, I think that's an understatement.
Oh yeah, completely. Especially with Ye being one of the big names during the entirety of this year. Him going into Cloud9, us having the chance of having them and 100 Thieves here testing out against EMEA before Brazil. This is like the best moment, especially because we know that the game is going to change and next year is going to be a little bit different. So we need to know what's happening now.
Yeah, this event is just stacked. I have so many questions about so many teams, and we're starting to get answers, and hopefully today we'll get some more answers.
You're just here to steal strats.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit. There's a lot of games yesterday. There's a lot of watching.
There's a lot to steal from. I do want to talk about what happened yesterday in the group stage. Of course, we had to say goodbye to two teams, unfortunately, before we head to the quarterfinals and semifinals. Footballers, unfortunately, won't be joining us today. And Focus as well. There was a little bit of confusion whether it was going to be Crew or Focus that's going to be playing today. And now I can confirm that it will be Crew. And there's one team, though, Sliggy, 100 Thieves. They haven't dropped a single game.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been looking good. The thing that interests me the most about them at the moment is just like the fact that they're just playing every single map. It seems that they just change up their veto all the time. So that's interesting. I think having the 4 core is really helping them at the moment. But yeah, they're performing well. Very sad to see Focus go out in the fashion they did yesterday, especially after they took the upset.
Yeah, exactly, because yesterday, especially for the beginning of the day, for the first match that we had, things were going a little bit crazy. We seen 100 Thieves here being 3-0, but they were very close to losing against Heretics on their first game, the same game where Focus took down Cloud9. So it's interesting to see that this tournament also tests something different for the teams in showing resilience when you have to play a very long day, when you have 3 matches. We're also going to have 3 matches today. They won't be playing, you know, most 2. So it's going to be very interesting how this team adapt on the fly.
Yeah, there was a lot of debuts, right, from a lot of players we haven't seen yet on their new teams yesterday. We have a better understanding now. But speaking of that, let's see how they got on in the top 5 plays of the group stage.
He's not being snake-bited. Wait for the flash. Get your teammate.
Flash comes through. They're both flash, but he can't quite connect to the spray down. Is good enough. Zeke will be able to shut him down, but it's all down to Meadow now. Solkers has done his job. Meadow on a 1-on-2, that's the first. No, it's one enough for the second, and it's successful in crunching their faces. Team Liquid are Clutchmeisters.
It's unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable.
They're going to push in, try to contest this. The turret taken down, and they find one after the other. The lockdown is gone, and Boo, with a massive spray transition, just nailed them all down.
No.
That's 2 shock darts remaining.
Exactly, you say it. The shock dart should do the job. There should be no universe where he has a peaceful diffuse. As now Avoa though gets tagged, you start to spam it. Perfect stuff. And Liquid finish that game in what a beautiful fashion. 13-7.
But no one is going to fall. Oh, that C's combined with Captain's swing is beautiful. But Zeke still up and running. Make that 3, make that 4. Jumps out with the satchel before Captain takes him down, but Kellogg's is there to clean it up. What a play. Heretics take it back.
The play is against the flash, so it gives enough time for Klaus to swing past it. Zeppa catching Zand off guard as well as Nag. Zeppa carries it on. A triple, make it a quadra, because why the hell not, Crew? Well, they're down, and the Cloud9 very well show us how that's done.
Well, that might have been the top 5 place from Heretics, I feel like, but it's not the Heretics players that are dominating the top 5 when it comes to first blood percentage. Sliggy is your boy, Yampi.
Yeah, so they've got 2 stand-ins at the moment, and after watching them yesterday, it looks like they've just given Yampi just full freedom. It is just, if you want to make a play, yeah, that's when he gets unleashed. Yeah, just full freedom. If he wants to make a play, if he feels like he has a timing, he just goes for it. So yeah, it's showing, and he's back on Jet a lot. It looks like Yampi's one of those players, if you give him a little bit of time that he doesn't play an agent, he loves to like just come back and kind of to show a new version of it. So yeah, it's showing in the score that he's doing great.
Yeah, and right after him we have Ye. I think is one of the players that we were most excited to see again. And we see that his first blood are pretty high compared to his ACS, and that's because, you know, he's having a slower start of the tournament, especially after the first loss that they had yesterday. But it's insane that he's sticking to what he has to do, his main priority within the team. So looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I am as well. I want to see some Cloud9 jerseys in the crowd, as you guys can see them here. I would be making this trip for Ye, the best player in the world, you know. Him starting a little bit slower, but I think he's going to be able to warm up into it. And speaking of that, after all the good work that Cloud9 have done yesterday when it comes to the bracket, they've managed to get a bye. They don't have to play the quarterfinals. In fact, it is all about North America right now. 100 Thieves, they're in the semifinals. Cloud9, they're also in the semifinals. And Kukuka, we're going to have to see if EMEA and LATAM as well, they have what it takes to take them on.
Listen, if this was EMEA, like if this was only EMEA, we would have put all the teams in like the same, like if it was us going to an 8, they would have put all the EMEA teams
on the same bracket. Yeah, they would have.
This would not happen. No, but we're very excited. We are indeed going to be seeing 100 Thieves playing today against the winner of Vitality versus Team Heretics. To me personally, that's the match that I'm looking forward to the most because of what Sliggy mentioned of Liquid having those standings and Crew playing with their 6th player. But Heretics and Vitality, they're here full strength of what we're going to see next year with the new rosters, things merging together. So I want to see how much of those advancements are in game already.
Yeah, and looking over at 100 Thieves today as well, their pistol record is just crazy at the moment, 13-3. So yeah, they've got a good map pool, and their pistols are looking really good. So yeah, I'm excited for that game. And like you said, the Heretics Vitality for me is the closest one. That's where, again, I said I had so many questions of getting answers. That's when I get like real answers. Map veto is going to be really important for me.
Imagine being a team that as good at pistols. Can't relate, right?
I don't want to brag too much, but like as I left the downfall of pistols, kind of.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get into that later.
Okay.
I'll get into that later.
Well, ask Bacon. I feel like Bacon is going to have an objective view.
Yeah.
Big time. But there's a lot of excitement here. We got the teams. We have a crowd. You guys have seen them. We also have a special guest too. Unfortunately, Chrissy Constanza, she couldn't be here in the arena with us, but she is down the road here in Manchester. So let's see what she's been up to.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Costanza, and this is Red Bull Homeground. I love Manchester. Manchester is home away from home. We've spent so much time here and have so many fun, amazing memories and friends here, so I love being here. So it's -3 degrees here today in Manchester, so we're not gonna be doing a walking tour of the city or anything like that, though I did go to a Christmas market last night. So this is the next best thing we have, which is this wall that has some iconic places in Manchester. Of course, the Academy, which is where we're playing tonight, as well as famous artists that have played here, and some I think that are from here as well. Obviously, you have Oasis up here, just iconic band, and also some artists like Lady Gaga. I love me some Lady Gaga, fellow Italian-American pride. Nirvana is right behind me. So I actually started gaming when I was 3, which is really young, but because I've just been playing since I was so little, like I never really thought about it. I think it was the same thing with music. I never thought about it as in like something that began, it just kind of always was. Welcome to the green room. Once I'm warmed up for sound check, I'm like warmed up for the day, so it's just a lot easier to be warmed up early. It's really funny to have people filming this because it's all very like silly noises.
What is going on?
I started playing VALORANT when the beta came out, and I fell really in love with it. I love the characters, I love the art style, you know, the agents are really fun to play, and just something about it. I don't know, maybe it was even just playing with my friends, but I got really, really into it. Unpopular opinion, I love Icebox. I feel like it gets so much hate, and I love that map. I also really like Fracture. I thought Fracture was super, super fun, and Pearl. And then agent-wise, I really wanted to be good at Viper, but I am just not good at her. I've been getting really good with Omen, so I've been enjoying playing him a lot. And then, honestly, if I'm like solo queuing, I kind of like to just battle Sage it. I feel like that's always a good combination where I can like sustain myself and pop off. So this is our tour bus. The fridge gets pretty chaotic. This is actually kind of clean. No pooping on the tour bus. This is the upstairs lounge, and this is where we have the Xbox where everyone plays like video games and stuff. These are the bunks. This is my bunk here. It's kind of clean. I basically have my entire suitcase unpacked into a bunk. It's a mess. It's such a mess. We keep the curtain closed for a reason. And that's my tour bus. Bye. Since hosting Valorant for the first time, it's been really fun because I've gotten a new perspective on something that I already love so much as a fan. It's been an absolute blast. This weekend's Red Bull Homeground, I cannot wait to see Ye. He is such a sweetheart of a person and absolutely a monster in game, so I'm very, very excited. I am so sad that I couldn't join you. I'm actually in Manchester right now, but I am on tour at the moment, so I'm not able to make it in. But I hope you're all having an amazing time and have a great, great, great event.
Thank you very much, Chrissy there. At one bit, watching that, Siggy, you said you also do vocal warm-ups. Can you share some of that?
No, I was saying that I need to. It's something that
I thought you said you did it.
You should start now.
That's the thing. I didn't used to talk that much, and then now I started streaming. I'm talking loads, and I can feel my voice going. So yeah, I was taking notes. I'm not sure about. She likes Icebox as her favorite map. That's wild. That is wild.
She's so offended.
No, yeah, I feel personally attacked.
Oh my goodness. It's okay, it's okay. I'm also an Icebox enjoyer. Not my favorite.
Oh,
I'm
really?
I'm an Icebox enjoyer.
It's not my least favorite.
Gone.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh,
I think we can all be happy collectively that Bruce is gone. But of course, Chrissy, she's going to be down the road. I think she's going to be tuning into the event as well. Don't worry if you can't be here with us in Manchester, because there is another event happening soon. It is the Red Bull Campus Clutch. That is taking place in Brazil starting on December 15th. So make sure you come back and tune in at twitch.tv/Red Bull. Of course, last year, the story was all about Anubis. They caused an incredible upset, and this is how that went down. Choose your agent.
Red Bull Campus Clutch was a really crazy week.
So crazy.
Anubis!
I love it!
We were the underdogs. Egypt, you know. How is Egypt here?
Okay, so you live in a tent and riding a camel every day? No, dude, like Egypt is huge.
Oh my word!
They're just tearing it up. But the final, they totally fell apart.
Oh no!
Oh, it just gets worse. Here for Anubis, can nothing go right for them?
Like, we're so disappointed in ourselves and how we played that bad.
Like, it was the hardest game of my life.
And we got also screamed at by our manager.
It was a motivation in Arabic. A lot of curses, I believe.
Come on, guys, you can do it. But in a really loud voice. If you got second, it's not enough, you know. This tournament made so much to Egypt in esports.
So the guys went back on stage, and their reaction was wild.
What else you have to lose? We lost 2-0, and the second map 16-0. What else you have to lose?
We went in and just did what we do best.
There's the flawless, and that's what they needed.
Prolo was alone against 4 people, and he clutched a 1v4.
One more to go here. Fantastic clutch from Prolo.
Everyone was like really hyped and ready to win.
The momentum shift was just insane.
It was the greatest comeback any team can ever do.
And we took the whole series. We took the trophy.
Only one man left standing, and that's it. we have our final champions. It's Anubis.
I actually can't describe how good it felt. I screamed Pharaoh's because we were underdogs. No one expected us to win the whole series. It was so crazy.
I mean, that was a tournament where Shalabi, players like him, put themselves on the map after winning. And of course, we had a LAN tournament in Egypt as well in the off-season. I think that is a region that we might have to start taking seriously going forward.
Oh yeah, completely. I think especially during that tournament and after it was done, everybody was cheering for Anubis. Everybody found that there was a surprise into them and they were really cheering for them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things about this game at the moment is we're just seeing people from just different regions just coming up, teams that are just kind of making a name for their own region, and it's cool. Also like DDK casting there, I haven't had that for a while. That was nice to hear.
He is in the building somewhere,
yeah,
I think.
He's everywhere.
Maybe we can bring him on if 100 Thieves somehow lose their semifinals a little bit later. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I feel like they're probably the team.
You never know.
It's theirs to lose.
You never know.
Yeah, it is theirs to lose for sure.
They had an easy group. Maybe next time. But
wow.
Maybe later today it's not going to be the same.
Wow, we're going to call that easy now? That's what we're going to call that
but
group?
they were the ones going with the 3-0, you know?
I think it was maybe they were just a better team, maybe, instead of the group being easy. What do you think? I'm riding the NA copium, can you tell?
Yeah, I know, but you know, I think we all said that they were favorites coming into the event, so we gotta even things out now, because we gotta believe in our boys.
Yeah, and I have a fun trivia for you guys at home. On the talent team over the next weekend, we have 3 members, all named Adam. I need you guys to find and label them Adam 1, Adam 2, Adam 3. Now here is one of them ready to bring out the teams.
Thanks very much there, Yinsu. Adam 1 here, reporting from the stage in Manchester. How are we feeling? Yes! It is time for Homeground 2022's first live matchup. Are you ready to meet the teams? Then let's do it. First up, it's Team Heretics! All right, there we have Team Heretics, everyone! But of course they need challengers, real opponents, and we have exactly that waiting in the wings. Make some noise for Vitality! Here we have the 2 coaches from Heretics and Vitality. One more time, Manchester, give it up for our teams! They are staring one another out like panthers in a cage, but who will come out on top? It is all to play for as we get away with Homeground 2022 match number 1.
Damn, Neil Zenio is looking kind of wham. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
haven't seen Neil for a while.
Yeah. I'm very happy to see him back. I'm very happy, as I said, to see both these teams. I know that we have a great matchup in our hands.
Yeah, I used to actually play with Neil like 10 years ago, pretty much. So yeah, I knew him. He was.
Ziggy, is there anything in the world of esports that you haven't done?
Yeah, you've done everything.
Yeah.
You're kind of exposing Neil as a boomer.
Talent.
We knew you were a boomer.
Neil is a boomer. Yeah. he's very old, but he's a great coach. Actually, both teams have really good coaches. Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they brought to the table. It's hard because there's not that much data on these teams to look at. It's still like the first time whether we've seen them, so you can't go too hard in with the ante. But I'm expecting good things.
We're seeing Zeke here on the screen. He's been playing, you know, the Reyna, a little bit of the Phoenix. We've been having some interesting things on the side of Heretics.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second, but let's start start with Team Vitality. Of course, there's a lot of new rosters coming into this, and this is one right now, Bea, led by Bone Cold, of course, a world champion.
Yeah, so many people forget about that. 2021 was the year for Ascend, definitely one to remember, and Bone Cold was on that roster when they were the first champions ever of Valorant. Now follow up with Sender, who by the way has been in Vitality forever. Twisten, you know, everybody remembers Twisten with that shorty. I think that some players might even have
the
nightmares. Yeah. He had a little bit of everything. He has a shotgun for every occasion. So I'm loving to see how this Team Vitality has progressed, especially because we did see them at the G-Loot tournament, and I feel like we're gonna get a different face off of them.
Definitely the people that pretty much always get talked about. I'm going to mention them as well. Just Twiston and Molesy, just crazy firepower from them. They're the people that have to deliver. And time after time again, it looks like they are delivering. Molesy, especially for me, has just been so consistent like this whole year. I'm really glad that he got picked up into this team. He's a person to watch out for.
Well, you've seen them walk on stage already, but let's hear a little bit more about Team Vitality from the players themselves.
It's my first LAN in Valorant, so like I'm super excited. Like that stage looks amazing. I think it's gonna be really, really cool.
This is going to be like really good going into the next year. This is going to be my second tournament that we have like a crowd in, like watching the game. So I'm super excited to be here.
Looking very wanted to get started as soon as possible because like everyone is hungry to play.
I think the most important is to having fun, good mood in the team, and just focus, and we're gonna destroy opponents.
So we actually have two pre-game rituals. First one is that we open our chakras. I will present you with my boys. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Honestly, it's crazy that they have that pre-match ritual, because I know Mitchman has the
Where's
exact
the
same one as well, so he can show you a little bit more about that. But Sender, Bea, you mentioned, he's been kind of the anchor of this team on every iteration.
Yeah, there are so many people that are not that familiar with Vitality because they were not that present during 2022 in Tier 1. They were playing on Tier 2. But Sender has been in Vitality forever, and the fact that he has survived every iteration means that he is obviously a brilliant player. The fact that he's picking up the Killjoy, picking up the Chamber, pulling out numbers so consistently for this team, this is definitely, added to the two that you mentioned, Sliggy, a player to watch out on this roster.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that just doesn't get talked about enough because the other two kind of take the spotlight. Bone Cold as well, also just worth mentioning. I think like once he left Ascender or whatever happened there, they definitely went like downhill pretty fast. So I think he was very pivotal to that team, and I think he's just a great IGL, which is hard to find in EMEA, to be honest.
Oh yeah, totally. Many people have been jumping on that train, being like, oh, I'm gonna IGL now. Like you would see so many players being like, I'm also an IGL now, but it doesn't work like this.
And speaking of great IGLs, Team Heretics, they also made a couple of changes, picking up players here and there, and they also have a great IGL Sliggy on their team. And that, do you feel like could be the difference maker?
Yeah, Boo's been really good. I think there's a lot of input from the coach as well. I really do think that they worked well together, obviously coming from their previous team. And then you have a lot of firepower with Kellogg's. I want to pick out Mixwell here as well. I've been impressed with me in Mixwell. I didn't enjoy him on the chamber, honestly. And I'm enjoying him in his roles. He's kind of just flexing a little bit. We see him on his breach. His breach is actually really nice. So yeah, I feel like finding roles within this team, at least for me, I looked at it, might have been hard, but I think they've done really well.
I'm very excited for Mixwell as well. I think that, you know, following up on what you said, it has been hard for him to like find a spot. We've been seeing him flexing a lot, and many people were like, especially when Chamber came out, if you picked it from the very first day and you learn how to play the agent and around the maps and everything, you would see such a big difference from player just picking it up after 1 week of seeing like, oh, actually, I like the way that Nivera played it, and then Mixwell started doing the same. So the way that we're seeing him picking on, going back on the Viper, I think he's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, and that ties in very well with the Chamber in terms of Kellogg's. I think Kellogg's is someone that obviously last year was like really big, coming up a lot. Maybe didn't get his chance properly. He looked pretty good on lands and then kind of fell short in terms of getting dropped in the team. And I think that came down to a role thing as well. So yeah, I think they made the right choice.
There is a lot of firepower, and we have to mention Zeke, because if we mention Bone Cold, we have to mention Zeke, because he was there as well when they won that trophy.
It doesn't feel right, does it?
Yeah,
it doesn't feel right.
It's so weird. It's literally how this voice have grown up. But especially in the roles that he is going to be playing, it's just, as we said, a lot of power in this team.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw Avova's name in there because I don't want to leave him out. But speaking of the team, let's again, hear from them, see what they had to say ahead of this tournament.
So in G2 we were together already. We already had a good chemistry.
It just feels natural, pretty much.
I enjoy it a lot. I think the team's atmosphere is good. We have funny people here, like this guy. He brightens up the day.
I think having a team with good chemistry like this is good for the everyday work we have to do. Usually training every day is not as fun as playing in tournaments like this. And when you enjoy playing with your teammates, it's much easier.
I'm obviously always excited to play on LAN because I feel like I'm a LANimal, you know. Everything before the official season begins is really good practice for us.
Before coming here, we had 1 week of practice and we were insane, feeling very confident, and I think we will do great.
Team chemistry they spoke of, which I think is super interesting given, you know, the history of the 3 XG2 players coming into this. Are you guys surprised at all to hear that that is the one thing that they are kind of referring to when it comes to why the team has been doing so well?
From what I heard, they all did get on. I'm not going to call out any other names, it doesn't leave many people left. So, but yeah, I heard that those 3 actually got on as a core, so that makes a lot of sense. I was interested with a lot of their map pools, and they were bringing up some new stuff. I saw Viper on Ascent yesterday looked pretty cool, even though I think, Phoenix, Reyna, they're bringing out some crazy stuff. So map veto in this is very important.
Yeah, totally. I cannot wait until we have like a Heretics Duds. I think that's going to be a clash of all G2s.
Yeah, having the father of Valor in the building as well, which is really exciting. But let's talk about the map vetoes. Where would you guys like to see that we go in this matchup?
So what we can see, just based on what happened yesterday, Heretics banned Breeze on 3 of the iterations that they had. And for the side of Vitality, they've been banning Bind and Haven, so we would expect them to be the first 2 picks.
Yeah, I think as well, I'm definitely expecting Haven to be picked. I definitely want to...
Okay, this makes sense.
The thing that I want to see is, with Haven, I want to see what comp Heretics are going to do, because they ran a different comp in India, and then in this event they ran a Phoenix and Reyna. And something that I've done in past competitions is I've actually run a dummy comp at the first game, and then you go back to your old comp. So I wonder if Nilzinho is doing that old tactic where you run a comp, you kind of make sure the coaches...
I feel like you invented that in EMEA. You always
Yeah, we like to change comps, so it kind of just makes sure that the coaches have to do way more work. They're getting no sleep. So it's like a moral victory for sure.
Vitality Peak and Pearl, that is something that we could see coming. Yeah, it was between that and Fracture, and it looks like Fracture is going to be the decider and only map remaining. As you said, I'm very excited to see how the Haven's going to work, because even if they don't go back to the composition, they might swap, you know, they may take the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and it looks like Vitality, they're going to be starting on the attack on every single map today. Haven, Pearl, and Fracture as well. But let's talk about Haven real quick, because you guys were thinking of the comps and coming into this. We're talking about 2 teams with incredible coaching staff, incredible analysts. Is this the time to play mind games? Or, Siggy, I'm coming for you here. Or do you just stick with everything you practiced?
I think it's fine. So I think the comp in terms of the Reyna and the Phoenix, I think it's good prep for next year. It's something they're looking at the chamber nerfs and they're thinking next year, let's see if this works. They've done it once. I'm not sure they're going to do it again. I think they might go for, I think we might have a mirror matchup comps. They used to both kind of standard comps with the Raze and the Fade. So that's what I'm expecting. But I'm down to watch the Phoenix and the Reyna. I think
It'd be fun to watch. It'd be entertaining, to say the least.
Yeah, Phoenix is pretty strong. I think we're going to see a lot more Phoenix next patch, for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think that this is very important, also understanding that right now the teams should not play just to see, you know, to get the experience, to get the... No, you have to play to win, especially knowing that the game is going to swap a little bit, and probably everything that you've prepared for this last month, maybe it's not going to be in use on 2023, or you have to change, you know, you have to be putting your time in different places. They have to go for the best. Whatever they have prepared, let's see if that month of work was enough to put something on the stage that would make you a winner.
Yeah, of course, we got to say that if we do see a couple of chambers, and people might find it a little bit weird, it's because we're playing on the older patch. Chamber has not been killed to the ground, nerfed to the ground just yet.
But it will be coming, we promise.
Yeah, it is going to be coming. And do you guys think it's wise for teams to just starting, like you said, Sliggy, preparing for next year, maybe not even consider the chamber at this stage?
That's kind of what we've seen in this tournament. And most teams, to be honest, are doing a good mix where, and it might be time restraints as well. Obviously, the patch kind of got announced like a week ago, so there's only a few maps to be practicing on. So we're seeing some teams kind of just get ready for next, test some stuff in terms of this event, but also fall back on the chamber on a lot of other maps.
To be fair, potentially, I do expect the chamber here, because if after the nerf, the only map that I could see him being playable would probably be Haven. Just because of the mobility and what he can still control and do. So, you know, it's still doable. I think the Killjoy is going to be extremely strong, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, and of course, the winner of this matchup, they're going to play again today. They're going to have a little bit of a break as we go into the second quarterfinal, and then they're going to be facing 100 Thieves. Like, Mike's is watching this right now. He's going to be learning, stealing, anti-stratting, everything. So to what extent do you want to save a little bit of your preparation for 100 Thieves, or is it just all or nothing here?
None. It's a rematch, you know, that you can potentially have. You have to start with a very strong beginning of your day. You need to blast to your first opponent to also make 100 Thieves a little bit scared. As we said, it was the first game of the day yesterday, and it was insanely close. It could have perfectly gone for Heretics, but you know, in Haven they pulled out that composition, and it's a hit or miss.
It's it's match by match. That's pretty much how you approach these tournaments. You don't even start thinking about the next map at all or next match. You literally just focus on the game that's at hand, the map that you're in, and then when it comes to the game, if you win, then you hopefully have some time to kind of prepare for it. But it's just the big advantage for 100 Thieves just coming through and top of their group, actually making it to the semis. And yeah, I mean, they're already favorites to win the matchup, so I think this is going to definitely help them.
Hey, we're gonna have some EMEA bias here. We're full
you coming in?
I was trying earlier, and you're like, no, but actually they're pretty good. And I'm like, yeah, but
it's hard when the NA teams have looked this good.
Yeah.
Like
listen,
honestly.
in every single tournament, there's a lot of upsets. So we need some of ours as well.
Is it an upset, do you feel, if one of the teams can take out 100 Thieves or Cloud9 before the finals?
For sure, yeah,
Yes.
for sure. I think if Liquid didn't have the two stand-ins, then I think
100%.
then I think it was full-on game on. But now I just think that if any of the NA teams don't make it to the final, I think it's disappointment for them.
Yeah, listen, of course you get a different opinion from Mitch, because now he loves Liquid even more. But I think that Liquid was one of the biggest contenders to get in this trophy home. Now with the two NA teams, especially after the performance that they had yesterday, I'm not saying it should be easy for them, but technically, and following the trend, we should get an NA final.
Whoa,
Sad.
okay.
Sad but true.
To be fair, I agree with you, but
no.
moving swiftly on, back to EMEA, and also back to
I'm
this
supporting
first...
Liquid. I'm changing my vote.
Oh,
Liquid are winning the entire thing.
Wait, what?
They won last year,
They
didn't
did, they are the defending champions.
Okay, so they're going to do it
but
again.
I don't know, like, Cryo makes me feel something when I'm watching them.
Yeah, he's been performing. And again, last year there was no NA team, so it was a bit easier when I was. I don't want to.
Listen, guys,
you won that trophy.
That's like one of the. Yeah, I want that and last chance qualify. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, well, there was no international team, so.
I'm getting mixed signals here. What do you expect from me? I can be on the NA boat. I can be on the EMEA.
I'm already rowing away, leaving you behind on my NA boat. Like, see you later.
Never played Wrath with you.
Honestly, in the past, I'm always heavily EMEA biased, and I get a lot of slack for it. And now I'm like, oh, I'm going to be realistic here and go for NA. I suspect I'm going to probably get a little bit of slack for that as well. But how could you not? Like, after seeing everyone play?
I like to stay pretty neutral, and then you just kind of assess as it goes along. I don't see. Apart from, like, obviously Liquid, I have friends there and stuff like that, I don't have too much bias.
Wait, you're not Fnatic's #1 fan? What is this?
I've been,
I'm going to tell Minnie that.
No, on my stream, I've been, like, trying to make sure Minnie has a downfall. I'm just, like, I'm praying that he doesn't win a tournament before me.
Oh my God. I mean, you won this one.
An international, like, LAN.
Okay,
big, like, I'm talking, like, a
Well, this is
Masters,
international.
big, yeah, this would count. I would count this.
Okay,
Would you get it as one of your victories?
No, that one doesn't count.
Yeah, I mean, Yumpy is still there. I feel like he's flying the flag for you. But we are going to head to Agent Select pretty soon, I suspect. But when it comes to Haven, how close do you think this matchup is going to be? Because yesterday it felt like every game was overtime. It was crazy.
So here's the thing. Heretics decided to play this map against 100 Thieves, and it got a little bit complicated. They ended up in a 13-9. For Vitality, it was a little bit of the same. They had a very complicated match against Crew, and probably this is one of the reasons, or the main reason, that Heretics wants to pick it here, because they saw a lot of flaws and, you know, maybe the chance of Vitality losing that.
Yeah, I watched the Vitality Crew last night. There were so many demos I had to kind of just pick or choose, so that was one of the ones that I watched as the Haven. Vitality, I mean, both teams looked okay. You could see the senses of just new team in both of them. It was like some of the retakes weren't fully drilled, but yeah, it was still pretty good. I do think that I still heavy favor Heretics into this map, but I do think it's down to the comp choice that they choose again.
Well, you guys spoke a little bit about Mixwell earlier. You know, both are very impressed with how he's been able to come into this team. We have some stats here for you as well of his tournament so far. I think he was one of those players that everyone always had a lot of high expectations going into. And of course, him not being able to win an international trophy as well, I think probably weighing on him. But let's not forget Heretics. They were the ones that were winning trophies back when it was 2021 First Strike era. This is an org and a team that you don't want to mess with.
Did you think it's so funny that Mixwell took Avova from Heretics and now he's just bringing it back?
Avova then brought Mixwell back.
Yeah. No, but I think, as I said, that for Mixwell, he had a lot of weight on his shoulders just because of the fact that he was expected to be the #1 Jet and then the #1 Chamber. And then when the team was changing, he was also the one being like, okay, I'm going to IGL, I'm going to be flexing. Anything that you need, I will do. And that took a toll on him.
Yeah,
totally.
the thing that I kind of liked from yesterday is we saw him back on Viper, and that is something that within the first 6 months of the game, that was like the only agent he played. He invented a lot of one-ways, especially on Bind, or at least found out about them first. They were like, that was our first time discovering them. So yeah, it's nice to see.
Yoinked them from him?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So yeah, it was just impressive, and I like that again. Just his agent pool, I think, is looking good, and that was like honestly, that was my biggest worry with this team. So
it's finding his role, you know. After he's off of the Jet, he's still something that he can come back, especially next year. But now that you have Kellogg's, you know, things maybe make more sense in this way for him. I just want him to find his spot.
Yeah, I mean, him not having to IGL anymore, you said that it's going to be a lot nicer with him. He doesn't have to like take too much responsibility on the team. Do you feel like we've already seen maybe some evidence of that in this tournament especially?
Oh yeah, I think that if you're in a comfort peak, as Sliggy said, an agent that you have mastered, that you know exactly how to play, and you have that less weight, when you have Boo that has a lot of experience and very good diligence, you just gotta feel better, you know, shots are coming your way.
yeah, and I think you can always rely on him if they need just an extra voice. He has a lot of experience.
Exactly, mid-round calls, yeah.
That's the best thing about him, is he has so much experience in terms of a player, and I think with the coaching stuff as well, you have Nilsine and you have Weber, just literal veterans of like just UK CS, obviously, a lot of memes, but yeah, they actually have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff, and they're both very hard workers, so I've played with them a lot. I know how keen both of them are, so I think like the IGL and just they're never going to be short of strats, I guess is what I'm saying.
I mean, we have a lot of UK representatives in this tournament, you know, that's new, that is new.
We learned our mistakes from previous games, and we're kind of coming over, and this was just, VALORANT was just great for the UK singles, it's just a fresh start. And most of us learned a lot of lessons.
Sorry, I can barely hear you from the having 3 Spanish teams and partnership.
Oh yeah, that was all you. That was just you. You're the reason that happened. Yeah, 100%.
I went to
leave the Koi roster. Do it.
Not me. Not today.
We are experiencing a little bit of delays right now with a tech issue, but don't worry, we're going to be jumping into game with Agent Select soon. But first, we have a little bit of a food tour going on in the venue here with Janiro. Check this out.
If you've ever wondered what your favorite agent would like to cook or eat, I guess today we could find out, starting off with Yoru, actually. Looking like there's some potatoes on offer, some salads, which, to be completely honest, all in all, pretty healthy. Second up, we have Reina's soul food. That sounds actually pretty wholesome to me, but looking at the food itself, it's healthy, it's good for you. There's some nachos. Who doesn't love those? And the next agent, Brimstone. Now, you might be thinking, what does Brimmy with the Stimmy like to consume? I guess burgers is the answer to your question this time around, because that's what they got on offer. And we can't forget about the Ascent, the gelato. Everybody loves that map. And we have a little recreation here of that at Red Bull home grounds. Even have some, I would say fake, because please don't eat these. But all in all, pretty cute decoration. So make sure you check it out.
I'm a little bit disappointed that Brimmy with a Stimmy is not some like rump steak going on.
Yeah, I was expecting some ribs, some like, you know, barbecue, proper one.
Yeah, it has a lot of that.
Also, why didn't we get any of that food?
I was literally looking at the video and I was like, where is this in the venue?
We did walk past it.
You know where we eat?
Oh,
that's like a warehouse.
Oh, okay, well,
right
yeah, I missed all of that. We'll go there later.
I would be really down to do like Asian-related restaurants to go.
I think that if this, God forbid, but if the delay goes on, we just go get some food and we just try it here.
A mukbang?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
do it.
I go for Reina Soul.
Yeah, we just.
Honestly, that look good.
Which agent do you reckon is a pineapple on pizza enjoyer? Who do you reckon that would be out of all of the agents?
I'm saying it's a duelist.
Also, unpopular opinion, I think pineapple on pizza is kind of bomb. I'm a really big fan.
Dude, I like it.
To pineapple.
I like
so
it.
I don't even have to have that discussion, thank God.
You're allergic to pineapple?
Yes, because it's a citrus.
Oh, of course, of course. But yes, which agent do you reckon?
I'm going to say... I think Phoenix. I think he would.
I feel like he's a bit too roadman for that, right?
I think he doesn't care. Like, you give him a pizza and he's going to like it. You know?
He's British.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, so he's got bad food taste.
Exactly. You guys don't know food.
I feel attacked, but at the same time, it's kind of accurate. So yeah.
You only eat microwave rice and chicken.
Right,
I'm going to throw you out there.
There's nothing wrong with rice and chicken.
That's all he eats, by
That's
the
the
way.
quality of your food.
But that's all Sliggy eats.
I've gone to the supermarket here. You guys have a serious problem. Okay? And you're not acknowledging it.
Well, to be fair, the supermarket in Germany, the crisp flavors is they only have
Paprika,
paprika.
yeah.
They don't have anything else.
That's also part of the culture, Sue.
So Killjoy is only a paprika crisp enjoyer.
So she would never have pineapple on pizza.
Which,
because
to be
you
fair,
would have to put paprika on it. It would be disgusting.
It's still less egregious than your microwave.
I'm sure that
rice and
someone's
chicken.
going to go and chat.
Why do I feel like you two have had this kind of conversation before? Yeah, I can just tell.
Long rating.
I mean, because I watch you stream a lot, and every time you're talking about your microwave rice and chicken, everyone loses their mind.
I'm a person. I just like quick and I'm a person. I just like quick and easy stuff. Like quick and easy, 6 minutes done. That's it.
Well, how's the seasoning? Like, what do you season it with?
Just salt, pepper.
Oh
Standard.
my goodness!
Is that a crime?
Our floor manager off camera is gonna quit. By the way,
Oh,
you're gonna make him.
I don't think
quit
it's that
his
bad.
job.
It's nice.
What is nice about any of
There's
it?
different varieties of it. It has like sauce in it. I'll show you. It's fine.
I don't think I want to. You just showed me the microwave rice and chicken. I'm sorry.
It's good.
I think instead of like Ginny doing it all, we should get Sliggy out there and get him to actually.
Actually, I think there's so many things that you're going to try for the first time if you.
I've eaten loads of stuff. I know what I like. But my
just rice and chicken.
my stream is actually really heavily trying to make me do like a cooking stream.
Oh my goodness, you should do it.
It'll be a nightmare.
Guys, everyone in chat, let us know if you want Sliggy to
Have
do
you ever
some
tried
cooking.
baking?
I've
I did a cooking stream once, and I made a cake, and I was so proud of it. And then my brother, the next day, I had to leave it in the fridge for a day. And then the next day, I went, and my brother had cut a piece, and I was so angry at him. I didn't talk to him for like a month.
Wait, so you baked a cake that not to be consumed?
No. Yeah, but I had to keep it on the fridge for like at least 8 hours, and I was so excited to see like the final result. And when I opened the fridge, I see that the cake is amazing at peas.
I'm not
like,
gonna
how
lie.
could you do this to me?
I'm on your brother's side for this. If someone's gonna put a
It was
cake in
really
my
good.
fridge, I'm eating it.
You know the worst part? I don't even eat sweets, so the cake was for him. I was just, devastated that he didn't wait for me to see my cake. It was my first cake.
I feel I'm really struggling to be on your side for this. It's a cake. Maybe we should do a poll. Maybe we do like a Twitter poll or a stream poll or a Twitch poll. Any
It
mods
looked
in
very
there?
good. It looked very good.
If
It was my
Kakuka
baby.
left a cake in your fridge, would you eat it without her permission? Because I really would. We're actually quite close to be able to get into games soon. We have some chants in the crowd as well. I think that's a Vitality fans waving their flags around.
Can we see it?
Wow. Oh, that's a Twiston jersey. I'm seeing a Twiston jersey. That is really, really cool. Of course, Twiston, one of the newer players for this team. I think one of the players who consistently carried his team despite on his old team them not getting really real results. I think Sliggy, I'm very happy to see him getting picked up on a partnership team here.
Yeah, and I'm noticing, I was watching some games yesterday, I'm noticing people are kind of starting to work out a little bit how his style of play is. Again, he is the person that just abuses the shorty the most. He has so many shorty kills, he will pretty much always get one within a game. But I noticed it yesterday, people actually kind of, when they see him and he backs away into smokes, they kind of know that he's got He's getting red a little bit.
I talked to him about it, being like, okay, tell me what's the trick? How do you go from race with a shorty and a bucky, and then you also translate it into, for example, playing a KO? And he's like, it's just so easy because at some point of the game, at some point of the round, you can just go crazy onto them. They're not going to expect it, and having a classic in hand is only going to work to your detriment. So if you have 200 cards to spare, just go for the shorty.
I can't believe that he said that KO was his favorite agent after doing everything
That's
he's done.
giving me a little bit of Scream vibes, with, oh, Sage my favorite. Oh, actually, Sky is my favorite. Did I mention that I love to play Raze?
Just changes every day, yeah. No, I've been impressed with Twiston. I do think I was a person that when I was coaching, I was very adamant of just you just use what's strong in the game. Just literally don't, like a lot of players have this tendency of just complaining a lot about certain things like the judge or the shorty. I'm just adamant that you just use it. Like if the more you use it, the faster it gets nerfed, and then we can have a more balanced game. So
yeah, I mean, Vanity's also in this tournament. I think he's going to be showing us all of that as well. But first, you know, we talked about the pre-match rituals of Team Vitality. Let's take a look and see what Mitch and Tom are doing. How are your chakras?
We're doing good, though. Don't you like to copy Rhymes pre-match ritual?
I don't know. I don't
maybe
know.
Jame.
I don't know.
Rhyme and Jame, they both do a similar pre-match ritual, so I know Mitch loves that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've always been a fan of Rhymes. I haven't put it to the test just yet, but maybe he can come on and give us some instructions on exactly the process, because I've heard from Yassine. I know how he does it. Now we know how Vitality do it, and this could be a whole new segment, right? We go through what teams like to do beforehand. I don't know if Sliggy has any pre-match rituals, though. I'd imagine he's accrued a few over the years.
From what I've heard, at least today, is he eats some rice and some chicken, and that's it, nothing else.
That's about all he
and
does.
I think it's plain as well. Like, suppose no seasoning,
no spices, no salt.
But you know, that is the British way. Like, if you put pepper on it, it's too spicy.
Right. It sounds about right, you know. And speaking of that, we don't have any.
Yeah,
look at his face. Do you want to defend yourself, Sliggy? I mean, what is the benefit of the plain rice? Why are there no spices on it, my man?
I don't think I need to defend it. I think it's fine. Again, it's just easy.
Wait, is it actually plain?
You're streaming, you're playing games. 6 minutes.
In fairness, Mitchman once had mashed potatoes for dessert.
Yeah.
They were good mashed potatoes. All right, I will not take that. They were good mashed potatoes. They had like 10 different ingredients in them.
What country are you from again?
From Ireland.
Okay.
I don't know if it shows. I don't know if it shows at all.
No one would have guessed. No one would have guessed with that alone.
But obviously today we haven't got any British players on the stage right now. We got Kellogg's down there. He's representing France.
I genuinely thought you were going to say Ireland for a second. I was like, wait, how have you segued? How have you segued to this?
I've claimed Enzo as Irish.
Do you know what? I've given you about a month for this. Can you name 5 Irish pros?
I could, but you know that's not what it's about here, Tom. I wouldn't want to take away from the competitors on the stage. And I mean, when we talk about those guys, we've heard the desk go on, and realistically, this matchup, it's going to be such a tight game, and all decided starting it out on Haven. I mean, when you're coming in today, which one of these two are you favoring?
I think I'm slightly leaning towards Vitality. I really like the way that they built their team, not just like going, okay, we're going to pick up every superstar that we can. They've sort of built players into different roles, and I think they've got a strong IGL. The thing that sort of makes me think in the other direction, though, is that I think in terms of LAN performances, you have the Heretics roster pretty much every single member of that team, except maybe Boo, who has got a lot of experience within that stage. So I think this crowd has already been pretty loud today, even considering we haven't actually started the match. I think maybe a few players might get rattled.
Yeah, no, it could absolutely be a factor. And I think Boo, you know, he's shown his proficiency online. We know that this guy is a solid support player. We know he can fill many roles, but coming into this, playing on a stage in front of a crowd, hearing that roar, it's a different ball game altogether. And you can see this is going to be one of the most important parts of the game. This pre-match talk, one of the last opportunities really for your coaches and your staff to get in there and get the spirits high right before you get on the server. This is where all that stress starts to culminate.
Yeah, the thing is though, before we can start, Sue needs a little bit more camera time, so we're going to give it back over to the desk because they really want to talk some more.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for that. He wasn't on the list, by the way, in the venue, so I don't know who let him in. Someone go check his wristband. And apparently he's Rins +1.
Exactly.
Right? He's Rins +1. Also, just in the side note, I can name 2 Irish players, Jusu and McNuggets. I don't know the other 3, but I've been thinking about that for a while. Yeah, that's the 2. I feel like we need more Irish representation, so maybe we'll see that next year. But the tech issue, I can inform you guys, has been resolved now, and it's time for us to get into Agent Select and see what are we going to get here. We spoke already a little bit about the Phoenix and Reyna possibly coming out of the side of Heretics. As you guys can see, this is the comp that they ran last time we saw them, and Zeke is the first person to lock in, so we're going to find out in due course. He is going to go for the Phoenix.
So they're going for the Phoenix Reyna. Okay, this is interesting. It's going to be
and Sender's moved over to the Astra.
Okay, they are actually changing a little bit.
I mean, he was on the Omen. The Astra's not that big of a change. So, I mean, we can understand that. What do you think about Heretics keeping that composition?
Yeah, I think it's fine, honestly. So I was speaking to a few of the players, and they have been doing it in practice as well. So they're definitely prepping ahead for next year. They do have 2 comps if they want to rely on the other one. Definitely have this now. I'm interested to see. I'm actually kind of with the Reyna buff and the Flash being able to skip people in distances. I like Reyna these days. I'm a bit of a Reyna fan.
Definitely playable.
Yeah, I think it's good. And then obviously Phoenix, I'm a big fan of as well. I just think it's very strong. They keep increasing everyone's ults. Phoenix just being on the 6 ults is just very, very strong. So yeah, I'm excited for this one. Might be a little bit puggy. I'm interested to see.
I'm really looking forward to see how the composition is going to play to a more traditional way, or more in meta with the breach and the fade. But you know, it's a different interpretation of how the flashes and the initiation power is going to work on your team.
Well, that was a camera time here for the desk, but I got to throw this back to Mitch and Tom, because Tom is not going to stop talking about how much he wants to cast this game. Over to you guys.
Well, Tom, you finally got your moment. You've got your time here. You're jealous of Sue's camera time.
Always.
All that they're getting. Well, now, here's your moment. Talk us up about this game.
I'm really excited for this one. I think we've got two teams sort of rolling with fairly different setups for how they're going to be playing. Especially, I think it was said by Sue that Vitality starting the attack every single time. Well, if I'm Heretics, that might be a little bit worrying when you are running that Phoenix and Reyna composition. You're going to have to be very aggressive on that defensive side. You're going to have to try and get in the faces of your opponents, while the others are going to be trying to slow you down, trying to play a little bit more tempered. So that clash of styles is going to make for a very, very exciting first map.
Oh, it absolutely is. At the same time, you're on the Heretic side, you know there's a strong possibility that you're going to have to play that defense first. When you come in, this map is chosen, your opponents have the choice. A lot of time it's going to be the attack, and as we've seen for Vitality, they love starting it out there, or at least I hope they do with how things are panning out today. All 3 maps will start with them on the attack, so they're the ones that get to set the pace, at least in theory. That's what we expect. A difficult comp to play up against, a difficult comp to predict. And they're going to be challenged right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. It's like, I think the players that we currently have over on that Heretic side who are going to be playing those more aggressive agents are ones that it will work on. Like, we've seen that from Zeke already with his sort of comeback into the tier 1. He has looked incredibly good individually, and Kellogg's, he's LAN born and bred. Like, we saw him when he went over to Berlin that first time around. He was unbelievable in that sort of setting. And I do think there's some players on the other side for Vitality that are still almost to go through that ringer on LAN. Like, okay, you've got Bonecall, proven, Champions winner. Like, okay, that's about as good as you can get. But then there's a few other people I think, okay, I want to see what Twistan's going to do. I want to see if he still has that flair. Now, I will say he walked up to me earlier today and when you're ready for some shorty kills, and then walked off. That was the end of the conversation. So
start and the end.
that was brought up on the desk as something he likes to do. And he is definitely someone that could get in the heads of the opponents. Like, even in those low buy eco rounds, he's going to be an irritation.
Yeah, oh, he certainly promised us and talked up the shorty game.
Gorilla said also he's infected the rest of the team.
It's spread.
And on Breeze that they were playing 4 shorties in some of the rounds, which I'd love to hear Sliggy's opinion on that at some point. Just 4 shorties on Breeze, like if that's something
it was
that he would run.
defense, in all fairness.
And they were pushing.
And they pushed and flanked in cave, you know. But look, here we are about to kick things off. Finally, that first map is ready to go. We have Team Heretics against Vitality. And the pistol, well, it's going to set the tone. Team Heretics expected to come out swinging with some aggression.
Well, yeah, they've got Phoenix and Reyna playing in B mid. So I almost expect there to be some sort of pop flash almost instantly. After being forced off at the angle, Kellogg's looking to try and get that a little bit more aggressive. Obviously, Mosley's someone at times who you'll see playing that initiator role, but his raise is definitely one to sort of marvel over. So I think he's definitely someone to watch going into this attacking side. However, though, as expected, Vitality, they are taking their time. They're slowly clearing different portions of the map, getting rid of the trap, but they do have to be a little bit careful because Mixor's still in this corner.
He's gone undetected, but now they've spotted him. They know where he is, and there's no easy escape. His teammates want to come through to help out, but with him going down, they've decided better to wait for the retake. A 4 versus 4 by the looks of things, some damage done, but Vitality seem to have the upper hand.
He's still patient in this retake. Still have a couple of stars to play with as well. Other than that, utility is a little bit thin. They haven't cleared the close angle. And actually, with the isolation coming out from the grab, well, this becomes a problem. Destrian landing the shots, and well, it is an easy cleanup in the pistol round for Vitality.
Well, they decided to play the retake, but it looks like Vitality all too ready for those duels, and a strong start for this team with the pistol round picked up.
That's what happens when you flick too hard.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The low sense players know what it's all about. And yeah, for Mixwell, you know, there was a world where he's able to escape out of there, get himself nice and cleanly away, but they were just pressuring him far too much, and he couldn't get that kill he wanted before being able to dismiss out. Vitality picking up 1-0, definitely going to put them in high spirits on stage.
Did he fist bump too hard? Is that actually what? Twisted got too excited and has broken his teammate's wrist after a pistol round.
Oh wow, look at this stack from Heretics, man. All 5 of them just sitting on the one spot, making a pyramid almost, but they won't be finding anybody on the other side. A very passive second round out of Vitality. It's the right play a lot of the time. You don't want to go just spearheading into a site and find 5 guys waiting for you. Now they're able to pick off some of these duels, keep the numbers to their advantage. The B site is theirs.
Yeah, that's also one of the danger weapons as well. That Headhunter being gone, it leaves a single Sheriff for Kellogg's to play with. Everything else should be a relatively easy cleanup, and you're already looking at a couple of players sort of starting to farm up those Ultimate Orbs. Destrian just 3 away from having that Rolling Thunder going into what would be a bonus round, so still some opportunities here. The main goal for Heretics, do as much damage as humanly possible. Try and take a gun away or 2, but also, if it comes to it, just don't give them the orbs.
Well, that's exactly it. I think a lot of the time, you're almost going to be happy to go down to the spike if you're not finding those picks, not finding those overextensions. Really, it comes down to it, the way they're playing now, it's Vitality's mistake to make.
Yeah.
They need to overextend, they need to go forward, and in the absence of that, Heretics will just go down to that spike.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, obviously, not getting any kills in a round like this is definitely going to be problematic. And it means that this bonus round is actually going to be a fairly tough one to face off against, because you do have yourself Twistin with a rifle, an investment as well from Sender as well. And considering a lot of the time when you have that Astra on attack, he's going to be playing on that lurk. So if he can even just catch a 1v1, catch someone being that little bit more aggressive, there are opportunities here for this round to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. It is strange to see the Phoenix going down to the spike as well. Obviously, you know, those orbs sometimes worth the risk, but I think he only had a classic as well, so it's just a lost fight if you manage to go for that. Sitting down at 2-0, it's the expected start after winning out that pistol, a clean follow-up. And now Vitality's biggest challenge yet. They've come in with 1 Vandal, a Bulldog, but they're up against a full buy. Team Heretics have the clear advantage starting this round out, and we see some of that aggression we expected. The Reyna coming out of Garage, taking a peek, spots a player, and falls back immediately. Where else will that aggression take place? Oh, yeah, it's going down C.
C-Long as well. But this is pushing into one of the rifles. As said, this one gun, the Lurk of Sender, could remove something from play, but actually Kellogg's not going to overface here. Not taking too much of a risk, and re-aggression coming across the map. The Pop Flash could actually be perfect too. Completely blind, and a spray down from the Heretics players, leaving Destrian somewhat alone and the rest of the team to try and pick up these pieces, but Zeke just not missing a beat in this early round.
Yeah, goes out for a little bit more and gets caught, but this has just been a beautiful round from Heretics. Info play on Garage, info play on C-Long. I mean, Kellogg's wasn't looking to take a kill there. He just wanted to see if he could flank, saw a player instantly out of there, and then they aggress on the other side because they're thinking, okay, well, there's a guy B, there's a guy C, probably, you know, we can get aggressive on A. They don't see anyone there. Now they're set up in this massive advantage for the post, not even the post plant. Vitality, they got onto the site, they stepped foot there, but only for a moment, and no one else will be joining. That is 2-1, a very strong answer from Heretics. But remember, that was an eco out of Vitality, right? They had the 1 rifle, the Bulldog as well with it, but other than that, they were coming into most of those fights with a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is sort of the trade-off of only having yourself that 1 initiator. Like, normally you're going to have these sort of pop flash setups. You're going to have Destrian on the other side, on the defensive side, like having stuns going through. Whereas it's a lot more raw on this Heretic side. It's more risky, but at the same time, they have the players to back it up. You have players like Zeke, who has said, like, you're talking about a Champions MVP. There's only 2 of those in existence, so he is someone who can definitely take the reins.
Well, for Vitality, the AWP has come out early, but look at that damage. Trying to make his way out of the window. He was vulnerable for a second, unable to return fire, and he's lost all his shields and half his health for his trouble. Twistin going to be a little bit more passive now for the rest of the round, you'd imagine. And the rest of his team look to take some space in towards Garage and the C site with eyes on. But Heretics are also playing retake here. It doesn't, well, they're starting to creep back in. I see Evolva getting right up onto the logs.
This is the thing, they're constantly moving. Like, that's what this defense is from Heretics is, okay, we take some ground, maybe we give it up, we take some more. Like, it's always going to be completely re-aggressing over to the other side of the map, and you can see from Vitality's side, they are starting to expect this. They're playing very slow, patiently. They have utility for late round takes, so they don't need to risk it. This spot, though, from Mixwell could be a nasty one. They're not going to clear it. A first kill, he's looking for a little bit more. You'd think maybe getting greedy, but he comes out with 2. A decent couple of kills from Mixwell, and again, Vitality have to find something back into the round.
Another moment there, a quick kill for Zeke. Bit of hope, perhaps, for the Heretics side to dominate in this. A 3 versus 1 now. Sender, a last man alive. He's seized up and taken down. Boo finding that kill will put Heretics up to 2, tying the scoreline. And after losing the pistol, they're right back into this game.
But this is one of those scenarios as well where you're on that Vitality side. Those are going to be infuriating rounds. Now that's a couple now where we've seen pushes come through, these aggressive plays being taken and then being caught by them. Okay, in the first attempt, it was only really 1 kill that came through. But on the other side instead, you've now had the same issues in a sort of position where Mixor's just caught you off guard. And he's not even trying to retreat in a lot of these positions. He's just trying to get as many kills as humanly possible. Because of this as well, economy now in the bin.
Yeah, that's certainly going to put them in a rough position. Obviously, that massive investment into the previous round. Now, sometimes you would look down to the ult economy and think that they might have a player close. And in fact, yeah, Malsi starting to creep up there. They could have the Rolling Thunder, but on the Team Heretics side, Zeke, he's already managed to get that ult online, and you know, if anything goes awry in this round, it's in the back pocket, it's a safety net, yeah. But probably you're not even going to look to use it here. It's the next one when they buy right back up, and that tool belt is just going to become more and more stacked for Heretics, well, depending on how this round goes.
Yeah, the only reason you'd use it is if you really just want to keep things clean.
Yeah,
Like just go, okay, let's just throw it in just to make sure that we're not taking too much damage here and there. We do have a slight tech pause. You know, first game on the stage, it's gonna happen every once in a while, and it seems like at least most of these have been done fairly quickly. So hopefully we'll be in the same boat again. Teams fist bumping, getting ready for the next round. So hopefully it won't take too long here. I think the early start, though, it's going to be interesting, because I think this is one of those sort of compositions being run by the defense where you can kind of expect that Vitality will slowly adapt to this. Like, are they going to get caught by that mid push again? Probably not. Are they going to get caught by these very aggressive flashes going through in towards the sewers? Probably not. Now, it just depends how versatile it can be kept by Heretics, because that's what the defense is. The thing is, though, their attack, that's a very different story. And you kind of look at this first half from the attacking side of Vitality and go, actually, you do kind of need to do a better job here, because ultimately that Phoenix is going to be able to farm up those orbs in the second half and just basically cause you issues every 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's a big problem. You know, definitely the downside of this Heretics comp is the defense. And when we look at how they're doing already, picking up rounds, if that keeps going, that's a big worry for Vitality. Now, we've had that pause through just moments ago. Vitality ready to roll. They're coming down through short and winning the opening duel. That is massive. Kellogg's down. Zeke running through. He's used the ult. He's looking to get some kills, but nothing for his trouble. Already so much of the threat that Team Heretics brought into this round has been dealt with, and Vitality haven't lost a player for their trouble. Also, that kill on Malsi, one away from a showstopper now.
Yeah, he's very low on HP, and I don't think they actually managed to reclaim the gun. So that's the only sort of takeaway from that, is that at least there isn't a bonus here. Vova, always a little bit of a rat in these corners. It's a monster spray down. 4 kills. We were getting a little bit worried for this defensive side, but again, another player who historically has had so many moments on this map across different controllers. I think, for me, you have to think back to Omen plays a lot of the time with a Vova, but he can do it on that Astra as well.
Oh, he's showing it, absolutely. And with Twisted being the last man alive, a stinger in hand, and no headhunter bullets to work with, his chances are low. At least some damage, though. Every little helps at this point. We'll see if he can get more, but into a double face of Vova will finish the round with the ace. And that is a 3rd round locked in for Heretics. A costly one up against the Eco. Ult invested, some weapons lost, but they've got the economy to bounce back into this.
Yeah, they probably have a Cosmic Divide as well. Yeah, I think there's a decent chance it comes online after this. All it took, Mitch, on LAN, on the stage, 5 rounds, we've already had an ace. This is pretty good value for money, I'd say.
Look, with the players that we've got down there, it's hardly a surprise, and of course, Vova would be the first to do it. That 3rd round secured for Heretics. They'll look to build from here, but Vitality are back in with rifles. Ults are starting to come online. Malsi, after going down last round, has that showstopper to work with. They didn't spot Mixwell. He's tucked away. Zeke causing the distraction. He's even taking the Prowler for him. I mean, at this point, he should be free for a duel. A little bit of damage done, but the Seize was on its way, so he had to get out of there. Kellogg's not so lucky as he's caught retreating, and that mid-aggression, they certainly didn't get caught out by it this time.
Yeah, he's always been a player known for the aggressive pushes. Boo! He actually gets away with 2 there. That should have been a better trade from Vitality, not what they were looking for in this sort of round. And
I have the spike.
well, A 3v2, of course, Mixwell's gone aggressive, but again, this is the risk. They've given up a couple back. Destrian on 5 HP keeps the round going. Rotation from Avova is a little bit further away. Of course, the trap not going to play a part in this round anymore. The remaining 2 players, however, will be able to get into an afterplant.
And just look at that HP left on Destrian. 5 health in this final battle.
He's got Rolling Thunder as well.
It's finding the position to use it. And especially now we see him under hell. I mean, Avova on his way through. He could be able to get so much done, but Sender takes that first duel, finds it, and Vitality tie it up yet again, neck and neck the whole way.
I like how we got a little Vitality corner going.
A little Vitality.
I feel like we've got like an unbiased crowd so far, but I feel like there's one corner which is just fully in with Vitality.
They're just waiting for Twist and Shorty to come. They're ready for it.
We'll see if it comes out on this map. A little bit shaky from both sides, I'll be honest. I feel like it's been a very, very slow start for keloqz, and he is someone who, he's not going to stop pushing. So it could be a danger that they're going to lose a player almost early in every single round. A different pace coming out of Vitality that have been slow in a lot of rounds. Now they're blitzing their way into C.
Oh yes, right in there. Lots of utility burnt up on the way through, and a plan secured for their troubled team Heretics. Forced to play that retake. They have got a Cosmic Divide though, and that's a big problem if you're Vitality. Playing down on C long, it's not really an option. Not with the whole team, when they can just block you off and guarantee that win. Instead, they go aggressive. A Rolling Thunder in, a Showstopper pursuing. But so far, Mulsi can't find any targets. Finally, he spots one, and it's Mixwell with the op. With him down, Zeke follows, and Team Heretics are falling apart at the seams. No kills, and another ace needed for Avova to walk away with this round. He'll start it off strong, but time, a factor here. The kills are going his way, but he needs to get on that spike any moment now, and so many players left to root out. It feels impossible. I think it is,
he put a shorty out there. Oh, I love the way the Twister's brain works. Avova, is he going to get caught? Oh, I thought for a second maybe he'd get caught.
Good idea, though.
He's made it costly. Again, like that was a 1v5 to even take down 3. It's not bad from Avova at all. The thing is, though, I love that round from Vitality. That's basically them reading their opponents to perfection. Okay, they have good abilities for the retake. Let's not allow them to use them. The aggressive take going forward and basically crushing them before they can actually set up for the retake. And okay, it looks a bit closer because of Avova, but ultimately that round was done within the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that position as well, you're playing that retake. You've got to feel so confident that you'll be able to get into that site, use your Cosmic Divide, isolate the players on site. Everything's looking okay for Heretics to start, and then they get shut down. A start from Mixwell here, nothing to be found with that tour de force, but he's going out for more, and there it is. The re-aggression not expected. Vitality lose one, and he's still going. Mixwell sticking around for more. The shots don't land, though. Brave aggression, and it almost paid dividends.
Trade, actually, never mind, Bone Cold. He's going to come out with a double. These rounds have been so back and forth. Every time an advantage taken. That was a spike down within like 10 seconds. And even still, somehow Vitality have come out on top here. keloqz, he needs a moment. And again, he gets absolutely nothing done. Finally, Mixwell will convert, but Avova's there again. Finally goes down into this 1 versus 1. Mixwell almost full HP. Mulsi low, but we know that this man in late round scenarios can be a menace.
But he's so low, 23 HP, the blast back swing and the kill! Mulsi's gotten away with it, and Vitality clutched that round out. That's gotta be a heartbreaker. 2 for 5 bullets on that Headhunter, and it felt like at least 4 could have been kills, could have been those advantages converted, but instead Heretics fall behind.
That's the thing, it does feel like a lot of these rounds, there's somebody that feels like they should be heavily in the lead, and then somehow still Vitality are coming back and winning these rounds. I think it's Bone Cold's double that actually does a lot, but then Mulsi, well, you got to be frustrated, as you said, if you're Mixer. He gets a couple of kills. Okay, the Tour de Force probably could have killed everybody, but...
Sure. He still got out with 2, though, and he dealt with the Tour de Force on the other side. Like, he did his job there. It could have been more, it wasn't, but it's got to be a devastating round to lose. And then when you see that 23 HP on the other side, and it was a blast pack swing, no surprise. Heretics are calling a timeout. They need a moment to gather themselves before Vitality run away with the half.
I think this is also where you almost need to like try and maybe settle the head of keloqz, because you're playing a Reyna. Like, I can give excuses to almost every other agent in the game for how their utility is going to be used, but if you're a Reyna who has 0 kills, that's a problem.
It is.
It's a huge problem. And he's someone as well, you can see the duels he's trying to take are very aggressive ones. A lot of the time it's you're not having a teammate nearby, you're not having someone that can necessarily support you in these fights, so he needs to be winning those battles. Otherwise, again, you don't get that dismiss, you don't get that way out of there, and a lot of the time he has been the entry frag for the opposing side.
That's the thing. You know, we saw some of the aggression on mid and the information play, and that's all well and good, but man, the Kellogg's, we know a lot of the time that info play is a quick one tap and a dismiss out of there if he's playing this agent. Now right away, a lot of utility used on A. That reveal doesn't find too much. There's players up close. Mixwell spotted, starts running back. And so does Kellogg's. Okay, so they're going to decide to completely abandon the aggression here, and it's a good job as well, because you saw that seized land. It's happened a couple of times so far, and that would have been a real problem if they were still stuck up close.
But this is like the duelist side of the map. You've got all the utility elsewhere. Okay, you've got a couple of pot flashes still available for Zeke, but basically they're just trying to go into these firefights. Bone Cold waiting. Again, it's just going to be the trade out. Destrian not wanting to overface, of course, playing that initiator. A lot of the time he's going to be needed for the setup. Even still, though, a rifle retrieved for Mixwell gives him something extra to play with here.
Yeah, and he's playing that aggressive. Look at him. Stood on the corner ready. That stun, though, is perfect. The nade at his feet. And this could be goodbye to Mixwell. He tries to take one with him, but no chance. Zeke, though, primed and ready. Good flash, but they're waiting for it. They got behind the wall just in time, and here we go again. It looked like he was about to make a play with the wall, the flash to follow, but instead he's focusing on long, waiting for his teammates to come into position to help him out. The Spectre's good for a kill at least. Look, we're back on even numbers, and they're blast packing up. That's a brave play. A punish comes through, and we're left down to it up with nothing to do. Heretics right back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, a good rotation in the end from Heretics to get all three players in, but Vitality was so disjointed. One player runs out of long, the other player then blast packs up. Like, you're taking individual fights, so it's just 3 players on the defensive side. Like, I don't think in Heretics' wildest dreams they imagined that was how they were going to be able to close out the round. And up until that point, it was actually very methodical from Vitality. They did well to clear players out of the corners. They did well to take those early duels as a team, but towards the end, it was a little bit rough.
Oh, this has been a competitive first half. We mentioned Heretics on the attack will be scary. Looks like they're already on the attack. Again, going out through B mid, trying to take that fight. But Kellogg's is denied. And again, super passive play from Malzy. Shoulder peeking and just playing cautious. They're even going to burn utility to ensure no one's in that corner. And you can see Heretics, yeah, they're taking opportunities. They're looking for some of these duels, but that is just disgusting.
Okay. Well, Bone Cold doing what Bone Cold does best. We know how his Sheriff looks like. And in this purchase, especially for Vitality, okay, you got a couple of rifles. You got some of your stars trying to win you the round, but we know what those pistols can do. Twiston also has a shorty, but he is playing Chamber, so I think that is still only a secondary for them here. But again, they just slow down. And that's the thing. In a lot of these sort of the bonus rounds or weaker buy round.
Okay. That's
excuse me? Excuse me?
He's got a sense for timing, man. I don't know. That was beautiful. He's taking the kill. There's Twiston. Oh, come on now, man. He's pulling it out just like he promised. Holding down on Garage, the C site control. They're peeking out wide on the flash. Malzy goes down, and the plant only just now coming through, but look at the pace out of Heretics. They are right up in their face. They don't need to go through Garage. They've just gone right into the site and claimed a 5th round, now equalizing it. The team that should be on their worst half right now, well, they're close to at least guaranteeing neck and neck at halftime.
Yeah, I think a lot of that still, the credit has to go to Avova. He is having a mind-blowingly good half, and that's the thing. If your controllers being able to almost lock down a portion of the map and just cause issues for their opponents at all times. I'll also say I think the read and the retake here was solid. Like, you can see Boo is just holding for anybody to try and lurk out from that position. They know as well with weaker weapons, it's safer to try and take those range fights. You clear the close angles quickly, and then everything becomes longer range battles for that side. So well done from them, solid read, and ultimately they do manage to break past what was a weaker purchase for their opponents.
Oh, this is going to be a timeout from Vitality. Of course, the last chance to take the lead coming into half number 2. They want that 7-5 at this point. Yeah. Sight set and locked in on it. But Heretics, even when those mistakes are there, even when there's a couple of shots not landing, they always have that saving grace, that player to come in, and so consistently it has just been Avova. This guy's such a pleasure to watch, and we know he's got better agents in the tank as well. That's the crazy thing.
But the thing that's exciting about this is realistically, going into the next half, I do think both teams, even if it does end up level, will be fairly happy.
Sure.
Obviously, I think if we look at Heretics, you kind of expect the attack to be quite a bit better, but let's not pretend that the composition for Vitality for the defense is bad.
Yeah.
Like, you've got a lot in terms of probably my favorite trio combo of that Raze, Breach, Fade. Like, I think it's just so nasty with that A main control you can have, so that would definitely be something they can sort of set up into when it goes into that second half. And they can have a lot of set plays, especially now they brought in the Astra as well, a lot more ability to delay. So Mixwell though, operator in hand. Again, shots have not been particularly crisp, I would say, just yet. First map, maybe.
Yeah, I'll give him a little bit of leeway on that one though. The stun obviously looming over him any moment. With no kill found, Prowler here, A long, clear. They're gonna move towards A short. Maybe see the same C's that has gone through a million times before. Try and take that short control. Actually, it's another Prowler gonna be used, and it's gotten a lot of information. They know that that close cubby is clear on the left. They know that up to the right is as well. They could walk their way right up to the site to take that fight, but instead, seeing all of that information that's being conceded on the other side, they're deciding that they're going to rotate around. They're going to leave to the other side of the map, and Team Heretics have stacked up heavily on this side now. They've called in the rotations. The thing is, that position from Kellogg's could be everything. He's had a tough game so far, but if he can shut down this long control, it just cuts this attack in half.
He's got onto the board at least, but his positioning is fantastic. They've used that Cosmic Divide they need to clear him Empress online, so he's going to be able to spam those abilities if he gets himself a kill, and the instant heals. This is where Kellogg's can start to style, and he has support as well. The ult thrown through, the run it back grants them another, and Kellogg's is just farming. One more to go. He can't quite close onto Twiston, but he has done more than enough.
Well, that is certainly the round that we needed to see from Kellogg's. Finally able to get that confidence rolling, come into the duel successfully, one after another. And a far cry from what we'd seen so far from this Reyna. More of that, please, as we go 6-5. Team Heretics at least guaranteeing an even half, but they could push this so much further.
Well, that's the thing. All the utility there was basically to set up for Kellogg's. You isolate players through who are going to try and go through that Cosmic Divide. You also have the run it back thrown in just to basically add another avenue. I think as though with this slightly weaker perch, we've still got to push in. Avova's already dead. And as said, when it comes to this C site, Avova has been, well, the main port of defense.
Yeah, he has been dominating in so many of these duels, but with him gone, someone else has to pick up the mantle. Look at this late play by Sender. Oh, he's so close. We're gonna have a Cosmic Divide come down. Some of the teammates rotating in, the steps are heard. Boo now has support though. The run out of Garage from Mixwell, that's easy. A 2 versus 1 fight successfully found. Heretics right back into it. They've cut out the Garage control. They're starting to come up through long as well, but Vitality have swapped positions. They're now playing out towards the spawn. The showstopper in. It's good for damage, but no kill to be found. At least they start to flood in afterwards, but Vitality have the clock on their side, and with the duels swinging that way too, this should be the end. A nade on its way to Zeke forces him into the corner and into the open. It is 6-6 at the halftime. We just cannot separate these teams.
Yeah, I feel like at times when you have a 6-6 score and you kind of sit there and go like, oh, maybe this team should have edged it, it could have gone this way, but I genuinely think that's where we've ended up. A middle ground, both teams having some shakier rounds, like some of the aggression not necessarily succeeding and maybe some of the players not performing for the whole of the first half, but we're starting to see players like Kellogg's wake up. We've seen a couple of good rounds from Molsey as well, so I think it's roughly where we should be. But now we get to see what is going to be that favored side for Heretics, where we can see why they have this sort of Reign of Phoenix composition, which is something that not a lot of people are going to be running. And then on the other side, the standard. Like, this is the composition most teams run, okay, maybe plus or minus the Astra.
Yeah, this is what we expect to see over on Vitality, a normal game, but Heretics, I'm sure, have some surprises for us up their sleeve. Right away, a C's nade, it's waited for, accounted for, and Team Heretics, oddly enough, the spike lurking outside, but it's just going to be a passive start to the wings. They're focusing on the middle of the map, applying pressure, getting close. You know the funny thing? I think they might have heard the trap on B, but they've decided to fall back from it anyways. I mean, that's a little bit of extra information for them to play with, and Vitality, with the trap not being triggered after that utility, they're going on the flank.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is a fast flank. Okay, you do have yourself a trap to deal with, but that's going to be broken and maybe put something in the back of the mines. of this Heretics side. Even still, though, they've got the site for free. It is a full retake, which is not something you see too often when it comes to pistol rounds.
Oh. Well, on the way back in, it means they have a ton of utility on Vitality. That boom bot, the flash, it's absolutely perfect. Every kill going their way, and despite a couple of trades here and there, Mixwell's got to do it all. A 1 versus 3, and he doesn't get anything for his troubles. Vitality in with another pistol.
Yeah, the stun under Heaven was perfect. Two players left in such a problematic scenario, and it does seem like almost every single piece of utility was saved ready for that moment. They were ready to just go in for that retake and allow them to have that sort of control. And that's one of the issues with this composition on the other side is you don't have that much utility because you haven't invested into that extra initiator, because you don't have that breach to play with. You're seeing sort of the problems of like, okay, how are you going to now hold on to this with a Phoenix Reyna? Well, the answer is you have to hit the shots.
Yeah, because for the most part, those are selfish agents, right? They can
especially
support themselves, no problem. Well, yeah. But the reality is, yeah, when you jump into this game and you try to play and post plans around your Phoenix, around your Reyna, that just means your Phoenix and Reyna need to be getting those kills. They need to be taking those duels and responding
you can
to the
throw Chamber into that mix as well.
Well, yeah, exactly. And for this point, you know, you lose those duels, there's not much else to pull you back into the round. And for Heretics, they found that out the hard way, now 6-7, and an eco round taken here. A Headhunter, the main threat of this round. It's on Mixwell as he's looking for a couple of picks across the map. We'll see if he manages to find anything.
He's got the right idea. Again, another fantastic stun through. There have been so many of these from Destrian. It's just like every single battle that Mozzie has taken is one where he has such an inherent advantage because the player on the other side is stunned up.
That's really gorgeous to watch. But the threat isn't quite dealt with yet. Big push on towards the site. Destrian's here to support. A little overzealous. The sender gets shut down. He pays a price. The classic on Evova. We've seen the ace from him before. And it ain't happening this time. No kills to be found with a defuse in. Vitality will save over all they need, and well, it's just a standard enough follow-up. The next round is where things start to heat up.
But yeah, and this is one where I really want to see Heretics get back onto the board, because for context, okay, sure, it's early days in both of these rosters, but we have not seen Pearl at all, ever, from this roster so far on Heretics. And this is their map choice of Haven. So if they don't win this map, it definitely gets onto shaky ground. They might have been practicing it behind the scenes, but if you go back to the event in India, in the grand final, that was their ban. So I think if they could have taken out both Breeze and Pearl, they would have both been gone.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid point. You know, we heard from Kellogg's in the interview that they'd had a week of prac beforehand and everything was going well. They were popping off. And look, Evova certainly carried that through to the server, but yeah, you go on to that next map without the win under your belt here, it is terrifying if you're a Heretics fan. Now, look at this team's pace. A quick change, and the B site is theirs. Oh, that was an awkward fight, but Mixwell came ahead in the end. Showstopper fired out, but nothing found. And this is a disaster of a round. Vitality, they want to at least do some damage here. They want to make it costly, and instead, well, they've got a Vandal and an AWP, and probably thinking about saving unless they get a kill pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Twiston has to be like almost looking to fall back, because weaponry-wise for the next round, he'd definitely be in a bit of trouble. You've thrown in a showstopper already into this one, so it's costly for other reasons, and you can see that on the other side of things, they are looking to push. Now they've spotted that operator, they're not going to want to let that out of the round, but actually, this now becomes back to a winnable scenario. Sender just puts down a couple in a matter of seconds, and Evova left to clutch it once again.
Well, now Twiston comes running back in, not thinking about saving any longer, that's for sure. Gravwell buys a bit of time, but Evova needs to get in there. The spray is good, he finds Twiston, and that was the diffuser. It's not even halfway! Sender gets the kill, but does he have the time? That's gonna be tight.
Now he's got it just about 0.44 Vitality. That round should have been done. That was a 4v2, Spike about halfway gone, and Sender goes, you know what, lads, I'm gonna give this one a go. Twiston, you think about saving your operator, you hold on to that one, and I'll just wipe out the remaining defenders. I think they've just ended up almost tunnel visioned in to getting rid of that operator, and okay, Evova, he almost buys enough time. A split second is the difference between him winning another round for Team Heretics, but that is a round that Vitality should never be winning, and well, you can see Twiston's like the rest of us, very excited for what Sender just managed to do.
Well, he managed to save his op as well, so that's another reason
what he was
to be
cheering.
happy.
He didn't care about the round. Like, yes!
My op! Well, they put the C's out, but they held on to the nade. Team Heretics, they heard that. They are a little bit cautious on moving out through, and that's why. They know something else is going on. It was an aggressive off, Bone Cold here to support, and he'll just be conceding this control now. You don't want to get too close to those pistols, although Malsey, okay, never mind.
All right then.
He's got a handle on it.
Yeah, definitely a player I think many have underestimated. One of the players obviously coming from the old Oglu roster, a personal favorite of ours, but I think he was someone who I think we all expected to be picked up going into the sort of partnership system, and he's having a great game here today. And now, well, Heretics calling a timeout, I think it's necessary. As said, their map choice, Pearl coming up next, not one we really know what to expect from them whatsoever. And right now they're looking down and out of this map, like losing that bonus round in a 4v2 situation, it's got to get in your head a little bit.
I think you can also see the difference in the vibes on each side of the stage. You know, Vitality, their smiles, they're having a good time. You can Blast Pack swinging in again, Malsey's signature move. But on the other side, I mean, the spirits are low. Heretics need something to pull them back out of this. The rounds swinging in Vitality's favor now a little too consistently, and it feels like they are just about to tee up that final shot and put it across the line, 10-6. This is coming close to the last chance for Heretics.
Yeah, especially when you think about the finances and the fact that ultimately the later you get or the more rounds of Vitality, all it'll take is one round off the back of some ultimates. And when you've got the likes of Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, like these are ults that can win you rounds individually, you pile them up and eventually they'll manage to grind one out. Also, you got players like Malsey and Twiston, we'll probably take one for you anyway, but a decent position. Ult-wise, it definitely leans slightly in favor of Heretics, but then you look at the buy, that operator in hand for Twiston once again. We know this defensive side is where he's likely to move up that board.
We're starting it out again towards this A site. A lot of pressure coming out of Team Heretics. No Season Aid awaiting them this time, and well, they're reaping the rewards of that. Gonna be using their ultimate here to run it back and run it in. The A site seems to be theirs, and a Cosmic Divide blocks out the rest of the team. In a beautiful spot now to grab this plant, and as you see, the nade doesn't even come in on time for Malsey. Can't even hear that they're planting it just yet. It's a free setup for Heretics, but the flank is so quick from Vitality. Zeke is in a huge spot, but Bone Cold shut him down.
The aggression, though, on the other side has still kept this advantage, at least for the moment. It gets a bit awkward for Twiston. Stuck within a crossfire. I think he's going to need somebody else to find a kill, but then again, Boo somewhat stuck in this corner himself. Malsey just going to swing it. What are you waiting for? A 2v2, the timing there, but Avova just lands the shot once again. He's having such a fantastic game. 3 kills from Avova once more. You wouldn't think that he was playing with a Phoenix Raider.
I'm gonna do
Astra
Malsey.
top frag.
I'm gonna do Malsey a little favor here and not mention that nade. Oops. It was a little bit awkward, but then he swung through and got the kill afterwards anyway. So I suppose
it was a distraction.
It's all right. No, you know what it was? I like that. You're in the spawn, your teammate's being kind of like peeking the angle, spraying down, and he just nades him. He's like, no, get in there. Rush in. We're fighting now. I love it. But that pace didn't work out. Heretics grabbing the round, and there you go. The explosion of emotion when they win that, you know how much that meant to them. The aggression off the bat. Damage is done, at least it looked like it.
Yeah, leg shot.
A leg shot in, and a follow-up with Mixwell gone.
Sender's not stopping either. That's the thing, there's no way they expect him to be here if Over just jumped around the corner. Weird to say, but that's the danger man gone. And what was such a solid round for them to almost steal away, now leaves them in a 5 versus 3. The resurgence from Vitality every single time has put them on top. And okay, the B site definitely looks a little bit more vulnerable. They're expecting a push to come through. Lincoln, that's actually the spike. Well, this push is worthless now. You've got to try and go back and get the spike, and in the meantime, the rest of the team can converge on that position.
I think the idea might have been to split C late, but they didn't expect the re-aggression. I mean, he just kept going. And he still has. I mean, Sander is in their spawn, or was just moments ago. Kellogg's 30 HP remaining. And at this point, yeah, he can heal up if he gets a kill, but this needs to be
Pop Empress.
Next level. 30
Pop Empress, do it.
30 seconds left. Spike down in their spawn, and players absolutely everywhere. That is 11 rounds for Vitality. And right after that big round for Heretics, they're put back in their place. This Vitality team on the verge of victory.
Well, that's the funny thing. They're the composition that ultimately has the utility to stay more passive, and their defensive side has been anything but.
Yeah.
They've been taking that deep control. They've been using Twisten's operator almost as like a fear tactic, and then it's actually the other players around the map making the moves. And even with just having so much control that they could push all the way into the spawn and take the spike away. Like, it feels like that position from Boo was just one of almost desperation, and oh dear.
He had the trap down. There's been some moments where the trap wasn't down and Anchor wasn't down. He wasn't able to get out, but the Seize nade hit him. Luckily, Mixwell was out of there alive. The Tour de Force survives, and Twisten's op has been dealt with, at least pushed back for a moment. This gives them an opening, a chance to post Mixwell up and maybe find a duel where they know the op isn't waiting on the other side.
They've got Nightfall. It's just whether they actually want to try and use it in this round. Kellogg's is gone in the blink of an eye. He's taken the first man out. Now the Nightfall will be sent in. Molzy only going to get one. Kellogg's starting to come online for this roster, but every single time there's successful trades, a single kill away could get that Rolling Thunder online, but with the spike only just getting into position, Twisten still roaming above.
It's a great prediction by Destry, and he got that kill by just spraying through the smoke at short while they were coming through. This fight could be everything for Kellogg's. He's lost it. Rolling Thunder's online now. This is a disaster for Heretics. They are being absolutely stormed on the site, and it's only Boo left, a 1v3, and the shorty to put 12 on the board for Vitality. This is devastating for Heretics.
He said he'd do it. He said he'd do it. He's a man of his word. And well, it's already looking problematic now. 12 and 7. That was a lot of ultimates thrown in because they get that opening kill. I don't blame them. You pop that Empress. You throw in that Nightfall to try and take the space away. But you could almost see at no point did Vitality lose control. Bear in mind, okay, sure, they've had a little bit of experience with tournaments online recently, but this is a team that has ultimately been formed mostly from scratch, only keeping 2 members. But you look at the control from players like Destrian. I'm not going to reaggress. I'm not going to overdo it. I'm just going to wait patiently and wait for Heretics to make a mistake. And they did.
This is it. 5 in a row needed for Heretics. 5 chances for Vitality to win this map and put their opponents into a very uncomfortable position. Just the last event we saw, these guys were banning Pearl, and now they're playing into their opponent's pick of it, potentially with a 1-map disadvantage. At this point, Heretics have to be feeling the pressure. And you look, they attempt to take B. Nothing given to them. Lots of utility waiting on the other side. They pump the brakes. And now, just waiting for Vitality's move.
They seem ready for it. Sender already spotting a multitude of players. Mixo's managed to get past the aftershock. The flash, though, it hasn't connected onto Molzy at least. He's hiding within the smoke, and he only gets one. A decent trade, but Twisten's there again. A 3v3 scenario, but this has turned from a bait into a bait and switch as they head back into this A site.
Well handled by Team Heretics here. You know, it started to get rocky, but it looks like now they should be able to get a plant at least. Bone Cold luckily spotted them. He knows now that they're towards this site, ready with the Nightfall to fire it on in, and there it is. That's all the information that they need. Twisten, don't you dare. He's thinking about dropping out shorty in hand, and it might just happen. The Seas had gone through, but with that kill from Kellogg's, they think better. Oh, Sender, he might not be expected to be here just yet, and he's through! Heretics down and out! Vitality take the map!
I was watching that flank coming through thinking that Cosmic Divide means they can't hear him from behind, but the fact that nobody had eyes on that position, a huge flank coming through, and ultimately a fantastic start to this series from Team Vitality. Not a weak member on that roster, the supportive play. I think Destrian had a fantastic map on that breach, and well, they're looking like a pretty damn good roster at the moment, and now we go into the unknown. That's the terrifying thing for Heretics is, as said, this is a map that we haven't seen them play. Okay, maybe they have something in their back pocket. Maybe this is something they've got in the locker, and maybe it doesn't involve a Phoenix and a Reyna, but we have to kind of hope that they've got something extra.
Well, Tom, this has been a fantastic performance from Vitality. Looking like they were born on that stage. They feel at home. Now they go on to the next map of Pearl, their choice, and a map we don't think Heretics are all too fond of. This could be scary. Let's toss it back to the analyst desk to find out what we think is going to go down in map number 2.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch there. Vitality, both pistols, they win the second bonus. Sliggy, as a coach, you know, you can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, basically, you're pretty much expected to win the map if you get both pistols. It's normally when I look at a game, it's one of the first things I look at stats for is just who won the pistols. The fact they couldn't get the bonus round, they couldn't win any clutches, they couldn't hold on to A. It was actually kind of brutal, this one. Vitality are looking great. Molesy, so much impact, like so much impact. He got a 1v2, which was very important for their economy, and just multiple multi-kills. And doing what he does best on Raze, just utility damage, good boombot lineups for information, and he's just, it's a bit of a masterclass in that agent.
I mean, you decide to go on Haven, you know that you're going to be starting on the defense. It's not only because of the composition that you have been running, where you have a couple of duelists plus the chamber, but the other team, you know, it's something that you have to be counted of knowing that you're going to start on the defense. I remember, for example, we see this plays on mid a lot. We saw Kellogg's in so many occasions. I think it took him 9 rounds to even find his first kill. Just going in the aggression again and again, using him as a beacon for information. If you get the kill, you're able to go out. If you don't, then you're dead and one player down. The problem is that happened far too many times. Still, a 6-6, I think I remember at the end of the first halftime. It's very good considering that you lost the pistol. But going on to the attack, the retake power that Vitality had showed us why this composition is meta, why Breach is so valuable, why Astra, Raze, it just works so well in this map.
I was really impressed with a lot of the calling as well. Those the game plan for attack for Vitality was a lot of C hits.
1 out of 6 for
yeah,
Heretics.
There was 3 A retakes and they won all of them. 2 of them obviously with ults and 1 as a pistol. But yeah, it kind of came down to their comp as well. And again, I would have preferred to see the more meta comp. I thought again that they threw it in as a curveball to then go back to their ult comp. And Vitality did their homework and they shut down middle and they realized that that comp really struggles at holding A retake. So we can just leave A, we can just go back into the site and just give them the space and we'll just take it with all our util, Breach being just integral.
We're going to take a look at that round I think you're talking about in a second, but despite losing on Heretics, Avova tried his goddamn best to keep them in there. And of course, Sender moved from the Omen to the Astra as well. So we got a head-to-head here between these two guys. And it doesn't, if you were looking at this, Avova doesn't seem to be the player that was on the losing team.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that we had at least 3 or 4 rounds where he was the hero for Heretics. He got an Ace, then he got a 4K, and he was literally everywhere, especially when it was their turn to go on the retake, and everybody seemed a little bit lost. They were not sure about the amount of space that they were given and where the pressure was going to be put on. We saw a lot of, you know, weird picks, maybe a little bit out of time, but Avova was given 100%.
And you know the shutdown round when he got the 4K and then the Ace as well, that could have spiraled out of control crazy. It was the low buy in terms of Vitality, and they had they invested the Phoenix ult into it as well. So it was close to being a swing round, and even with these rounds, and it being their map pick, they only get 7 rounds. That is a brutal map.
Yeah, completely. Moving on to Pearl, things are going to get, you know, shaky. I don't know the conversations that they're having right now, but, you know, it's devastating for some of the players to be, as we said, you know, you take the rain out. We saw that sometimes, you know, on the late round when a lot of ults are being used, you do have an advantage because you can leisurely just dismiss and keep going on the fight, but that is too punctual for Haven.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Pearl in a second, but Sliggy, that A site, I feel like there was a lot of contention here and there, and there was a round that you wanted to quickly go through and talk about for us as well.
Yeah, so it's actually the pistol round. It very much highlights just the comp of Heretics and what it's good at and what it's not good at. And so obviously it's good at entering sites. You see here Vitality just instantly leave. The thing that most people do and why Breach is super meta, Breach will go under Heaven and Breach can just aftershock when they come in, and a lot of times, or you're going to see an Omen and do a one-way. They have literally nothing stopping them from running out spawn. Nice stun, nice boombot, and it's just completely clean. And we saw, again, like I said, 3 retakes on A every single time, Vitality just winning it with relative ease, to be honest. And they just, again, good understanding of the comp, how to play against it, strengths, weaknesses, and they completely exploited it.
Honestly, you made it too easy for Bone Cold. He's IGL, and the moment that he gets a little bit of information onto their going A, we see that Twiston, that's playing the chamber, has already pushed all the way through mid. He hears the call of, they're coming A, we're playing for retake. He literally just walks back. Everything goes according to plan. That's the problem, that even though this composition that Heretics was running is supposed to unsettle you, being like, oh my god, they're going to push, they're going to be extra aggressive, yada yada. They just went by the basic plan that they had on how to execute a retake, and it worked.
And it was, like we said, double pistol, bonus round, and just no clutches going their way. It was just one of those games where nothing can go right for you, and they just couldn't really get started. There was no momentum there, and it shows in the scoreline.
I mean, that was Heretics' map pick as well, you know. That was, Mitch and Tom were talking about how they were banking on Heretics winning that map and winning it convincingly if they want to somehow close out the series.
It's a couple of things. I think is the Kellogg's performance, especially on the first half where he was, you know, doing 8 or 9 rounds, he was not being successful or anything. But on the other side, you have Molsey, who is flashy and doing exactly what he's expected of him on the attack. Then you go on the defense, and Twiston is the best chamber that you've ever seen. He's like going for all the shots. I remember Tom and Mitch mentioning, you know, Mix was still warming up, playing on the chamber. Twiston was on fire. He was going for every single duel, and he was winning most of them.
Yeah, and just, again, just shut down of A. They just didn't have, they either fought A very heavy at the beginning and got Twiston set up, or they just left the site. And the whole game, they were just in control. It didn't feel like they were out of control at all. Even the shutdown on C that happened on their attack, them just going, let's ignore that, and we'll just hit C again. I thought it was great.
I mean, Twiston is someone who, you know, before he joined this team, we were all kind of excited to see his raise, him being a duelist and doing his thing. We could have a world where we see him play like 3 different agents in one series at this point.
I think that shows a lot his growth as a player because, you know, that's like the flashy start for everyone. You pick up a duelist, you do something crazy. For him, it was the shorty. We saw one play on C where he was convinced that he was being pushed and he took out the shorty and we were like, not this time.
He's always ready.
No. But we saw it again and again, and he also got a kill. If there's a smoke in front of you and Twiston is within a radius of 3 meters, he's coming. He's coming with a shorty. Like there's 100% a chance that is happening. But I love to see how he's evolving out of that.
And I think the next map actually could be literally what you're saying. At least yesterday they picked a Jet on Pearl, which is kind of unheard of. So, but it's what this guy does, smokes down every single time, has a shorty there, so he's good close range, he's good long range if he has an operator, and it is just a nightmare to play against. But people are starting to learn, but if you haven't done the prep, it catches so many people.
Listen, if I see Twiston, instead of dashing in to get the info just into his smoke, if I see him put the smoke in their face and just dash him with his shorty, I think we're going to have the best tournament ever.
I feel like that's what Yumpy wanted to be when he first moved over to Valorant with the judge, except for that.
Yeah, pretty much that. And Yumpy has started to do it. I saw him yesterday in Viper ults especially, and again, I recommend that highly. Viper ults, the shorty is really, really strong. So yeah, I saw him. He's learning from Twiston, basically.
I thought you were going to say you recommend Viper ults just in general.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
I recommend you guys using that.
But no, it's really good against it. Just have it. It's so cheap. The shorty's broken, straight up.
Yeah, it is indeed. But before we move on to the next map, we have a little tour for you guys here from Gennaro. Check this out.
We are back, and this time we're going to be looking at the player area. So this is where everyone's very busy and really spending their time figuring out what to do next. But I can't really tell you what they do. Instead, we have a big brain, 5-head Mike here who's going to be helping us instead. You're laughing again.
Don't think I have a 5-head, but 4-head-wise.
So you're thinking like your IQ is pretty average?
I don't know. I don't do IQ tests or anything, so.
I mean, I would say you're probably above average when it comes to Valorant, though, because like you're here. Yeah, you're welcome. So in regards to Valorant, actually, and the fact that you're pretty smart, what do you do before a game?
Most of our match prep stuff. I mean, today it's kind of an easier day because we get to watch which team we might be playing next. So we get to just sit here, watch which match. Like right now, they're playing Haven. So then we can see, okay, what map pool we're going to have versus them, how we're going to prep for each match, and then kind of get our game plan going into that.
Okay, so that's a lot of prep going into it. But right before the game, is there any chance? Is there any like rituals you guys take part of?
Not really. We're just pretty basic. We're all kind of quiet guys for the most part. So we just go in, cover our plan. Don't really get pumped up or motivated or anything like that. The Vitality guys, though, I don't know what their chants are, but they're really loud, especially yesterday. Like our entire game we're playing, and they're like screaming in our first few rounds of the match. So that was interesting.
I mean, we can technically hear them scream right now downstairs, but I don't think the microphone's going to pick that up. But looking at the players, everyone looks really busy doing their warm-up. So usually right before a game starts, how long is a warm-up going to take on these days?
It just kind of depends on like what time schedule you're on. So like yesterday, we didn't have a whole lot of time between matches just because it's 3 BO3s, long day. Today's a little bit different. We're going to have like a warm-up scrim, so you just play like a practice map beforehand. and then they all just play either ranked or deathmatch or something like that to get warm for the match.
Okay, well, guys, you heard it here first. If you want to be good at Valorant, you actually need to play the game and you need to practice, and no chance. So thank you guys for tuning in. See you later.
That explains why I'm not good at Valorant, I guess.
Just a bunch of basic gamers is basically what he said. We're all basic gamers.
Yeah, literally. But let's talk about, of course, 100 Thieves. They're going to be waiting for whoever wins this game. And so far, it is looking like Team Vitality. And I think that chance arguably increases as we move on to Pearl, just based on the fact that Heretics haven't really expressed any kind of like need or desire to play this map so far.
Yeah, exactly. It's not, I mean, they haven't been first ban in it because that was Breeze, but they have never played with this iteration, even on the EMEA tournament, on that map. So, you know, we can guess, we can theorize, maybe a Yoru, maybe something fun.
Yeah.
But for Heretics, it's a big question. I want to know how Vitality is going to adapt on the fly to something they don't know of, especially composition-wise. But going back to the 100 Thieves points, I think that you were mentioning that they are going for we have every map ready. So after seeing that Haven, they know exactly where Vitality will have a strength and definitely where the weaknesses are for Heretics.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, kind of going into Pearl for the next game, it's going to be interesting. It's hard when you go up against like just a complete blank slate. You have no idea what you're up against. So I think it's a good map pick, though. Heretics were banning it in the India tournament that was before this. So potentially they haven't practiced it too much. So yeah, I'm kind of excited. I have no idea what we're going to see from the side of Heretics.
And like you said, in that grand final, we saw they play on the LAN tournament and they banned it in that best of 5. So it felt like maybe that was the one map they weren't too comfortable going. But let's play a game of theorizing what we could be seeing and what we'd like to see. Because Sliggy, you know, remember that time you played no smoke comms? You're a man of the funky stuff. So where would you like to see them go?
I keep it traditional these days. I like to keep it more traditional.
What's traditional in Pearl?
3 smokes, triple controller.
Yeah, I like to kind of keep it a bit more basic. I'm just hoping for a chamber. That's kind of that's like
wow, you're really dialing
as long as I see a chamber for them, I just want to see Kellogg's on chamber. I think that's where it kind of pops the most. Viper, I guess, on Mixer. I don't know. I'm honestly not.
Are they going to go for the double controller?
Yeah, single controller, I imagine.
Single controller. Then what do you do with the Vova?
Astra.
Oh, but you said Mixer on Viper.
Oh yeah, well then.
That's controller.
You can't.
So this is Valorant.
You're getting called out right here.
I'm not a fan. Again, so when people talk about controllers and single controller, I don't include Viper as a controller.
Because the role is different.
I'm seeing people in ranked. I'm fine with Breeze. I'm fine with Icebox. When people in ranked start locking in the Viper on like Bind and Haven and stuff, it's not a thing.
Why are you like? I feel really targeted right now.
It's not a thing.
Why are you
Stop doing this. If it's you,
it is me. I'm insta-lock Viper on 5 out of the 7
That's
maps.
outrageous. Yeah, but if you're insta-locking, it's not your fault. It's someone else's fault for not picking an additional smoker.
That's true. The only reason I insta-lock is I don't trust other people playing Viper. I just don't trust it. Yeah. You know, I've studied Team Liquid's stuff. You know, I've yoinked your one ways, your wars. I got it all. Yeah.
All the work on it. But yeah, I'm kind of excited for Heretics. Honestly, judging by how kind of bold they've been this event at trying stuff, we might see something a little bit crazy. I want
to see the Phoenix.
I want to see Zeke doing something, outrageous. Maybe
or Juliana Reina.
That was what I put my money in there. I have literally no clue, but definitely it's going to be an interesting one. You mentioned the chamber on the side of Vitality. They go more for the killjoy, and actually it was after playing against Navi that they were like, oh my god, this setup, the going for the lurk, the going for more the late round was working very well for them. You know, being less engaging into opening duels. In fact, yesterday when they played against Focus on this map, they won 13-4, and they won less than half of the initial duels. They didn't care because the plan is not oriented to those first, let's say, 35 seconds that Heretics has been very clear they want to dominate.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at, if I just look at Pearl recently and just the amount of teams, it seems like it's still in the place where there isn't a set defined meta, and we're seeing a lot of like different picks in terms of like Breach. I've seen a few times.
I love the Sova. I'm a big fan of the Sova.
I'm a big fan of the Sova. I'm a big fan of the Sova and the Fades together.
Yes.
We've never seen it, but it's pretty strong. But yeah, I think more Sova is going to happen probably next year. But yeah, I'm just liking the team. It's so nice. It's so fresh that we get new maps, Again, I'm looking forward to the new map coming out and just watching just all of these teams to kind of work out how they want to play and just, again, just using all their strengths, like Twiston on a Jet. That doesn't really happen, but he's really strong. That's where he feels comfortable. So they're going for it. They're defining how they want to play the map, and that's what's great about it.
I mean, I just want to say that we've got Mary and Mimi from G2 Goes in the crowd. Imagine the audacity of looking in a Reina on Pearl in front of them. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think they should do it, you know, and they should just look at them and be like, this one goes for you.
Yeah. And all the Yoru.
Their Yoru was top class. That was like one of the most prepped I've probably seen a comp just full stop.
The thing is that Twiston can do whatever he wants, you know, like he doesn't even need to go for the Jet. He can go for some surprise pick that they do not expect, and I think he's going to be all right nonetheless.
Yeah, and also I want to talk about the chamber is what Siggy wanted to see, but the KJ is what Vitality brought out yesterday. And
Sender.
Yeah,
again.
of course.
Yes.
What do you where do you sit there? KJ, Killjoy, Cypher, chamber on Pearl here?
Well, as I said, it depends on how your team wants to picture the game. If you have a player like, for example, Twiston, that is going to be going on the Jet and he's going to be more in charge of those first duels, and you're going to be more dedicated of the mid round, the lurk and the, you know, controlling the mid part of the map, the Killjoy actually works very well for them, and actually was Sender closing up that game for them.
Well, we've theorized a little bit about what we could be seeing on Pearl, and it's time to get into Agent Select and see. Last time Vitality, they ran Astrofade, Jet, KO, and KJ, but Heretics, they've never played this map before with this roster. So I want you guys to keep your eyes out on the left to see what they're going to be locking in, and Zeke has gone with the Raze here.
Okay, yeah, it's looking like comfort at the moment. Raze, we have Astra, you get Fade. There's a lot of comfort.
So it is the double controller.
Yes,
it's two.
And chamber. You nailed it.
I mean, yeah, this was pretty much there. We got it's just a straight up comfort. Everyone's on what they like. I think this is the smartest move for them. I think it's going to be rough still. I do think it's going to be rough. Going back to the Killjoy point you were saying earlier, I think it's really good for mid control. The turret that kind of spots any aggression mid. I'm interested to see.
And with the Astra, it's a little bit disgusting.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's so many combos with it. They're all over towards long B is really strong. I'm interested to see how they're going to use the Viper. We've been seeing the new wall over towards A, across, like cutting across R and middle. That's very hard to stop. And I actually saw, I think it was against C9, but it was focused against C9. I saw C9 have to take a pause and just talk about it really early, just to kind of work out how to play against it. So I'm interested just purely how prepped Heretics are going to be, because I think that is the question.
Again, the focus put on Kellogg's now going on the chamber, taking that initial duel is going to be very important for them. He was not performing on the Reina. We need to see something different from him.
Well, we talked a little bit about G2 Gozen in this analysis, and I'm going to give Tom an opportunity to gloat, because he didn't actually get this opportunity after G2 lifted the trophy before we head into Pearl. Tom, this is your stage. Over to you.
To gloat? What am I gloating about?
I think you predicted G2 Goes.
Oh, I predicted the team that always win everything to win everything.
It was a brave play.
I'm a genius.
Called you a fool, but here we are. And what can we say, Tom? You have the biggest brain.
Aren't they around somewhere? Let's let them gloat. I didn't actually do anything. Maybe I willed it, you know, I manifested it. There you go. I manifested it for G2. And
I just can't believe you proved them all wrong, Tom.
I really did. But no, we're going to get back into the game at hand, of course. We've got Vitality versus Heretics. Heretics taking their first proper look at Pearl. Maybe this is something they've kept in the backlines. So obviously with the new team, they've had limited time. They were one of the last additions to this tournament. They ended up replacing Big, who obviously the team isn't really there anymore. So they didn't have a lot of time to sort of set up ready for this one. At the same time, you're going into the partnership in a few months. I want to see this team show us something. Like, even if it's just like, okay, we're going to be aggressive, we're going to get in your face like on the last map, and that's what Kellogg's is doing.
Oh, absolutely. He's right up and in there, but no opportunities presenting themselves. Bone Cold somehow winning the fight on range, a nade kill coming through, and Twiston's taking Kellogg's. A ranged frenzy fight, and Vitality have the man advantage and the plant. Team Heretics are going to struggle to recover on this one.
Already losing Sender. They had to be a little bit more proactive with some of their flank control. You can already see that being watched by Mosey, although he is switching between the 2 points. It's such a late position coming through from above, but they didn't expect it. And okay, again, this man just seems so solid in these late round scenarios. He's going to find that final headshot, and Heretics, well, it looked like this could have been a poor pistol, but the retake was sublime.
Yeah, I mean, they caught them off guard completely. The fact that Mixwell was able to sneak his way from the connector back into the spawn, he's clearing that out. Whether he'd heard the updraft or not, I'm not sure, but certainly seemed like he expected it and managed to catch a player off guard, following through then on the rest of the duels on long. Evova's just been consistent from the very first time we saw those barriers go up. This guy has been dominating, so no surprise.
Good to see as well.
It really
is.
is.
Good to see. It was one of those years for Evova where I think that it's going to be the blip on a fantastic career. Like, it's going to be one where we go, I don't even remember what happened in 2022 because 2023 was sublime, but it does seem like there's a few players who are in that G2 roster where you might be able to put the same sort of bracket on them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, Kellogg's, he's been sat here on the Heretics roster, warming it up for the rest of them before they came back.
He's just been switching chairs consistently. Just trying to make the mouse warm at a point. But look, either way, it is going to be that push through. Now, there is actually a bit of an investment here. You've got a Marshall on Bone Cold who's going to be sat back, and of course, you've got Twistem ready with that Sheriff, already finding the opener here, Mitch.
Yeah, look at a lot of sprays through smoke, and they're tagging up a lot of players. That nade then able to capitalize on Twistem's low HP. With so many tagged up here, they have to rely on a surprise strategy. It looks like Sender might just be it. I don't think they're going to expect him to be here already. And by the looks, oh, that was almost another timing moment, but he's caught it. And that's a lot of control, a weapon retrieved, and a plant, all but guaranteed.
This is now a real opportunity. Okay, the players on the other side at least are healthy, and there's a few tags coming in, at least onto the likes of Bone Cold and Molzy. Sender again, though. Oh, he's okay. He's been caught by the trap. I thought for a second he was going to be able to wrap on them for the second time this round, but even still, they haven't cleared out his position. Molzy ready with the flash, but they're waiting for it. Zeke's going to make sure this doesn't get too far out of control, and well, now it's left all onto Bone Cold with the Marshall.
Yeah, it's all about how much more damage he can get done here realistically. Unlikely that he manages to close the round out, and there it is, confirmed. 3 players alive in the end for Team Heretics. It's not the worst second round that we'll see, but a plant out from Vitality certainly sets them up with some opportunities coming into round 3.
Yeah, like, definitely the way it was going, this could have been a hell of a lot worse.
Could be clean, yeah.
But you're now sat there going, okay, this sort of next round buy is not going to be fantastic from Heretics. They haven't been able to keep too many rifles. Okay, you got a Bulldog going through into a next round. I think the rest are just going to be Spectres and whatever pistols they have. And that's also quite dangerous, the fact that Sender even managed to get into that position in the first place, like without them having any knowledge that he could have gone through that spot. That round easily could have got out of control. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for the future rounds. But as we sort of said, this buy not going to be great. The only thing that could potentially make it dangerous is Zeke is not that far away from a showstopper.
Well, that's exactly it. And I think, you know, an ult like that, we've already seen it swing some of the rounds over in different directions for Team Heretics. They're not winning that opening duel. The Headhunter immediately shut down. And you can see that across the board, Vitality are prepared for this aggression. They're watching for any sort of mid-play. And as they pulled off that 10 or 15 seconds ago, they start to be a little bit cautious of the window push, each player going by, keeping their eye on it. Now for Team Heretics, they've not decided to get aggressive. They've not grouped up just yet. I do wonder if this is just going to be a full retake unless Vitality end up going through that midsection.
Yeah, they don't really have the information. Slowly making their rotation through that midpoint just to try and find anything they can. The flank might not be too far behind, but it's just how long it takes them to clear everything off in that time frame. With the alarm bot down behind them, it's going to be as free as a plant can get, and well, they're still going to play it very, very safe. Never mind. I was about to say, I was like, if I had the free sight, that's not where I would plant it in the corner. Sender now has spotted out that entire rotation, and the flash again is good, but loses the duel.
Yeah, I mean, it caught Sender as well. A bit of a problem on that one. Bone Cold cleaning up, though. It's Bone Cold with the 3K, wouldn't you know it? As Evova wants to try and get back in here, the 1v4, a Sheriff, and again, just like we saw in the last round in a similar scenario, it comes down to damage here. He wants to take some weapons out of their hands, make this round as costly as he can. Look who's right up close, waiting for him to make a step forward. The man with a shorty in hand. What a surprise. Don't do it. He's going to dash through. He's looking for it.
The thing is, if he didn't have a Vandal...
If he had have done that, we'd have a problem.
Rob would have to give him a little slap on the wrist after the game was over, but no, he will hold on to the gun. Relatively clean in the end, only Sender going down, 4 players surviving, but this is where the game really begins. This is where you have those rifles on either side. You kind of expect that, again, with this defensive side, with having Kellogg's in that position, he's probably going to try and get aggressive once again. I want to see him get the operator in, though, and it does look like he might have the credits to do it this time around.
Well, there's definitely a chance. I mean, on a map like this, you wouldn't be surprised to see it pulled out. Let's see as we dive on in, and, well, it's going to be an operator in play for Kellogg's. He's looking for a duel early on A, and there's players waiting on the other side, twisting down right off the bat, and a fantastic start to this 4th round for Heretics.
You could see the spike instantly start going in the other direction. That's a player you want to avoid, but Kellogg's, well, it looks like he's just going to completely rotate around that map, try and catch them off guard once again via that chamber. They're trying to be relatively careful. Now, they're already going to destroy the trap. This means there has to be a rotation. As I said, this is something I want to see from Heretics, actively making sure the players can't get in behind. And we can see it already being cleared out by the Prowler, just to give that little bit of extra space to Mixwell.
Yeah, at this point for Vitality, you know, they're putting the Prowler themselves back through, trying to bait that information, bait the control, but in the end, they're losing all the duels across the map. Destrian attempting a flank will be, at best, too late. The rest of the team falling, at least that was my assumption. He turned around and took Mixwell, Boo was caught, and now there's an opening. They can go back towards this site where only 1 man remains, just Zeke. He could decide to play the retake, but he wants a kill, and he's got one. Okay, now the 1v3 seems impossible. 30 seconds left. And even getting that plant should be difficult.
Yeah, it is Molesy, though. He's a player you always have to be careful of. The main danger at this point, though, is the time. 20 seconds left. He's trying to bait in some of the opposing players, but they've all come in on the flank, and there's no real way for him to rotate away at this point. In fact, even just the time being bought by Zeke will be enough. The rest of the team are going to be on him in a matter of seconds, and, oh, there's a Vova.
There he is. Well, my assumption being that one didn't quite go according to plan, as we assumed. And
it was such a... He actually got all 3. In one, he like 360'd all of them. It was so gross, we couldn't I'm sure Heretics won that round.
I'd imagine so. You certainly couldn't tell by Avova's face, though. He didn't let it slip. He's on the poker face right now. Focused in, dialed in, and look, they're starting to clock up these rounds. Looking a lot better over on that Team Heretics side, but this is only the beginning.
If that had said 2-2, I would have lost my mind.
That would have been worrying, but luckily no. We're moving in towards this A side again. Vitality, they love to play the control, and with the Killjoy, I mean, just look at how much of the map they can hold on to with just 1 player over there.
He's in the sweet spot. Not too many places he can move to after this point without one of them going offline, but again, it seems similar to the last map. Vitality, slow, methodical, patient, and then at least from the side of Zeke and Kellogg's, some aggression, like trying to take some control away, trying to lock down a portion of the map, and this time deep onto B. Now it does leave an opening in towards mid, but this is almost just becoming part of the protocol for Vitality. Break the trap, force someone to rotate, look for a gap elsewhere.
But nothing has really been given away. It looks like they're going to dig deep into the ultimates to try and find some of that information to work with. The Prowler going out for Boo, but he knows now there are players over there. The Gravwell going to trap him up close for just a moment. Players on their way through the connector. Boo's fully blind. He can't do anything about it. Avova under pressure as well. There's a lot of utility coming his way, and he's forced out of the site. This is a retake, not by choice, but by necessity over on Team Heretics, and now in a 4v5.
They're already getting into their after-plant positions. Cosmic Divide to try and force them to try and run into some unfavorable duels. The trades not going too badly, but again, with a man advantage already on the other side, it needed to be evened up. And that's exactly what Zeke has done. Sender obviously lurking his way through mid just earlier in the round. He's going to spray down Kellogg's and leave it all onto one. The Polish man himself, Zeke, to try and clutch this one out, but there is so much still to do, and he's not going to be able to find Bone Cold. Vitality, great take in towards that A site, and ultimately forcing back that defensive side.
You saw just how cautious Center was there as well, making sure to shoulder peek the edge of the spike, guaranteeing it wasn't being diffused. And at that point, I mean, they have no pressure on them anymore. They know time's on their side, and that 2v1 was won immediately. But it's that kill onto Kellogg's. He even got caught by the alarm bot. You know, just really destroyed by the chaos of the situation. Went to run past the utility, saw a player, went to run back, alarm bot hits him, and then the wall bang. Well, it's as free as can be.
What do you reckon on like Discord? Everybody has like twist and turn down to like 8.
Yeah, it's a sub-10%.
Everyone has a deafen button just in case he blows their eardrums out.
Yeah, listen, he's been getting into it when they're taking those wins. V certainly standing for victory today, but Team Heretics, okay, they use up. Oh, they use up the Viper's Pit. And right away, a lockdown comes into play. A reveal is there. He's forced back at the very minimum. He should be pushed way out of his ultimate. But these players are going to be low as they come out the other side. Oh, wow. Even using the updraft Blade Storm to try and catch them on the way out of the ult. But one player detained, the rest ready to play the retake.
The ult will be gone at least. Removed completely from action. They know roughly where these players are going to be, but bear in mind, this was weaker weaponry. Mixor was basically trying to use the Viper's Pit just alongside a Spectre because he'd have a chance to catch some vulnerable players. Once they're no longer vulnerable, this becomes a very easy round for Vitality.
I mean, look, they played it well at the start. I like the Viper's Pit to try and give you a little bit of an edge in a round like that, but what a response from Vitality. It looked like they were ready for it, or at least certainly had some ideas to pivot on. I love the Blade Storm updraft. It's such a good idea, but you had patient play by Mixwell. He allowed himself to get detained just to ensure he didn't get caught out by a play like that.
No, and I think this is something we have to give credit for when it comes to Vitality on this attack side. They are always very methodical, but also they seem to have a lot of creative ideas of how they're going to clear out certain positions. And in a round where they've just managed to get themselves sort of back into the game with a couple, they needed to make sure this one was clean. So, okay, they've used ults in a round where maybe they didn't need it. That's not too much of a bad thing. Also tagged up, there was no escape plan there from Kellogg's after he gets hit by the knife, so that's why he's a little bit more careful than you might normally see him.
Yeah, you see that immediate shift back. Oh, one player's already snuck past, but Mixwell catches him throwing a flash, and the op shot doesn't land. That is a free duel for Team Heretics, but they've lost Kellogg's. Re-aggression with the operator, and the cost paid is massive.
How are you going to use the Nightfall? It's just an attempt to try and delay. Twiston is still pushing up alongside this death stream. It's all over the map. It's messy. And because of that, Mixor's been caught. Back into this corner they go. There's been a deep push up from Bone Cold as well to try and make this a little bit more awkward for that fight from Boo. However, Zeke has managed to come in at least with another, and there's a flank coming through mid from Avova as well.
Right there. Right now, they're not watching it. They're not looking for it at all. This could be a problem. They go back, and Avova catches the spike. They're moving their way towards A. The control that was found there they thought would be enough. Sender might get caught with his knife out. It doesn't matter. He just got his gun into his hands, but Avova wins the duel anyways. And now Twiston's alone. An op and a 1v3. 30 seconds remaining. He's only just recovered the spike, but he has no idea where his enemies are.
Another brilliant round from Avova. He just had the read on the scenario of where they were going to be, isolated each duel, almost made it look way too easy in the end. And a good recovery in that position, because it became very awkward just with how they were able to get into mid. I think that's the one position right now through the double doors that I'm a little bit shaky on for Heretics. I think everywhere else they've done well. Like their aggression on B has been pretty decent. The push up on A, okay, Kellogg's has been caught once or twice, but a lot of that is just Kellogg's things. Like he's going to get aggressive, he's going to get in your face. It's just those double doors, because it's something that I feel like is too easy to take for Vitality, and then most of the time when it's reclaimed, it's a bit awkward.
Oh, he's in! What is that? A dash right off the barriers going up. Twiston wanted to fight and he found one, but it didn't quite go as expected. Destrian traded out. Mixwell's here to help. Boo also coming into position. I mean, they have converged on this spot and now the spike is down. This is perfect for Team Heretics, and a cosmic divide locking them out from the spike. This is absolutely nasty. The time here, and the bigger problem, this team gets to reset so many times. They're trying to knife each other through. A flash comes in, no one follows it up. They're still trying to knife each other through the wall, and it's all a bait for Bone Cold. He's got behind them with a kill. There's the second flash, and a great recovery from Vitality.
These mid-round fights have been horrific. Every single time we see them down the alleyway, it just ends up in such an awkward spot for either side. And again, it started so well for Heretics, but it has diminished. And now reclaiming this is not going to be easy. All three players from the attack playing in this position. A spray down already from Sender. He's always caused them issues on rotations, and well, guess who it is again?
Avova in the 1v3. He can win these if he's given the chance, and that may just have been a chance. Mulsey down to 39 health, but with an op sitting on the floor, it is not worth risking it. And Avova, the call is made by him or by another. That op is going to be saved, and Heretics will again be neck and neck.
Yeah, the frustrating thing, if you're a Heretics fan, is that they actually had a good read there. Because you were waiting, like you could see Vitality went, okay, we're going to take that control very quickly because they haven't really been fighting for it. They've allowed it to go amiss, and they've basically just been putting a trap there. That's been it every round. Put the trap, we go break the trap. So they went, okay, let's blitz that position. But instead, there was Boo waiting for someone to push, and they had Mixwell very quickly on the rotation. They win the early fights, and then they lose the rest because of the Cosmic Divide. So it's unfortunate, because I don't think Heretics really did too much wrong. It was just when things get scrappy and a little bit messy, you can see the cracks begin to show.
Yeah, but I mean, that comes down to proficiency on the map. We theorize coming in that Heretics aren't going to be so comfortable here again, with it recently being a main ban of theirs, and now they come through and they have to play it against an opponent who's picked it into them. They have to start, they get the defensive start, which they've chosen. Obviously, we want to see them put up those numbers, but we're going to end up with a tactical pause for Heretics here, and I think it's at the right time. When we talked about the proficiency on maps, one of the things that stands out then is Vitality came in ready, came in prepared, and when Chaos comes through, Heretics haven't got that experience to fall back on to set up those protocols or to fall into those protocols. They have to set them up, whereas Vitality are able to make those pivots so quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad time to take a pause either. Like, as said, I think we've seen a lot from Vitality when it comes to the attack side of this map. Like, they're very adaptive, good with their setup. So if you come out of like 6 rounds, I think they're going to be relatively happy. And again, we know that they have the firepower in the attack. The only danger is it will become a little bit more difficult for Kellogg's to have impact unless he's just going to be fighting in towards B long a lot of the time, because again, he's always going to end up as some sort of lurker when you've got Zeke playing the entry. And again, he's had a bit of a rough start in this game thus far.
We're going to have a bit of a more normal round coming out of Kellogg's. He's playing towards the B site with that operator. The rest of the team just with pistols, so shouldn't really be noteworthy. But of course, our man of Hova, hot on the scene, able to find that kill right away and put Vitality on the back foot. If they decide to look for space elsewhere, they might run right into that op.
There.
This is troublesome. Alt not online either for the majority of these Vitality players. Okay, they could use the Nightfall, which honestly, when you're up against pistols, it wouldn't be a bad way to try and figure out the stack. Instead, well, they're going to face into Mozzie, and the trade's not bad. A 1-for-1 in that sort of position, pinging the guns, although they are technically still being watched. It's realized by the attack that they can't just give these away. It basically becomes a purchase, but that fight was everything. That gives a way back in towards this B side. Kellogg's, though, as you mentioned, he's here with the operator, waiting, but the shot is missed. Goes back, and he's not connected! Bone Cold has somehow come out of that with 2 kills and the B side to his name.
Not just that, he's picked up the operator and he's looking to make them pay an even heftier price. Almost loses his life. That was a tag again out of Avova, the 6 HP player, lighting them up. His ACS is going to be off the charts right now, but it isn't converting to map wins. 4-4. But they're on an eco here. This is a round where realistically for Team Heretics, like, they kind of have to go for. And with the damage done on Bone Cold and Sender, I'm noticing, look, anyone can be the one to find the kills here. They just need to find those opportunities. And so far, those aren't being presented.
Yeah, also the element of surprise completely gone by the Nightfall. Again, well played from Vitality in the end, but there were so many opportunities there. It was just those fights taken by Bone Cold that makes all of the difference, and it's unfortunate because Kellogg's, operator, right place, right time, shot missed.
That's the thing. It's come down to that a couple of times here, and this isn't a team. This isn't a roster. These aren't individuals that we're used to seeing have these slower starts to a LAN performance. Kellogg's internationally was lighting it up. But again, the protocols in play for Vitality, they are so punishing. In so many of these duels, and for Mixwell on the previous map, you'd look at it and go, oh, and normally he hits those shots, or he should be killing them. But actually, he's being flashed and stunned and prowlered, and there's always something else to worry about.
Yeah, well, shot by Bone Cold.
Or shot in the head by Bone Cold. You know, that's another thing.
That could be difficult to play against too. 5-4, Vitality reclaim the lead once again, and Twiston looking like he might be about to face off against Kellogg's. The timing here is going to be absolutely everything. A quick trade, and actually going in for a little bit more. Kellogg's, he's going to get a couple. He's got Mixwell alongside him as well, but the trades still go favorably for the side of Vitality if they can get that res off, and they might not even need it. Bone Cold's landed another. And this leaves it all on to Zeke. The flank could be everything, but he's a little bit further behind.
Oh, he almost caught them. Not quite able to. Now he's even been hit by the knife. They've got the information. They probably think he's connector. Maybe the position could catch them off guard, but then the flash was perfect. They spotted him, and that is just about it. Look, you couldn't get much better than that for Vitality. And Bone Cold, when Malcy's on the floor, he decides, I can pick him up now, but someone's going to try to punish me. Instead, he swings out. The confidence is there, and again, you cannot be surprised. He is having an absolute belter of a map, 13-5.
Feels like it's a day of controllers so far. Like we're going to hype up Twisted, he's on 4 kills, and Bone Cold's up there with 13. Just, did you forget who I am for a second? Like, did you know me? You remember Champions last year, you know? But here we go, 6-4. Pistols once again. A lot of these rounds have still been very, very close. And already, trades going back and forth. Kellogg's having a little bit of extra credits, has been able to invest into a rifle, but it seems like the pressure's still being placed here by Vitality.
Center's going through the wall. Oh, this guy's just full sending it, and Kellogg's is down again. A disaster. The Pistol's not able to find anything. The Headhunter, void of impact, and at this point, Vitality, they have got this round on lockdown, even tagging Mixwell to 1 HP on the way through. 7 rounds now locked in, and half already in their pocket. The question is, how much will they win it by?
Yeah, and honestly, with the way that they've been playing and adapting, 4 rounds in a row, 6 of the last 7. If you remove that pistol round, Heretics have been blasted in this half. And yeah, I will admit, they've had their moments. It has just been, firstly, struggling to really deal with having any semblance of mid-control. I don't think they've won many battles there. At best, it's been trades. And that's something I think you have to give credit to Vitality once again for a relatively new team. Their trades have been sublime. The other problem is a lot of their aggression has not worked, but we'll see if it works this time out. No, it won't.
Not quite.
Answer came quickly.
Well, maybe they don't expect 3 players to be here. Of course, the operator, though, now forced back, leaves an unfortunate Boo. He's stuck and he's been prowlered. They know exactly where he is. There's a nade to push him into the open, and good night and sweet dreams. Operator not able to convert anything on that, so the advantage maintains in Vitality's hands convincingly. Now, we have a Viper's Pit down, but it's about to fade. And even the steps being heard on the way back if he does try to rush his way back in. This is...
Bunko was just sat in the middle of it. He's just down on 1 HP, just sat in the Viper's Pit in case he tries to rotate. Oh, I like the confidence, and he's still here. He hasn't moved, just waiting for Mixo to come back eventually. He was like, he's going to make his move. He's going to try and rotate over. Can he do it again? He has pulled off miracles in that first map to make it even remotely close, and he's just going to get domed. The second sender turns up on the site, and now it's all onto Kellogg's, and wow, they're just rushing it down. The confidence of Vitality is through the roof. 8-4 and a solid half.
Yeah, look, as you said, if you take that pistol round out of this, all of a sudden this starts to look like, well, the game that we expect.
Yeah.
A map the Team Heretics were recently banning, that Vitality picked into, and they've just looked fantastic, even on the previous map, where Comfort was in Heretics' favor. Now, we heard Sliggy say, you know, Heretics here, they're playing Comfort, they're playing agents that they have historically been fantastic at, but it is not matching up against this game plan from Vitality.
Wow. To say that Heretics need themselves this pistol round is going to be a bit of an understatement. Mostly investing into those upgraded pistols to try get something done. And actually, Zeke's just going through. Bone Cold is actually going to go down. It looked like a battle that he should have won, but not the case this time around, and a solid start. Kellogg's, though, doesn't quite capitalize. It looked like they were about to double up.
You know, we've seen many times Vitality on this attack be very fond of getting aggressive on one side of the map, swinging back to the other. Heretics this time, well, they're doing it with a little bit of a different pace, and one that Vitality seem to have their finger on the pulse of. 3 players have left the A site. They're moving in towards B, and it looks like Heretics are doing just the same. This could be...
Teleport's ready.
A pivotal battle. We're still looking at... Oh, well, no, actually, Kellogg's has no Headhunter bullets, right? He's playing the Ghost for now. They're leaving. It's a hard round to read for Vitality, and I think void of any utility hitting, you're not going to get any stacks all too quickly.
Well, that's the thing, though. The turret has given them that initial point of contact. Molesy already here. Sender in position, not in position for long. And Destrian already tagged low. He needs an instant shot, and it goes the other way. Solid pistol round. Molesy needs to pull off a miracle, and while he might run out of bullets before anything else can be done, it is going to be the pistol round one once again for Heretics, and there is that semblance of hope.
Look, the pistol rounds have been good on this map. We saw Vitality win both in the previous, and we know win rates skyrocket when you're able to get that. Look, the first pistol gave them foundations. Not great ones because they weren't able to build upon them, but now we can start to see that recovery. The attack side will be challenging, but this round here shouldn't be. Vitality will take a couple of pistols. I think a Marshall on Sender by the looks of things, but for the most part, we expect Heretics to get out of this one. If not flawless, very close too.
Yeah, still, I worry a little bit with these upgrades, because we haven't had any sort of like, I want to say stomp rounds out from Heretics, even throughout the last map as well. A lot of them were very, very close. This is where you really do see the best of Zeke, though. Just taking that control. He's already in their spawn. He's just walking all the way around behind them. He might even catch them trying to crouch underneath. It's got a bit awkward, though. Half HP, he can't risk that rifle falling into enemy hands, so just going to join the rest of the team. And actually, Kellogg's might be about to be pincered as well. They will have heard the TP.
Well, Zeke going down certainly ain't a good look, and Kellogg's is rushing to help them out. He's now been spotted, heard on his way through, and the flank is on. Vitality, they need to buy some time and certainly cause that distraction to take place. Malsey going down. It's another avenue for Team Heretics, starting to get a bit more secure in the site as the pistols make that final push, that final attempt to take weapons out of their hands, make it costly, and well, any chance of the round win is already gone. But look at that, 3 and 14 HP, 2 players surviving, and this could very well have been all of the weapons lost for Heretics.
Yeah, they had to run away from the spike at the end as well. It was really close. So a damaging round, Vitality forcing a lot of rebuys. And the other thing on the other side for Heretics is now the decision to, do we play this as probably one of the worst bonuses you're ever going to see, or do we force into the round? And there's not really a right decision. I feel like playing the bonus gives you that opportunity to make sure you're at least relying more so on your full buys. The only thing I will say, at least in the first half, they didn't win a lot of full buys. So I don't know, I don't know if that's going to help them.
I think they were better with the pistols, so yeah, maybe that's the way to go. But look, for Team Heretics, this buy, it's shaky. It has a lot of downsides to it, but I get behind it. I think it's better to come into that buy round with full utility, full shields, everything that you can work with. So they'll play this pretty shoddy bonus and see what they can get done with it. Sender just spraying away for now, waiting for that flash to come through. But again, they seem ready on the other side. Well handled by Heretics. They have given up all of their map control though, and that's been taken quickly by Vitality.
I think he flashed himself, so that definitely helped.
Doesn't do much for you.
Even still though. Look at this control from Destrian. He's about to walk into a lot of players, though. This could be a huge upgrade, and Boo lands the initial shot. Are they going to expect Bone Cold to be here? I think he's just about dodged in. Oh, it gets awkward! Tries to knife him. Instead, the Bob was going to get the kill, and you can see Zeke laughing away. He should have been down for sure in that moment. This really is a good opportunity for, as said, a shoddy bonus round to be won by Heretics.
Yeah, of course it would be this one that they get away with. Well, we'll see. We're not quite there yet. The spray's good. Damage in. Malsey's good for a kill. Oh, Sender in with another low HP on a couple. They're trying to plant, but the sprays are coming through. Oh, they've lined up with such low HP. That was a brave play from Zeke. They're losing everyone. Boo, the last man standing and the sheriff in hand. Not good enough. Vitality have answered back.
I feel like it's a weird position because ultimately at the beginning of the round I think Heretics would have taken that, but from a 5v3 where you basically lose to wallbangs, that's not going to be something they're too happy with in the grand scale of things. Still though, it definitely makes this next round a bit more interesting because the purchases aren't going to be flawless when you're on that Vitality side. And for Heretics, they've got a pretty damn good purchase here. Utility, pretty much everything. I think maybe a boombot missing is about the only thing you can really write home about. And with Zeke basically taking such aggressive positions when it comes to moving in, I don't think they're going to mind that too much.
No, I mean, for Team Heretics, that round should have realistically went a whole lot worse. They can definitely, they might not have won it, but they certainly won't feel the loss all too much. This is their opportunity to answer back. Orb taken. They look towards the A site quite quickly. Snakebite inside the orb. They want to take this control right now. A smoke and a grab well. Bone Cold, though, decides not to follow up. His teammate does, though. Right through the smoke. Destrian's down. And Bone Cold comes back on the scene. Good damage done here. And Team Heretics, well, they're meeting a little bit of an obstacle, but with Bone Cold Spectre removed, they might be able to cross back over. That nade's going to slow them at least. Okay, Malzy! And Twisted as well.
Oh, this is falling apart. Mixwell's gone within a second, and Malzy's impact, well, it can never be undermined. I love the fact that Bone Cold swings that with 8 HP. Like, that just shows the confidence of Bone Cold, but yeah, and a fantastic utility from him. I think not only that, you saw them initially, pretty much everyone got caught by the knife, so they have the information this was going to be a fast take, there wasn't really any lurks available, and then you have him using that grab wall, which slowed them completely, allowed for these rotations, and the aggression from Heretics ultimately just a lot later in the round than they would have wanted it to be.
4 rounds ahead now for Vitality, and pistols coming out for Heretics.
Yeah.
It's starting to seem like a familiar story, a little bit of deja vu kicking in.
Well, let's put it this way. If you're going into round 17, you're losing 10-6 and you won both pistols, it's not a great game.
It's really not a good sign.
No.
No. Win rates tend to skyrocket, but right here, there is a bit of a plummet going on. Team Heretics, they're looking for the B site. They've got pistols in hand all across the board. Prowler going out here that didn't actually manage to catch Boo, so he could be able to get a late flank through. The timing going to be everything for him. Twistin has played them, but he didn't get the kills.
Okay.
And he didn't drop the Viper, so the pit remains.
Hey, honestly, 1 kill from there. I'm surprised. I thought that was almost freebies. These rounds have been so peculiar with who I'm thinking is going to win these initial battles. HP still a little bit low. Malzy looking to try and make a play through the edge, and Sender has managed to find one in the meantime. Mixwell's utility, though, is going to hold them back that little longer, but it won't stop the KJL.
And this is it. This was the problem they ran into last time. But the plant is perfect for this kind of long hold, and it's not like they have the Cosmic Divide, but instead they're going to try to use the Viper's pit as cover.
Missed.
They've not dropped it just yet. They've not put the pit down! What? He stopped it just in time! Boo came through with a Sheriff and
I can't believe what just happened.
Well, they were low HP. The pit was up. But it's the Sheriff.
I think he got a Kalat headshot while spamming the smoke. That's ridiculous. Like, that looked like a dumb round because they missed the C's, they missed the Snakebite.
I need a replay. I want to see how close was that bar.
Like, look at it. The C's and the Snakebite were really shallow. I think they planted somewhere else, and then it's just a Kalat headshot. That's such a ridiculous way to close out the round. A nice attempt from Malzy in the end, but that's absurd.
That one has gotta hurt. They had it. Vitality up against the pistols, and again, let's just rewind. That 1 extra kill onto the Viper from the corner, and the round is done. They've won it. But Vitality, they now suffer from what we saw, a couple rounds from Mixwell, a couple rounds from Kellogg's going into the previous map, where those whiffed shots end up having the ripple effect. Now Heretics 3 behind, economy starting to look good, and if they win this round, they break Vitality's economy. They could be 1 round behind them off the back of that.
Yeah, it seems like the mantra of these pistols coming through for Heretics has continued. Boo, 4K with the Sheriff. I don't know if that's something they can recreate, and it's actually Heretics who have taken themselves a pause here, because it's like, okay, I think we need a breather. We need to calm down. We need Neil to sort of be that calming voice for what is probably a very excited Heretics camp for basically getting themselves a lifeline.
Well, Tom, 10-7. We're about to kick off round number 18, and Team Heretics on the attack. As I said, this is huge. The economy under threat. That man has got a bucky. Obviously, the Blade Storm is active, but I hate it. I hate everything about it. Team Heretics, they're going slow. They're spreading it, and this is looking more like a Vitality attack round, where we saw just the extremities being held quite passive by these players. They're trying to remove some of the utility and put pressure around this mid area, but just yet, they're not looking to go anywhere. They're just trying to find some opportunities. Looks like they've at least managed to convince them to leave a long and pull back towards the site, maybe pull out of the site completely. That ult gonna get them so much information, a reveal as well.
More importantly, it delayed. That was the main thing. They gave Twisted time to style. 2 kills already off the back of that Blade Storm. And while the rest of the players are trapped, they are surrounded completely. Sender's already locking them in on the backlines. And this is the thing with Heretics. They were always able to get themselves into these spots with fantastic wins. But the second that round turned around, it was an easy victory! And it's a knife kill for Sender. He gets Mixwell as well! Disgusting stuff out of Vitality, and well, we might be looking at the end of the game.
Their economy was under threat. They were backed into a corner on Vitality, and that is how they've come out of it. A knife and a follow-up. Mixwell caught by surprise, to say the least. And now just 2 rounds needed to take this across the line to win this series 2-0 and have a fantastic debut on the stage here. This has just been a textbook from Vitality start to finish. They are 2 pistol rounds down on this map.
Let's play.
The victory within their grasp. Look at this from Team Heretics, even putting Zeke down to a frenzy, but he's got a rocket launcher in his back pocket.
Yeah, I feel like he's about to sacrifice himself for the team.
So he's going to be the space maker, and he's going to have the info of where they are.
It's at least tagged up 2. I don't think it managed to catch Bone Cold at the back of the site, but that might not matter too much. Kellogg's using that tour de force. Now we see that showstopper through. It has at least been slowed for a second, but as said, Bone Cold wasn't spotted. Even still, though, the trade's effective, and probably one of the best after-plant positions we've seen so far from Heretics.
Yeah, Vitality are so split on this as well, coming from 2 completely different angles. This is somewhere the Team Heretics, they have the numbers advantage, and they've got the time on their side. They're even being, well, I suppose, as expected from this roster, they're being aggressive. They're taking some unorthodox control, but now they've got such a beautiful post plan to play around, and indeed, not a ton of utility to work with. Oh, okay, with Mixwell going down, I'm starting to get a little bit worried now. They tap the defuse, they pull them out into the open, and that's it. Cleaned up.
Yeah, I think those were the players you wanted in those afterplants. The ones with the utility, the ones able to delay as much as possible. And this time they were more than aware of the potential of a flank, so they didn't sit back. They basically went all the way through, took that control, as you said, and a good round from them. That was ult spam, though. That was a showstopper thrown in. You also had yourself the tour de force, so those are things you're not going to be able to fall back on. And as said, most of the rounds throughout this series even have sort of been blips on the radar of Vitality. They've always had a response, they've always had a comeback, and although the ideas initially from Heretics have been good, this is where I now want to see, okay, can you convert this and start bringing this back, or is this just a little bit of a blip on the way for Vitality winning the map?
Yeah, I think the fact that they had the showstopper and the tour de force last round, I mean, it just helps out so much with bolstering that economy, with giving them a chance. They don't have that to fall back on here, but they've got 5 rifles, and they won't if they lose this to fight for the 12-8 for the 4 rounds in a row they would need. Vitality certainly still seem to have a good grasp on this series. They've got the hold of it. But right now, they don't seem to have a clue where Team Heretics are going. But they have pushed up on A main, some decent control there. A Prowler moving out towards Art, clearing that out completely. And well, through a process of elimination, Tom, they're starting to realize that this is the site that they're coming to. Still have to do something on the duels, and the 1-for-1 trade, not great to start.
Yeah, Malzy realizing not worth overcommitting from this position. Just going to allow them to get into the afterplants. The retakes from Vitality have been pretty solid when they're able to play this one as a team. And remember, he's got that null command online, so he can remove all of their utility. Everything that's available for Heretics will be gone in a moment's time.
And there it is. Now it's online, and a problem starts to emerge. A Cosmic Divide goes out just at the same moment, and trades to start, but Malzy can be taken right back up and into it. Boo wants to punish, but now he's been spotted up close, and the whole team comes to rally by Malzy's side. He's back in the game, and Bone Cold's got 2 with a Vova pretty much locked out. He can delay them a little bit with that Gravwell, but he's going to have to be phenomenal in these duels. They're even safe from him in the corner as they defuse. 12 rounds guaranteed, and Team Heretics not in a great spot to fight back.
No, and this is the thing. It's like when they have those ultimates, when they have an idea, that's where we can kind of see the work that's been done by Heretics to have these setups into the round. But when you look at what happens when they aren't available, like the more initial takes, it just looks like Vitality are the better team right now. More controlled, more calm, better with their utility, and just better in terms of their overall synergy together. And I think that's why we're seeing them in a pretty commanding position pretty much this entire series so far, even though they've had rounds back and forth.
really seeing that structure pay off again and again. Where is that op going? It's on Malsey this time. Twistin instead going for a fast dash and a phantom spray. So much damage done to Avova right off the rip, and now he's going to post up with the op for late round. Prowler sees players outside art. They're getting the idea this was looking to be a fast A.
Yeah.
With the spike in spawn, it's maybe not going to be. And certainly not with all the resistance they've met.
But yeah, that's been the polar opposite. You saw Vitality so good at sort of taking over mid-control on their attack. It's something that Heretics haven't done so much. They've been good at sort of battling into A, so it got removed from them. An aggressive peak coming through, and ultimately, again, it's going to be the advantage taken by this defensive side. The trade's back from Avova, though. He's still been a menace, but put in the dirt. Trade again from Boo, leaving us into a 2v2, and still a chance here for Heretics.
Yeah, they've managed to reclaim that spike. They know exactly where the Killjoy ult is and don't need to worry too much about running into it. Reposition out of Sender, though. I mean, it's a good spot if they don't clear it. Running the fade here, you never know. No Prowlers to work with at least. That's a massive bonus. And immediately you're going to see the turret take contact. Sender playing a ring of Rosie's behind them, and they had no idea. The winning moment goes to Sender, 13-8, as V does stand for victory.
Yeah, we've seen some depth to this roster already. One that's basically formed after having a pretty solid roster before, let's be honest. We were looking at some of the changes and going, okay, they brought this person in, but honestly, I think they've already proven themselves today. Destrian having a great series, really one of the supporting cast of this roster, but I think Sender really needs to be given some credit. He has caused so many issues with his lurks, taking that extra space away from their opponents. And okay, Heretics may have not had the most time to prep coming into this tournament, but I'll be honest, it looked like they were just that little bit below Vitality throughout this whole series.
Their next matchup now will be 100 Thieves, a tough opponent to face. They have been dominating all throughout the group stage, and Vitality, well, if they can play like that, we're going to have one hell of a matchup.
That's the thing. I genuinely think that's going to be one of the best games we've seen so far this tournament, because Vitality have come in, they've proven they are one of the teams to beat here, even though when you look at some of the group standings, you might not have necessarily thought so. And I think, honestly, they genuinely could be a contender here, just with how they're playing, their map pool being pretty decent, the fact that their opponents couldn't really find a weakness to pick into, and I think they're doing pretty decently so far this tournament.
Look, from the very start of this game, I think it was tangible Vitality had come to play, but I got to give an honorable shout out to Avova. The Heretics are going home. They're out of the tournament, but Avova was phenomenal. Start to finish of this series, but that first map, he really took the cake. I mean, it looked like he was certainly coming with his best foot forward here today.
Yeah, no, I think he's back. Like, I'll be honest, it might be a little bit of an early thing to say, but he was someone that I think we definitely missed quite a bit last year, with still having some okay performances, but not having those Avova moments, which we know and love. And on Haven, he definitely had quite a few of those. I think as well, just seeing players like Zeke still being able to really put a lot together, and that's what you have to bear in mind here. This is very, very short notice for a lot of these teams. This is the move up, but in a couple of months, I think they're going to be fantastic.
Well, we came in with some questions. We've certainly got a lot of answers, but we're not done just yet. We're going to toss it down to the stage where we have Ginny standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Mitch. And we have Salah here, the coach of Vitality. So congratulations. We can hear some noise. Yeah, that's right. This is actually the first time you guys are playing on an international LAN as a 5-man, and immediately you're walking away with the win. So what are the emotions right now?
I mean, I feel really good. It doesn't feel as good as I or as hype as I expected it to be. It felt kind of normal, and I think it felt like that for everyone, right? We have a team with not that much LAN experience, I'd say, and I think no one apart from Bone Cold has like experience in front of a crowd. So it was really surprising how comfortable we were on the stage. So I think, yeah, it felt normal. It felt good.
That's good to hear, because especially when there is a crowd and obviously you can hear people cheering for you, or maybe if something goes wrong, you know, something else. Has it had any impact on any of the players, you think, or in general was it just very much chill?
I mean, I think it had impact on the players. I think every time you do something good, hearing screaming, hearing, like, you know, you can feel it on stage. So when you feel that, it's really, really, it pumps you up almost, right? And I think for me especially, every time we did something good, every time we went around, I can hear the screaming. It just makes me more and more into it.
That's good to hear. Yesterday, however, it was not that great against Cloud9, 13-3 for both games. What do you do as a coach to make sure that everybody is just able to take a step back and just get back into that headspace and do exactly what you guys did today?
I mean, I think with the Cloud9 game, they're a really good team, amazing players, of course, like it doesn't need to be said. I think playing 3 best of 3s in a day is hard, so we kind of went in with the expectation that, okay, we're going to be tired, we want to win no matter what, but we're going to be tired, but, you know, we're not going to be the same team as we always are, maybe. And I think we also have a really good system after games right now that when we lose, we know exactly how to talk to each other, we know exactly how we need to approach it and just wake up the next day the same way.
Absolutely. I do want to say, though, when you are as a coach and you see that there's a Phoenix and Arena being locked in, what's going on in your head at that point? Like, what do you even think?
Honestly, I was like, okay, they really can't do anything with this comp against ours. If we play this way and this way, they won't be able to run through a lobby. They won't be able to, you know, contest space as much as we can. So we saw it as an advantage.
Okay.
Something we could abuse.
You guys did that indeed. I love the drip, by the way. You absolutely decked out in Vitality, looking great. We're going to be heading over to the analyst desk with Yinsu, so guys, take it away.
Thank you very much there. I'm really glad to hear some of inners of what Salah was talking about, that he was so confident that that comp was going to work so much better, and that is what we saw. And I got to say, before we talk a little bit more about the game, we got a little Team Liquid reunion here on the sofa. And of course,
I feel like we're in the middle.
We are. We're kind of like fourth wheeling these two. But of course, you're the second Adam we're seeing today. Adam too.
Adam too. Also wearing the same jacket, so you know all Adams have great style, as we can obviously tell. So yeah, no, it's great to be in Manchester and, you know, meet everyone for the first time. It's my first VALORANT event, so yeah, amazing to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you here, Echoes. But let's quickly just break down a little bit of what Salah said there. Of course, I mentioned already, they were confident as soon as they saw the agent comp, and I think Sliggy, you probably felt a similar way as well when you saw both of the comps come out.
Yeah, it's something when, as a coach as well, you kind of know strengths, weaknesses of all just comps that happen, and it's pretty much what he's talking about. It's hard at just taking certain bits of the map in terms of space. It's good at getting on sites, but maybe not holding the sites, and they just exploited it. And going into this map here, Heretics managed to win both pistols, so they kind of had some momentum going forwards, but they just couldn't close it out. Actual buy rounds, Vitality looked very comfortable. I'm just going to go out and say it, this was like a dominant performance from them.
Oh yeah, completely. You said a winning condition for Vitality on map 1, getting both the pistols, and definitely for Heretics, it wasn't here. It really looked like they were getting, as you said, momentum, but I feel like for the same 2 maps, we saw the same face of Vitality, and it's like, you know, I knew that I had an exam, so I did my homework, I prepared, I studied, and this is exactly what I expected my comp to do. And going back to what Salah said, you prepare a composition, and you know you can find some upsets on the server. The composition that Heretics brought in was not one of them.
Yeah, as I saw, like I instantly saw the teams trying to counter each other with the composition. Like I said, you get agents, like you see what comp you're playing, you can prep the night before. They instantly understood, okay, right, they've got the killjoy and attack, they're going to be playing post-plant plants, playing far back on B-long. Yeah. They instantly realized we need to flank. We can't allow them to do this, else we'll lose the round.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, maybe Sender had a little bit of help from the crowd in that last round, but this guy is just like 360 no scope, like whipping his mouse mat across the table in that map. A couple of insanely important clutches.
Yeah, but to be fair, we cannot blame Heretics totally just because this is a map that they did not have the reps in, that they were just, you know, this is a first test. I do not think that this is the end of the world. I think that the 13-8 is still a pretty good score, but you can tell that Vitality definitely understand how they want to play this map because they've been pretty eager to do it.
Yeah, I think with 13-8, it's a good scoreline, but I think Heretics were so close to bringing this even further. Like Sliggy and Kakuka said before, winning 2 pistols, they ecoed them as well in like a big crazy round that came in. It could have definitely been a lot closer from Heretics, but yeah, shame to see them go home.
I mean, I can't believe, it actually just dawned on me that we've had to say goodbye to Heretics. We saw them play 1 game on stage and that's it.
Yeah, I think they have takeaways. They know what they have to improve. Again, it's so early for pretty much all of these teams in terms of all of the team changes and just new players that are coming in. So they have so much to learn. Every bit of information, like it's good that it's loads of best of 3s. The groups from this is so much data to look at. I used to love that when there were so many games that you could look at. It was just perfect, and you can just improve and just get better, and it's a learning.
Yeah, I know. We spoke a little bit about the LAN experience as well. Bone Cold, I think, showing why he was a world champion by taking out another world champion in the process of doing it as well.
Yes, we saw some crazy rounds. We saw this is the bonus coming in from Heretics after winning that 2nd pistol. And Sig just, you know, sees satchels, he wants to knife. You know that, you know, he's having fun. He's like, oh, you took the kill from me. Come on. And that was free. And definitely looked like the momentum was going to be there for Heretics. But I wanted to take a look at this round because, again, the first commitment is is good. They understand what they want to do, but now the moment to plant has to be there. You know that this is a spammable position. You get one, you try to get it, you know that the player's still there. It's not only that he's there, he's going to get support. The spam keeps coming, and they just keep falling onto it.
Yeah, this is so brutal to watch, honestly. They played it very well on the defensive side, obviously. Maybe I expected a bit better from Heretics. They kind of had to take some map control. It's actually a little bit of an issue. You see the initial Astra smoke that comes up. Sometimes you might want to do a deeper one so you can actually clear that pit. That's what a lot of teams are opting to do. They didn't do it here, and it didn't really work out. But Bone Cold, just the whole game, even just his calling, his frag. Dude, at one point he was using an op over towards B. But what I liked was Heretics definitely had a game plan of where they wanted to push map control, and it got shut down very hard. They lost the pistol 2v3 from a flank. 2 rounds later, Bone Cold's on it. He's already commed that this is what they're doing. He gets a 3K on people pushing behind them. So just good awareness of how, again, just how the other team wants to play, and it's pretty much why he's one of the better IGLs in the EMEA.
Yeah, as we saw that, like the instant adaptation is very obviously impressive from Bolcolt coming in, instantly understanding how do we win the round, what are the win conditions, all that kind of stuff. And like I said, instantly adapted, they got flanked, instantly next round. Okay, they had a flash ready, I think it flashed free. Unlucky not to get the kills, but the preparation, the adaptation, all that is there, it's very impressive.
And also just the energy he's bringing, because I've seen him at LAN before, admittedly not in front of a crowd, but I can hear him screaming.
Yes.
I can hear him being super, super hype. In fact, back on Ascend, he used to do this thing where he would be like, everyone shut up and listen to me. He was very, very good at doing that kind of stuff.
Not a lot of people can say that to Seek successfully.
and everyone else on that roster as well. And of course, Echoes, you've been an IGL as well. So how important do you feel like that kind of energy and leadership is to a team like that?
Well, it's a lot. It depends on the type of leader you are. But as a leader, you want to bring that on yourself. You want to bring the energy. But you also want to be the boss, right? So you have to have good respect from your players. Yeah, you have to have the good respect from your players to be able to shut up, listen to me, and then not be like, you told me to shut up, oh, I don't like that kind of stuff. So it shows like the players respect him, and why not? He's a world champion.
Yeah, exactly. And I got to say, there was another round as well. Bunko was again in the midst of this, and Adam, I thought he was going to get the defuse. I really thought this was it.
Yeah, this round was crazy. Obviously, we have Twist in here buying 3. So unlucky not to get more, but you can just show this is a perfect example of Valorant. One small detail like that goes wrong, and now the entire thing spirals out. The Ecoing team popped the Viper ult, and now here, Vitality have the decision. Do we use the Killjoy ult? Do we not? I think Sender gets a kill here, and then again, they put the ult down, they decide to invest into it, and it goes down to the wire. Like 2 people body blocking the bomb, a collateral through the smoke, and the entire round, and even the entire game could change just off this round alone.
These rounds are always so hectic. When there's a Viper ult, it is just absolute
manic. And a KJ ult inside of it.
It's the awareness also of this. Like after you use the Killjoy ult, you know exactly where your opponents are going to be playing from, and it was kind of free for Boot to get it from there.
And as well, like these are the kind of rounds that Heretics are winning. Double pistol, those kind of rounds. This is why I'm just saying this was like a complete
I mean, plans were there.
stomping.
You know, it's still Vitality's map pick. We understand why they wanted to be here. I think like the biggest regret we can say was Haven. You know. I expected this, Pearl. It's a better result than I expected from Heretics here.
I mean, they're going to be going on to face 100 Thieves now. If we take a look at the bracket, this is going to get very, very interesting, of course. NA, they're waiting for us in the semifinals. And Vitality, they're going to have a chance and go up against another NA team, of course. They played already Cloud9 in their group. And what do you guys think of this matchup? I know 100 Thieves, they've been in the venue today already pracking.
Yeah, I think it's a good, sorry.
Yeah,
I think it's a good matchup, to be honest. I think Vitality and 100 Thieves, I think it's like a difference of play style. Obviously, Europe and NA always love that storyline. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great game. I'm excited to watch it.
I think it's a perfect test for them as well. Like they're looking good. This wasn't enough for me. Like I want to see them proper tested. 100 Thieves again just look unreal. Cryo is just such an upgrade. Like it is such an upgrade. It's showing it. He's looking good on the Jet as well. That's something that's interesting moving forward. That he's been putting up numbers on the Jet, which just looks so good for next year.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, how maybe this matchup we expected a little bit more because we wanted to see more of the teams. I think that second game, well, that third game is going to be exactly what we expected.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Especially we've got Echoes with us for that game as well. Yeah. 100 Thieves legend right here.
Yeah, 100 Thieves legend. You know, they've never been the same since I've left. So I wish Peter some good luck today. So hopefully, you know, he uses that luck, gets it on the stage, and they get some wins.
Justice for Echoes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, guys, I had to. That's the only time I'm I'm ever going to do
No,
that.
no,
I
it's
promise.
fine, it's fine.
That was the only time.
Fnatic got my back, they would hit with the Justice Records. We can leave it now, we can move on, right?
Yeah, I remember your reaction when you saw that as well. You were cracking up.
It was good. Dude, I was actually looking at just how many teams you've been on. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think of how just your year went and the past 2 years ever since you kind of left
I've been around the block at this point, but you know the funny thing with the Justice Records story, Mystic told me, because Fnatic played them twice. The first time he came to me on Discord, he's like, oh, sorry, Echoes, like, we lost, we had a celebration planned out. I was like, oh, what celebration? Said, oh, we had these signs and everything. But then they end up playing them again and actually beat them to send them home. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
I think that's
the
why,
best celebration.
Yeah, that was the motivation. They were like, we have to beat them just so we can get this out. But that is the first quarterfinal done for today, and we have a second one coming up. That is Team Liquid versus Crew. We're all supporting Crew here, right? We're yeah, for sure, right?
We love an underdog
No
story.
bias to Team Liquid
bias, no
on this
friends
couch.
anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, you're definitely going for Crew.
I feel bad. No, because I love Liquid. Like, especially, especially if Redgar and Nuts were here, you know, especially, I think that if you've ever gone to a LAN tournament and you have had the chance of meeting Redgar,
he's everyone's best friend.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Exactly. It is impossible that you do not begin being his #1 fan.
It's true. Actually, at Champions, he came in with just like
Gifts
just
for
loads
everyone.
of gifts. Yeah, he came into the teams. He prepared teams with just loads of food, just from. It was crazy. Just such a nice, genuine guy. Yeah, and I'm just so happy. I've been waiting like a year and a half for Liquid to get an IGL. They finally have one, so I'm happy.
And he didn't show up.
It was. This is Liquid's first IGL since you.
I guess, yeah, like traditional full-on IGL, because I think
this tournament is all about you.
It's all about me. I'm the main character, guys. I'm loving being here. I'm on the desk. I'm not even supposed to be here. I just walked on. But yeah, no, it's been, I think, as Sliggy said, waiting to get that proper traditional IGL, full control. Not someone who can be an IGL, but someone who wants and aspires to be an IGL. I think it's something that's very, very important. And I think it's locking in the scene at the moment.
There's such a big difference. That's the thing. There's such a big difference between someone who can be an IGL and do the role, or someone who wants to be there. You see people like Boaster putting in so much time. You have to put in so much time. Bone Cold wants to be an IGL, puts in so much time. It shows, and it's so hard for people that are kind of forced onto the IGL role. It doesn't feel right, but maybe they're just stepping up to the plate because no one else will do it.
I think I've seen EMEA is getting better. I think we went through a stage of like, where's all the IGLs?
Yes.
And I think going into next year is looking pretty promising. Did you just go?
Pointing to myself, that was on camera. I was like, where's IGLs? I'm here, guys.
It was a band-aid period where not every team, but many teams were like, okay, we don't have an IGL, you IGL, and then next month you IGL, and then next month you IGL, and then
everyone IGLs.
All of the teams came to the same conclusion, being like, how about we get someone that actually wants to IGL and is actually good for the job? And probably there was one of the bigger questions jumping into the roster mania, being like, for example, you want to jump into Heretics, you need an IGL. That's where Boo comes in, you know, and it became such an important role.
Yeah, well, we're having a lot of fun here on the desk, but we also got a fun piece of content to show you guys as well. We asked every single player here at Red Bull Homeground which agent ability they would like to have if it existed in real life, and this is what they had to say.
The Valorant ability that I would like to have in real life, I think, is the Phoenix ultimate. Then I can like go into buildings and escort people out, like people in need of help. Yeah. It's like a como é que fala bombeiro?
Fireman.
Yeah, it's like a fireman.
Do I have to like kill people to get my ultimate, or?
just pick an ability.
Just pick an ability. You say an all if you want.
You said too much already. I would get like the Omen TP.
I was gonna say that.
I will place one TP inside my home and one TP inside my office.
You can TP from under your flat to your flat, Maxim.
Yeah.
I'll go for Phoenix ult, so I can resurrect myself. Nathan, imagine you Phoenix ult and jump out of the Red Bull plane. That's what I'm saying, bro. You can live stream it. That's insane. Like, it gets streamed. That's 10 million views. This guy dies and then comes back to life.
I was gonna say Omen ult, so you can just skip the 10-hour flights to Manchester.
Yeah. Your ultimate, like being invisible, you know? You can go wherever you want.
Of course, the NA guys are thinking about the content, right? they know what they're doing. But I want to ask this question to you guys as well. What would you choose?
Well, I liked Crew's answer, the Yoru ult, right? Going invisible, running faster, doing all that sort of stuff. Like, you can get up to all sorts doing that.
Is it? I don't think I want to know what you want to get up to with that.
Don't do me like that, Yinsu, not on the stream.
I am actually surprised that no one said the Sage ult.
Yeah,
It's
I would
literally
choose
a
the Sage ult. I would choose the Sage
resurrection.
ult. Yeah.
Like, how is it possible that no one thought of that?
You picked the Cypher one, right?
Yeah,
You
but
have
I was just memeing. I was like, yeah, I want the Cypher ult because I want to, after I kill someone, I want to know where the rest of the body's here so I can go kill them.
I mean, you did say that it was the most useful ult in the game.
Yes, it is.
So-
It's definitely the most impactful ultimate that we have in the game. I think the Cypher ult is just on another level.
Yeah, I'm on board with everyone else. I
Yeah.
just think Omen ult for me, just teleporting out. But
good
yeah,
shout.
I just think the Omen ult, just no travel, so I want to go here, instant, anywhere in the world, sure.
Yeah, I feel like that's too good. You know, you
Yeah,
want
that's
something
the
that's like not too useful, which is why I think the Sage ult would be good. That's what I would have chosen as well.
No, but the Sage ult is dangerous because if someone found out that you can resurrect people, like the government would be after you.
I'd
know
be
what I mean?
so rich.
Like,
I've got a
no,
question.
you think so, but they will get you and they will find out why you
I
can
feel like
resurrect people.
surely every ultimate, the government would still
If
be
they're
out.
like, wait, Sliggy is TPing across the world?
They don't have to know. Like if you TP,
Okay, that's true.
they don't have to know. But for you to resurrect
If you're just
someone,
throwing
they have
your
to die
hat
first.
at dead bodies, I think they're gonna be like, "Why is this
But the
girl
question
chucking
is,
her hat
guys,
around?"
how many times can you use the ult? Is it just one and done? Do you get one TP? Do you get one res?
We need a rule
You
set.
save your res. Who you saving your res for?
That's actually a good question.
That's a good question.
I don't know who set the rules. I might have to
How
find
do you
out.
get ult
Yeah.
orbs?
How do you
Yeah.
get ult orbs? You have to go around like finding orbs.
Do you know what? I'm
Killing
gonna.
people? Not sure about that one.
I will get some clarification with our producer a little bit later, so we can get on that. But yeah, as I said, Team Liquid versus Crew, that is coming up. Let's talk about this because expectations like for the first game, I think it was pretty clear. We thought there was going to be some strengths and weaknesses. Maybe the game was going to be closer, but we have to address this looming fact that Liquid are not here full force. They have 2 stand-ins.
Well, they're not here for full force, sorry guys, but they have 2 amazing stand-ins. They've got Meadow, obviously playing with the Mighty Barbers at the moment. They've got Enzo as well with lots of experience. So it's not like Liquid are here to roll over and give up. They're here with a roster. They're here to win. I stood behind one of their games the other day. Like Safe's IGLing's really impressive, motivating the boys. So they're here to win. They're here to have fun, but they're here to win.
I'm really looking forward to Save's IGL, Meadow has been, having the best jerseys in the world. So they're definitely a player that you can count on. And Enzo, he did the same for Fnatic, like standing in and actually having a brilliant performance. Now Liquid wants the same out of him. So again, as long as you give Yampi the space that he needs, he'll do it.
I very much like their approach just in this tournament. When you have stand-ins, you're always looking for like, what can you get out of this tournament? Like, what's beneficial to us? They've found, first of all, Safe's calling. Like, that's great. Safe's calling looks good. And they've just found that they can rely to a certain extent on just giving Yampi and Safe just full freedom and for them to make space, not having to rely on too many strats and just a lot of individual play. And that's something that in the future, Liquid can just fall back on. You have the strats from Redgar, and then you can just have the kind of more puggy play style like that. So yeah, it's really cool to see.
Are you guys surprised that Safe is calling, given that the logic seemed like Meadow was coming in to replace Nats, and Enzo, of course, who is an in-game leader as well, is coming in to replace Redgar. So what do you make of the thinking that they have to get Safe to call instead of Enzo?
So the thing is that you already have a plan. You just need someone to bring the plan to life. So if Safe is comfortable enough knowing what they want to do and how they want to play around it, I think it makes sense because you can turn it around and just put Safe on that first call and leave Enzo to give the extra ideas and give the mid-round calls. There's a little bit of everything that comes into place.
Yeah, I think it's like, if you're coming in as a mix, well, obviously they don't have much preparation. Sure, they've got the structure and all that stuff by Redgar, but without Redgar here, are you going to use it as much? So I think Safe's like a perfect mix of, if you're going to play as a mix, you're going to play aggressive, you're going to play free-flowing, but you also, he knows the structure, he knows the tactics that they have in the back, so he can pull that out, whereas Enzo will not have that ability. Enzo will just be purely on the fly for or what he has in his head.
Plus, like I was saying, Liquid want to get something out of this. This is their player, this is who they've invested in.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense. He had a small, very small time calling in Guild at one point that he said he's like found kind of hard, but he learned so much. So again, it's just like, he can just learn so much. It's so much to take away from this, and then it's just going to be a second voice for Liquid moving forward that Redgar can fall back on. And individually, like a lot of times when people are calling, individually they won't like perform to their best. I would say he's performing like to the same level.
That's like the best IGL stats I've ever seen.
No,
Oh, yeah.
it's not only that. Like his clutches were insane. I think that he was. I'll double check on this one after the first map. But I think he was part of 13 clutches. He won 6 or 7. Like it was insane what he was able to do.
Yeah, even on the first series, I think overall stats went plus 28 playing the Phoenix. Phoenix on bind, by the way, which is
with an operator. With an operator.
Whipping out the AWP as well. So Safe does it all. He's a magician, I guess. He does everything. And as well in the KO, more supportive agents, still putting up the numbers and being IGL, having all this responsibility. It was really impressive.
Well, speaking of the magician, let's check in with the Team Liquid boys and see what they've been up to before this tournament.
Yeah, it felt pretty good winning last year. It was like kind of our first little tournament that we won.
So it was I think a good boost for our team mentality.
You know, when you play on like tournaments and on stages and stuff, because that's where like the most mistakes come out, and that's where you kind of like learn the fastest.
And our game plan is going to be looking a lot more different since we did lose our captain and in-game leader, which has led me to take lead of the boat right now. Hopefully, you know, the prep I did the day before the event is going to work out.
I feel like because we have such strong individuals, even though we don't really have any preparation, I still feel like, for sure, I think we have a shot at winning this.
We are going to play to win and have some fun together, and yeah, eventually, hopefully win.
Was that the Yumpy's dancing? Yeah. I mean, he's amazing in the server, but I think maybe he needs some lessons on the dancing side. Just for the people that are home, maybe who aren't as familiar with the Stand-ins, how would you guys sort of differentiate the play styles and what they bring in comparison to what we'd expected from Nats and Redgar when it comes to Enzo and Meadow?
I think it's not too bad. Like Meadow's kind of filling the same kind of sentinel role, and he's playing a lot of initiator as well. So he's kind of just like he's just going pure fill. He's actually playing a lot of agents that he normally doesn't play too much. And then Enzo is kind of just again pretty much just filling the roles, and he's just helping out with a lot of the calling, I imagine, as well in terms of someone they can rely on. I do think I will be a little bit brutal. I think he has been struggling like a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's big shoes to fill too as well, right? They haven't had a lot of time to practice as well. But their opponent today, they flew all the way here from LATAM. A bit of a whirlwind Kakuka yesterday as well for them. And what do you make of this team so far? Again, they also aren't here with their full roster.
Yeah, exactly. Melser's not here because actually he's getting married. So, you know, congratulations to Melser. Well, we hope that everything goes right. So Exetti is going to be playing just as a sixth player. He's going to be playing with the team. And as you said, maybe yesterday it wasn't the best of the showings, but they won the match that mattered the most, which was the last one. I think that we discussed, you know, the strength and the stamina of the teams to play throughout the day. Crew had enough to go through the entire day. Even after losing the first two, they had enough energy to beat up Focus last.
Exactly, and the players showed up when it mattered the most. First game on international events for a few of these players. I think Davey and Exetti, their first ever international event. Maybe the nerves, maybe the pressure, maybe jet lag. All kinds of options could be a thing. But when it matters the most, when they have to play focus to qualify, they stood up. Davies played fantastic on Bind. Zand on the next map as well. Nags on Breeze played fantastic. And they were here when it mattered. That's all that matters. You can lose as many games as you want, but if you're in the playoffs, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah, I've been very impressed. Zand is just a standout for me. When this guy's on Jet, I just feel very comfortable. That's kind of when this team looks the best. There's a weird like dynamic that we were talking about earlier in terms of just how they each kind of have an individual that plays, like Nags will play the chamber, and then Zand will play the Jet, and like they all kind of just have their own roles instead of one person just being like a set duelist. So yeah, very much for this event, maybe just kind of flexing with the stand-in.
I mean, that is what happens when they have to replace Kesner, right? And it looks like they couldn't find someone to replace him.
Yeah, so the thing is that, of course, this is not the crew that we have known for this past 2 years, the crew that has made us, you know, dream and live through their experience. That was a crew that, first of all, had at least a year and a half of very hard training. They had like maybe 3 days off in the entire year. They had a very consistent on their back that made a lot of things easier for them. This is a new roster that we need to give them a little bit more time. The same as we did with the first one. We just need the time to develop.
Yeah, I think, like I said, coming in, need time to develop, need time to gel together. Two people, first-time international events. It's not all going to fall into place. It's not always going to be perfect. You're not always going to have a honeymoon period. But I think from yesterday, obviously with the events what happened, where they may not have been playing, may not, they've got nothing to lose. Yeah. So they're going to go out there on stage. If I'm the agile, listen, boys, we was out yesterday, then we was in, then we was out, then we was in. Let's just go and have fun. Let's go show the world what we can do, get the confidence behind the players, and like, hey, go have fun with it.
Yeah, and to play in front of a crowd as well, because I don't believe that they had that many opportunities to do so, even with the old roster, even with the players that are still here. But we spoke a little bit about our crew here. Let's hear from the players themselves.
I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be playing on the main stage. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a very great experience.
For me, it's like the same. I'm very excited because my first time here is a good tournament with a good team. So I'm very excited, happy.
We felt some pressure, the only team that came to the world. The first tournaments, we feel like that, but right now we got a lot more experience and we play, of course, for the fans, but the main course is us.
It's really good to be part of this because you are more than a team. Everyone is expecting a lot more of you and representing the region.
I think you guys can expect the best of Valorant and the top tier.
I do agree. I think we're going to be getting a lot of that for the rest of today and tomorrow as well. And just hearing from Zand, seeing him in that crew jersey, it's so weird, right?
It feels so
different.
on Liquid. Like it looks good. It's just like, geez, we're
not
old.
used to it.
Yeah, we're old. It's how it makes us feel. But definitely very looking forward to see if this is going to. You were talking about very big shoes to fill on the side of the standings for Liquid. I think that for all the things the crew made us feel throughout the past 2 years, it's also big shoes to fill for them.
Yeah, and I think pretty much with every team, this goes for every team time, right? No team's had too much time. This roster's just come together pretty recently. And in my opinion, it's definitely showing. Like, I'm looking at their Haven. I can see a lot of time has been spent on their Haven. I may be looking over towards their Ascent, and I'm on, ooh, maybe not as much time. There's definitely needs some work. So it's one of those things where, yeah, I think they just need some more time, and I don't want to judge them too much on this event, if I'm honest.
Exactly, and we don't know how much preparation they've had with Exedi. Their sixth player coming in. I think it's the first time this year we've seen a sixth player actually in use, maybe something more for the future. But how much time has he had to integrate into the team? We have seen other teams like Cloud9, where Cupid, not played yet, maybe he comes in the future. So it's a good look and see, okay, maybe 6-man rosters can work, maybe he has a niche role to fill in the team that someone else can't. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they can bring.
I am interested about that, because I'm not quite sure where I stand on that topic.
So the thing is that you mentioned the 6-mans, and for the most teams in EMEA, they just put their analyst on the 6, so just imagine that happening. I don't think that we want to see that.
Get some bacon in, get him in.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Teams are just taking a different approach when it comes to this 6-man. Obviously, we've got C9, perfect example. We've got Cupid. He can definitely play. He's from EMEA. He's flown him all the way out to NA. What he's known best for is just strats. He's an IGL. He's very good with strats. He's incredibly keen. Like, this guy is incredibly keen. So having a kind of 6th that you can rely on to just add extra strats and just an extra pair of eyes is really good, and can stand in when you need them. So I think that's why a lot of teams are picking up actual 6th. And then you have other teams who are getting like Kesna, and then I have no idea I don't know how the dynamic's going to work there, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, we've got one Adam here sat next to us. How about we check in with the other one? How are you doing, Adam?
I'm doing very well indeed, thank you. Adam too, you are definitely wearing it far better than me. You are the vibe, man. You are the vibe. Welcome back to the main stage. Speaking of which, a vibe check here, Manchester. Are you ready for match 2? I think that says it all. Are you ready to meet the teams? Then let's do it. First up is Crew. So we've met Crew, but of course we need their competitors. Are you ready to meet them? All right. Playing for that last place in the semifinals. Give it up for Team Liquid! Folks, the clash of the Titans, Crew and Team Liquid. Fist bumping, getting ready for this enormous matchup. But who will progress to fight Cloud9 in the next round. It's time to kick on with match 2 here at Homeground 2022. Let's do this.
Let's do this indeed. Now, as Adam said, Cloud9 are waiting for one of these teams right now in the semifinals. This is going to be a tough matchup for them, but it's going to get even tougher from here. And who knows, after that, 100 Thieves perhaps, or Vitality in the grand final. Basically, the road is an uphill battle, no matter which team is going to go through today.
Yeah, it's a very rough
Yeah.
one, but we're going to focus on this game for sure. Don't want to think too far ahead. Liquid,
You're such a coach.
I know, right? Yeah, that's what you got to talk about. That's what they're talking about right now, you two. But yeah, nice to see they do the huddle. Liquid have started doing the old exercises to get warmed up recently as well. I've seen that. Yeah, so I'm kind of excited. I want to know the map pool. I'll be honest, that's where I'm in it. I think Liquid are really good at anting people. They have a very good analyst in terms of Bacon. He's very, very keen, like incredible work ethic. So I'm very excited to see what he's kind of done and the work that he's put into this. And like I said earlier, I'm a bit worried about Crew's map pool. So.
Yeah, you talk about map pool, but actually, I think both these teams have been banned in the Fracture, so it's a kind of a little bit for the other one to lose. One of them is going to do it. The first one to do it, you know, knowing that your opponent does not want to play on that ground, you know, is going to have a little bit of advantage.
Yeah, I see, obviously Crew with the permaban being Fracture, I think that helps out Liquid a lot. I think Fracture's a map where you need a lot of structure, a lot of protocols, a lot of reactions. It's very hard to go over the limit time Liquid have, so I think Liquid are thinking that's a free ban for them, works perfect in their favor.
Yeah, going on, it's a good point you said about Fracture. Fracture is the map that takes like the most kind of time to put in. So you have to do a lot of strats on attack and defense and so many retakes. So we'll probably see Crew getting rid of that unless they want to float it. Probably a little bit too bold. So yeah, they get rid of that. Now this is going to be interesting. I personally feel like Crew's Haven has looked really good. I'm going to ignore the C9 game. And yeah, I think that's very smart. And then Crew, this will be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, I think that we need to take a look at what happened yesterday against Focus and that they decided to go in for the bind. I mean, I think it's a good strategy for Crew.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense as well. Liquid doing a bit of an unconventional comp in terms of the double duelist, Yampi on Raze and Safe on Phoenix. So I think there's definitely a lot of individual plays, like I talked about, that could get exploited. And this is something as well that I wanted to see. I felt like Ascent looks a little bit weak. And Liquid's Ascent have been pretty good. Again, Bacon antied Heretics yesterday very well with the Viper Wall. And I reckon we'll see something similar.
Talking about Ascent, Jampi's been fantastic at this map historically. Many times as he put Liquid on his back, carried, and on that jet roll. So again here, picking Ascent, the Pug, letting Jampi loose. I think this is something that's like recipe for like a good, successful time for Liquid on Ascent. And obviously now, Crew coming in with a Pearl. Again, I think versus a mix, I think they're kind of missing the idea here. I think teams aside, if you know you're versus a mixed team, not much preparation, I think Pearl's a map where if you have a structured team, you have lots of practice, you're able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, but you need to, you know, watch, Icebox as the last one. As we said, every single team has a different pick in order. If we actually take a look at what Crew are banning are the two newest maps. So they're definitely going in that order of less prepared bind, then Haven, you know, just by order, maybe some split, you know, for next year. But definitely we understand that coming into home grounds, they know that their home grounds are going to be the easiest, the more conventional, because you need to, as you said, design a whole structure for how a map is going to work, and missing your most pivotal points or your most pivotal players on the team calls for a new strategy.
I mean, this is interesting, right? In the previous iterations of Liquid, you want to force them to play bind, and you don't want to play them on Ascent. That's kind of the, if you get bind against Liquid, you're rejoicing. But then having to play Liquid, any iteration of Liquid on Ascent, feels like a bit of a trap. Do you feel like that's the narrative still, Sliggy and Adam, I guess you two, for this series?
Yeah, I think so. I definitely, in terms of win conditions for Crew, I think they definitely want to focus on pistol rounds. I mentioned at the beginning of this, Liquid have not got a good record in terms of pistol rounds. So if Crew can manage to get all the pistols, then they're off to a good start, maybe some bonuses. Then I think they can take this. But I do think that the map pool is very good for Liquid right now.
It's a very... You go.
I think Crew need a good start. Like I said, getting the pistols, getting the momentum. I watched their games versus Focus yesterday when they're winning the early rounds, you know, getting the momentum going. They looked really, really good. But sometimes like it can steam down, and I think being an underdog, you want that good start. You want that perfect start to a game. And Bind, like I said, historically, Liquid have struggled. I know it's like entirely new roster at this point, but you know, there's still been like issues here and there. So I think Crew have a great chance today.
Yeah, I mean, especially for crew, not only starting off with the pistol, but I think like also having the crowd, knowing that when you win the rounds, there's going to be, you know, people cheering for you and just going up. If you manage to get into the head of your opponent, knowing that, you know, they have those 2 standings and yada yada, if you have the chance of picking up the first map and having a strong initiation, maybe if it's not a 2-0, it can be a 2-1.
Honestly, if Liquid can just win map 1 on bind of all maps, sign up Meadow and Enzo right now, honestly.
I need to see record nuts in this team. I have to.
I do think the bind is definitely the map the crew have to win for me, because I think the other 2 maps, it's gonna be very hard for them to get one. When I'm looking at crew, I see a lot of individuals, and it's like they all take turns in terms of individuals. I kind of want to see if they can all step up at the same time. I do think they can take this, but again, map pool have to take bind. This map, first map, very important.
Yeah, like we said, obviously the crew roles are very different to traditional pro teams. They have Dave playing the Raze, Zand on the Jet, Nags on the Chamber, and all of them then balancing flash and fade roles. It makes it very different. So like you said, if the entire team can step up, sure, but also at the same time, if one individual on the right map pops off, then they can win the game easy as well.
Yeah, the problem is that I think that crew has been too reliant on that for yesterday. Like in every single map, you see one of the players being completely checked in, and you see one of them completely checked out. We were talking about how safe, how now he is IGL, and how he's likely going to be playing on the Phoenix. I asked him yesterday when I saw him around him, I was like, so tell me, what's the thought behind the operator Phoenix? And he was like, honestly, I just talked to Jazine, and he told me that it was the moment to do it, that he was feeling like, you know.
Oh, the chakra.
Yeah, it was the chakras. Yeah. And it worked. Are we going to see him today? To see it again today? Well, we'll have to ask Yassine.
I need to call up Yassine and ask him what I should be running in my rank games. That's actually 2 on the nose, I feel like. Also, I think we're experiencing a little bit of a delay right now, but I want one of those lab coats. I don't know what is happening on stage, but I kind of want to wear a lab coat. Are we allowed to?
I've been seeing them all day, and they look so cool. Where are our crates? Where are our lab coats?
Yeah, I want one of those lab coats. But I will say that the issues that you guys mentioned, the having to step up on the side of crew, it does feel like a post-Kesnet issue, right? Because when Kesnet was there, you don't really need to step up. He's there. He's going to do it for you. So which player do you guys feel like it has to be the one to step in those shoes today?
For me, it's got to be Zand. And again, he's been performing all the time. He's been the consistent one, but he just needs to continue it. We need to see it. I think he's been putting up great numbers. Actually, very excited for his future in this game. I think he looks great. So, but he's the standout player for me. He's the person that is showing up, and I just need that consistency, and then everyone else can kind of just help.
I'm going to disagree with you just because I need to see Nags play in as the player he is supposed to be. He's supposed to be one of the staples of crew, and it's about damn time that he fills up his own shoes. You know what I mean? Is in the sense of you should know how everything works around this team. You have a perfect scenario for you to develop as a player. When we need someone to step out, you have to be a reliable person.
I'm rooting for the 2 underdogs, Davey and Exedi. Exedi yesterday, the game versus crew, might not have been top of the scoreboard, but overall he's putting up the numbers, had important kills on the first buy rounds, got a 4K, gets them into the momentum, and Davey as well. I'm yet to see him pop off like he did yesterday on bind. I really want him to do it again and see where he can go.
And I think that what you said there is very important in terms of people doing their role. I said earlier, Enzo, I felt like he wasn't obviously performing to how I've seen him perform in the past, but at the same time, when you're allowing Yampi and Safe to do it, all you're doing is just enabling them. So it's not his role to just be anywhere near the top. He is majority of the time going to be at the bottom. He is doing his role. So, but I would just like to see a little bit of individual more.
At the beginning of the day, we were showing the top 5 players regarding First Bloods. Yampi was up there, and he actually took, I think, like overall half of the first duels in the entirety of the server. Like, he has a very clear role that he has to fulfill, and everybody's playing around that. If you, for example, have Enzo, who maybe is not feeling his best, or just not feeding in perfectly, it doesn't matter, because there's so many other things that he can do to help the team that as long as Yampi's there, we'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying. Enzo's not here to be the main character.
Exactly.
Like, he's here to help.
You.
He's an NPC. He actually took my spot instead of playing, so it could have been me. But Enzo's here to do a role. He's here to support. He's here to, enable these players like a Jampy, like a Soulcaster Safe, all these types of players where Jampy just unleashed, just walks around and kills people. It's like when I was in NA for my brief stint, I was watching Leaf, and he would just walk around, take Angels, doesn't care. He knows he's better, and he takes them. And I love that from a player, because as Sliggy said before, you can have the structure of Redgar, all this kind of stuff, If that's not working, just let Jampy go walk around. He'll get you openings, he'll get you in positions to win the round where you don't really need to be a great IGL or a mastermind to win the rounds. Jampy can open it for you.
This was something as well when I used to coach in Liquid. We would call it, we would go around and we would ask how many overpeak cards people had. And I would be like to Yampy, I'd be like, you have 2 overpeaks for this. And then once you start getting shut down, once they can prove that they can shut you down, then you like call off. So a lot of the times it's kind of enabling it to do it, make sure that the other team can prevent him from actually just taking the space and just doing a little bit disrespectful stuff with the op. And then once they prove they can do it, then you chill out a bit.
Well, speaking of players that do disrespectful things on the server, we actually have G2 Ghosts, Mary and Mimi standing by right now with Janiro for a quick chat.
Hello guys, I know you've probably seen quite a lot of me today, but I have even more coming your way this time around. This is an interview with the lovely ladies from G2. We have Mary and Mimi here, so welcome. I can hear some noise downstairs. Can you guys be a little louder because we're like up a level, so I want to hear more? That would be really great. Thank you. So, welcome first of all. And Valorant so far has had quite a big impact on a lot of people's lives, but for you guys specifically, what has the game changed about it?
For me, I would say that it changed my life. Like just being in a professional team, I'm like pursuing my dreams and my aspirations. I would say that, yeah, it's just been a wild ride for me.
Mimi?
I mean, I've been playing CS for 12 years, and these 1.5 years that I've played Valorant has been way better than the 12 years I spent on CS, so it's been really great. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, Valorant has been great. Any final words you want to share, though, before we close this out?
Let's
I love
go
you.
Liquid. Yeah, and I love you, everyone. Even my Discord chat. Yeah, my Discord chat is great.
Yeah, my Discord is really great too, by the way.
You heard it here first. If you want that love, go join the Discord. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be heading back to the desk.
We love you too, Mimi and Mary, of course.
We adore them.
Honestly, I'm a G2 fans, anyone in the crowd, how does it feel to finally have a trophy, you know?
Oh my God.
How does that feel?
Back in 2020, you know, when G2 were winning things.
Wow, yeah, I know, right? World champions as well, we gotta say. World champions, we're probably gonna see them on the desk a little bit tomorrow as well, which is gonna be great.
I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, we're gonna get some analysis from them as well. But back to the Liquid versus Crew game, I believe we're gonna go into Agent Select soon. So let's start talking about map 1. We're gonna go to Bind here. We already spoke a little bit about Liquid's pitfalls in the past, but what are their win conditions here? How can Liquid actually confidently look good on Bind?
Well, I mean, the double duelist, right? So you need these 2 players popping off. You need Safe and the Phoenix to be going crazy again, like with the core and the impact, the flashes. As well, for me, I think the win condition is the support players as well. You got your Enzos, your Meadow on a breach. Breach on Bind, if you're not prepared for it, if you're naive, you're not ready for like the traps they set with the stun, the flashes coming in on the satchels, all that kind of stuff, you can get caught off guard and you can easily lose control of the game. So I think for Crew, they need to be like, okay, listen, it's a different comp, unique style, you need to be prepared for it.
It's a lot, when you have a Phoenix, right, it's a lot about getting the orbs, and they've kind of allowed themselves with the breach as well that it's a lot easier for them to get the orbs as well. So Crew need to be shutting down the orbs to make sure that the Phoenix can't get popping, and then Safe himself needs to be trying to, first of all, get the space in showers, or on defense side, a lot of times you can get the orb over towards B. I want to see him stacking orbs, and I just want to see him just doing the same performance that he had on Bind. Yampy is still, I haven't seen much of his raise yet, so it's still a bit of a question mark for me. So I don't want to say that that's like I just want to see him have a relatively good game in terms of the raise. I'm not expecting crazy things high. I think he's just learning the raise. So yeah, we'll see.
Can I just say, Jampy on raids is something that I've wanted to see for a long, long time. I think even you, when you were streaming, I was like in your chat, please put Jampy on raids. I want to see it. Because I feel like he's a bit of a lunatic.
And then you got Scream on raise.
Yeah, Scream on raise.
You got.
I think the debate was always there, but I think Jampy's the person you want satchering in. You want him being crazy, you want him taking these high risks. But I think if we go back to the showing with Scream, you want him more of like a shower or like a passive trading and being alive in like the important rounds and like, you know, always being there to back up your team.
You touched on a very good point. Something that I struggled on a lot when I was coaching when Yampy came over, especially within the first like 3 months, was just trying to tame him. He was just...
Wait, you mean him dashing in with a judge wasn't okay?
That's what I mean. He was crazy. Within the first 3 months, he's in the air trying to spray the gun and stuff like that. He's a little bit too unhinged sometimes. So that's why I kind of had doubts for the Rays, but hopefully he'll find a good level and we see him making the space that he needs to.
I remember that I was still in LVP, I was still working in Spanish with Jumpy first joined in, and we had this joke because every single best of 3, map 1, Jumpy was not there. Literally, not online. On the second map though, he was unreal. He was carrying the team so easily, and I think that, you know, it took him a little bit of time for him to adapt into actually being part of the 5 and not going so crazy just because he can.
I felt like our best way of doing it was just for him to learn. Literally, we just played a lot of games. I think our first LAN, he would only been playing the game for not even 2 months, so it was literally just like, you find the level. I didn't, because the op was so strong as well as with it was the Jet before the nerf, so I wanted him to have so much freedom. I didn't want to clip the wings too much, but maybe dashing at people with Judge was not what I recommend.
It was very entertaining, I tell you. I'm not complaining. But one person I also wanted to touch on, the last standing member of Fish 123, Soulcast. I think a lot of people were criticizing him a lot, you know, over the last 2 years, ups and downs. But for me, he's been incredibly consistent on this roster. And Eccles, you know, as your former teammate, what have you made of his performance so far?
Oh, I'm so proud of him, honestly. Like, I've known him since like what, 2016. And like he's grown so much, even like Liquid, I remember the first strike, we crashed out to Heretics. It was like we expected so much more, and he took that really to heart. But then to see him bounce back, and at one point, I remember in the Sky meta, he's one of the best players. People consider him one of the best players in the world.
It was the Dom meta, yeah.
It was the Dom meta, Dom, White Origin Vandal. I told him to put it on today, so hopefully he's put it on. But yeah, the Sky Flash has so much confidence, and he's someone who's so talented, and he's been like this since like 2016 in CS. Finally getting him to short on the big stage consistently is amazing to see.
He's come a long way as well. Since the Fish 123 days, he's come a long way. It was something that I made sure all of you did, was just have a big player pool in terms of agents, right? You need to be able to play multiple agents, and it's something that he was very fast at picking up agents, and he's just learned so much. His work ethic is very, very good. He watches a lot of demos, and he's just that reliable guy. He was the person I could always rely on, and I could literally just be like, I'm going to put you on this role, like, I'm sorry. Like him and Linko would be, I'm going to put you on this role, I'm sorry, but I know you'll be fine.
Do you want a headset and you can coach behind them?
We'll go coach,
oh my God, Dom, you're so good.
Just bring it back.
No, but I do agree. I remember when the meta was Swift and a Neon came in, and then you had a Scream going on the Rays and yada yada. Soulcast was always willing to go in the role that it was fitted for him. If it was the Neon, if it was the Sky, it doesn't matter. And to many people, it was a surprise that he was actually performing in these different roles.
For me, honestly, the most surprising one was Astra, because I think there's a big shock. People go, oh, got to play Astra. It's easy agent. And for Dom, I think it's an agent where you can anchor and just let him use his aim. Like, put his stars down, whatever, just aim, headshot, headshot. And I think it's a perfect agent for him, where people are like, oh, is he going to do it? Is he not? But he showed everyone. He shot everyone up and did amazing.
Yeah, I was very surprised. That was actually after I left. I saw him, Astra, I think Fracture was the first. Fracture was the first time I saw it.
Every single Fracture, Soulcast was topping the board.
Dude, if I had known, like, if I had known this, I was just like, yeah. But it makes sense. He's a very smart player. He's very good in clutch situations, and his first bullet aim is just something crazy good. Like he's someone that practices his aim a lot, and he wins a lot of first drills.
Yeah, and also let's not forget. I know we talk about the Yumpy raise, but if that doesn't work out somehow, that experiment, you know, falls through, we have Soulcast is a world-class raise player. I think people are forgetting that was the agent that got him kind of known in the scene.
I also remember when Sage is like, there's so many different options that can work, especially facing into 2023 inside this roster. It's not only Soulcast, it's the great pickups that they've had, and we still are not going to see what Nats and Reg are going to bring, because obviously Nats can bring anything.
He can play anything.
Literally, but that's another problem for the rest of EMEA. You're going to get another 5-man roster of people that can play anything, and you're still going to be mind blown.
That's definitely the thing to take away from this tournament as well, is no joke, if they won more pistols against 100 Thieves, I think it could have been a different game. So the fact that they're kind of getting those results in with 2 stand-ins, you get the whole team back together, the liquid stocks are rising.
You're the liquid copium still?
I think so, apparently so, yeah.
I love that. I actually love that. What about you?
I mean, I love it. I think, you know, like you said, having a flexible players, flexible rosters is something very important. And I think that's something we should talk about Crew, because they have players where, like I said, they've got 2 different duelists, got a different sniper player, got 2 different playing flashes and fade support. This is not just like, oh, they're just putting them on these kind of roles, but these players are good, they're flexible, and in my opinion, good players can play any role. You give them time, you can adapt. Like I've seen Soulcast gone from like at the start Omen to Raze to Sky to KO to Silver to Astra. The guy's gone through everything. Next thing he's going to be a coach. So it's like all these players are going to be good on their roles. And like I said, let's see how they do it with the compositions, the flexibility, and all the different agents they can play.
Or Team Liquid. They are the defending champions, by the way. They, of course, won the last Rebel home ground, but they're not the only EMEA team left. Of course, you guys saw Team Vitality win a little bit earlier, and Ginny is standing by with Coach Salah for a quick interview.
Yeah, we have Salah here, but we also have manager Rob, so we're going to have an opportunity to speak with both of them. We already spoke to Salah, so I'm going to skip you for the first question. But you, Rob, you're new here, so welcome. How does it feel to be here?
It feels great. I mean, I'm from the UK. I used to live in Manchester. It's great to be back in LAN in Manchester. It's awesome.
Do you like the snow?
We do not like the snow. We are very angry at the snow.
Why? Why are you angry?
The snow may have cancelled some flights. It may have been a big issue for me this morning, but it's fine. The snow's going.
Okay, so basically all my homies hate snow. Do you hate snow, though?
For today, yeah. Normally I like it, but for today, fuck snow.
Apologies about that one. So you guys are now calming down. Your next match is going to be against 100 Thieves. So between now and your next matchup, what are you guys doing? Because you have that play area where it looks pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think we're just decompressing, chilling out a little bit, and then me, Strong, and Grilla are already preparing. I have two great assistant coaches, so yeah, we're already preparing, already doing our thing, and then eventually we'll get back into it.
Okay, so no break. I hear decompressing a lot. What does that look like for Vitality?
I think it just means like chilling, to be honest, talking, just sitting, not doing anything, not wasting energy on anything, basically just kind of, vibing.
Is anyone taking a nap on the beanbags?
Maybe, I don't know, potentially. Good chance Enders.
I would take a nap on those beanbags. Would you take a nap on the beanbags?
Oh yeah, they're super comfy.
But you're like pretty tall and like the beanbags are...
but like you can curl up in a little comfy position, it's great.
Well, thanks for the info. So looking here at the fact that we're playing Valorant today, and there's a lot of teams that showed up from an international stage, you as a manager having that opportunity to meet like-minded individuals and just people from the industry in general, what does that mean to you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I've been around the scene for a while. I used to work for TOs, and now on the teams, there's a bunch of old faces from the old days. There's a bunch of new guys. Like, I don't know, LAN's like coming to see all your friends and have like a big party, and then we also play some video games, So it's great. I love this stuff. This is what we live for.
So do you have many friends?
Many friends, no. No, there's a couple of guys here. I mean, like DDK and James from 100 Thieves, I knew back in the day. There's a couple of the guys, I mean, like Mixwell I knew from a while ago on Heretics. It's good.
It's good to have you here. Salah, you're here as well, so you also get to meet other coaches and other players. A lot of friends on your end. Are you like a social guy?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's nice seeing, because I remember as well, I think Doom Bros and Emil and a lot of my friends are here, and I was always going to Doom Bros' tournaments and watching him, and now he got to come to mine and watch me, so it was nice.
Is he cheering for you, though?
I'd hope so. I'd hope he would be cheering, because I was cheering for him, so it would be, I think, an L-friend move not to cheer, right?
An L-friend move, that's why you heard here. So Doom Bros, I do hope you're cheering, because it would be a shame if not. We're going to be heading back to the desk, so Yinsu, take it away.
You guys got any friends?
No.
I have you.
I don't. Yeah, you're my only friend. Yeah.
Yeah, most likely. I think it's funny that Salah says, "I hope Doom Bros is cheering for me." What about his brother?
Yeah. Wait, actually, you never know, because I actually, for the first time in my life, mixed up Doom Bros and Emil yesterday by accident. Because I asked Doom when Emil's birthday is, and Doom is like, well, we have the same birthday. Like, our birthday's on the same day. But I think he could have easily snuck on stage. We wouldn't have known. I wouldn't be.
I think he has.
Well,
we just don't know.
I've already had an embarrassing moment. The first time I met Mitch and Tombiz, I got their names mixed up. So that was slightly embarrassing. So I think it's a lot more.
Which one's Tom and which one's Mitch?
Tom had a hat on, so it was like.
I was gonna say it's the hat.
It's the hat. The hat gave me. But like with Emil and Eric, you think you know someone, but then the exact copy's there. But you can tell the personalities are so different.
Yeah.
Totally.
You can always know.
I think it's because they weren't next to each other. That's why I got them mixed up. Yeah. I don't think you would have made that mistake though.
No. Just because I know them pretty well, and Eric is always smiling. Like, he's a happy person unless he's working. Like, if he's on stage, he's this. Otherwise, he's just like this all the time. He's just very happy to be alive,
Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Doom Bros, by the way, if you're in the crowd. Make yourself known. I'm not sure if he is
Stand up, Eric.
Yeah, stand up, Eric, if you're in the
Say
crowd.
hello.
But we are going to head into Agent Select very, very shortly. Of course, we spoke about some of the comps already, but Breach Phoenix, are you guys, you like that? You yay or nay?
I don't. I'm not that much of a fan of Breach on Bind. It feels a little bit one-dimensional. I very much get it for this because they're a mix and they kind of need to have a win condition, and it's just making sure that the Phoenix can kind of just get the space. So I very much understand it here, but as an actual time where you have data to look over, Breach is normally very one-dimensional on this. You're normally either stunning over towards showers, or on defense you're always kind of stunning over towards the kind of outer areas. So I don't like it too much, but
because the sky just, you know, works better in general.
It's just nicer having information on just on the sides as well, for sure. So yeah, pretty much everything we expected in terms of the picks here. So yeah, I guess we'll just kind of see if they can get the Phoenix rolling, because we haven't had, when Liquid played this last, they got off to a very good start, right? The ball was rolling.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, then yeah, it could get a little bit worrying.
What I don't like about the Breach is, because Bind's such a unique map, there's no middle, there's no map ever made like it, and there's no like direct area where you can get
the TPs don't really matter, right?
Yeah, the TPs are crazy. But like with the Sky and the Fade, you can get that information like at different like times where like, oh, you get information be long enough in there, or if there's something there, you can get it showers, maybe push. With the Breach, you don't have that. You have to be more proactive yourself as a player, like flash from me, peek, get info that way instead of just throwing a bird around the corner and hoping for the best.
All right, guys, the predictions real quick.
For this just map or the whole thing?
This map.
This map, I'm going Crew.
Yeah, I'm going Crew as well.
After all the Liquid, the Korean.
I think they.
I need to ask the scene. I'll come back in a minute.
I think they win the other two maps, but I think Crew, I'm going for this one.
I think Liquid. I've got to back my boys. Meadow and Soulcast.
I'm glad someone's loyal. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, am I
They
right?
went to me.
Oh my God, okay. You've seen, you guys met Adam 1, he was on stage. Adam 2, he's here on the desk. It's time to meet Adam 3, who's standing by with Ryan to take you guys through map 1.
Thank you very much, Ian. So I don't have the same jacket on, Ryan, so I'm really letting this side down. I didn't get the memo.
I know. I feel like we need the whole setup of all three of you stuff. Maybe tomorrow. Like, I'll go to like a Next or something, get the same Christmas jumper, and it'll be a great time. But this should be a really good series overall. I don't think Liquid, they went to bed expecting focus, woke up playing up against Crew, so not a lot of time to adjust.
I think Crew woke up expecting to be going home, back across the ocean again, but they've come over here, they're playing in Manchester, and they're going up against Team Liquid, who've got themselves a UK player on the side. I'm sure they're going to be the hometown favorites coming into the home ground. And Ryan, looking at the predictions, most people have sided with Bind going the way of Crew. Are you siding with them too?
I think so, yeah. You look at the kind of comps, Crew, that's the team that we're going to be seeing with Melsa obviously in that squad instead of Axetti, but it's what we've typically seen on this map, right? The Viper, the Chamber, that comp has been so popular over the last couple of months. Granted, this is on the old patch, so we don't have the new Chamber nerfs in, just in case people are still flocking in and wondering if we're going to be seeing any new stuff on the patch. Not quite today, but Liquid, you've got Enzo playing Fade, right? Like that's it's comfort, right? It's just play what you want, play a bit more fluid, like excuse the pun for Liquid. It's kind of like just go out and use your own intuition as opposed to worry about the playbook too much.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this, obviously the highs and lows, the adrenaline rushes and dumps that Crew will have felt yesterday. Coming up against a team like Team Liquid, it is certainly still a difficult roster, even with these stand-ins. I've been very impressed with Liquid's performances with the fact that they have brought two stand-ins in, considering the two players that they're losing out on are incredibly gifted.
And it's crazy the fact that you look at like Enzo and Meadow as players that weren't in the franchise at all, right? That they're like still free agents. Granted, Meadow on the same team as Eccles. Really excited to see where the Barbers go in the future for sure, but it is crazy, like the pool of talent that's in this squad, and also just these guys, how they've improved. Like Meadow and Enzo were in the scene pretty much from day one, right? And they've both increased their agent pool, looking a lot stronger. Now they get a bit of LAN experience, which can come in massively handy in the future. The Crew have a big challenge ahead of them. Maybe weren't expected to be in this spot earlier this morning. Now they go up against Liquid.
Well, it is time, Manchester. Red Bull home ground quarterfinals yet again. This time it's Crew versus Team Liquid. We're heading into Bind first here for the first map of the best of three. Crew's chance to get into this series. Crew's chance to stay alive here in home ground. Team Liquid will still be feeling confident with the other two maps left in this veto, so we have to see a pistol start here. We heard Sliggy talk about it, Ryan. A pistol needs to happen here for Crew.
Liquid's defense was pretty solid overall yesterday. It was a bit rough against Futbolist on the attack, but they don't need to worry about that just yet. A lot of aggression and fighting towards B along with the Phoenix. A very awkward pick. You don't see many people choosing it nowadays, but if Safe's going to run it, he's going to make it work. He's done it in the past. Still trying to sort of fight out in the open, but backing off to elbow, has Enzo there to support.
Yeah, two defensive players left inside of this B site to try and deal with the attack that's coming forward. Plenty of utility, forcing them further and further back. Crew being methodical about this approach, and that rotation starts to come through. Zand is the first player to draw blood. It's Enzo that's gone down first, and Safe goes down inside of the elbow smoke. Good start here for Crew.
Yeah, these frenzies just closing the gaps, trying to fight in the smoke. Safe didn't have a flash to sort of jump out at the right time, so now Meadow at least making it a 3v4, and the trade's coming in as the plant's gone down.
Yeah, it's not looking great right now for Team Liquid, down to just 2 players left. Good post plants established here for Crew as well, up inside of Hookah. And 2 players inside of the site itself, so very difficult to see a world in which we see Team Liquid get back into this one. Meadow and Soulcast just biding their time, now attentively going forward, catches out Davey. Now looking for the second, it's quick from Soulcast, but he can't make it a triple, and Meadow not set up for success. Crew will have their pistol round.
San with a 4K overall finds that first opening, and just the way the Crew are able to get in on the site, the smokes that come in from the Brimstone because they're so long, really felt that Liquid wanted to be a bit more passive, jump out at the right time, but they were constantly smoked off. It's a miracle, I think, that Soulcast was able to get that much space in the end because he just walked out of CT.
Yeah, I felt like Crew maybe switched off a little bit, considered the round almost done, and Soulcast catches a window of opportunity. Who knows if he gets that third, it's pandemonium, and perhaps that elbow player is able to swing out and Meadow can get involved. But Crew happy to pick up the pistol. They'll go right into the investments, the Bulldogs, the Spectres out in force, and for Team Liquid, Sheriffs on 3.
So weird to not see a Viper on the team for Liquid. Viper's like 100% pick rate and stuff like Champions, right? Probably still will be. But now Yampi wanted to go for the fight. Second ever time he's played Raze. First was up against Footballist yesterday, so he still has a new role to sort of pick up and learn potentially. Going up against Davies, who had a fantastic performance against Focus yesterday on this map.
Yeah, Crew up against Focus and enjoyed a bind as a pick one time throughout their group stages. Haven obviously going out earlier in the veto, and I think Bind looked a little bit better for them than Haven at times, so we'll see if they're able to topple Team Liquid. Right now, it seems pretty easy to convert upon 2. Just about limiting the casualties here, Crew. They've got 5 players still up, can really build the credits up.
Just walking through the smoke as well, having that cover as well, with the third and final smoke from Brimstone up on Heaven. Zan's managed to close so much distance, but if he does lose this gun for whatever situation, then Liquid might be able to sort of pick it up and do a bit more damage. But right now, it's just getting exit frags, potentially not dying and feeding orbs to Crew, just making this as straightforward as possible. They've accepted that the round's probably not going their way when they're in a 2v5.
Guiding light goes around the corner. I think this is a great chance for Team Liquid to show us that they have maybe a little bit of depth in their pool, even at this event, right, with 2 stand-ins. You know, if you do win this matchup, you go on to play Cloud9, really difficult team to be able to topple in a semi-final fashion. So if you're really looking at what Team Liquid were able to do throughout the group stages, there was a lot of maps like Ascent, Icebox, keeping it simple, allowing Safe to call in those maps, definitely make them feel a little bit more comfortable. But when you get onto a map like Bind, this is where we start to see maybe a few cracks with those stand-ins.
It's very like execute heavy. It's all about timings. Like, I'd be curious to see what Eccles' opinions on the desk is, like playing as like a mix right now, like picking maps like Bind. How do you even approach it? Because it has to be like the playbook. How well you go out of short and showers at the same time on an execute. How you use utility. Obviously Liquid with these 2 stand-ins, they're not going to have that kind of chance to make their executes as airtight as possible. So I think that's one of the reasons why Team Liquid were only able to get 5 rounds against Footballist on their attack, and also why it went to overtime in the first place. They managed to win, but Crew certainly looked a lot better when you compare the performances on this map. Now there's a bonus, and Xander's his ult. He has those Seekers ready on the sky.
Let's see if he likes to invest in aggression from Soulcast, not going his way. Nax from range, able to topple him. A good start here for Crew. They'll begin to try and attack their sword. The swing from Meadow, 2 rifles down immediately. A gaping hole now in the Team Liquid defense, and Yumpy needs to hold. It's just 1, and he's overwhelmed. The defense certainly cracked open. It's not looking great here for Team Liquid in this round, especially with Enzo going down. It's all about done. Safe will go forward, and this has to be an absolute miracle play, but the paint shells will deny his opportunity for a hero moment. 3-0 start here for Crew. This is exactly the start that the desk were talking about.
Just Meadow peeking, gets caught out really early. Not only do I think the Seekers were not used in that round because they weren't needed, Davis is also pretty set on having a showstopper at this point.
Yeah,
so.
2 aggressive piece for Team Liquid just went against them, right? You had the showers fight initially from Soulcast, and Yampi needs to get a multi-kill here. If he doesn't, just seems over.
It did a lot of damage there, just that little sort of cheeky angle to be in overall. But of course, when you have that Sky just to heal up that went onto Axedi, maybe a multi-kill there potentially, but Team Liquid caught out pretty early on, and they're forced to eco again. The Seekers was used by Zand, so there is 1 ultimate down at the very least, but up until then it was fairly straightforward, might not have even been necessary.
Yeah, this round should be somewhat easy pickings for Crew. Team Liquid certainly have the talent within their roster to be able to cause a few problems in a round like this. Just one kill can unravel or find the thread to pull. But Crew have been really methodical so far, right? They haven't made too many mistakes. They've been clearing every choke point out with the utility perfectly, not really putting themselves in harm's way, even in the bit of the bonus rounds too, right? So yeah, it's been solid here for Crew, not giving any opportunities here to Team Liquid.
But it's also Crew sort of spotted that there was a stack over on B. Team Liquid didn't want to give the game away, but the Trailblazer finds so much information, and now Crew leaning towards the A site, but Team Liquid have expected that rotation. They're now moving the majority of players over here, but space has already been created, and the plan should go down shortly. It's just Enzo that's playing in lamps.
Yeah, a lot of players have made the rotation over here for Team Liquid, and Soulcast has got the first kill. Maybe that is the first pull of the thread that might unravel this entire round. Crew, another kill. He swings to Soulcast, and now Liquid with 2 players up. They still have the weaker weapons. They haven't recovered the down rifles, but Nags goes in. Finally one, but Soulcast, another one. Sid comes in, and Team Liquid find their first round in the most unlikely of fashions.
This is the kind of thing that you want to see from Liquid, where it is just intuition, right? Guessing in the right places. They haven't probably had much time to adjust to what Crew typically do on this map. It's just they know that we know that they know that we've got 4 players on the B side.
I'm following you, Ryan, really.
Yeah, let's go over and sort of meet them. So good damage done, and Soulcast again leading the line with those buys. It's just crazy that that was the first round they picked up, and also the Brimstone ult comes out on the side of Crew as well, I think.
That's a great round for Team Liquid to pick up. They're now in the game. They're now in the beginning of this match. Rifles out across the board. Operator in play here, Ryan. Whoa, look how quick that is. In the initial fight, no one comes out worse for wear, though. And Meadow has got control of showers, but he's about to be cleared out. Trailblazer combo with the Boombot. Meadow under a lot of pressure. Zan goes forward, but Soulcast, he gets a double kill. That is massive. That keeps Liquid in this round.
And 26 HP now. Zan sort of pushing in the direction where the spike was dropped, but they can sort of rotate and go somewhere else. Klaus is there to try and support, but it's held down aggressively. 3 versus 3, so there's a lot more time and a lot more stuff for Crew to work with at this point. They don't need to dedicate, especially with Yampy being full HP. And only a couple of orbs away from having his own showstopper. It's fish in a barrel, it thinks at this point. If you're going to try and push out showers alone, you need that support, and Nags is rotating around, picking up the spike.
Yeah, you see this push coming down short as well right now. Yampy getting a little hungry for information. Shouldn't really be going too much deeper at this point, but he's getting quite a bit of control. And if Nags goes too far, he might just be close range battling out the rifle. Yampy, the timing works against him. Yampy gets away with it, and now an advantage with the final 30 seconds. Team Liquid shutting down this attack. It is just 1 player left. Oh, Klaus, he's trying to pull this one off. 1 versus 2, 25 seconds left. And the spike not in his possession. He has to run back and get that, and that means going into Yampy. And well, he takes down the lone Finn. Just 1 versus 1, safe. One of the sharper tools in the shed with 13 seconds. It's not even really enough time to get the spike back to the site.
Is he going to try?
Klaus might cross into the open. He's surely going to die. Easy work that for safe. Knows he just needs to hold. Not enough time to be able to be methodical there. And it's a round picked up for Liquid again.
Yeah, it could have gone really unraveled for Liquid there towards the end, but Yampy does so much, just being proactive, getting information. Unlucky for Nags to just sort of lean away at the worst time, really. And how close he was. Takes the cap off of Raze's head. And Yampy just peeking here. If there's a bit more, like 10 seconds more on the clock, and Safe still holding on to B, would be more problematic. But a good adjustment on the defense of this side for Liquid. Crew, they bought up the operator and then lost. Their money's not great, and they have less to work with.
Also, we might have a bit of a hookah engagement going on early here. Straight up, Zan goes forward. Boombot on Boombot action. And now sends the Trailblazer through to clear out hookah. Well, long gone is Yampy.
Rotation coming in over towards from the A site. You've got Meadow that's going to be staying in lamps, potentially with Safe. And there was that potential alert coming in from Klaus, but the running back actually going to be used to go through the teleport to take these fights. So Safe is going to find one, and the showstopper trying to meet him on the other side, but shut down on the side from Sand.
Oh, Sid gets another one. Gets away, gets out of dodge. A 3 versus 3 established. And Soulcast just being so good so far. Certainly delivering on his home ground. He's found another one. It's Nags Skull that is no longer with him. And just 2 players left. Spectre is looking to try and leap out of hookah. He got a favor. Team Liquid in this 4v2 completely. For a situation like this, Crew just looking to do as much damage as they possibly can.
The good thing as well about the Phoenix ult being used is because of the running back pulls it back over to the A site. Crew aren't like, oh, they've over-rotated to B, we can quickly go A. They don't know how many players from Team Liquid out of the 4 still alive are on each of the sites.
Well, on that jump, Safe has spotted the both remaining players. They're over the top. Soulcast gets away with one and Enzo the other, 3-3. It was great from Crew. They started strong with a 3-0 lead, but the win certainly in the sails of Team Liquid now as they tie things up.
Ultimate's now going to be a big factor for both sides now as we're going into stuff. Maybe Nags is able to pick up another operator, but it's just that adjustment really. One thing with Soulcast here, we've seen it already in the pistol and just then. His sense of timing is unbelievable. Just the way he's positioned himself, the way that he can catch opponents just in times and moments that they don't expect him. It was him actually that used these orbital strike in the 3rd round. He's close to having another one. That's how much he's pounding on this Brimstone right now. 4 ults on the side of Crew, and a full buy to go as well. One away, a couple away even from having that tour de force for the chamber.
Oh. Soulcast tries to get towards that orb. Safe's going to be holding out from Hookah. Tight angle to try and get away with this one. Safe goes for it, takes a lot of damage, but gets away with the kill. Advantage sides of Liquid. The Sand is not slowing down, realizing likely got out of that very quickly. He might have some Hookah control to play with here.
Trying to move around the Phoenix as well with the operator, something that we've seen Safe do a little bit already. Right now, just sort of more watching towards Garden, see if there's more of a split coming in, but no, it's majority of players coming in through Hookah with the Seekers and the Showstopper combination, but sniped out of the air by Safe.
No way, he doesn't get away with anything on the Showstopper. Safe goes forward, goes for the peak. Luckily for Crew, he doesn't find another one that quickly. We have a chance here with 40 seconds left. Yampi goes into the smoke. Sand quick to the kill, but once again, Team Liquid dominating the duels. 30 seconds remaining, and it's not long before Sand is found inside of the site. Soulcast adds another soul to his collection, and Team Liquid head into the lead.
Crew just trying to get nice positions in the map to explode out from, but they seem so far back. The Seekers and the Showstopper come in, and we're safe with the operator. He is still adjusting his position, trying to keep an eye on both areas that these attackers can come from. Takes the rays out of the sky. I'd love to see it from his perspective, because that's a hell of a flick to hit, yeah.
Sam missile right to the top, but right now looking pretty good for Liquid. And just a reminder of the narrative that we have coming into this one is the fact that the rest of the maps in this best of 3 heavily favored Team Liquid. Their 2 maps are comfortable playing with the stand-ins. But Bind, this is the one we give a real shot to Crew with. Even after getting the 3-0 start, things are starting to look a little rough, so they have to win this one, Ryan, and they're ready to go into this A side already. Coming out of showers, Safe trying to jump spot, just not getting the angle. And in fact, you're actually dropping back here on the Team Liquid side, playing for the retake.
With these guns too, you got Spectre Stingers all probably playing in this Viper's Pit now. The orbital strike from Soulcast looks like it's actually going to catch on to Davis, who's
just about.
Eddie, even a super low health, 5 HP, having to roll with it, and now this Nightfall from Enzo should catch on to a lot of these players.
Well, Yampi seems to be aware of the possibility of Zan cutting off rotations, playing on the lurk. Zan goes forward, right into the fight, will find Yampi. And now Xedi is in a really tough spot. So low, in fact, with the decay, he actually gets taken down with the shorty. Meadow comes in. Another kill for Team Liquid, and the defuse is being stuck. Soulcast has it over halfway. Davey needs to go now. He needs to go quickly. The blast pack goes forward, but it's not enough. The defuse stuck through, and Soulcast even finishes it with the kill.
Crazy round in the end, and I think that's the kind of game plan that Crew will want. Just play super fast and pacey. Don't give this Team Liquid team that don't have a lot of time cracking together any time to adjust. They're going to take a little bit longer to be like, what should we do? Should we rotate this player over? If you hit these sites quickly and with ultimates like Viper's Pit, it's going to be awkward, but well played in the end from Liquid, having those ultimates, the Nightfall, the orbital strike to create some space. And even Safe had to back up with the operator, just peeks out with a flash and a shorty, and it seems to work out nicely.
Well, Crew unable to collect that previous round with a lot of investment. Big ultimates being expended. And so now just taking a breather, trying to figure out what weakness there is. Ryan, from your perspective, anything you've spotted from the Team Liquid side that could be exploited?
I think just the communication seems to be really solid between them, right? Like, you've got Safe that's doing a lot of the calling as well, so it's pretty much on the foundations that Emil's tried to put down as the coach, keeping it the same. Not putting too much pressure on Enzo as well. It's, the Des touched on it, just him coming in. He doesn't need to know the whole playbook. He probably shouldn't if he's just a stand-in for one tournament, right? So just making sure that he's comfortable playing on the agents of the role that he wants to be on. to go in from that time, but it's Crew with a timeout. I mean, makes sense really.
Yes,
at this point, it's such a bright start. There are probably things that Liazo's able to sort of spot and go, we should do more of this, because this is something that Liquid are not adjusting well to, because it's not completely clean from Liquid. It's just the last couple of rounds where they got a bit more comfortable.
Well, I see some conversation going down between the admins too, so hopefully nothing technical at issue, but we'll see how long it takes to get back into this one with Team Liquid up 5-3. Absolutely. The 3-0 lead was fantastic. Crew had everything you wanted. Pistols, conversions, bonus round on top. Team Liquid looked like they were going to suffer at the beginning of this game, but I have to say, Solcas has been playing like a madman. He's just been incredible. Every single situation, he's finding some impact in.
He just seems like a solid leader. You've got Redguard that's going to be on that team as an IGL, but if you've got a secondary caller and just like a front man, I suppose, of Save, he was the face of Guild, I think, towards sort of the latter days, and how much he's grown from being a player on NIP when they were in EMEA with Emil to now is unbelievable. His agent pool as well has improved massively. And this is still a buy coming in for Crew. They also have the Tour de Force that's still able to catch a couple of kills, but Team Liquid will know that. They're trying to face, but they're trying to do it together off the back of utility. They don't want to give this operator a chance.
The combined power of this flashpoint with a peek. We'll see if they're able to take out Davies. Flash goes in, and well played. Tour de Force tucks in the corner. Enzo's aggressive maneuver is punished.
You also saw Davies looking at the wall as well to not be flashed, to play off of it just in case it goes a bit wrong. So Team Liquid, this was one of the things they did sort of lose out on when they're trying to take a peek, get early information and getting caught out by it. The advantage now, 5v4 for Crew. What else are they able to do off the back of it? There's still a Rolling Thunder. They're not that far away from having to run it back for safe again too. No ultimates to work with just yet for Crew other than this Tour de Force that's already used a bullet.
No secret where Crew are wanting to head with this one at the moment. Tour de Force looking to crack things open. Once again, though, disciplined here from Team Liquid. They know their setup is strong still. You've got Safe here with the operator. Meadow playing for the information. He's got himself one on the wallbang. Yampi's come in as well from Hookah, but a missed shot from Safe gives Davies a chance, but he's finally taken down by Meadow. Just so many players there, and once you see that, well, there's one opportunity, and that's to get through the teleporter and try and get back over towards this A site.
The flank is known about. The trademark's actually caught Meadow that's trying to sprint all the way around. He's going to get into shot, so that's why the plant's coming in on Tetris. 8 seconds left. Meadow actually coming through spawn even. Just wanted to like get a bit of an angle at this point, and the chamber's out in the open just below him.
Oh, a real opportunity here of Meadow. Extends over the top, but he hears him on the jump peak. Now he can look up. Nags gets out of dodge, does not stick around. He was destined to die if the peak came in there silently, but the jump spot is the problem. And now a gap again. Nags just about misses out. Aftershock going through, forcing him into the open. Shot from Nags lands and a quick on the other. Fantastic work there from Nags. He needed to deliver, and that's a round picked up, coming through for Crew.
And he's been delivering on this agent as well. Like I remember like Nags last year in like Champions was playing a lot of the jet role, despite being an amazing tournament for Crew, getting to the semi-finals and awkwardly losing out to Mech in that game. Like, seeing him on Chamber seems to make a lot more sense, and I'm curious on how he's going to be able to do once we get the new version of Chamber in the tournament system, and when we see it in VCT next year. When he's got that much space and he's that patient, it did kind of feel like Team Liquid were just peeking into him after a while, one by one.
A couple of missed shots for sure, but able to recover with good positioning and obviously getting out of there with the rendezvous, so definitely could have been called out, but Nags able to deliver, and certainly a talking point among the analysts of the fact that Nags can sometimes be a little bit quiet, not the player you really want him to be. And
there's no Kesnet on this team either as well to, in inverted commas, bail him out, right? Davis has been pretty strong. He's been a good candidate growing in this sort of LATAM scene, but Kesnet, man, I wonder what Crew's going to be like without him.
Well, Safe's definitely going for some of the more risque peaks, and he's going forward again. Ooh, doesn't want to go too far down. The trade potential too high there for Crew. So he's going to drop back, a little bit more passive, but still 1 minute left on the clock right now for Crew. Why are they going to play with this one, right?
Here, I got this
A bit more of a forward lean from Liquid, actually. Like 2 players really peeking into short, trying to get a little bit of info just past this attacking Viper's wall that's been set up on A. And the rotation actually coming around to have 4 players from Team Liquid over on this B site, when it looks like B is going to be the execute idea potentially from Crew. They're moving the spike over, seems they're going to try and explode that hookah again.
It could be a quick rotate on this teleporter, but could be a death sentence. 30 seconds left. Here they come. Trailblazer clears out Hookah. Information now being picked up. We'll see that rotation likely start to come through, and Safe is holding. He's under a lot of pressure. He delivers one, and that quick rotation comes through. Yampy takes his own teammate out. The pin shells takes his teammate out of play, but Yampy still standing, can't make up for it. And now a 2 versus 2, 14 seconds. The final leap out of Hookah into the site. Meadow's still here, but he's tested, and he fails under the pressure. 7 seconds. The plant has to come in. Said he's sticking it.
The wallbang?
Pulls it through the wallbang, so close, but he stays alive, covered off, swings into the open, and Enzo wins the clutch.
Enzo in clutches on this map, man. He has his moments. Went for the wallbang just off the back of that haunt, catching on to them. Really good position, really chaotic fight. It's again, Team Liquid trying to do something a little bit clever, jumping through the teleport, and they get caught out by it a little bit. Just a fight there, going up against Axedi. Liquid maybe a bit lucky to sort of come out on that one, but it is that sort of experience of what these players can do on a team environment, right? On a stage.
Well, you know when you have 2 stand-ins coming in, and obviously very last minute too, because you're really holding out for the visas to come through for Redcar and Nats, right? So this is going to be a last minute implementation, and so you're going to be scrappy. You know you're going to have to get into these 1v1 scenarios, but the way Team Liquid win is by winning those clutches, winning those 1v1s, and they're up 6-4 right now. Crew certainly showing cracks in terms of their purchase here too. Spectre here for Klaus. Not looking great, and Safe once again, feeling confident with this peek out Hookah, straight down in towards Nax. Needs to be careful, and Safe gets away with it.
Just caught in no man's land. Safe just being able to get these peaks at the right position, and now the breach is aggressively going to try and cut on in. Yampy off the back of it gets a nice 2K, and it's just 2 players alive versus all 5 of Team Liquid.
That is massive. It looked like at least equal trades coming through, but the flashpoint is perfect. Yampy, a little bit labored on the second kill, but able to sweep up both. And look how quick Team Liquid get in and out of the showers. They're back into a passive setup. They know they've got the 5 versus 2. They've got the round here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's intelligent play, and the showstopper's going to be the icing on the cake with 1 player alive with Klaus. Missed him, but the showstopper doesn't. Yampy's looking a lot more comfortable on this agent of 1 HP left there at the end, but the way he's working with Meadow, who's just come in a couple of days ago, magnificent, really solid.
It's absolutely great to see, and I think you were talking about the fact that they have got the 2 stand-ins. Just imagine a world in which they come with their fully fleshed out roster. They're playing fantastic, and I think it was a talking point ahead of this event, the fact that, you know, if you've got a team that are able to pug it out, you know, you've got 2 players like Safe and Yampy, probably 2 players you can bank on pugging their way through a tournament.
Yeah, I think it's also just how adaptable they're going to be, and this is like the roughest map for Team Liquid. Sliggy in the desk said it, like Crew, this is their best chance to get a map on the board at the very least, and then run it back used in the last round of this half is going to get a lot of information, but doesn't quite see anybody just yet.
I don't think he's going to get away with anything. They've managed to get around the corner.
He managed to break the trademark
He
at least, so
something
alert
out
can
of it,
go
right?
through, yeah. The Crew backed off.
Forward, Soulcast walks right into Nags. Headhunter at the ready, and Soulcast down. A swift upgrade into the Vandal.
The Seeker's now going to try and execute over into shot. There's 2 players watching it, but the Showstopper and the Orbital Strike combination is going to get these kills and openings. Crew should get the plant here.
Well, Safe is going to come through the smoke, looking to be the thorn in their side, and look at the timing. He gets through, he gets a pick. Quick trade from Knights yet again as we head under the 1-minute mark. His turn for Yampy, who gets spotted. In from Lamps, they know exactly where he is, and they will deal with him. Yampy not getting anything. So Spike goes down. It's all the pressure here for Enzo. We talk about his clutches, but this
with the up as well.
Yeah, this one is impossible right now for Enzo. I think he even realizes the best case scenario is to sit back and just wait for a pick to come forward, but not coming this way. He'll send the Prowler forward, but good luck getting anywhere with this one, Enzo.
Pad the stats, it's the last round, you gotta go for it. He's just
you gotta go. You don't want to, but you have to just throw yourself
how
into
did I
this
get
one.
in this situation? Why is it just me in a 1v3 with an op?
Well, he sends himself in towards the Lamps, gets caught under a lot of pressure. I don't know how he's alive for so long. He's getting hunted down, and finally an end to that. But I think Team Liquid will be pretty happy about that first half performance.
It's also an easy thing, like if they do go into the semifinals and the grand finals, like if this map comes up, it's an easy fix of just, we need to not over-peak in certain areas when we don't have information. Like, if we have a Phoenix bomb it down market and sees nothing, you here, Soulcast, you don't need to push showers, because these are going to be the kind of plays. There's been a lot of just, from Liquid's perspective, it's going to be, why are they here just waiting? but that has been something that's consistently happened, at least in this half. But the attacking side for Liquid, I'm a little bit more worried about, just because they haven't had that chance to get the timings together. Crew have that. They've been working together for at least a couple of months, played in like a show match with Koya thing, despite with different players that were sort of rotating in. They're missing Melsa, but it's still a good map to be able to perform when you have this kind of squad built up together.
Yeah, on the defensive side, they played a really disruptive playstyle, right? They were getting aggressive, safe example, for example, just really throwing an absolute curveball towards them. We're going to see Soulcast getting taken out after one kill, though. Sets them up with the early 4v4. But that's the spike in a pretty awkward position, Ryan, right off the get-go.
And you're playing up against Free Frenzies, which are unbelievable pistol weapons. We need to see more of it, and especially when Crew are just going to like absolutely push this close and take these fights. Not that much utility for Liquid to work with at this point. Davies still had the paint shell. That's going to at least separate some of these players and make it easier for him to get a kill, but it goes to safe.
Good work from Safe to get away with it, and somehow Liquid have claimed themselves that advantage yet again, and look how damaged up the Crew players are right now. The Headhunter often can be so potent in these pistols. Well, Nags misses a couple of shots. Enzo's got some ground. His teammates trying to figure out what avenue of approach is best. They have two options still, but they seem to be committing back in towards A, and that rotation from Crew is coming over this way. If Nice can get away with his kill in the short, he might just get forward, and he will. Of course he gets away with it. Enzo goes down, and once again, it's an equilibrium established. Pistol swings, Safe this time, over peaks and gets punished, and Yampy couldn't get back to position in time. And now it is Meadow that has everything to do, and it's just one. Fantastic work from Crew to recover that round when it looks so good for Liquid for so much of that.
Crew, just keep the tempo up. Don't let Team Liquid react to this. They don't have a playbook to rely on. They're being very like open in just what their approach is going to be. So just put the pressure on them, make it much more chaotic. It's only going to benefit you at this point, especially if you've not really had much chance to prep on them either. Just try and bring out that LATAM heat in a very cold Manchester, and Liquid are going to be not able to adjust, it feels. There's still a while to go at this point. But I think Liquid were only able to get like the pistols and then one other round against Footballist, or a couple. Now they still have the lead, but with this sort of extra buy coming in from Crew afterwards and the save for Liquid, it's looking to be 7-7. But we did see a Thrifty earlier.
We did, and that was spearheaded by Soulcast. We'll see if he's able to get back into that position yet again. Well, the Crew, good starts to both halves already. We'll see if they can withstand this Thrifty opportunity. Sad setting Trailblazer forward. Quite a recessive setup here from Team Liquid. They're just playing across the map, trying to find if there's an overextension, an overpeak. Maybe they can try and punish it, and here comes that chance. Knights fights, but gets away with his life.
Yeah, aggressive lean. He also has the trademark not on short, but instead over towards showers as well. All of that Viper utility, sometimes you see like the one-way put on short, right, from the Viper on the defensive side. It's all on that B site, and that's pretty much where Liquid are going to be heading.
Yeah, it's a B split through Hookah, but there's 3 players over here right now, and could get real messy here for Team Liquid. The defense looks strong. Yet to commit though, Team Liquid, and Enzo is still making his way through the showers. He's about to get involved in a fight against Nags and just about loses out though in that fight. And they realize they're just biding their time. Here comes the attack forward from Liquid. Every kill you need that for Crew. A flawless round.
Keeps the money good, sort of building up these ultimates. And really at this point, Liquid, when they don't have much to work with, they're kind of like, okay, where are people playing? Where are their gaps? Where are they putting their trademark? Where are they playing their Viper stuff? Like, trying to work stuff out. It really felt that they got a look on what a site might look like on these executes, but that was about it. They pretty much stepped onto the site, they were all dead. All flawlessly killed.
It was quite magnificent to watch, actually, a massacre of biblical proportions. But Ryan, we're going to move on to the fact that now we get to see Team Liquid have to get into the meat and potatoes of this half, right? The attacking side, you know, you're not feeling too confident about it, but here come the Rifles out against the bonus. They've got to pick this one up. They lost the bonus in that first half, and I don't think they can really afford to do that here on the attacking side.
Yampy's trying not to get caught by this boombot, not breaking it either. With this orb actually throwing all the way down B long, it's a nice way for Crew to get a bit more aggressive. So Team Liquid, if they want to clear all of this, they're going to get flashed. They have to check every single angle because Crew can push up here. The Breach is very good at it, but it is going to chunk away at utility in time, while Safe is going to try and sell a bit of a fake over towards A. At least breaks the trademark, but that's all he's managed to do.
Yeah, happy playing solo is Safe. Still a lot of time here for Team Liquid. Full minute left. But look at the information you've gathered here on the defensive side. You've pushed your way through the showers. Zeddy is just about to come around the backside. Save has to be aware of this gap, right? No one was holding that in the defaults. You have to be aware there is a possibility they could have pushed showers, but look at the timing. Zeddy, if he can get them looking the wrong way, but Yampy is so quick and he is so precise, right between the eyes as we head into the final 40 seconds. The rotation is trying to get back here as Nags is desperately calling to his teammates. The footsteps on the rotation are coming through, but the plant already locked in, and there's time to get back into post plants. Nags looks to be a thorn in their side and will remove Soulcast from the equation.
He doesn't have a TP either, so it's pretty much all locked in. Now he at least has support from Davies there to play on it, but the plant has gone down and it's a 4v4.
Oh, good angle yet again from Yampy. Another kill collected with his Vandal. Forced him into the wide peak with the paint shells as well. And he's actually staying above that snake bite. He's not under a lot of pressure at all here. Yampy is just dealing with it time and time again. 3 kills coming through. And this is looking good if Team Liquid can just hold it out. 2 players left trying to come back in on the retake, but no real opportunities being presented. What a round from Yampy, because it certainly could have unfolded a different way multiple times throughout that round, Ryan, but...
Yeah. If he doesn't peek down sort of a lobby where Axedi's coming from, that's a multi-kill at the very least, right? It's just that intelligence, right? All of these players on Liquid, despite not really having a chance to build up something on the pro side, it's like they know that these kind of things are, especially when they're not playing towards showers at the start of the round. They know that somebody can push them and flank them, especially when they don't have information to work with. But it was up against Crew's bonus, so they will still have a full buy coming in.
That is the biggest key right there.
But this is also smart as well, because Yampy knows that there's players like Nags that were still in lamps. They tried to just control it, like, if you want to push out of here, it's going to be hell on earth for you. So we're happy for you to stay in that position. You aren't getting any further, though.
Well, Liquid finally starting to garner some support from the crowd. At this point, they are going to need it on this half of play. They maintain the lead, but for how much longer can they hold this lead?
Run it back's available too for Safe if he wants to go out on this site.
Certainly could. Like the use that maneuver. Klaus getting caught through the smoke. He's down to 30, but Hill comes forward, and here they come. Attacking forward, Showstopper into play too, and it's Yampy just charging forward. He does get one for one from the grave. His kill came through, and Enzo helping out, so at least keeping this one even. And I think Team Liquid will be happy they're into the site, but it comes down once again to a retake scenario. Crew in the previous round in the bonus, unable to do it, but this time they've got the better weapons.
Yeah, Liquid are trying to work out where to play from. They have 2 players in elbow, they're trying to push up, but they're about to be met by these guys from Crew that's going to go for the peek. Trade outs are perfect from Liquid, and it's just Nags left alive that's trying to peek around from Hookah.
Yeah, we talk about Nags and his impact he needs to find for this team. One around this would be if he can come in from Hookah. The problem is the post plan is just so good right now. You've got one player out long, Soulcast. Enzo's tucked safely in towards elbow. I think Nags realizes there's no real time here, no real opportunity presented, and good discipline there from Team Liquid once again in the post plants. I think you just keep evenly trading on these sites. I think they'll be feeling very happy about this so far.
Big round too. Like if Crew win it, it looks like for the money for Team Liquid, it's not all that great, but now Crew having to save at least have 1 rifle. They don't quite up to the point where they have a tour de force either that's going to help with that economy a little bit. So Crew just having to grim and bear it. Seeing Safe just, first of all, on the stage is amazing. Secondly, hearing him be very vocal and calling stuff is pretty much exactly what Emil want to see. Like, you don't have that Redgar world-class IGL, but if you could build up a player to do something similar and support you in that kind of system, whilst also being top of frags 15-9, great place to be. Liquid is looking very good for the future.
It is very true, and I think Slee was bringing up that point as well. If you can Safe can become that second voice, but Nags, there we go. A good start to the round. Safe and Enzo down in 1 foul swoop, and immediately Nags goes into the tour de force.
It's the 1 rifle that they had on their team. Now he's going to pick up that ultimate, hand over the rifle to somebody else. Now Davies able to maybe get a bit more done, but still, the rest of the guns on the side of Crew are not great. Short execute could come in, but there's a trade map there that's going to give the game away at this point. And like, the money's still not great at this point for Team Liquid. 150 credits for Meta, who's only running with a Spectre to just keep things afloat. And the Viper's Pit now used on that B site means it's only really looking to be A.
Yeah, smokes are solid though. Davies not really able to use the advantage, the range advantage his weapon possesses, and Nags with another one. This is a big round from him. 3 collected already, and looking to just try and send it home. This is a great round for Crew. It's theirs to lose. You cannot let this slip through your fingers.
3 bullets.
1 player spotted out towards Lamps, and Yampy is in a position of power, but this
guiding Lycos forward. He's not caught by it. He's trying to pull distraction, but Soulcast only able to deliver one, and they should know where Yampy is. A lovely tap, a lovely peek out. He needs another one though, and the defuse is coming through. Yampy, the pressure's mounting. They all come off it and swing him together, and teamwork certainly makes that dream work. It is Yampy's nightmare fuel as the round collected yet again here for Crew.
Just faking a defuse as well. Like, they didn't dedicate to getting half or anything like that. They just had all three players run around and surround Yampy because he's the kind of player that in a moment can snowball tremendously, right? I feel like seeing him on this role just makes so much sense. That's Liquid now. Like, Fish 1-2-3 when he added Scream, there was so much like, you don't have an IGL, like you could move this player to do this, but then you have a problem with not having that, X, Y, and Z. Now it kind of feels like everything makes sense at this point. You have an IGL, you have an Oppa, you have somebody that's incredibly flexible with their agent pool like Soulcast. Yampy can now be an entry. You don't need to put him on Omen, for example, because you have other players that could do that, right? Like, that's the beauty of it. But I will say on the side of Crew, despite them not having Melzer at this event, from speaking to people at Champions, they were like, this Crew team could go pretty far. Problem is, you lost Kesnit for one. Obviously, a lot of rotation with a lot of those like South American teams. But there's still a lot of potential with this Crew squad. And the next time that these guys might potentially play, not quite in the same country, but the same continent. It's going to be in South America. It's more Crew's home ground for that one.
Exactly right there. Home ground here for the likes of Liquid, perhaps in Europe, but home ground certainly shall offer itself up for Crew in the future. But I've certainly heard mixed results in terms of mixed opinions, rather, around this Crew team. I think some people think the roster they presented now is maybe a little worse than the previous roster they've had. Other people a little bit more optimistic. And it's a great opportunity for Crew to try and show us what they've got. I mean, they could be on a flight home right now. That's the difference, you know. Comes down to the head-to-head matchup yesterday. Wasn't the greatest start to the tournament. They've got a chance here to show they deserve to be here in the playoffs against this Team Liquid side with 2 stand-ins. And this round really should be 9-9. Crew are going up against, you know, a real weak bye here for Team Liquid.
And you don't really want to let that kind of thrifty come through again. Like, that's what Team Liquid was able to do on their defense to get things going in their favor. I mean, the bookie's going to come through. This is the crazy moments that you want to see from Yampy, trying to close the distance a little bit with a close quarters weapon. That's actually something that we're going to be seeing Zan try and do in this corner.
Oh, Zan certainly trying to be sneaky about this one, but the amount of Liquid players on top of the site right now could have certainly overwhelmed the defense, but it didn't. Handled well there for Crew. Not much firepower left in the Team Liquid side. It is Enzo. And he's left with the Bulldog up and Hookah. Don't think he'll be getting too much done here, but if he can drop a few players and force a few rebuys, that's the best case scenario, and it's not going to happen.
Flawless.
Cannot prevent the Flawless from coming through here for Crew.
I think they've had the most flawlesses out of the 2 teams so far, right, Crew? It's only a couple. We've only played like 15, 16 rounds at this point, but it's still like when they're able to win, they could do it pretty decisively. Liquid, it's a little bit more touch and go some of these rounds, coming down to clutches. But this is just kind of what you expect to see, right? Just having this guy play in an anti-flash spot, somewhere that's not going to get properly cleared if Liquid are trying to rush in and get a plant and get these Buckies and Spectres to get a bit closer and do a bit more damage against Crew. Now there's a full buy, pretty good ultimates as well. Rolling Thunder, especially for the breach on attack, could be something marvelous. But Crew will want to see if they could peek, find him, maybe take him out early, which is pretty much what Nags is looking to do if he can get a peek here.
Nags just biding his time. Meadow on the other side, patient as well. Neither of them falling into an engagement just yet. Nags will eventually start to limit the positions that defensive players can be in. But right now, Team Liquid, with the majority of their forces congregating outside this B side. 3rd rotation starting to come back over here for the defense too.
You're also seeing why teams play Viper on this map, especially on attack. You've got 2 players from Crew pushing all the way into short. If there was a Viper here, you'd have a Viper wall. It's a lot scarier to hold that spot. But without it, it's free control. It's free real estate for Crew to work with. It's a lot of information and a very fast teleport rotation if that BXQ does come in.
Yeah, this could look very pretty real soon for Crew if these initial fights don't go well for Team Liquid. And to us, they're telegraphing a possible B attack. But Safe is on the other side of things, and he is being quite vocal about the drawback, wanting to maneuver their forces and be aware of some aggression. They could have pushed forward.
30 seconds left.
And look how slow Team Liquid are being about this one, but a reminder of the time is certainly a factor. 25 seconds, 2 players around the corner. Nags gets away with 1. They're not ready for Davies to be there. The second player is solid here for Crew, and this rotation back, the turn of the tide's not working out for Team Liquid, and they are evaporating in the final
final 10 seconds. They really have to get towards the site. Finally, the plant starts to come in. Guiding Light goes forward. Enzo off the plant. Spike carrier down, and there's not enough time to pull the round off. Crew once again pulling off a defensive-sided round win, and they are the first side to hit double figures.
Just the timing of the Seekers there as well from Zand. He's rotating, he throws out that ult that's going to lock in on any player still left alive. It's the worst time to have some utility that needs clearing whilst you're trying to get the plant down. It's just so much control, so many cute plays, I think, from Crew, just because it's going to be hard to adjust for this. You've got no time to expect any of this kind of stuff. It feels just an experience of a 5 playing together is very much an advantage for Crew, and they're using it perfectly against Liquid.
Well, Crew now into the lead again. They've had some up and downs throughout this tournament, and certainly in that first half too, but back into a position, and this is a round where they can actually look to control the game. Again, it's pretty weak here for Team Liquid. Safe. The hero rifle, the Vandal coming into play, and he's not one to sit back behind smokes. He'll go forward. Sets himself up for the aggressive maneuver forward in towards Lance, but Nags again is finding so much success towards Showers. Another kill coming in from his operator, but he is pinned, and they know that he's there. The hot hands go forward to try and keep him back, but Davies unleashes through the smoke. A quick fire double for him, and Xetti comes in the rotation. It's kills across the board, but the majority for Crew.
Some damage done at the very least for Liquid, but you can't get the plant in. You get maybe a couple more ultimate orbs, but 11 rounds now for Crew. You have a full buy, and it's pretty much a must-win this round that's coming up. They try and be fast and aggressive to try and take lamps quickly, but it's still so hard to clear these players that are hiding in smokes, trying to play in these cheeky spots just to catch you as you come in. There's ultimates, at least for Liquid to work with. They still have that Rolling Thunder, right? If they know and could guess that Crew are going to try and play in that close and personal, Rolling Thunder will sort them right out if they're trying to play in on shot again.
No, Team Liquid tried to go for a bit of a quicker round in the previous. I mean, only having the one rifle, it's pretty hard to really combat a lot of those early fights. The Prowler goes forward. You have to get out of there. Nags has been pretty dynamic. He's gone for a lot of peeks towards B long and those showers, and they haven't checked out. They have not cleared him. He has a lineup.
Oh, he whiffed!
Oh, he cannot control the garden hose. The spray is too much to handle, and this could turn. Team Liquid could find themselves in a really comfortable position, and in fact, they are continuing the pain here for Crew. They had the perfect chance. They neglected to check the close corner. Everything was set up, and now Klaus goes forward. Yampy in the corner, spots him out, and Team Liquid, well, this is a fantastic round to find an acceleration up B. And they managed to pick up a 10th round, double figures now for Team Liquid.
I mean, I think we need to see that again. Was that like 3 players that were peeking into the sight line to spray down? And it's one of those things where your brain goes, you could get all 3 of them if you do it this way, and you saw the spray in between them. Zand
sees everything. He's like, okay, hey, everyone is here. Too many targets and doesn't select one. In those kind of situations, you just gotta be quick.
Yeah.
Just gotta deliver one. And you know, obviously the frustration there, because he's a player that you know the caliber of player he is. You know that his skill level is incredibly high, and 9 times out of 10, he takes at least 1 or 2 down there, right?
Get it out of your system before Sao Paulo. Like, like if you're gonna have those kind of moments, it's better to have them now at this point. And Axe again still has that kind of control. The Rolling Thunder still available. There's still ultimates for Team Liquid to work with at this point. They're building them up really nicely and really quickly. But Crew still have that buy. They still have enough to go again if we do see 11-11. But the operator on the side of Nags, it's an expensive addition to this squad. He's backing off. He knows how much of a risk it is.
Save once again, looking to solo attack through in towards Lamps. In the meantime, Yampy clears showers with a showstopper, and they go into the attack. Yampy takes Davies out of the sky, but finally is dealt with by Xetti, who's in a really tough position to deal with for Team Liquid. They didn't clear him out. They couldn't find him inside of the site, and the plant comes through here. Team Liquid down to 2 players. They've got to play up against the advantage here as Crew's retake.
They know that he's in this corner too. The second flash coming in from Zan, but still Soulcast flashed is able to get 1 kill. Now Enzo 1 versus 2. This is where he can thrive. Can he do it here?
Well, Clutch is certainly in his forte. We'll see if he's able to pull this one off. He'll sit back.
No
haunt. Showers, haunt available. Absolutely, but peeks into the open. When you give a dry peek like that tonight, he will happily collect your life.
That's just a lot of ultimates used in the end, right? Like Rolling Thunder, of course. Save trying to just barrel it through as well to try and get into defender spawn. And it's the second time that Axe said he sort of played in that kind of gate position, had it hiding in a smoke and then just peeking out and catching people. Like there's an awful lot of not clearing happening in this map. Like just these angles that players are trying to hide in, not being properly cleared, which is crazy when you have stuff like the Sky and a Fade for sure, like the Prowler being able to check these angles, but this is a weaker version of Fade. Certainly the Prowler's still more nerfs to come to that, by the way, as well.
Let's keep it coming, but it is map point. Already here for Crew. Bind was favored to them by pretty much everybody on the desk. And Team Liquid taking
Good time to have it.
tactical timeout. I mean, and is there any other time to have it, Ryan, at this point?
Yeah, so to save it for a position like this, if there's a set play that they can go for, it's also a good chance. Like, we haven't really seen it that much in Valorant, have we? We're just having the coach stood behind the players, like in a very CS-esque way, right?
It's very true, right? We're getting a different look at the coaches here standing behind the players.
It's very ominous, though. Like, Emil's like some evil mafia boss of, this is the plan, this is what you need to do.
Must be frustrating. It takes a lot of discipline when your player makes a frustrating play, right? Say, you know, Yampy pushes with the judge, right? Dashes in with the judge.
You're just there behind him, like shaking your hands, like,
just
why?
Trying to make sure that you don't grab him by the shoulders is, I'm sure, a discipline in and of itself. Team Liquid certainly looking to use this moment to figure out how to get those extra 2 rounds, how to force this to overtime. Talk to me about an overtime matchup they had on Bind.
Oh yeah, they're going up against FUT Esports in their first game, 17-15. Probably wouldn't surprise me if we get there because I feel like at this point, Liquid, not necessarily gifted rounds by Crew, I don't think that's necessarily fair, but there's certainly little gaps, right? Where Crew, if they were a bit more clinical, could shut it down and not give Liquid an opportunity. But Liquid, if they have those chances, they're that good that if you give them an inch, they can take a mile. But these are 2 miles that they need to get to bring us to overtime.
And not the best player to do it with. Marshall coming out here for Enzo. Once again, Safe looking to try and lead the charge forward. Zan goes with a Trailblazer and a Viper's Pit dedicated in towards this B site already.
They're expecting the Viper to be playing a lot more close in these corners. Right now it's just Klaus is actually playing a little bit far back up, just doing a lot of chip damage to Safe, but he catches onto Zand. Trying to maybe bait somebody out by picking up the orb. He's not going to get his ultimate this round at the very least.
Well, that's what Liquid need. They need to get an advantage like that where they cannot be traded. The fact that they just get one right through the pit puts them in a position of potential power here.
And they're cutting noise too. So Crew are like rotating. You can sort of see that Davis is moving over to A just to double check. But the problem is you've got Naxa in such an aggressive position. They know that the rotation at least does not come in at this point, but it's starting to. Well, Safe went through the TP as well, so it's a bit more of a clear call.
Well, 40 seconds left, and here they go. An aggressive stance here from Nags. If he gets caught in this position,
again,
hard to get out of there, but we'll see if he's able to stay alive and deliver a kill with 30 seconds remaining. Here they come. He doesn't really have the multi-kill weapon, but he can start to pick them off. Good first kill. Enzo, the first victim, and he's worried about that teleporter that he heard earlier on, so he's looking for that safe flight, but 19 seconds, Ryan. 19 seconds for Team Liquid to try and stay alive here on Bind. They don't get the spike down. They are out of this map, and Crew will be 1 map away from that semi-final against Cloud9. Safe goes forward. He can take him off, but he gets back onto it. Planting anyway, getting it through, but it's still very difficult. They're all so low, but Meadow holds. Davey goes back into the fight. Luckily, Nags is still sticking around, still delivering impact, but Safe and Yampy able to pull through, and Team Liquid get 11 rounds when things are looking dire.
They were all like 5 HP as well, Liquid. You blow on them, they all go down, and we go to that second map, but somehow Liquid are able to sort of turn it around despite them rotating and Nags having such a good position to sort of clear them, catches stuff like Enzo. But Yampy, the second time playing Raze, using the blast pack to just throw off Axedi completely in this fight. He had no right winning that one.
No, that is absolutely ridiculous. Pure filth coming in for Liquid, and now will the flood might begin here for the side of Crew. They are 2 rounds, of course, in the lead, and now just 1. They have 1 opportunity left, Ryan. They've taken their 1 chance before to get to the playoffs. We'll see if they can take this first map in regulation.
Looking at this point, it's just, what's the money going to be like for Crew? Usually we have like another thing where we can sort of see in-game what they're working with at this point. But another timeout at a necessary position. Like Crew might just have money to work with. It was tight. There's still players like going down. Are they going to have the operator? What are they going to be rolling with? The tension's killing me, Dinko, at this point, because like Crew should be winning this one, and I think if they lose out here against Liquid, I think it's a swift 2-0 for Liquid in that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We look at the other 2 maps left. We've got Ascent coming in as the map pick for Team Liquid, and if we have to go to 3, then it's Icebox. 2 maps that Team Liquid have been willing to pick in this tournament so far, keeping it simple. Maps that favor the style of having 2 last-minute stand-ins coming in and favor the calling style of Safe and Enzo working together and trying to come up with something simple. Well, this is it for Crew. They've got to take it in regulation. Our overtime begins again here for Team Liquid.
Tour de Force, though. That's the only ultimate that Crew have right now. Could have a Seekers for Zand, but he's not really wanted to go and push for that orb just yet. but there's no pressure. Maybe Soulcast can catch him, especially when he sees the Trailblazer. He knows that how close Xand is going to be to having an ultimate. There's a chance there. The flash is going to come through, doesn't connect onto Soulcast. Xand is so scared of getting this orb.
Yeah,
and look at everybody looming from Team Liquid moving over.
Yeah, you go too far, you might get caught in no man's land here. Oh, just over a minute left.
You don't have a Brimstone as well that could just do like well, over on that site, right, to just do one down B along to make it a bit safer. It's just Xand playing on his own. Pick up the orb, man, please. He's just going to actually like leave it completely.
Teasing, right?
Yeah, he's so unsure about it, and as time goes on, it's going to get even more risky.
Well, 40 seconds left, and it is a stalemate. You can feel the tension in this round. No one wants to be that player that makes the first mistake. Hands off the keyboard right now for Safe. Seems to be a bit of an issue. He's just completely removed himself from the keyboard, so I'm assuming this round will not be counting. Safe continue to have a conversation with the admin, so I'm sure we're going to get a reset of this round. Yeah, the tension will have to continue here, Ryan, because they're not going to get the answer at least in the last 17 seconds here.
Will Xand pick up the orb? Tune in next time.
Yeah, of course.
Home ground 4.
Well, really nothing happened in this round, Ryan. So, you know, we have.
I mean, literally, yeah. I mean, that's, you know, that's the rule, right? Of like, if there's like a first kill and the round is sort of set in place, so if nothing's happened and there's a tech issue, they can restart the round without having any issues, right? So if everybody's like, trying to work it out overall. And what a time as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's so hard to call who is winning this one. So Manchester, who is winning this one? Is it Team Liquid? Or Crew? All right, I think we've got a Team Liquid comeback coming in here, Ryan.
Yeah, I think so. I'm surprised at how like equal it was in the end.
Yeah,
really.
that's the thing. I've noticed that we're actually here. We got a UK player on this Team Liquid side. We're in Europe, and well, we still have quite a balanced audience. Crew definitely get some fans.
I mean, I don't think it'll be like that in Sao Paulo.
No,
right?
no,
Like,
that is going to be one-sided as can be.
Or well, I guess Crew would get like Loud or Liquid. Yeah, I think it'd be very different. Decibel levels of difference.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to see some crazy passion heading into the start of the year. That's for sure.
But I mean, that's the thing as well. Like from Crew in 2021, like you can't help but root for them to an extent. And there's so many orgs that are like that from all corners of the world, which is what makes these kind of tournaments for Valorant great. Is because you do have like your Zeta divisions in Japan that have won the hearts of people. Like there's not really many teams that you root against at this point. There's always that wholesome story, and I think Crew, they want to keep that form. They don't want to prove that they're just like lightning in a bottle that did well a couple of years ago, that they're an org that's now in a franchise system. They don't need to go through qualifiers. They don't need to do that. Like they're part of that. Now they need to show that they're not only the best team in South America, but just America as a whole now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be super difficult to be able to pull off with some of the moves, some of the teams that have been put together in the Americas. So definitely a big road ahead of them. But, you know, looking at this event as a whole, they certainly reminder, you know, yesterday they thought they were going home. They thought they were in, and then they thought they were going home. It was definitely a tough one to deal with, I'm sure, emotionally for the Crew
Long
side.
trip as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Liquid is, you know, like flight to Amsterdam maybe as well, but 17 hours,
back over the ocean.
Straightforward.
One day of games, back over the ocean. But they're here for another day. And they're here possibly till tomorrow if they can find themselves a victory. But right now they've had their chances. They've had the opportunity to close in regulation, and they still do. They have one more chance to take bind in regulation and prevent Team Liquid from pulling this one back to overtime. Which kind of side do you think this pause is going to favor, Ryan, if any? If any.
Hard to know, really. Like, just Liquid can sort of just switch it on. They don't really need those kind of moments, I suppose, where like, okay, we have this set thing that we're going to do. We're going to have...
Just take some momentum
say,
out of the game
right? Bit. Like, it feels for them, it's like, oh, we're going into this pretty neutral. Whereas for Crew, like, they might have had something lined up. They just did a timeout, right? So it might have just been everything that was said while Yazo there might have been forgotten by the players if this is like, you know, a bit of a longer break.
The conversation here will obviously be about the tech issues and trying to get that one resolved as quickly as possible, and that is what the chit chat is about. But you know, trying to get Safe back. It looked like he was the player with the issue, and obviously such a talisman for this team. You know, we talk about the fact you're looking at this roster, you're not going to have the likes of Nats and Red Guy here, so you're looking for a lot of firepower to come through, especially now that you know Scream no longer there, Navarro no longer there. You brought Safe in. He has certainly got some pressure on his shoulders to be the firepower deliverer for this Team Liquid side. And I think so far he provides a very entertaining style of play, and
I don't know how it gets away with being so aggressive so often, Ryan, but there seems to be a method to the madness.
Yeah, I think he's just like a hungry and driven player. I remember when he was sort of playing that main op-in role before Chamber was a thing. For Guild, he moved over to Jet, and there was that big discussion if he was going to be able to compete with, like, then the likes of like Defo, CNED, of course, at that point. Now it's like he proved that he was able to play on that role, and then some. He's so flexible in his approach, and from a person that plays Duelist 1 point and then Killjoy the next.
That's what we're really here for, the heat pack toss. And, well, we came at a bad moment, Ryan.
Yeah. I'm not used to casting this kind of stuff.
What we call this?
It's not quite a flick of the day, but...
Yeah, it's not quite something, but just keeping yourself high energy, keeping yourself somewhat mobile is definitely going to be something you have to keep yourself aware of, because obviously this tech pause, no one really knows how long this is going to take. Obviously we hope that it's rather short because of the pressure and anticipation for this kind of round. 12-11, overtime looming, or a map victory coming in, a must-win for Crew.
At least it's like the first map, but not like if Liquid lose here, they're out of the tournament completely. We still have that second map of Ascent to at least play, and maybe potentially a third with Icebox, depending on how that's going to go.
Yeah, well, we've seen the other teams kicking about today. We've seen Cloud9 and we've seen 100 Thieves.
Poor 100 Thieves. They've been here all day, just going to be waiting for that third and final series, which is going to be a really important semi-final. Vitality, they've played already, then they have this game, and then they play again, right? So
yes, and obviously Cloud9 just waiting till tomorrow, watching now for their opponent, who it's going to be.
Easy for some, I guess.
Yeah, true. But the problem is, Ryan, you look forward, Cloud9 coming into this event, I think the storyline was the fact that Cloud9 are so gifted, right? They should be the favorites, such heavy favorites, and then you see maybe Liquid could have been the rival. But turns out that, obviously Redcar and Nats couldn't come, so then you start to really heavily favor the Cloud9 side. And I think the story has become that of North American dominance coming into this event.
For sure, yeah.
And you're looking at 100 Thieves, you're looking at Cloud9, but Cloud9 showed some cracks in that first day, losing to Focus in their opening game. You're looking pretty rough at times. But that actually gets me excited.
It was their first official series.
Exactly, right.
But Na'Vi, for example, like G-Loot, they first 8 rounds, they looked terrific, and then they pulled it back. Like, there's always that adjustment period.
Teething issues, right?
Yeah, when you lose a full series. It was nice to see C9 on EMEA soil lose to Focus as well.
That was brilliant. Especially because obviously coming into it, Cloud9 have the best player in the world. There's a super team put together. You're looking at this team definitely coming in with a lot of expectations on their shoulders. Sometimes that can get to players, right? Especially some of the younger guys. You've got so much expectation on your shoulders when you don't deliver immediately.
Especially, yeah.
But they recovered and they made themselves look very strong towards the end of the day, as you were mentioning.
It's also a power vacuum, right? Like, Sentinels have changed up quite a lot. Optic is no more.
Right.
I really like the message saying, like, we miss her, like, because I do with that Optic team, right? Going into next year in Americas, there is, like, it's Game of Thrones, right? There's a power vacuum for somebody to grab hold of, and you got Ye on one team, the rest of Optic going over to NRG with Ardis, right? Like, that's not a bad squad either.
Yeah.
So I think C9 and 100 Thieves, I don't think winning the tournament is a necessity, but if they could do well here before the Christmas break, that's great momentum going into the new year.
Especially because the new year, the game is going to change so much. It's going to be almost unrecognizable at times, right? You're going to have, like, Ye's agent taking a huge nerf. How's that going to affect the playstyle? How is that going to affect his impact? So definitely a lot of exciting things next year. We're having like the last hurrah in this patch, the last hurrah of Chamber perhaps, Ryan. So definitely looking forward to the rest of the competition to see if Ye can deliver on that. Hopefully we can get this one resolved as quickly as possible. Everyone's at their seats at least. But looking at this Liquid side, obviously with a stand-in situation, you would have wanted to see the exciting new roster being built and put together. But
yeah, speaking of which, I know Nats is watch partying, so shout out to him and the rest of the watch parties as well. God knows what they're doing, like tier lists of rating players' hairstyles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, there's a lot of time to do that right now, so they can certainly do that. But the positive, I guess, of those two players not being here is the fact that Meadow and Enzo can come in, and this becomes like a shop window for them, right? This event becomes them presenting themselves to the world.
That was Enzo for Fnatic, right? He was a stand-in for them and then got picked up full-time for Stage 2, like, because he came in as a super sub.
Yeah, exactly. He has that ability just to kind of slot in and do whatever needed. He doesn't really have the ego of really having to demand roles or spots. He can go in and he'll play whatever is needed to get the victory. I think Mitch was saying that was a big reason why he was picked up for Alliance early on in their career too.
Yampy going for the claps.
Here we go. Getting the crowd going here, Yampy, trying to keep everybody awake coming into this one as we get ready to try and get this tech pause undone.
Great to see Yampy getting a love, of course. I mean, it's great to see his evolution as a Valorant player as well, because when he did come in, I think the description might even be okay to call him kind of mental at times.
Yeah, he was insane. Yeah. And, like in all aspects, right? Just some of the dash updraft plays with a judge that he was trying, but it's almost a good thing to see when you have a player of that caliber just coming in and going, okay, what can I actually get away with in this game? Like, I have like a 2-month window where I could probably just try anything before people go, what the hell are you doing? It's, oh, he's still adjusting, he's still doing that. With agents like Raze, you still have that kind of freedom to try stuff overall. So yeah, stuff has moved around. It is also nice to see Screaming Navera, go to K-Corp.
See something different, right? And
yeah.
We'll see how next year pans out. Predictions for Team Liquid's roster, though, when they do bring those 2 players in with Nats and Redguard coming through, I have pretty high expectations of them. I think they could be one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, Ryan.
Yeah.
You have the same opinion?
I'd say the same. I'd say for like Vitality as well. Like, these teams now have support systems. They have like everybody's role is a bit more clear cut. Going into a new meta where that is so important, right? The dynamics of teams are going to change. A lot of teams don't have excuses anymore. You're looking at like, for VCT of next year, this tournament, not so much, it's fine, but like for VCT, you want to see C9, 100 Thieves, like certainly Na'Vi now with their squad of FPX plus CNED minus Ardis, but Liquid is also one of them. Like, you have everything that you need to succeed now, go and do it.
We'll talk about the event as a whole as well, Ryan. Yesterday, a lot of group stage matches going on at the same time. Obviously not broadcasted with us, but we kept an eye on them. We've seen some of the results, some crazy ones coming through yesterday throughout that group stage. What was the biggest surprise for you yesterday?
I think focus. Like, I mean, it's also like focus without Purple. I was so excited to see like Yugi, your boy Lewis, and Purple playing on the same squad as like the aggressive 3, because they're all like immensely insane players. I think Larry did fantastic as a stand-in. And also, Lime and KP set, like, they did terrific. It's nice to see teams outside of the franchise go and sort of highlight what Ascension could look like next year. Who are strong candidates to be in the system and the franchise going into 2024. It's the first time I've said 2024. That sounds crazy that it's like just over a year away even. So yeah, it's kind of like you got that M80 announcement as well that's come in recently. So there's a lot of teams outside of the franchise that are also really worth getting excited about, and surprised to see folks about it.
To get some information that we are, in fact, currently rebuilding the last round, making sure that we can go back, revert that, and get back into the action. A quick reminder, everybody, 12-11, 1 round away from overtime. Our Team Liquid from fighting behind. And, we talk about Bind. It is the map the crew must win for survival. You look at the other 2 maps left in the veto. We've got Icebox, we've got, obviously, Ascent coming up first, so that is certainly going to be something in the back of crew's head, realizing you've got an opportunity here. If you win 1 round after this huge pause, you're through a Bind under your belt.
I know one player that'll have this kind of experience, Zand. He was on Furia for Champions in 2021, playing up against Sentinels. It was like a 30-minute timeout in between because of the whole C-Box Haven thing before that was patched out. So he's in a position where he's like, I'm used to sitting on stage for 30 minutes waiting to find out what's happening at such a pivotal time in a game, right? So he's also just been a player that has been tremendous to build around for Furia, goes over to NIP as they moved away from EMEA and go to South America. He's a great pickup for crew overall, and he's the kind of person that you want to build around. And you've got that young talent of Davies coming in too, Melsa from Leviathan that seems to be just like the heart and soul of a squad. Seeing crew at full capacity when Melsa's back after getting married, that's also a thing to look at and be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a talking point too, right, to not dance around, is the fact that they're coming here too without their full roster, without full strength either. So, we're definitely...
You don't want to build too much of a playbook as well when you know that
exactly,
the patch is changing that much. Like, Harbor could be more of a thing. I'm still on that train. With Viper, like, looking, like, getting a little bit nerfed on the new patch, like, granted not much, it's just to the ultimate.
Well, it has been a while since we've seen the first half transpire, and the second, we're going to take a look at the highlights and remind ourselves how we got to this point. Started pretty strong for crew with a 3-0 lead. Ryan converted the bonus, and Team Liquid had to win a thrifty round spearheaded by Soulcast.
Lots of these kind of moments too, just players hiding in corners, getting checked for the most part, but as it went on, moments of like crew starting off brightly, kind of diminished, and just at this point, just the 5th round, Liquid started to pull things back into their favor, and on crew's map pick, on a side where they're looking a little bit more cohesive and coordinated, they let Team Liquid back into this and with a pretty decent lead going into the half.
Well, the storyline is Nags, right? The fact that he is a player with a lot of pressure on his shoulders, well, very dynamic, very quick to change his position a lot on this defense, went for a lot of aggressive peaks, winning a lot of those fights too, and being influential in their round wins. We've seen Enzo get a clutch a little bit earlier on. This one impossible, and did finish with a classic swing out. Crew got off to another good start in the second half of play, able to build up a few rounds on the board. They were starting to pull away. It looked like they were about to send bind to the bin, and Team Liquid able to resurge themselves back to a point where they're one away from going to overtime. So this was the round that really should have been it, Ryan. I feel like this is ridiculous that Team Liquid got back into that one.
Those blast pack plays can not really offer too much in some cases. I mean, it was one of those ones where we saw the blast pack used to try and stop Liquid getting the plant down in like the final seconds. And I think it was on Safe, or Yamp even, it was 5 HP at that point. If there was one more left, one more satchel, one more bit of utility, we'd be on for map 2 at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure we are not long away from getting back into bind. Not too sure of the ETA on that one, but as soon as I get it, I will give that one to you. But seems like Safe has got his hands back on the keyboard and mouse. That's pretty good. That's something that wasn't there a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I was thinking in that round, like, yeah, everything's so slow, and then you just see Safe, like, in the camera, like, turn around and be like, I don't know, sticks his hands up in the air.
Just give it up.
So.
Yeah, there's not
everything should be good. That's a thumbs up from Emo.
Oh, fist bumps coming in, thumb to thumb action. Gotta love it. Very wholesome, Ryan.
Grandfathers of the scene, it feels as well. Like you got like Fabrican, Emil was on as a coach, Meadow that was on the team as well, actually, in the end. So they have like good synergy there. Meadow's been like around the block with some of the orgs that he's been a part of, like FPX to G2, and built up his map pool as well. Like, I think that's one of the good things of seeing like Meadow and Enzo come in as super subs. Like, they have grown so much as players that it's crazy to see them not only performing at this level, but you're still there thinking there is definitely like a 6th-man spot on a franchise potentially open for them at some point. And if they keep up their form, they can really start to do some work in Ascension for sure.
Well, maybe spoke too soon, as it seems like Crew are still fascinated with the heat packs. So hopefully we can get them back to their keyboard and mouse soon too. But here we go, Manchester. We're unfortunately going to have to take a break ahead of this one. We're going to have to really remind ourselves after we come back from the break the tension of this final round of regulation, but it'll have to wait until after this. Well, Manchester certainly has delivered in terms of a fantastic crowd and watching this Valorant transpire, but unfortunately we are still within that issue. But, you know, I'm just looking forward to getting into this one, Ryan, because, you know, we're moments away, really, but we're going to have to try and figure out, you know, can we get this issue sorted? But before that, you know, we're gonna have a little chat with the crowd and really check in with them because they have been fantastic throughout this one.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I don't know if Jenny is ready just yet.
Jenny, are you available?
We'll find her. But looking forward to getting into it. So we have Gennaro down there on the side. We've got a couple of fans down there with Gennaro.
Stay hydrated. Yo, it's actually pretty cold with the ice cubes. Anyways, good water, love the taste. So welcome, Megan and Winter. Summer, I know you go by both at this point. Like, you love the seasons. But let's talk about the outfits first because I love the vibe from both of you. It's like complete opposites. So did you guys agree on dressing as complete opposite or was just like an accident?
No, but every event we go to together ends up happening, so it was a given.
First international LAN event for Valorant?
For Valorant, my first Valorant event ever, but I went to Copenhagen last month for Blast, and I go various other places for other events. I'm an Overwatch girl at heart, so yeah.
What can I say? I'm a Rocket League girl at heart. I've been to the London event recently for Worlds as well with the semi-finals, which is great. But this is my first Valorant event. I'm lucky I'm doing it with Megan as well. We've been to Epic, we've been to I-Series, so it's more of the UK scene for that. Some international teams as well, but this is the first very international, big names, franchise doggers as well. So it's a really great experience for us.
Actually, speaking about the experience, that is an international stage. Is there a specific team that you are supporting today?
100 Thieves, just from personal bias from both of us.
I wonder why. Why is that the bias?
Well, Summer's friend is ex-100 Thieves player. I just tend to watch a lot more American Val for some reason. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why. I guess just the weird times that I'm awake. Yeah, I'm just a 100 Thieves fan, I guess.
Okay, Summer, are you a 100 Thieves fan or is there another team that you're supporting?
I'm supporting 100 Thieves to win, but I really want Vitality to come like second or third. I can at least place top 3. That'd be like my heart happy, and then my brain happy would be if 100 Thieves won. Because like as an analyst, ex-caster as well, as like 100 Thieves is going to be like, I'd hope to be the favourites to win, but then Vitality I think are going to be like the little bit of a dark horse in this tournament and come like maybe second or third would be my like bet for it.
Thank you, ladies. Enjoy your water, your Red Bull, whatever it is, and we'll see you around.
Great to check in with a few bystanders at the event. Of course, I'm sure a lot of people coming by as well here just because maybe they live in Manchester, for example. You went to uni here, Ryan. So how does it feel for you to have Valorant in your
It's weird. It's so weird to be back. Like, because it's also like University of Suffolk, like Media City, which is like just 10 minutes down the road overall. So it's been nice to be back to sort of remember some of the hijinks that went on at CUD, some of which I really can't repeat on broadcast. But in any case, Manchester's a great city, great people. It's also nice to see a UK crowd, like going to like Copenhagen, Istanbul, all great, but UK, Manchester's where it's at, I think.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we get a few more here in the future because it has been fantastic. But the lights seem to dim up here. Hopefully that means
we need a Champions at Grimsby next. That's what we need.
At Grimsby. What about Scunthorpe?
Both. You know, sort of go between the two of them. Have a Masters at Scunthorpe and then Champions at Grimsby. And then we could have game changers at Hull. We can just hit all of those.
Okay, Ryan. Well, you champion that one. You make sure you get the support, rally the support for that one. But yeah, I don't know how successful you'll be, but I'm sure Manchester has done a good job so far, so I'm sure we'll be back here at some point soon. Representing South America here, our crew, again, flying across the ocean, quite a significant way to travel, and obviously yesterday feeling like they were about to make that journey back without anything to show for it, but they get another day to play. And they have an opportunity here to take down Team Liquid. Obviously wounded both of these teams coming in with stand-ins. Team Liquid, significant stand-ins as well, losing IGL, losing the likes of Nats, right? So definitely a big hit to Team Liquid coming into this. At a home ground event too for Soulcast. I'm sure they wanted to come out with a fully fleshed roster and really challenge for that title with everything they've got.
Yeah, at least it's a bit warmer in here. Like if it was like the first game of today, it was still quite cold. It's now warmed up a little bit.
True. We got the hand warmers that we've seen a lot of so far, Ryan. I feel like there's an entire segment given to that one, but the lab coats are out. Scientists back trying to figure out the issues.
I do feel like having lab coats while Lofar isn't here is not acceptable.
I think we might wheel him out at some point. We'll go and get him.
I mean, yeah.
We might actually have enough time.
He's done Red Bull stuff before. He did home ground last year. He did a campus clutch with me last year. By the way, that's on pretty much after this, I'm pretty sure, all the way from Sao Paulo. So there's that going on as well. Lots of Valorant to go through. But, you know, this is a good chance to look at those franchise teams. I mean, that's the main brunt of it, right?
It was like a little teaser trailer. It's like a trailer before next year, right? And also, you know, different patches to what next year is going to be. So we're going to sort of goodbye to the current patch and the current year and rounding it out this way.
A whole different esports scene, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're looking at moving forward. Obviously, we're going to try and get this regulation started, but unfortunately, it's not going to be happening just yet. But we are going to go and take a look at the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Choose your agent. Finding match. Spike planted.
Well, guys, it is time. I've got word that the game is good to go. Our final round of regulation here on Bind, map 1. We'll see if Team Liquid are pulling this one back. One round and they've got overtime, and for Crew, it's victory in one round, adding Bind to their collection and giving themselves a real chance to head to the semifinals to play against Cloud9. Here we go, right into the action. Knight straight away with a tour de force, going aggressive. Out of the pause, how sharp can he be? Curveball at the ready, blinded, gets out of dodge.
Just had a chance to sort of think about and realize what Crew have been able to sort of do. Playing up aggressive on shot was the common thing, and Team Liquid not giving them a chance to warm up. They're really throwing in the heat, and the stat was safe.
Oh, not working out. Davies coming in with a double. Massive advantage here for Crew. It's looking good. They've come back potentially just for one round here. Crew looking to try and close this one out. Enzo will do his best, but it's not going to happen. All that suspense and a one-round finish for Crew after the break. They found themselves Bind. They picked up the essential map, and now perhaps, Ryan, they've got a shot.
They turned it back in their favor. Was it 30 minutes for 30 seconds? But that's the kind of like pace that you want to be playing at if you're Crew. Team Liquid just wanted to do something a bit more aggressive, not really let it sit. Just try and catch it by surprise, but Crew were the faster team overall. This was the map that they really needed to win to have a chance of this series. Now going to Ascent with everything that's transpired, can Liquid take control on their home ground, their map pick that's coming up?
It felt like a 50-50, whether or not that was going to overtime or a victory, right? The fact that you have such a big pause, a lot of build-up, you know, it's just a 50-50 whether that round goes Liquid's or Crew's way, and Davies able to step up with the essential round win. And now they've got a chance, Ryan, but you know, Liquid still competed on Bind, and that's the worrying thing, because now they're moving on to two maps left in the pool potentially that we're favoring them on. You know, we're feeling like they're going to be more comfortable on this info.
Yeah, it's just like because they're going to be playing stuff like the Reina, potentially on Ascent for Liquid. Like if they're trying to play that aggressive and take those fights up against Crew that have now, you know, got a bit more confidence, have nothing to lose at this point. Might be a good chance to like maybe change stuff up, but really seems to be working well for them. It's going to be a great map too, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic map of Valorant. A long one for sure, but it ends in regulation for Crew. So over to Yinsu and the guys on the desk to break down map number 1.
Thank you very much, Adam 3 and Ryan. I feel like they did a great job holding up there with a long pause as well as the round was being made. But what a way for Crew to come back out and just finish that, because for a moment, Echoes, it felt like they were giving Liquid away back in.
Yeah, I mean, like Liquid were grinding the way back in. Obviously, we saw Zand had like one of those nightmare rounds. It happens to everyone. You know, it got excited and then things fell apart. But glad to see Crew finally win the map, see it out in the end as well. This was the map Crew had to win. If Liquid are going to get taken down by Crew, Crew had to win this map, and they've come and done that successfully.
Yeah, completely, especially since they didn't have the best of the attacks. They did indeed get both pistols, you know, they got the bonus, they had, you know, a good beginning, but then in the GAN rounds, they were not showing up. What I love to see is the fact that when we jump into the defense, Nax, which I highlighted to be the one that has to step up, especially since he's playing on the chamber, started to show up more and more every single round, and probably the reason that we're here.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with everything you just said. It's just always
so aggressive, right? Really just using the chamber before it gets nerfed, and just what it's really good at, just getting early info, early picks, and he did that a lot. Double pistol for crew, it was massive on this one. I think if pistol goes other way, it's overtime or it's a different one. But yeah, like you also said, Echo's must-win map for them. I'm a little bit worried still, but I think if Nax can keep this momentum up, and everyone else starts showing, then I'm actually pretty confident. But in terms of what I saw yesterday from Ascent, still worried.
I really enjoyed watching the AWP battle today. It's something maybe we see in the future in 2023. Obviously, Safe on the Phoenix, playing very unorthodox, showing, hey, it still is viable. More of a CS style open where you need to hit your shots, whereas Nax can be like on deep A short in the off angle, you know, catching people off guard. Safe was more like methodical, more lean back kind of approach.
Such a patient player, isn't he? He holds an angle for hours, forever, it feels like. You guys both mentioned Safe and Nax as well, so let's take a look at some of the highlights and what you guys were talking about. I think Safe expected, right? He locked in that Phoenix. We knew he was going to have a lot of impact here, and he did in the end. They very nearly came back because of him.
Yeah, Safe was doing a lot here. I think we're taking the IGL role. We could see him doing like a 4-1 style in some types of rounds where he on his own knows what he wants to do, knows the pressure he has to do, and lets the other 4 in a group, which was quite effective. I think sometimes we saw like he was running out of time, maybe getting a bit close, but I think as a mix, that's always going to be expected.
It's surprising, right? Because isn't the attack that we see them taking a long time to get into the sides, to actually burn a little bit of utility getting into those sides, and sometimes running out of time in those situations. And Safe, I think the crew did a good job not looking for the duel for him. Like, he's in showers, he can be there. I don't care. Just ignore him, so he's the last one alive.
Yeah, they constantly had information as well. I was looking majority of the minimap, they always pretty much had 3 people on the right side at the right time as well. So the defense from crew is really good, and I feel like that's kind of where Liquid, I felt like, obviously with a Phoenix and a Raze, that's where you kind of expected to excel a bit. Yeah, I was a little bit let down with that one, but.
And Bear, you mentioned Nags already, and
yes.
he stepped up. Were you satisfied
Completely.
with the way that he did do that?
Yes, especially on the defense. I feel like he had a very tough role because it's like picking arena. You definitely have to perform on this one. He had some moments on the attack, but to me, it's the way that he was shutting down the aggression and actually forcing Liquid on taking more time and actually, you know, double, triple checking and making sure that they cannot, you know, that they miss that first duel.
Yeah, and we had a massive round. It was only a 3K, but the impact that round changed. At 9-7, they're on the low buy, has a Spectre, gets a double kill, pops the ult, and they're able to snowball the round into a win on a low buy and completely changing the game from there.
I mean, this is the Nags that we wanted to see, right? The whole time before this new version of crew.
Yeah, literally that, and you said the all-important word of just impact. It was like pretty much all of his kills were just so impactful for it, like big swing rounds that needed to like affect money, or just clutch or get it back into like a 3-on-3 when they went a person down. He was always the person to do it, or multi-kills and taking like so much space over towards showers. He was just taking showers all the time, and that just meant if they weren't using the breach stun to get early orbs, they just couldn't farm the orbs. So great from crew. They looked at what Liquid did yesterday. They had a game plan with it, and I felt like they executed it well.
I feel like they did very well in picking their fights, because you mentioned the shower stuff, and especially during the last rounds, they were like not that interested about it because they wanted to go for something else. If they get the ults, this is the way that we're going to approach it, and I love to see that they're still innovative with the chamber that we've seen, you know, way too many times already.
Well, the question is, can he keep this up? Because I feel like one of the pitfalls that you guys spoke about is the fact the crew didn't have that person that could consistently do this, and considering moving on to Ascent, Nags could be playing the Killjoy, so it's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, completely. I think that the responsibility now is going to be on Sandy, and the fact that he's going to be playing Jet and he's going to be playing against Jumpy. So that's going to be a lot of pressure onto him, especially since we saw that round on B-Long where he whiffed a little bit. We've all been there, don't worry. But he needs that trust and confidence back, because I feel like all the way that Nax had on his shoulders for this one, he's going to have on theirs for...
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's just one round, right? And for the rest of the map, he's performed consistently. I think he was their top performer throughout on Sky, which is, again, not really much of a fragging agent in this day and age. So him now coming onto the Jet, Dave going onto the KO, obviously Nags probably going onto the Killjoy. 3 players are changing role here. So maybe, you know, spices things up, someone's feeling it, Zan can get his confidence back, and hopefully, yeah, they get good into Ascent.
And the pressure is now on for Liquid. They're normally pretty good at coming down from a map, but this is like, it's a little bit different. We're at LAN, we have a crowd, and we have stand-in. So I'm very interested to see some of Safe's calling there. I don't know, we were talking about the time pressure, right? Some of the mid-rounding felt I don't know what the information was like, but it didn't feel comfortable watching, at least from my end. So we'll see how his calling is in the Sen, and he's on Reyna, so potentially.
That's the thing. Do we expect him to go back on the Reyna, or do we want to see him on the Phoenix, maybe?
I think I'm fine with Reyna. I like Reyna on this map again. The new buff for Reyna, I think it's good. I know it's like
more about this? Wait,
you
know the guy that was like, oh, Phoenix works, but like Reyna is a waste of time. Like,
no. I've always quite liked Reyna with this buff as well. If you have the right person, it's really good. So I think Reyna's
I mean, Scream's no longer on this roster, and I felt like his Reyna was the one that kind of like put them on the map, right? But Ascent, no better place for Liquid to come back.
Yeah, like I said, as Sneaky said, Reyna is an X factor, and I think Safe backs himself. Safe's a very confident guy, very loud, expressionate guy. Get him on the Reyna. They might, Safe did lose this to go out. So what? You've played the Reyna. Don't be scared now. Oh, we're backs against the wall. We might lose. Maybe whip out the Phoenix.
Safe
being
scared. That
Safe's
ain't
not doing
happen.
that. So I'm expecting him to go swinging with the Reyna.
And you as well, Bear? You want the Reyna to come out?
No, I would like the Phoenix. I think I'm on the Phoenix train. I do not have many things against Reyna. I feel like maybe not on this map is my favorite. I do think that she does have some appliances.
It almost feels uncomfortable that we don't get a Liquid Phoenix Ascent, I feel like.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Are we accepting that?
It's fine. As long as they use the Reyna well off angles, plays around with the Jet, and they kind of just mix up and they have just set setups on the defense side that they can just play off each other. I think it's really good. Reyna, it's a good map for Reyna, I'm telling you. I know that it doesn't have the same effect in terms of stacking orbs. Maybe on the attack it might be a little bit lackluster, but the flash is pretty good for entering sites. You can burst a bit more now.
Lothar's crying somewhere right now.
Dude, I know.
He's holding his baby and crying at the same time.
But I think not to forget about Jampy. We're talking so much about Safe.
Yeah.
Jampy, it is his map, Ascent. He always performs, always pops off, especially on the Jet. He can go walking around, taking his jewels, getting the AWP out, playing the off angles. And like I said, he's normally masterful at this map, so I'm expecting a good result here for Liquid.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that if we look at the other side, we look at a crew that I don't think had the best of times against C9, especially on this map. I think that they only got 3 buy rounds at most, and the rest of it was a complete wreck. They got wrecked. They started on the defense, and still it wasn't enough. Nothing was working for them. Again, if, as you guys are mentioning, we get a Jumpy that's given 100%, I'm already feeling like the third map.
And there's a Killjoy in play. Well, potentially there's a Killjoy in play, so it's all about stacking orbs on the attack side. Reyna and Jett are pretty good at just holding off angles and just having an extra pressure there. So yeah, I don't know.
Selling this Reyna.
I'm on it. It's, you know what, you lot have bashed Reyna for like 2 years. I'm coming in.
It is playable, but
who is this guy?
It's Safe.
New Sliggy. I like the new Sliggy.
Well, no, because he wants the chamber. He wants things to be like very simple, you know, nothing too crazy. Just throw in a chamber, everything's standard. Yeah. But we're gonna go on to a map 2 in map 3 even in due course. But first, we have Ginny standing by with Dan from the Goose House.
Red Bull Homegrounds, and this time for the segment, we're back in the VIP area. I'm Ginny and joined by Dan. Lovely to be back on camera once again after our stint on the stage last time.
Yeah, we were a dream duo, weren't we? Hosting Insomnia Valorant Finals, I love that. Hope to be back again with you sometime on the stage, that'd be cool.
I mean, we're now backstage. We can see some of the stage, if you guys can see that in the background. So technically we're back, but not really. So how have you been? What have you been up to?
So I've been doing a lot of stuff with Red Bull this weekend. A lot of the stuff that you've been seeing going out on socials, those videos may or may not have been filmed by me. But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with some of the casters and the players and putting some stuff in the Red Bull UK Discord as well. So make sure you join their Discord.
Speaking of Red Bull, actually, and your partnership with them and just how much you work with them, I heard that there's something happening in London for those, unfortunately, who are not able to come down to the snowy Manchester this weekend.
Yes, so if you're unable to travel tomorrow, but you can get to London, we're actually doing a watch party for the Red Bull Homeground Finals tomorrow at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. If you go on the Goose House Twitter and look at our pinned tweet, you can sign up there, and we'll see you there tomorrow from 12 o'clock onwards.
Well, thank you so much. Lovely. Looking forward to that watch party. I hope you guys are going if you're London-based. If not, hope to see you guys here.
Everyone is plugging their Discords today. You guys have Discords you want to plug?
Yeah, I got a Discord.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I neglect it and I apologize to all my Discord people. But I think there's people active on it. I need to be better.
And you say hello to them.
Yeah, I need to be better.
I mean, we have a guild as well if anyone wants to join our guild. Yeah, we have a Discord for that. Yeah. Discord?
No Discord for me, unfortunately. I've not been streaming too much recently, so no Discord.
We'll start one for you.
Maybe, yeah, please.
So someone out there, start a Discord for Echoes, and we can all join it.
You can also join our guild.
Yeah, there you go.
Join our guild?
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Be a bow?
Yeah. Sure.
This is what we're doing now. We're just
you're part of it.
recruiting. We're using this opportunity to
We've recruited so many people through our events.
Yeah, actually, I think Key, who's also here in the crowd right now, he's also in our guild. So, yeah, we've got a few
If anybody
people.
wants to join a guild, we're nice people.
I mean, moving from guild to crew. I'm so proud of
Safe
that
is
one.
here, Gil.
I am so proud of that. So great. But yeah, we're gonna go to Ascent in just a moment. Of course, you guys don't seem super hopeful of Crew's Ascent. Let's put it that way.
There is still the pistol aspect.
Okay.
Liquid cannot win pistols. At this event, it just seems that they can't win pistols. I'm trying to keep a tally now. I think it's 3 out of 14 in terms of pistols this event. So if Crew can win double pistol, you can win a map easily.
That's
by
3
winning
more
double
than the last event, so...
Oh my god! Yeah, it's about that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, Adam, what do you make of that?
Yeah, the
pistol win condition.
Pistols are a big factor, right? Obviously, I think for Crew being the underdog, you want an easy start, you want an easy win. Like last game, they started 3-0 up, and then obviously kind of slowed down again. But if they can build the momentum, win that first buy round, not get eco'd, anything like that, build the momentum, and you're in the game, and you're up and doing really well.
Yeah, we're heading into Agent Select now for the second map of Ascent. I know we've spoken about it a little bit already. It's the Reyna debacle here as well. If we're going to see that come out again, of course, they're going to probably go with a double duelist, it looks like. And Nags on your screen on the right there, we were expecting him to go onto the Killjoy.
Now Yampi picks a Euro.
Yeah, there we go.
So
after that
close.
incredible performance on Bind as well.
No, but yeah, no surprises here. Meadow going on the KO.
Oh, they're doing it.
Oh, it is a
They're
raid.
doing it.
Happy you're going to get to see that. I mean, I've always expected a little bit of Phoenix, but I think that we do not have surprises. Again, another thing that we have to mention, Solka's back on that Astra. We were highlighting how good he was when he came to that Agent. So also seeing Crew playing a very comfortable composition for their side, it should be, the easiest out of the hardest.
The thing is I'm missing here for Liquid is a lack of a chamber or a sentinel in general. So I think, again, Agent Select, look at comp analysis, what can you do? If I'm Crew, I'm saying, listen, if we can take mid control versus them, we have so many timers in the round. There's no trip, there's no nothing there that can stop us doing that. So creating pressure, pulling rotations, getting that space is definitely Crew's win factor here.
And yeah, if I'm looking over Liquid, I'm interested in their defense half. I think on attack, I'm so fine they're going to probably get around 6. Like anything above 6 is good, but their defense is where I'm like, that's where the most interesting thing for me. How are they going to hold on to their A mains? Is mid going to be weak? And then is Yampi going to be able to perform to the level that he has been just showing?
Are they starting on attack here? I assume Liquid are going to be going on the attack side. We're going to find out now, actually. I'm going to pass this over to your casters. Of course, Liquid, they're the defending champions. They have to win here if they want a shot at that title once again.
Well, Liquid failed to get it done on map 1. Bind goes the way of Crew. And now they have a chance here on Icebox, or rather Ascent. How are you feeling about this one, Ryan?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think there's still a lot the Crew can show on it. The adjustment of moving Nags away from that chamber over to a Killjoy was really interesting to see before. It's kind of the way that the direction's going. Like, this is one of those ones, especially when you know the chamber's going to get nerfed, putting in that time onto something like Killjoy is worthwhile doing in these capacities. For Liquid, they're just going out and playing in their crazy style as per usual with these 2 stand-ins. So it's definitely leaning towards Liquid, but momentum's a real thing here, and Crew might just have it in their hands.
Well, the main talking point there seemed to be about the pistols for Liquid. We'll see if they get off to a good start here with a pistol round win on Ascent. They'll be starting here on the defensive side and setting up with 3 towards mid early on. Looking to be quite aggressive here, Ryan.
Trying to take all of that space as quickly as possible, but it has meant that the B site is open for Crew to actually sneak into in a fairly easy capacity. A lot of utility used to try and break onto the site, which wasn't really needed in hindsight when you're looking at this. So Liquid still have a lot to work with, and they've wrapped all the way around for this retake. Bit of concern maybe that some of the attackers can push through defender spawn, so that is something that we're going to be seeing Meadow check on. But this should be a comfortable retake for Team Liquid, but it's 5v5.
Well, here they come, back into the retake attempt. It's certainly going to reap a lot of success here for the attackers likely. They've got such good post plants. You've got to get a lot of quick multi-kills here if you're Team Liquid. You've got to run into the Lion's Den. They're all in the site right now.
So many Sheriffs.
Yeah, they're really trying to get a couple of wall-bang picks here, but it's not really happening. Here comes the 0 point forward. Trying to clear everything out quickly, and so solid from the Frenzy. San gets a double kill, and it looks like Team Liquid's woes and pistol rounds will continue. It is cleaned up in style for Crew.
Well, yeah, no wonder that they're not playing frenzies, man. Like, it just every time the Crew just want to get in close and take these fights, and Sheriff's just trying to wallbang, catch a kill. No strays were caught, and they're really like running and gunning with these pistols to make it work.
It's like having an SMG.
It's just really puts the pressure on them, and Liquid, they have to nail the shots instead of just generally aim at the body and run at them. But it is another pistol that they've lost, and it's just a way that Crew can start to build a lead potentially and just avoid getting some of these Team Liquid thrifties to come through.
Well, we did see some of those Team Liquid thrifties come over on Bind. Was spearheaded by Soulcast in that respect. Let's see if they can themselves a thrifty to kick things off and split the score 1-1 off the get-go. Safeco is aggressive as he often does this time. Punished. Nikes holds with the range advantage. Happily collects his life.
Suppression knife, I think, out onto Soulcast, who's playing within the smoke with a shorty. Still trying to be in these corners and spots, but Crew is not really having to rush this at all. Rotation is going to come into the A side, but with these lower weapons, realistically might not be able to do much for Crew, but in any case they want it to be as clean as possible, really, because Team Liquid can snowball when things go their way, regardless of the guns that they have in their hands.
Oh, Soulcast tries to get underneath the drone. Steps heard, and obviously reaction not going to be too heavy here for Crew. They don't want to commit around that corner, not knowing what's on the other side of it, so they'll send Sand in to clear it out. Good executed towards the side, really limiting the possibility for any Team Liquid success with the weaker guns. Now Sand climbs up towards Heaven, and the spike will go down.
Just really good utility, right? It's like Liquid tried to maybe sneak in from Heaven, but you see the Nano Swarm thrown down from Nags. Just with this kind of like composition for Crew, it's just utility and how well it's going to clear you. So Team Liquid have been pretty passive overall from the pistol, and then this round, once these full buys come in, I wonder if it's going to be similar. Do they just give up a lot of space on sites and then play retake? Because if Crew get wind of that, it becomes much easier for them to get into these openings. I'll be really curious at how this defense evolves for Liquid, because Crew are using a lot of utility when they don't need to, and it's just whether they can realize that in the moment. Or whether the coaches will, you know, clock on and have a timeout and discuss it then, potentially.
Well, we've seen Crew get good starts. We've already seen that over on Bind, but also we've seen them lose that great start almost immediately, Ryan.
Yep.
So, you know, that's definitely a possibility here for Crew, and I think they will be having that at the back of their heads, realizing they cannot afford to let what happened on Bind happen here on Ascent, because they might not get away with it this time.
I mean, if you lose all the pistols, that's pretty bad. If you lose all of the pistols and then even a couple of bonuses, you are winning an unwinnable battle a lot of the time. Especially now when it is just like fundamentals and having as strong as a playbook as possible without leaning too much on meta and stuff like that. Working on pistols and bonuses is probably a good place to start. And Liquid, they're up against Crew's bonus. They have that full buy, and they're peeking very aggressively as Yampi into B main.
Oh, recon bolt goes out. And so under so much pressure, gets caught. Oh, what a play for Sand. Comes over the top, nearsighted the two players inside of the site, and Sand happily collects one. Knowing it, they got a pin player inside of the boathouse. He'll go and sink his ship. And now a good start here coming through with the initial attack of Crew. And Team Liquid have not done enough to hold this off. They're setting up outside, but how do they get back into this one, Ryan?
If they play off the site, they can't really go in for these retakes. If they play in on the site, they get ran over by utility. Yeah, like it's one of those moments where there's just no in at all. What a set play, right? Just the Jet coming in with a paranoia, it perfectly timed, and that's the win condition, I think, for Crew, is just using that team play that they've got a bit more time to work on, despite missing Meltzer, still being able to come up with those kind of plays that Liquid don't really have a response to. And forcing a timeout early, potentially, from Emil and the rest of Liquid.
Yeah, and I mean, this is some of that Latin American style where they can be so explosive and so quick, and a great maneuver to get into the site.
Especially with this meta, like this is a meta from last year, isn't it? Really, like there's no chamber, there's no fade for Crew. this is going to be a comp that they're always going to be comfortable with on a map that they're always going to be comfortable with. So Crew might be able to keep this in their favor for quite some time on this attack side.
Yeah, there was certainly a conversation ahead of this matchup about the composition that Team Liquid have selected coming into this one, Ryan. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on the matter.
I mean, it's wild. If it was any other team, I think, pulling out Lorena, I think I'd have a few more choice words, but
it is a mixed team after all. Maybe you can get away with a few extra curveballs here and there, but
it's like Dust 2, right? It's just the element of like you need to actually break. Like it's going to be hard to play up against a team that's got a bit more practice, that's got a lot more experience on this map, but that explosiveness doesn't stop.
Well, Zan once again looking to lead the charge. He's done it on both sides of the map so far, and he's done a great job at finding success. But look at this, the walk down middle. The Sheriff close, nice gets one. A good trade from Safe coming in, and Soulcast delivers at least another with a rifle. I think Crew won't be too disappointed about keeping this one even. If they can get that spike down before the rotate is fully here, well, maybe they can put themselves in a really good position here for 4, especially with
the timing. Again.
Zaddy goes back just the right time, and it's a kill for Zaddy on the Safe, not ready for it. And this is looking good now. It's just a pistol, a Sheriff trying to get back in on Enzo. Soulcast with the rifle. Crew just looking to send this one through. 4-0 lead.
Enzo just doesn't have a weapon. Like, it just feels like this has been the consistent thing, right? The Team Liquid just cannot get in. They cannot break through. That's why you see teams have triple initiate, because the horn instantly broke, and it allows Enzo some space and some damage, but it's still a 2v2.
A real chance suddenly, but the time is the limiting factor here. So they're just trying to do his damage. Now they got to get onto the spike immediately. Soulcast with a headshot, but yeah, limited time was always there. But they do the damage. They clean them up at least. And Soulcast just about gets away with his life as well.
And that's so important as well, just because money's awkward. It was an eco in the end from Liquid, so they have this full buy coming in, but Crew pretty much flawless from like their pistols, the bonus onwards. That's the only round that some economic damage has actually been done in the end. So they're still going to be comfortable, and now ults are starting to roll in online. It does kind of feel like there's so much pressure on Enzo to just have a perfect horn. He already caught onto 4 players, I think, in round 3 in B main. But outside of those windows where you don't have another recon dart to rely on, or like a KO knife in some of those instances because you're spreading out the initiators a little bit, it makes it very awkward for them to get the timing on these things.
Oh, sad. Under a bit of pressure, he's committed. His teammates, not so much, but a real swing around the corner here for Team Liquid, and trying to bait out the orb, trying to bait out a peek with it. But nothing coming their way. Team Liquid decide to be more disciplined, more passive in this approach, and they'll send Safe aggressive. And towards B-main this time. He's Zeddy down, and it's a great start there for Safe. Some of his aggressive maneuvers can sometimes make him look a little silly, but that time, perfect.
But Crew up until this point have been deathballing onto sites, just all 5 players running in and being aggressive. Now they've split it up a little bit, had that pressure initially towards B, now they're starting to show themselves on attack on the A side for Crew. So Liquid are just, you know, it's going to be chaotic. The combo is just trying to adjust.
Well, Klaus is running in, a good double straight away. Soulcast and Meadow get sweeped out. And Crew looking to try and keep this advantage up. Save goes, has to find Meadow, he gets away with his life. Location certainly revealed, but right now Crew have done a great job of forcing them back again, getting that site control, and now the spam war is going down through the floor. Luckily for Crew, they're keeping everybody up right now, and that's giving them a massive advantage. Once again, these post plants have looked so good for them.
And just this stall that comes in from Crew now that spike's been planted, just managing to absolutely cow through like 20, 25 seconds before Liquid can really do anything at that point. And this is where Yampi is the operator. He's just pushed out and died.
Mental play there again, but Davies handles it. Team Liquid felt almost like they had one option. It was just swing into the site, try and take some fights, and hope they go your way, but they didn't. And Crew
save again,
getting into the sites quite easily at this point, right? They're not losing too many players in these initial fights.
I mean, this is looking, you got to imagine at a timeout it's going to be coming in soon for Liquid, because this is a wild moment. The confidence for Crew, the money to buffer themselves up means that they can risk taking this gun out the hands of Enzo's hands without worrying too much, but he manages to survive, but that's looking likely to be only rifle that they're going in, and Liquid timeout expected, because this is a horrible start.
Oh, it's a terrible start coming into this one, and I mean, you're 1 map down, right? This is your chance to go ahead and try and get into the semi-final. You've got to take 2 maps in a row and reverse sweep this best of 3, and you end up losing the pistol pretty much every other round, apart from, you know, over on Binder. So, you know, you're not off to a good start at all here, Liquid. This is looking absolutely dire, so time to have the coach have a say. 5-0. This could get out of hand if they don't pick up a rifle round soon.
It's interesting. I mean, especially Emma with a point in now looks very ominous. But it's an interesting position for Cruz Coach Leazo to be in, because it's like, okay, like, what can we do? What is Liquid's adjustment going to be to what we're doing? And can we like be 2 steps ahead of that, right? So it's going to be curious to see what Crew actually changed themselves in this timeout, because they have the chance to talk. Liquid, you can't give them that much of a buffer. If they realize what the problem is, it should be fairly quick for them to fix it. So Crew, 5-0 up, it should be a hell of a lead to lose. Good chance to change up your monitor as well. Just
make sure
lean in as clean as possible.
Make sure nothing is awry as you head into this one straight away. Again, the perfect start.
He's so evil.
Yeah, he really looks great with that low light. I love it. It's like it's super villain vibes. Get it off. And now 5-0. Crew with a chance to continue the pain train here for Liquid. The buy ain't great here for Liquid either, right? You got the Marshall out, the one Vandal here for Enzo. Meadow, at least looking for some information early on towards A, but he's forced back, and here comes that null command.
Just not risking it like an ultimate used against Danica. Something like null command might be a bit wasted for Crew, but no exceptions, no gaps, they can't leave it, so the execute's coming in thick and fast as per usual. Some damage attempted, but nothing really coming through onto Crew until Enzo shows up, the only rifle they have, and he's also using a Nightfall.
Not the player that always pops up, but when you need him most, can sometimes deliver. Well, he's gone forward, he's got himself a couple of kills. Save actually stops Xedi from getting impact.
Yampi behind him.
As well, the flank is certainly a factor to think about at the moment, but right now it's all falling down for Crew. Yampi comes in, Meadow able to pick it up, and Team Liquid once again out of the timeout, an unlikely round win with the weapons they provided, and they get themselves there first.
These are the kind of rounds that Crew are going to be kicking themselves for, right? It's just something out of absolutely nothing. That is not something that ML could sit down and say, yeah, and so just peek out and get 2 kills, if that's all right. Cheers, bud. You know, that's not the strategy. It's just using those timings, and as soon as that happens, the killjoy goes down on the side of Crew. Yampi wastes no time to flank around on the jet, and he's so quick, Crew just don't expect him, and it all caves in around them.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity here for Liquid, but the problem is you can't let that just be one flash in the pan, right? You have to be able to pick it up with the rifles here. Well, that's their opportunity. That's their lifeline thrown over to them to try and recover this half. And now the buy is solid. And again, aggressive play. This time it's Soulcast that wins it out for Team Liquid. They've got the advantage.
He's kind of stuck, though. He's right in this corner and one. He might be able to get out. This one way is going to certainly help him, and the grab just to create a bit of space, but he's going for more. He forces the Eldrin out. He's going to get tagged, but 300 credits down the drain at that point for Crew. They won't have that for the execute, and they've already used a recon that, so they have to wait. It might allow rotates for Team Liquid.
He's done well there. Good impact out of Soulcast. Yampi again, aggression on both sides of the map here for Team Liquid. Will Yampi get caught? He will by the paranoia, but he's able to get around the corner, somehow stays alive.
15 HP. This should be a common position to expect him in, though, just hiding right by logs. Bit of a crossfire potentially with Enzo still playing there. Has a seize, just got the Haunt online as well, which could be really useful, but that's not where the executes go in. The rotation for Team Liquid has come over towards B. It's just Axedi there, everybody else has gone A.
.40 seconds. We'll see if Crew continue to stay towards A once again. Yampi is moving forward. Yampi getting information. Here comes the lockdown being invested. Will Yampi get his flank on? Those teammates, if they delay long enough, he may be potent with this flank, but look, Yampi's going to get red. Instead, he sticks around to look for, and he's able to get it done. Klaus investing into the Hunter's Fury too. They're really clearing the site out, but 15 seconds left. They have to commit into the site, and Meadow is still in an absolute menacing position, but Nags takes him out. Soulcast once again delivering some stability, but they cannot deny the plant. He has to get another one here. He's in such a good position at Hell, and the swing comes out. He's run out of ammo, but he's still alive, and he's under so much pressure, even with a classic Soulcast on his 4th kill of the round, and Enzo comes through to seal the deal on 2 for Team Liquid.
I mean, it was a great ult from Soulcast as well, the Cosmic Divide for him to hide in Hell, set himself like a little bit of a one-way to play across. And just, it sort of felt like with that lockdown, Liquid running into that issue of like, okay, we need to get in, but we can't. But because Soulcast was there and he used the ult to create a bit of space, make it really hard for Crew to take the back of the site at the very least, he uses Axedi's Omen Smoke against him to the point that Axedi has to try and run in and clear him out, and it just doesn't work. This man can play anything at this point.
Yeah, Soulcast is absolutely delivering on his home turf. This is incredible. Really good work out of Soulcast. Again, he was actually the catalyst that got them back into bind as well. He was the player that spearheaded that approach when it came to the Thrifty round. Found a lot of impact in the gun rounds after that. So he has just been absolutely brilliant today. And Crew, it's got to be in the back of their head that they let a lead slip on bind before. Can't really afford to do that here on Ascent. Meadow, under pressure, gets caught.
These paranoias that have been coming in have been so good from Crew, always connecting, but the backup is there.
Look at Sandy's right behind them.
Yeah, he's taking so much space, but they're at least aware of it.
Just a timing turn, but Sand reads the play of safe, gets around the backside, takes him out. Now he goes forward into the Blade Storm. Dropping down into the side, Soulcast with one on the defense here. And Enzo coming in from heaven. Oh, Sand turns, Blade Storm again to the head. Acupuncture, this time lethal. And Nax comes around the backside. These flanks have been solid so far from Crew, good maneuvering. And it's just down to one. And it's Yampi, a player that is capable of pulling off rounds like this, but okay. Just gets absolutely domed.
He's going to get an operator as well, I think.
That's a great round from Zan.
I mean, you mentioned it, just the movement. I think from both sides, just seeing Zan take all of that space to go through tree, break the glass, get onto heaven, but also seeing Soulcast try and take A-main to sneak in behind. Just the snakes and ladders that happen in between the two squads to actually get into some adventurous positions. It's just lurks upon lurks at this point. But Crew's still in a nice lead, and Zandy's leading by example.
Here we go, nice slow-mo freeze frame on the shot. Sure, Yampi is used to doing that to others. Now he's on the other side, he's on the receiving end. But that's great from Crew. They don't let Team Liquid go on that huge streak either. Look at this buy. Look at this purchase from Team Liquid. Got an Odin in there.
Makes sense. Just absolutely burr it down on B main. But that's not really somewhere that Crew's been aiming to go so far, right?
They've thrown it in a few times, but definitely haven't been defaulting towards that too long. But this time, Ryan, they might just go towards B. Might just be the perfect read.
Yeah, Prowler as well, because it reaches a lot less space.
Look how much info they have on A right now.
They were pretty much stood here, Crew, and the Prowler expires before they get there.
Well, they know they're going to B now. Look at the information they've got from the defensive push through A.
Yeah.
They've cleared it out so they can start to rotate over and really stack the forces over here. There's a timer on the play for this to work out for Crew. They have to remove the two players inside of the site. Sand goes flying in again, but this time, Safe holds on, and he gets back to the boathouse. This should buy enough time for his teammates to rotate in and still be lethal enough.
Yeah, null command 2 as well used, so Crew don't have these abilities to work with, which means that Nax, with the operator, wasn't able to get much done in that spot.
Well, jumping across is Soulcast, another kill added to his collection, but Crew still fight on. They still have the chance. The flash is perfect. It keeps Crew up. They could have been lined up and decimated right there, but the plant will go through and thrusts it all onto Soulcast. He has been the man of the hour.
He's got another ult. He only used it 2 rounds ago.
Exactly. He's been absolutely brilliant so far. Another clutch going his way. Well, that would be the icing on top. Unfortunately, he's got a pretty dry cake in this round. 7 on the board coming through for Crew.
Yeah, Soulcast just seeing if they were going to be playing from like Boathouse on the back side, but Crew had already sort of dug their heels in, and it seems that with all of their plans that they have, they're not afraid to face a little bit more, to be a bit more aggressive. They want to take these fights and use the info as much as possible.
I am interested to see if this continues, if this punishment continues and Crew build up a really strong first half lead, how Team Liquid will deal with the adversity, right? You know, you've got this team, you've got 2 stand-ins, you don't really have that solid IGL in there right now, so you know, they really got to dig deep and pull this out. I don't know if they're capable of doing it with this edition, Ryan, and if they do, that's going to be incredible. Definitely want to avoid that scenario, though.
Yeah, you could always say, like, oh yeah, Team Liquid playing with 2 stand-ins, but this, in any way, that this is not the way that they'd want to go out, right? So there is still that pressure on, like, trying to perform as much as possible. And Yampi's taken a lot of space, but the turret spotted him.
Yeah, turret sends a few past him, lets him know he's been compromised. He's actually going to continue to move forward, though, instead of falling back. He wants to go into the fight at top mid, and nearly gets an opportunity. Spins around, shots will go through, but not enough to bring them down. And it is Yampi that falls first.
Gets a bit of information, but the rest of Team Liquid isn't going to adjust just yet. Just seeing the Yeoman in short doesn't really give you too much of a tell on what the plan overall is going to be. But Safe, peeking and playing out of A main, might get a little bit more than he bargained for. And it depends on how Davies wants to use this utility. Has a knife as a flash. Also has another null command if they want to go for that execute, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Almost on cue, Ryan, but here they come. Crew attacking in towards Safe.
Okay.
Good first pick with the Sheriff, and he's under a lot of pressure as they fly on by. It's Klaus, actually. They get something done. Sand will come through. Back to his feet is Davies. Spike goes down, and not too much of a hope unless Soulcast can pull off something ridiculous. Flash at the ready to buy off that wall here for Davies, and that is going to put a lot of pressure towards Soulcast, who really realizes he can't move any more from here forward to the site with this position held at wine, and Cloudburst will go forward.
Just wait.
Soulcast just held back. It's really hard to see an opening here.
So much time wasted. It's so good discipline-wise from Crew to just not panic too much, and the flash comes in there for Davies. Soon as that crossfire is like calculated, Enzo, not much time. 1v2, 8th round for Crew.
You're right in terms of the fact it feels like the word you could describe Crew right now is just composed, right? They're super composed in situations in the post plants, just absolutely perfect. Their executes have been great so far. They're not really having a bad time at all at the moment, Ryan.
It did kind of feel with Chamber being super meta. That's why we saw like triple initiate, right? Because you have all of this utility that you can throw on the site. But with Jet, you've got the smokes, you can dash in, create that space, Killjoy, the nano swarms. Like, it feels that every single ability for Crew on attack is used in some capacity on these executes. And even then, even if the site's clear, they're so good at being able to stall out the plant that Team Liquid can't even play off site. So if they play on site, they get ran over by util. If they play off, they can't find an opening. It's pick your poison.
Wow. Team Liquid certainly poisoned at the moment, looking for that antidote, but it's been somewhat of an uphill battle the whole way through this one, but Yampy gets away with some mid-aggression. He spotted that gap earlier on in a previous round with the Marshall.
Yeah.
Went for it again with the Operator, this time gets his kill, but a bit of an overcommitment from Safe has given that harder kill right back over to Crew.
And Nax is only one ult away from having a lockdown, so he could push up like B main. That's something that Enzo's going to try and contest a little bit more, and at least shuts him down with the Odin.
That's how he clears that angle. Goes around the corner, Odin comes around first, and Enzo at range just bangs the headshot, and Yampy gets aggressive. Look how quick that is.
I mean, I think that's the only thing that we've not seen from Crew is just mid-aggression. They're not trying to take like top mid, they're not going to try and take that space. It's just working extremities and hitting sites very quickly. Wow. So Yampy's absolutely shutting this down.
Well, Yampy goes again. He spotted the gap and he delivers 4 kills. Team Liquid desperately needed that one. And Yampy is the player that goes and gets it.
Last round and a half now. It might be too little too late. Like, it seems that like Liquid have maybe found something that they can exploit, but not much time to really make it work with Crew on 8 rounds.
Good work from Yampy. It really feels like he shouldn't have got away with a lot of this. I think Crew will probably focus a little bit more, at least one player in towards mid, not to let this kind of thing happen. But Yampy showing that sometimes when the going's getting rough, you can sometimes take a bit of a risk.
But it's also Enzo winning that fight against Naxet, right? Like, it's if that goes wrong, I don't think that Yampy goes for those risks. With the lockdown here, especially available for the Killjoy and attack, Enzo's going to be using a lot of util just to double check to get an early read, because he's the only one playing over towards this B side. You got Yampy in mid again, sure, nobody's contested him, so it's another gap that Liquid can exploit. 3 rounds in a row, it feels.
I like the call here to go towards B. If they go in heavy, there really isn't too much help going down right now. Maybe they spotted that gap in the previous round, but here they come. Straight in towards it. This time Yampy's going to miss his shot, and Zam moves forward. The rotation is quick, and Yampy gets away with a Sheriff headshot. Safe playing inside of the Nebulas. Hunter's Fury going out to try and clear the site. Here comes the lockdown too. A lot of utility available.
No space.
To Crew. But yeah, they're not getting forward. They're not getting forward just yet. And Safe is going to hold. Another kill comes through. It's Davies that is down. It's all falling apart right now for Crew. After so much invested, not a lot gained at all, Ryan, and it's a shutdown from Meadow with a 3K.
That was so risky, right? The lockdown goes, it's Enzo stuck on site. He's the only one that gets detained. Safe is just trying to play in a position. Of course, if he gets a kill and dismisses at the right time, he's not going to get negatively impacted, but that is a fine margin for Liquid to work with when they're fighting, and they just seem to hit those kind of timings perfectly. But still, 4 rounds on that defense, now they go into attack. This might be a rough one.
I mean, the B side definitely looked like the weaker side there, but you've seen how quick the rotation was and how willing Liquid were to throw bodies through those smokes, through those nebulas, right into the midst of battle, and they're able to hold them off long enough to create an absolute mess and stall them out. So that's great from Liquid. Good recovery, at least a couple more rounds to play with, but I think you'll still be pretty happy about how this has gone so far for Crew.
Soulcast 12-5 on kills. And his team are 4-8 down, and he's miles ahead from anybody else with the kills that he's able to get. So he's going to be impactful on the attack. He has to be. Yampy's going to be sort of leading the line, dashing in as well. We saw a lot from Zan doing it before, but this pistol needs to be picked up. Yampy finds first kill, but traded.
Well, Max is under a lot of pressure too, and Soulcast Make sure to reap his soul indeed. It's Klaus coming over the top. A good headshot landed with a ghost. It's battle after battle, but Safe comes in. And finally, it's looking good. Team Liquid with a pistol. And you can see the celebration here for Safe. He's absolutely chuckling to himself. Finally have done it.
Yeah, it was just punchy, right? It kind of felt that, like, bit of a different vibe, like not seeing Crew on the Frenzies. They were playing Ghosts and stuff, wanted to take those aim duels, but it just seemed to go one way and one way only. It's probably the most impactful pistol that they could have picked up at this point, right? Like just getting to 5 rounds, now potentially 6 if they can have a clean round after pistol. But Safe also sort of shining. Nice way for him to get started. Crew aren't out of this just yet, despite being, what, 5-0, 6-0 up?
Yeah, 5.
It's only 3 rounds difference now.
It's kind of crazy watching this slip again. Crew had an opportunity there. They find the pistol at the start of the second half. With how good they've been at converting them as well and not really losing to many Thrifties. They've lost to maybe 1 overall bind. But they've been pretty good at picking up these initial 3 rounds after that pistol. So Crew could have been looking at a very healthy scoreline, but now instead we're back on the narrative of Team Liquid once again being here on a set.
I think we could have said that all day of like Crew could have been on a heavy lead.
Could also been on a flight, right?
But I mean, you are also playing against Team Liquid, right? It's just, you are never going to get those clean-cut rounds with how good people are, how less pressure there is in comparison to what VCT might be, for example. At least the Horn actually catches on to getting some information, but not everybody. Only catches 2. There's pretty much everybody, all 5 of Crew over towards the A side.
Yeah, the turret is the only player gathering info, or rather, only piece of utility gathering info at the moment.
Look at where the Killjoy is, just in range of it.
Just about in range. So we're really heavily stacking in towards that A site. Team Liquid have made the right call to head in towards the B site, and I think they'll be having an absolute field day, realizing there is absolutely no one home.
What do you do in an eco like that? Do you stack on a site?
I guess you got
to get to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good to have like an idea coming through, whether it be some aggression or a stack. Try and just do something with it, because you play out the spread out standard setup, you're likely to be outmatched by the superior weapons on the other side. So at least attempting something. I like the idea there from Crew. Liquid just play the perfect hand against them, unfortunately. But I think in this position, you probably just have to save, because you stacked everything towards one side of the map. You don't really have any credits if you lose everything here, which is the most likely outcome.
Onto the spike.
And,
I mean, that's pretty good.
That is pretty massive. And we'll see if they're able to get away with that, Ryan.
They want to go down to the spike, but there's this fire in range.
The fire squad.
They just want the ult orbs, just hungry hippos at this point. Safe's pretty much set. Everybody else is able to at least jump in, and enough of a gap, if a bit constricted from Team Liquid, for survive.
Yeah, they're certainly happy with that Team Liquid round pickup. And they are right back in this Safe, animated ahead of this one. I think Crew will start to have that sinking feeling in their stomach soon. Obviously feeling like, okay, we can't feel that way until we play out at least our first buy round. As soon as, if this buy round goes badly here for Crew, then they can start to feel real worried about this ascent slipping out of their fingers.
I mean, seeing players like Safe just be that comfortable on like stage environment at the very least, only going to be a benefit in the future. For everybody that's playing here, playing in front of a crowd like this, it's going to be a great warm-up to what's to come in the future. More of it, of course. But Safe, 1 orb away from having his Empress, might be a good way to sort of tear through this full buy from Crew that's coming in. But, I mean, Yambi just runs right into Davis.
I like where he positioned the guillotine, right? The off angle not ready and everything being thrown at him. Pressure being sent in, so what they say, sign they're committing through. Liquid are going and Safe goes forward. Somehow, they're finding the kills out of this one. And Exedi gets a double back. He needs to stay alive. Finally gets removed by Enzo. And the rotation is still pretty far off, but the spike has yet to go down, and there's still plenty of utility for this retake.
Yeah, 2v2, Empress available. Those lower guns from Team Liquid have been upgraded to ones that are on the floor with 2 Phantoms going up against the other rifles. And right now, Safe just wants to keep that ultimate going, but the duration might be low, and Crew both come in from heaven.
What a turnaround this would be for Liquid. If they can pull this round off, it looked pretty scary, but they commit through A, they stick to their guns, and now that might just pay off. Recon bolt destroyed. Spam is doing a lot of damage down onto Safe. They send the turret into, everything being sent in, all the utility being used up, but eventually they just have to go. Enzo taken down, Safe low on HP, he gets away, heals up, and goes back again. That's the kind of play Safe pulls off. That's why he's in Liquid.
He's absolutely on fire. Great start to this half, and it keeps going. A bonus 1 from Liquid. But it's also like Enzo gets caught by the Eldrun and moves away to Generator to try and bait the attention away. Like, whether Crew saw that there were 2 players in Hell or not kind of remains to be seen, but Enzo at least is like, yeah, it's just me down there, haha, I'm running away, trying to take that attention away from Safe's playing from. As soon as he gets a kill there, he's healing up. It's hard to kill Arena when they're on that kind of form.
Yeah, it's another massive round here for Safe, and it's incredible. It was Soulcast earlier in the game, finding a lot of success. Now it's Safe's impact that's being felt across the board. 8-7. Crew looked good early on. It looked like Team Liquid were kind of gambling upon going through all of that utility. But they felt like they just had to. And Enzo got, again, some important kills in those scenarios. But look at this purchase for Crew. Does not inspire you at all, Ryan. This should be tied up.
Bit of a gamble play, maybe having to come in. Maybe a bit more of a push on A main from the defense with the Omen one way, but nah, they're just going to be backing off towards Tree and Garden. Not playing for mid, not playing for short. Just giving Liquid all of this space. Which realistically, what else can you do? Just hope that they stack towards your site. But right now, instead of everybody stacking on A and Liquid going B, it's vice versa. Everybody moving over to B for Crew, and Liquid, they're about to find a barren wasteland on this A side.
Everything being sent in. Once again, Team Liquid hit us the opposite site that Crew are stacking.
Yeah.
It's frustrating here for Crew, I'm sure.
Not quite like Astralis stacks in here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid definitely feeling pretty solid about walking into empty sides. I think they'll be very happy with that. And for Crew, it's disheartening, I'm sure, because you kind of hope that the gamble will pay off eventually.
Literally 50-50, yeah.
Good work from Team Liquid. Should be tying up now. Yeah, just surprised for the time being, but his position's so strong and Crew yet to really go forward. Eventually setting themselves up. 0 point being sent out. Meadow blinded under a lot of pressure, and suddenly 3 kills for Crew. No way they can do this. Surely not. The kills coming through, down to a 1 player. Staying alive for Enzo. The defuse being stuck. Crew are somehow in this one, somehow getting it done and pulled through. A thrifty round out of nowhere from Crew. That one should not have happened, and Liquid let it slip.
Just in a blink of an eye, like the Bucky, 2 Sheriff kills, all coming from that switch position. It really felt like not only Liquid got into the site for free, they had 5-10 seconds to set up into nice aggressive spots, and they were absolutely punished by it. It all went wrong so quickly, and Enzo, there's no gap at all to go in there. And
it's so unfortunate. It's just unbelievable how Crew were able to pull that one off, and that round might just be the backbreaker. That could be the one that forces Team Liquid out of this competition. We'll have to see what the ramifications of that are, because that was an incredibly low buy from Crew, but they pick it up. Team Liquid back to a purchase, 4 rifles, and the blade storm out for Yampi. This is definitely a winnable round for Team Liquid, and this could be the recovery. Full buy, wipe the sweat off.
Yeah, full buy versus full buy, but if Team Liquid lose this round, they have to eco. Crew would be on 10 and then 11 potentially. Yampi, there's a lot riding on him. He doesn't even have a gun, just 4 shots of his kunai from the blade storm ready to go. And everybody coming through mid into B. Nobody's B main, so there might be like a chance to catch Crew by surprise here. Or at least keep them glued to their sites and stop them being able to rotate, because mid is full control of Liquid right now.
Yeah, they are given that control to play with, but I think right now with Crew being aggressive out towards A main, I think they're pretty happy about the setup they've got right now. It's almost a trade-off. Team Liquid come back, he might hemorrhage players attempting to round that corner at A. And they are coming back towards A, Ryan. Here goes Yampi, sent in on the solo attack mission. Does not work out, doesn't get anything. Information gathered upon the peak. And now Sand's turn.
Are they going to clear him?
Are they going to check him? They don't expect him. This time Sand sees multiple opponents in front of him, and he controls the hose this time. Takes 1.
Seized.
Careful selection, but he is held in position. They're not overrunning him. They're not using that opportunity to go. And eventually the timing works with Soulcast. He gets around as Sand is unready. And here comes that Cosmic Divide out again. Xedi gets the pick. Enzo mistimes his peak a little bit before the divide goes up. And with 7 seconds left, they have to get on towards the plan, but they can't do it. The time is limited, and they've got to get out of there. Safe with a headshot, but the lockdown is massive, and Crew now on double figures.
They just, like, Liquid have had that strategy in the book since like Champions 21, I think, just sort of putting it in that one spot, having somebody watch to see if somebody's going to peek out, but the lockdown just completely nullifies the whole idea. And that is a round where Liquid, they still are able to save some guns, but they don't really have that much money to work with at this point.
Oh, this is disastrous, really. I love this setup. This is why Crew were just leaving mid. They had this control outside of A. good bit and switch, right? It looks like he's just playing for info out A, and so they don't check wine, and they set up Sam perfectly for that kill. Maybe could have got away with even a bit more from that position. But a timeout here for Liquid, and you can absolutely understand why, right? They are at a turning point. They might just be heading home.
I mean, Liquid have had some chances where, I mean, after the timeout in the first half for Liquid, right? 5-0 down, pull in the timeout, start to pull things back to their favor. They did it on bind too. But there's still so much like riding on them, right? Needing to get a few more rounds to even catch up. But just the economy and the ults looking much sharper and much better for Crew. And attacking on Ascent is hard enough, right?
Yeah.
Liquid need to sort of pull this back, which they've been able to do. It's just keeping things in that element and tournament life on the line at this point.
Crew, a team that for multiple moments of yesterday were not in this stage of the tournament, and now they might just be progressing to the semifinals and knocking out Team Liquid. Everyone, it feels like all the time, Crew just exceed expectations. Every opportunity they get, they make sure they send it home. They might be sending Liquid that way at the home ground. 10-7. Buy is good for both sides. Zan invests into the Bladestorm and goes for the fight early. Doesn't work out and receives a lot of damage through the wall. Going again? Oh, this is a bit risky from Zan. You don't want to lose your life in a round like this.
Especially with everything that, like, Liquid keeping everything in line, that they still have money with the guns that they saved too. Keep things going for at least a little bit longer. Yampi's created a lot of space for himself, but they're not really sure how many players are going to be on this B site. Axedi actually going to be teleporting in to just get a bit more information to work with and support. It might put Team Liquid pushing on this B site. They think the Omen's rotating too.
Oh, Knights gets a lovely double from the back of the site. A great hold so far. Klaus coming in, and Knights is making it look easy. Sometimes doubted, this time delivers, and it's 4 kills for Nags, 11 rounds for Crew, and they are absolutely dumpstering on Team Liquid.
That's a timeout from Liquid. They're able to get some stuff together money-wise. Now it feels that the back's been broken a little bit. But these are kind of the moments where Liquid have just been able to pull something out of absolutely sod all. But right now, everybody seems warmed up from Crew. They're in a very comfortable spot. On Agents, you know, seeing Nags on Killjoy is surprising enough, but it works so well, and everybody's lined up. They weren't, like, this time yesterday, probably weren't expected to be here. Now they're looking to maybe knock out Liquid and get to the semifinals tomorrow.
Exactly, what a storyline. But Team Liquid, you can definitely see, in that round in particular, you can just see the fact that they have got 2 stand-ins. Because the way they're attacking into the site just feels like it's not that methodical. They're not looking towards that position. The information isn't passed on as quickly as it should be. So getting away with a lot of multi-kills here on Crew's side of things. And this feels like the last legs for Liquid.
Yeah. With so many ultimates.
The slip through. Said he gets caught. Lovely play from Safe, but he overcommits and he gets caught.
Zan jumps into the Nightfall too, so that Prowler's going to catch him. But again, Davis is going to be baited away. He can break that. And he's going to be checked at the very least, but now Team Liquid not timing out. They're going in onto that A site.
Well, certainly not a timeout this time around for Team Liquid, because they are putting Crew in timeout in this round. They've done a great job just forcing their way into the site. Good opening. I think sometimes Liquid, when things are looking a bit rough, they look to Safe to just do something crazy, just go for an
Safe,
aggressive
go
fight.
kill. Yeah.
Exactly. He does not live up to his name a lot of the time, honestly, Ryan. Not the safest player.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's also, I love seeing when Team Liquid just get an advantage. Enzo especially just top decks his ultimates. Just, all right, we got an advantage, Nightfall straight away. Doesn't overthink it, doesn't set it for an execute. It's just they know that if they get an advantage, they have a short window to make it work, and ultimates certainly help with that.
Yeah, great reactive Valorant coming through from them, but drop back from Knight, he's under pressure.
This is so important. Look at Klaus's money.
Yeah,
just 100 credits left.
You definitely want to keep the rifles here for the drop on over. Looks like they should be okay, they will be. And that's another round for Team Liquid. So the applause of the home audience for this man on your screen, Soulcast. Sure feels, I'm sure he's got people here right now watching him up on that stage that's in his home country playing a Valorant tournament of this scale. It's massive.
Should be, yeah.
Well, he's behind at the moment. A lot of work still needed here for Team Liquid to get back into it, but that's a glimmer of hope. That's an opportunity.
If there's something overarching as well, like usually we see Liquid after a timeout winning those rounds, but if there's some bigger scale thing that they can use, better use it now, because Zand has that operator. He's pushed down mid. Is there going to be any kind of pressure fighting him here? Prowler's going to be used and does catch on, and he actually just gets sprayed through. He tries to hold his ground.
Well, this is quick. Straight again from Team Liquid. They're great at just seizing control of these early choke points with a blistering fast pace, and they're trying to overwhelm the shop area, but it's not really going so well right now towards Market. And Klaus and Davies able to take 2 picks and drop back once again in favor of Crew. They could be looking at series point here, and it looks absolutely to be that right now, Ryan.
Yeah, Crew just took so much space. A main as well, they killed Soulcast, so Enzo and Meadow, the 2 stand-ins for it all to do in a 2 versus 4. No ultimates, and there's no ground to really take. Crew have this all locked in, it seems.
Well, Meadow slips through, playing contact right now, hasn't been spotted. He can try and sandwich with his teammate of Enzo in towards this position. He's got 1 kill locked in on Davies. Oh, surely, but he does get it. Caster Curse doesn't come through, but he does get traded immediately. Maybe we should have got a bit more out of that one. And Enzo, okay, is this an Enzo clutch? He's got himself the first.
30 seconds left.
2 more boxes to check off for this clutch win. 47 health.
Oh, the recon.
Everything being thrown at him. The Hunter Shuri goes through, and Enzo uses that time to maneuver around the back. This could be the play, but Nice considers that maneuver, turns around and catches him. Enzo unable to outbrand his opponent in this scenario, and that is series point for Crew. They are 1 round away from heading to the semifinals from yesterday, being eliminated at multiple points.
And Liquid, you sort of looked at him and went, all right, even if Bind goes the way of Crew, it's the map pick that Team Liquid have consistently picked at this tournament, and they've won it every single time against good opposition. Surely not. And it just kind of feels that the way that things have gone, maybe with like the timeout, the loss of momentum, Crew feeling like they're just, we shouldn't have, like we potentially shouldn't have been here. We're still going to continue. We're still going to push on. Just show what we have at this point. There's nothing to hold back on. The game changes. We've got another player that's not here. So much time to prep for Sao Paulo. This is the Crew that we remember, and they were giant killers, and whilst Liquid have some stand-ins, they're still a giant and should be considered.
Definitely give you a lot of confidence, right, moving into that semi-final where you really do go up against giants, right, of Cloud9.
Yeah.
So definitely something to keep an eye on here for Crew moving forward, but still not done yet. Team Liquid still have the capabilities of pulling this one back.
All 5 players rushing through onto B. There's a null command that's going to be a bit of an opening. But Crew are playing in on site. They're going to just dig their heels in and take fights, and nobody really clears them. Yambi does catch on to Klaus.
No. Okay, this round hasn't got his plan here for Crew. It doesn't look like this one is the one to finish on. Good work there from Liquid just to explode into the site. Couple of missed shots, misfiring over on the Crew side of things, and that allows Liquid into the site without much of an issue. Safe call should be happening.
Everybody's just been really passive on the side of Crew. There's just no way in. The last few rounds have been a little bit awkward for Money, so saving is the right call. Just try and be as clean as possible. You have stuff like the lockdown for the next round for Nags, so there's still a chance to break this for Team Liquid because they don't have another null command. That helped them get in onto the site, really. Now there's no ultimates that are going to be that catalyst for Team Liquid to just get in on the site and play post-plan.
Well, charge forward for Liquid has taken its first step. A lot more needed. Able to grind back into the map, number 1 at Bind, but overtime did elude them after a huge timeout, huge tech issue. A lot more needed here for Team Liquid.
It's a real testamental, like whatever tournament, whatever team that you're playing on, these are the kind of moments that can really build a player.
I like the Crew taking a timeout here, Ryan, because you're at this point of the game where you have been known to let rounds slip and comebacks happen against you. Just take your time, let the coach have her say, and get everybody on the same page. You need 1 more round, just a single round to try and close it. And we have seen the ability to get multi-kills out of this Crew side, right? It hasn't been the even 1-for-1 trading constantly. They have been allowed the opportunity to get those multi-kill positions, whether the comms are on top for Liquid or just not the protocols when it comes to the executes at times. But when Liquid go in with heavy utility executes, when they have ultimates online, they look great. But sometimes when they don't have a round like that, where you don't have everything available, they can be a little bit lackluster.
And I feel like that's the pivot maybe for Crew, is just we had 2 players on the B site as they came in for an execute, so just be aware of like the ultimates that they have, how they could approach it. Don't be afraid to give up the site because we can play retake. Hell, we won a retake on a Thrifty just because we were able to sort of find that explosive nature. I'd rather have everybody alive and give up the plant than have a 3v5 with that plant still going down, you know? It's a good composure check for both sides, really. But for Crew, with this kind of advantage, with that momentum that they've built up, with the ultimates, with the economy, there's no excuse to let this slide now. I don't think.
Yeah, there really shouldn't be. We've seen stranger things, but look at this. Set up again towards B, but the Odin, the recon ball strategy, the spam could be delivered, and they're looking to dodge it, but Klaus comes in. First kill is for Crew.
Did Safe like body block Yampy there a little bit? Were they trying to both like escape and got caught out? They were both just tangoing with each other, and this recon that it didn't get cleared initially, so Klaus is not only getting information, but gets a kill as well with the Odin.
Well, they're coming back. They want a bit more of the Old Father. We'll see if they're able to get it done.
I mean, doing that as well off the back of a turret is a good thing. Yampy doesn't get hit by that fight that came in just afterwards.
So low.
He's so low health, yeah. But he's a great canary in the coal mine. Problem is Spike is just behind him with the fade.
Oh no, Nax with another. Team Liquid down 2 players, and they might just be down and out of this competition. A 3 versus 5 recovery needed for them to pull this one off in Manchester. We'll see if they can survive, or Crew continue to push forward for Latin American Valorant. As Davies holding the angle, he's got a teammate alongside of him too. Anywhere they go, Team Liquid are gonna have to go through significant adversity, and it's not working. Excetti with another double, and it's just Enzo left. He came, he helped him out as a stand-in last minute, but I think this might just be his final moment on the server as Team Liquid are eliminated. Crew move on. From elimination yesterday to the semifinals against Cloud9, Crew upset yet again.
They love to have a giant killed on their roster. It's a different look with some new faces, but the story seems to be the same. You can never underestimate this Crew side. And just they started to light up, and despite, you know, you can't take anything away from them. You're looking at Liquid, yeah, 2 stand-ins, maybe not playing to the level that you expect, but this is still a really good result for Crew, and that's a great boost of confidence, not only going into tomorrow's semi-final, but to next year overall.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing Crew play. Again, they've come over here without one of their players, right? They've got a stand-in situation too, and you're going from yesterday, you got 1 win, and it was against Focus. That head-to-head allowed them to come into this matchup today. Team Liquid, they battled through the group stages. A lot of people were wondering, would they make it through with 2 stand-ins? They definitely played well yesterday, but Liquid not meant to be with the 2 stand-ins here, but I'm looking forward to the future when Nats and Red Guard finally come into this Team Liquid side, and we get to see what they're all about.
Yeah, I mean, it was just sort of like the top kind of level of play, but just the young new players that have come in, like Davis was great. Axedi as well, just that 6th player on the roster. He's not like a stand-in just for this, like he's part of that team.
Yes, part of the roster.
We're going to probably see him at some points next year, no doubt, for Crew. So this is just a great look-in. Like, we're looking at Leviathan for next year, Sentinels with Pancada and stuff moving across with Sassy. This is still a team that you want to keep an eye on. It's not a budget Crew in comparison to last year. There's still something to build on, and there's still probably a lot more upsets for this team for next year.
Yeah, I'm sure the Manchester crowd are a little bit disappointed that Team Liquid have gone out, but you can be very happy with the storyline of Crew continuing to move forward. We'll see if they can take down North America. And I guess
C9, yeah.
North America losing is the other win, I guess, for EU.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. It's just, yeah, seeing with Cloud9 how they can adjust to it overall. But now we have that for other semi-final, right? Like we got Vitality going up against 100 Thieves. So we still have some hope for EMEA, but that's the last of it, really.
Well, lots to talk about, lots to break down, and luckily we have a panel of experts alongside Yinsu to break down this series.
Well, thank you very much, guys. I can't believe it. Team Liquid, they won't get a chance to defend their title, but I'm getting a deja vu feeling of Crew, you know, when we saw them do their Miracle Run of Champions, they beat Sentinels, were very high, they beat Fnatic, and then they go on to face Gambit back then as well. So this could be the start of that Crew magic. Yeah.
No, definitely. I guess especially since what happened yesterday, them having this performance now, of course, we were talking about how Team Liquid is not looking their best since they're missing Rega and Nats, but I still think that we could say a little bit of the same for Crew. So I'm happy with the results so far.
Yeah, before I get your thoughts on this, we got a quick post-match interview on the stage with Ginny. Over to you.
Thank you. We have Axedi here, so first of all, congratulations. I love the flag. Would you like to wave it one more time?
What? Sorry.
Just wave it one more time, just go for it. Guys. So far, this is the first time that you guys won on an international stage with every single one here. So how does that feel to be here after yesterday?
Really, it feels really, really good because for me, it's my first LAN experience. So I'm really happy to be here and like to be the first winning here. And I couldn't be happier.
First LAN experience. How are you feeling about the fans?
Oh, they are very, very warming. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the support. And let's go, crew. Vamos, crew!
That is lovely to hear. Also, one thing that I think is very much worth noting is the first time you guys won against Team Liquid. So far, it's only been 2-0s from their side. So there must be something, a little bit of pride, maybe?
Yeah. It has, but like, I wasn't on the old roster, but I'm here right now, so what can I say? And I'm really happy that we beat Liquid. I think they are a very strong team. And yeah, I'm happy.
I can tell you're happy. I absolutely love that. But it's been a mix of experience. So you said it yourself, it's your first time here. We have a couple more veterans. How does that slot together in terms of the team?
I think we are coming out pretty good. Like the veterans are helping me out, like calm down and stay good. And yeah, it's going great.
Well, tomorrow it's going to be Cloud9, and that game did not really go very great last time. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty confident because yesterday I was a bit nervous. Like it was yesterday really it was my first time playing like in an event this big, and I think I'm calmed down and I can play, like I can show off a pretty small amount of my skill here. So I'm confident.
Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We're going to be heading over back to the desk so they can analyze it further.
Oh, Melda needs to get married a few more times, I feel like.
No. Very happy with the performance that we've seen again, seeing Exedi actually stepping up for the team, knowing that they actually are a 6-man roster that he can step in and it's not something that's coming off last minute or as a sub. He's actually inside the team. He doesn't need to be taught how to react or how the team works.
Something I was really impressed with is just how much of a unit they felt on the defense side. There were so many setups on the defense where it was like, you peek first and I'll peek off you, and every single time that, like once they had lost the A mains, they just had good setups to just go into. They instantly knew what they were doing, and it was just good crossfires, 2 people, sometimes even 3 people, and the trades were always there. They always came out on top, and I was really impressed with that defense half, and I felt that Liquid's defense half really let them down.
Well, Crews love an underdog story. We said Crew need to win bind and need to have good starts on the map. Here, they started 5-0 up, got the momentum flowing, got the momentum going, took some heroics from Enzo to get Liquid on the board, but Crew looked really solid and really structured, and they played it well throughout the game.
Yeah, exactly. And right after those 5 rounds, Liquid goes in, they call the time, and they're like, okay, what is going on? What are we doing with mid? Because we saw a lot of aggression. You guys were mentioning they do not have the Sentinel. Something has to happen in mid, but they were too eager for that, and Crew just didn't care, you know, to say it simple. And then right after those 2 rounds that Team Liquid gets, Crew just starts going on set pieces onto the attack, and Team Liquid is completely lost. So huge props to what they did. Also, congratulations for Liquid for winning one of the pistols, but it still wasn't enough.
No, yeah, still 1-1 pistol. It was absolutely fine. And in terms of just Crew, I was impressed with. So they knew they had to kind of take A main and then like create pressure in terms of middle. They just used this extra bit of utility from in terms of yesterday just to take the A mains, and I wanted to see Liquid fight a bit heavier for the A main, B main, and they didn't really do that. And most of the time it was actually like Soulcast on his own instead of like a Reyna and a Jet. I felt like it needed to be one of the duelists that was actually just fighting onto the mains and just holding on and trying to get the frags and make the use out of the Jet or the Reyna.
I was more impressed with Crew, more of a team performance here. There wasn't someone really popping off per se. They had the big moments, Nags with a 4K backside, you know, winning the round, showing he doesn't need the operator to perform. He can play the traditional Sentinels as well, putting up good numbers there. But it was more of a team performance from Crew here.
Yeah, I mean, Nags showing up here, a player that we expected and needed to show up, is a really good sign for them, especially going into next year. But I am a little bit afraid. We have just one EMEA team in the top 4 here in Manchester.
It's okay.
And the odds are against us.
We only need one, okay? There's only one winner, so we only need one team, okay? And I don't know, I mean, if that guy is still down there, the one with the Vitality flag, there's no way the Vitality loses, because I have never heard anyone. He's okay, cool. We got this, boys.
There he is. You guys can see them there. It's 2 of them, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure if my EMEA hopium is as high as yours. I'm not going to lie. What do you 2 think?
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be Vitality, to be honest, being the EA Hopium, but here they are, fair play to them. They've performed. They're the best playing team, and obviously coming up against, who are they playing tomorrow?
Cloud9.
Cloud9. Play Mr. Cloud9, sorry, apologies. Play Mr. Cloud9, it's going to be like a big matchup, you know, big true test for them in the future.
Yeah, my EMEA hopium was on the floor coming into this event. It's kind of still there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out there. I don't expect Vitality to be at 100 Thieves. I think we're going to see an all-NA final, like straight up. But yeah, I mean, I think Vitality have played well. I think they can pull an upset. But I'm still not believing.
Listen, we know that the script has been written and this is going to be an NA final, but we're here to tell the audience something different, and definitely is going to be Vitality versus Crew.
I'm down with Crew winning the whole thing, actually.
Imagine.
I'm super down. The Crew gang. You got to throw one of these up, yeah. But we're going to talk a little bit more about Vitality versus 100 Thieves in a bit. But first, our very own Adam 2 had the chance of chatting to one of the Riot map developers. Check it out.
So when you're looking to design a new map, how do you start it? Do you design it with an idea or like an aesthetic that you're going for?
So on Valorant, being a very tight competitive shooter, we start gameplay first. So we set out with a goal for a map, build all of the gameplay around it, and then once we found like a design that we're happy with, then we go in and start putting kind of that creative layer on top.
I like that, because I was going to ask as well, especially in the Pearl B site and Icebox B site, are there any plans in the future to visit these sites again? Because they play quite similar, and I know especially in the pro scene, a lot of people have their complaints on Icebox B site about how hard it is to plant, and I think similar on Pearl.
Yeah, with Pearl, often the best plant position is back down B long. I plant for that, and then I play super far off site. With Icebox, the most recent updates that we did, we tried to change that a little bit, so make it a little less reliant on the Sage Wall, for example, make yellow a little bit easier to work around and play in. It probably didn't move the needle quite enough in that case, and so we are still kind of keeping an eye on that area. Like maybe there'll be updates in the future, we'll see.
So how would you determine that? Would it be like watching pro games, or is it like purely data driven through like matchmaking, ranked, all this kind of stuff? Can you like see where, oh, this is the most common plant spot, this is the most common diffuse spot, something like that?
Yep, it is all of the above. So we look at pro games, our own personal playing, both on live and internally, looking at data that our insights team gathers. So yeah, it's a bunch of different puzzle pieces that we all kind of put together to build a picture.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So with the 7 map pool idea, are you now going to, again, continuously bring maps in and take maps out?
Current plan is to stick with our 7 map pool. 7 maps we kind of came to after talking with pro players and regular player base and internal kind of intuition on like what is a good number of maps to feel like we have a diverse pool that provides a bunch of different unique gameplay and isn't so big that teams need to I need to know like 22 maps and have strategies for each one of them and that kind of thing. And so keeping it a little bit limited just kind of captures the best of both worlds.
So you can give us any insight into what the next map might bring in, a next map offer?
The next map, what can I say? It's going to have a new mechanic. Yeah, it's not too crazy. It's not teleporters, but there will be a new mechanic. It's going to be similar to another map in the pool. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay. So now I've got to go back and think, is it a door? Is it some kind of bridge? Is it... Everyone's going to be thinking, okay, that's a good teaser. I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it as well.
Well, when are we going to get you to design a map then? When are you in there?
I didn't pass art at GCSE, so I don't think I'm doing map design anytime soon.
Well, you just admitted to me just now when we were watching that it was your fault that Bind got taken out.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone blamed this guy, by the way.
Yeah, they cut off the part where I asked him, okay, what map would I want gone? I said, Bind, instantly. And he started chuckling to himself, so I was like, okay, I think Bind's on the ropes here.
It was your fault. It was your fault. But we have another fun video coming to you guys involving a couple of the NA teams here as they play a game of Hide the Spike.
Well, guys, we found the note for us, 100 Thieves. All right, it says, 100 Thieves, your mission is for all 5 of you to hide from Cloud9. One of you must hide with the spike. Derek.
Bro.
He must be found last in order for us to win. All right, Derek, you take this. Let's go look around for some spots.
Let's go. I already know my spot.
Cloud9, 100 Thieves are hiding around the venue. Find the gamer with the spike before you find the other 4 to win. Good luck.
How about we all just jump in?
It's not bait. He doesn't have the spike. He's in a box. He's got to be in a box. You found him?
Well, this is not Derek or Bank.
Can there be 2 in here?
No. We found another one.
Hey guys.
Wait, we have one guess
What am I looking at here? Saw shoes? The question is, where's the 5th? We didn't check the bar, guys. There's only one more place. Whoa.
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Am I the last one? You are the last one.
Good game. 1v5 again.
Honestly, I feel like we should play this. That looks fun.
I mean, it does, but to me, it looked a little bit like, you know when you're scrolling on TikTok and you just get this reactions like, look at how my partner reacts when I tell him this, and it's literally, like, he can see the phone. Like, the camera is just following them around. You just need to follow the camera and you will find the player. So I'm with 100 Thieves on this one.
I actually did something very similar when I was in Liquid. We went to like a stadium. And
Oh, I've seen
Have you
this.
seen it?
Yeah,
The one
on
where,
YouTube.
yeah, Yampy decided to hide in a bin or a trash can if you're in America, and literally had like bin juice all over him. Like he is serious about it. He is like, he wanted to win real bad. I won because I just chilled out, and I was literally in the bar just chilling, and he's just jumping in bins. He hates losing. He loves to win. So
We should get Yumpy to do this. I mean, after this, get him to do the hide the spike.
he'll go to any length to win, honestly.
Won't find him. Yeah, he'll just be stuck for ages. I reckon we should do it. What do you think? How do you fancy your chances?
I don't know, I've not played hide and seek since I was a kid, so I don't know about you lot. Sliggy seems like he's a bit of an expert. He's been playing it, practicing
Well,
it
there was no
recently,
PCs when he was a kid, so I guess that was
Yeah,
the only
true.
game he had. Yeah. Sorry, Sliggy, you're catching strays. You're
Thank you.
just catching strays out here. But let's take a look at the bracket, because we have our top 4 here at Red Bull Homeground. We're about to bring you the first semi-final here, and it is going to be 100 Thieves versus Team Vitality. Of course, Vitality, they played already. You saw them earlier. But 100 Thieves, they are the only team in this tournament still, Sliggy, that are undefeated.
Yeah, undefeated, and honestly, the only map that I can kind of criticize them on is maybe even Ascent. So they look very, very confident on every single map. And even if I'm looking at Ascent, they lost to Liquid with Yampy popping off, and Heretics when it was like the first time that we saw the Viper wall. So I actually don't think their Ascent looks too bad, but it might be in their head. That's what I'm expecting for the first ban. But yeah, they look good. They have a strong map pool for sure.
Definitely. They want to show us something different, but maybe that Ascent not going through is lack of the ability to adapt on the fly to what you're seeing on the server. Of course, you expect something different from what you see at home. So they just need to try and beat the EMEA. It's not that hard.
Well, yeah, I think it's a great matchup. I think it's more of like Vitality be more of a tactical side, where I think 100 Thieves have the raw firepower to like carry them over the line. As we discussed previously with Redgar, if the structure's not working, let the players loose. The firepower on 100 Thieves is ridiculous, especially like Cryo joining the team. They're a very, very scary team.
Yeah, I also want to talk about it because obviously we've seen a few matchups with stand-ins, crew having a sub because Mel's is not here. But this is a matchup where both teams coming with their full-strength rosters. These are the teams that they built for partnerships for next year. As you mentioned, 100 Thieves, they kind of pulled out the big guns. They took Cryo out of Exer, and this guy was incredible when we saw him last time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the same goes for Ye from Cloud9. For 100 Thieves has to be Cryo, and I think it's an insane pickup for them. We have 2 banks actually. No Cryo for us.
I don't know if that was a nerf or a buff. Yeah.
But speaking of Bang, while he's up twice,
It's Bang Bang.
He actually is. I think he's 23-11 in terms of first kills, and on his role in terms of smoker, that's kind of unheard of. That's crazy at the moment. So he's getting a lot of first kills and just doing the role that he should do. So yeah, they're a scary team at the moment. It's no other way to put it.
And yeah, literally, we saw Cryo already in this event dropping 35 kills in regulation on Breeze on the Jet with no chamber. That is very impressive, and that's like, I think, a sigh of relief for 100 Thieves in the future, thinking, oh, well, if Chamber gets nerfed, we can play Jet, he can play this, and he's still going to perform and carry the team.
I wanted to ask you about Arsenal as well, because obviously he's been like the constant, right, on this 100 Thieves through the iterations, and obviously you played with him, so what do you think about his performance here?
Yeah, he's doing good. Peter's a funny kid. He's just one of those guys who's like naturally talented at the game. Like, he's just jumping around, be-upping, doing all these crazy things that I've never seen before. Like, I've been blessed to play with some talents, like, you know, like Scream, Jadi, Asuna, all these like crazy aimers, and like Asuna's, he's one of a kind. He's a unique player. I don't think anyone can try and be him. Like, he is his own person, so yeah.
The anime profile pictures, I'm telling you. Yeah, that's the buff, that's the buff. Yeah, you guys heard from us already a little bit about 100 Thieves, but let's hear from the players themselves.
Super excited to play. This will be my first tournament with this lineup, and our last few weeks of practice have been pretty good. This will just be an overall good experience before our VCT season.
I'm stoked to play with our new addition to the team. I think we'll do really good.
I mean, we play as a team. We try not to rely individually, but obviously, you know, he can pop off. I don't need to put that like pressure on him because we all can do our own thing.
But I think us being pretty close, I think, to Cloud9, there's a lot to prove in terms of like who's the best at the moment. It'll be a cool match to play.
Yeah, it mean a lot to beat them.
I'm super confident. We've been owning in scrims, so I think that it'll translate in matches.
Pretty confident, same answer. Doing good in scrims. I think we got a little shook in champs, but I think we're all ready to bring it back home.
I'm really, really glad it's 100 Thieves versus an EMEA team because, of course, we remember at Champions, they have beef probably. They have a bit of a revenge on their mind when it comes to facing EMEA teams. But just how strong are 100 Thieves right now? Do you guys feel like they are going to be taking this game, especially dominantly?
Yeah, so you know I said earlier about not thinking ahead to the final. I was actually just thinking then, if they get to the final and it's a best of 5, with their map pool looking way better than everyone else, they're going to have such an advantage. So I feel like if they win this, then they have a very good chance of it. They just look so strong.
How likely do you think they are going to win this today?
What do you want? Like a percent?
Yeah, go on.
Sure, I'll do like a 75.
Oh, okay,
75,
okay.
That's not that bad.
Okay, well, okay. I thought I was, yeah, well then I hit a good medium.
I would go for, I'm honestly on the 60, I think. I'm on the 60 train.
Okay. That's a lot closer. Yeah. What about you, Echoes?
I guess I'll go in at 65.
65, I knew that you were.
Oh my goodness.
Of course
oh my goodness. I mean, that when you guys put it that way, it feels like the matchup is a lot closer than it is. Right?
Do you think it's not that close up?
It's not my job.
Yeah, where's your percent?
It's definitely not my job to make this opinions because we have another team we got to talk about, and it is Team Vitality. We saw them a little bit earlier. They are the last hope of EMEA. This is going to be all about them to see if they can make it out of the 2 other NA teams and the LATAM team as well. But even earlier, I think, Sliggy, you were saying that you don't feel like they were even tested that much.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that they were tested too much at all. I felt like it was always in their control. They won a lot of pivotal rounds, and even when they got boomed in a round, again, I'm just thinking of it was against Avova where he got 4Ks, they just kind of reset and just hit the side again. They're just not scared. Bone Cold especially, his calling's great. He just looks so confident. He is, even when they played Heretics and they hadn't seen the comp before, which we might see potentially on some of these maps because we haven't seen too much of 100 Thieves. Bone Cold's just his thinking when just looking at comps and just knowing what to do instinctively and reactively is really, really good. I haven't even seen them need to do too many timeouts to change anything because it feels like he's in control and he understands the situations and strengths and weaknesses of the comp he's up against.
Yeah, and today they've already had that win. I think that especially, as we mentioned, the players are given 100%. I do agree with the fact that maybe today wasn't the biggest of tests. To me, it was yesterday, and the fact that they set the priorities on winning the first 2 matches, which would guarantee their continuity on the tournament. And then the Cloud9, sorry, coming back from where we are. They really didn't care that much, that they were getting stopped and they were like, who cares, we're playing tomorrow either way.
I'm very interested to see Vitality's attack side here coming up on Pearl because obviously this event has been super, super strong, as Sliggy mentioned before. Even when they get tested, when they're in these close and difficult rounds, they're in complete control of the buy round. We're making it look like such a dominant performance. So I want to see how 100 Thieves, like I said, are going to adapt, how they're going to play versus this, because I don't think they've been playing something like this Vitality comp before.
Yeah, I mean, we will see once we get to the maps. But let's hear a little bit more from the Team Vitality players on their pre-match warm-ups.
It's my first LAN in Valorant, so I'm super excited.
Like the stage looks amazing. I think it's going to be really, really cool.
This is going to be like really good going into the next year. This is going to be my second tournament that we have like a crowd in, like watching the game. So I'm super excited to be here.
Looking very wanted to get started as soon as possible because like everyone is hungry to play.
I think the most important is to having fun, good mood in the team, and just focus, and we're gonna destroy opponents.
So we actually have two pre-game rituals. First one is that we open our chakras. I will present you with my boys. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
I want to try that at some point because I've seen the energy behind backstage and also on stage as well. It's been incredible. I feel like they've been so high energetic and happy and uplifting as well.
If they win today, we will do it before tomorrow's final.
Well, we'll get them to teach us.
Yeah, of course, but you know we need an incentive. So if you win, then we'll do it. Otherwise, nah.
I'm sure Sliggy's going to be loving that.
Yeah, I was thinking I might leave that one to you, Lauren. I'll just sit
No,
by
you
and
have
like
to
that.
do it.
We are a team, okay? We're a team. You're part of this.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you signed up for this. You're going to have to do it.
Okay,
yeah. But I mean, this is the thing, right? Because earlier when we saw them play against Heretics, I feel like their energy really benefited them. It was kind of in their favor, and they were winning a lot of rounds. There's a lot of momentum going. How will they react, and how do you want them to react when they get to a position where 100 Thieves are the ones on top? Because I feel like that's probably a scenario that we might have to prepare for.
Well, I think it's been a long day for them. I think it has been for most of the teams, 100 Thieves. I think some of the players here arrived at 11 a.m. to start warming up. So this is where energy is really important. As we saw Bone Cold leading the team, not just in the server, outside of the server, keeping the energy up, keeping the vibes up. Like, listen, we've not been tested like this before. Don't let your head drop. Just keep on going, and the results will come.
Yeah, and of course, 100 Thieves having the benefit of just watching them and just laying down, being like, oh, they do this here. Okay, how about we do this? And you can literally react on time, doing a live VOD, being like, okay, this is how we're going to react to this. Maybe we swap this, and this is how we're going to adapt to them. So, of course, they do have the upper hand in some situations.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and it helps. They have two coaches here, and I know DDK likes to help and just watch stuff as well. So it's kind of like 3 eyes just watching a lot of the demos that are already out. You can have a good game plan coming in. So I expect to see them have a good game plan, and hopefully we can work out what it is and talk about it.
Do you think Vitality have enough time to change their game plan?
Listen,
are they going to come in with something
they have
new?
Strong and Gorilla. They're robots. So yeah.
You can do a lot in what has it been, 3 hours maybe? You can do a lot in 3 hours. So I don't think it's going to be like drastic changes, but it will be like they'll have a set game plan for sure.
The best thing that you can do is just let the players rest and let the other 2-3 people of the staff just work their hours.
Would you like to see some changes here?
I mean, yeah, like I said, it's only so limited what you can do. Unless you're prepping to swap up the game plan during, before the event, okay, listen, for the first 2 games, going to do this. Or, say they've got, a secret comp in their back pocket that they're going to whip out now to, throw 100 Thieves off. Something like that could be good, but I think it's hard to change a lot. I think a lot of it is, you're just natural styling, so it will just be on Bone Code and the players doing it by eye, seeing in the server, okay, this has changed. They look like they got a read on this. We should do this instead. Stuff like that. I think it's all in the back of Bone Cold's mind. I think for me, as well as an in-game leader, you know what you've done in the previous games. You know what the tells could be, and I think a lot of it is onto Bone Cold and the staff to make those small adjustments to keep 100 Thieves guessing.
I feel like you guys kind of had experiences doing that, right? Back at Liquid, where you had to play maybe some grueling days, and you wanted to save some other things or try and shake it up to get in your opponent's head. If it was you right now, if you were on Vitality and you had kind of the luxury and the freedom of maybe changing something, would you be doing that?
Probably not mid, probably not too big. Again, it would just be game plan. Maybe they would have started slow a lot of the times, and they want to speed it up and actually get kind of be put in their place and make sure that 100 Thieves can actually defend more against a puggy style or a faster style. So you might just see a change in terms of just their actual momentum and just how fast they want to approach the game.
Yeah, exactly. The tempo is something you can easily change. You have different openers to the round, different reads. But I think when you're in the server, you can kind of tell when a team has a read on you and they understand what you're doing. You'll get that feel. So I think then it's on-the-fly adaptions, making maybe not new rounds per se, but different reactions in different situations that keep 100 Thieves guessing.
Something that I like to do a lot when I was in Liquid is I would actually get Bacon to anti-strat us itself, and then maybe you would have some reads that you didn't realize. Say you had a set ult and you were going towards A all the time with it, and it was 3 out of 3 times the last time, so you expect them to kind of look at it, and actually you would end up going to another site. So maybe you can kind of do stuff like that and be we've used this ult and we've gone here, this is a tell now, we can just kind of mix it up.
The only thing that is going to work for Vitality that right now is actually working in their favor is the fact that, as we mentioned, they haven't really been tested, so we still haven't seen the adaptation to the adaptation that I'm sure it's ready, you know? So obviously, that is when 100 Thieves has to come in on top, being like, yeah, we already thought of that one.
Yeah, and one thing I want to talk about, because we were speaking about Liquid's pistol round earlier and how, you know, it wasn't the best, but Sliggy, when it comes to 100 Thieves, though, it's a complete different story.
Yeah, they're absolutely owning it. I'm trying to remember, I think it's 13, is it 13? Yeah, 13 out of 3, there we go. Yeah. I was trying to think off my top of my head, I was like, yeah, I think that was this. So yeah, literally the complete reverse of what Liquid's happening. Just crazy pistols, more frenzies are getting bought, and they just kind of have the firepower. I think like that's, for me, is where Liquid are kind of struggling. They haven't been buying that many frenzies. I think it's very strong. So yeah, I think that's a little bit of part to do it. But, and again, this is something where pistol rounds can be a little bit wild, like it can be a little bit of a luck element, but you can have really good strats and kind of just hedge your bets for sure to kind of put the odds in your favor.
Like rolling it back to the game plans as well. If you're winning your pistol, like you can pre-plan. So we win pistol, we're going to do this anti-eco, we're going to do this bonus, we're going to do this buy round. So Salah and them can have all of them up their sleeves, like different ways to open the game, stuff like that. So winning the pistol can just make things easier, like takes the pressure off. Like, okay, we know exactly what rounds we're doing. We've been in the server, we've dry ran them before. Now let's just go and do them.
Yeah, so come on, guys, it's easy. Just win the pistol.
It's easy.
Come on, you got this.
So
yeah.
one good thing if I'm Vitality looking, though, is obviously we're going to look at the Liquid game, and it was relatively close, and 100 Thieves won all pistols. So I'll be looking at that thinking, if we can get some pistols, there's definitely some signs of weakness. Like, they don't look complete, like that's why in my head it's like 75, like I'm giving there's a good chance that you can do it. So yeah, I'm feeling you're gonna look at that game, you're gonna have some confidence going into it.
Yeah, you talk about the pistols. I think that also Vitality, every single time that they were winning a little bit of momentum, we could definitely hear it, we could see it. So if that happens from the beginning of the game, I think that is going to have a great impact onto them because they already know what it's like to be there and to win on that stage.
I mean, they've got their super fans in the crowd as well. So I wonder if anyone's going to be supporting 100 Thieves as well, because
I'm sure.
At Champions Istanbul, it was a bit of a hostile crowd. You know, they were only supporting Alpha Year and the home crowd. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we are going to get some NA fans in there. Or it's just, yeah, I was going to say,
right
it's
here,
just
right?
echoes, yeah.
I'm an Asuna fan, not a 100 Thieves fan, so I need to make that clear. But no, I think the crowd here can play a big part. Like, it's the last EMEA team, so we need everyone in the crowd to, you know, get some atmosphere going, get behind Team Vitality, because we need to get a win going.
I think the Team Vitality guys are great. Oh yeah, that's amazing. But of course, we still have a Cloud9 that's going to be playing as well, so it's a couple of NA teams. I think there's a few chances that people want to really come out here and support NA, but I feel like we're a little bit EMEA biased, aren't we? We have one team left.
I mean, I can see the UK bias, you know, as well. I mean, Dom's not in the tournament anymore.
Wait, I don't think there's any UK representative left.
No.
Oh, technically the team manager of Vitality.
Okay, let's go then. We'll come with it. Let's go.
Okay, Salah,
we count Salah. Salah's one of us. Yeah,
okay, let's go Vitality.
Yeah,
I'm not even from the UK. You guys should be supporting them.
That's true, that's true. But let's quickly discuss what kind of maps you want to see before we kind of head to the stage and look at the map vetoes a little bit. Again, Sliggy, you're talking about how strong 100 Thieves map pool is, so where would you want to go realistically if you were Vitality?
Okay, so more if I'm looking on 100 Thieves side, I'm definitely getting rid of the Ascent, like I said, and then I was on Fracture, Vitality play Neon. I think it's Molesy on Neon.
Yeah.
It hasn't... We haven't seen too much of it, but it hasn't filled me with confidence, so we might see them kind of lean towards Fracture for sure.
So that's the thing, like they did play it against Cloud9 yesterday, but I do not really count that game because I honestly think that they were tired and they didn't really care because they saw Cloud9 just making it to and skipping that quarterfinal game. I think it's still good for them to get the experience. So yeah, I can see the Fracture happening. We were talking about all the map coming in from 100 Thieves. I want to see Pearl, especially with Vitality. If they go for that ban, if 100 Thieves go for that ban in Ascent, I need to see more Pearl.
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting a Pearl matchup, as I said before in the first map. I think both teams really good at it. Vitality, again, on the attacking side, so interesting to see how 100 Thieves on it. I'd really like to see a Breeze, because I think both teams kind of like Breeze, and obviously with Cryo dropping 35 yesterday, I definitely want to see that on the stage.
Oh, well, we haven't checked in with the other Adam in a while. I think Adam won at this point. How are you doing, Adam? I know you're about to bring out 100 Thieves and Vitality onto stage.
I certainly am, yeah, I'm feeling good. Audience, are you feeling good too? Yes! I love these guys. I've seen some of these. Show your signs in here. If you've got a sign with you, hold up in the air for me. We're reading some of these. Look at these. This is amazing. We have got so much coming your way. Are you ready for the semi-finals? Guys, I said, are you ready for the semi-finals? I think they're ready. Hopefully you guys are too. All right, let's meet our teams. They've been waiting in the wings all day. They came top of their group. Would you please give it up for 100 Thieves? All right. There they are. 100 Thieves, everyone! But of course, they're challengers in this semi-final. We saw them compete earlier on today, and now they are back with a vengeance to try and win this semi-final as well. Would you please put those flags in the air and make some noise for Team Vitality! What do you get when you cross a Colossus and a Leviathan? One heck of a semi-final. 100 Thieves versus Team Vitality. One more time, Manchester. Go wild!
Oh, I want to know what Mike's was saying to Salah there. It looked pretty friendly, but it looked really friendly.
No, to be fair, Salah always makes the same gesture. No matter what you say, what you ask for of him, he's going to be like, yeah, so we will never know.
Imagine if he was just like, I'm going to mess you up. You're going down. Yeah, and they're just like, okay.
We'll see.
Mike's is a super nice guy, so I expect it'll be lighthearted. Obviously, big shoes for him to fill in terms of Sean stepping down. Sean had a lot of impact. I saw some kind of stat where they're talking about just impact after pauses. It's very high. It's in the high 60s in terms of impact of that. So yeah, he's a strong coach, and I mean, Mike has a lot of experience here, so.
Yeah, we're into looking at the map vetoes here. You guys were kind of theorizing what we should and shouldn't be seeing here. Bind has been taken out, followed by the Ascent, which you guys felt like was the one that 100 Thieves were going to go for.
It makes a lot of sense, especially if you know what you've been lacking during the tournament. You have already tested it. We were talking about tests. That has already been done. You know, there's nothing that you're going to change from one day to another, especially when you're going to be playing throughout the entire day. Love to see that Vitality is picking Pearl as the first map.
So we haven't seen Pearl from 100 Thieves since Champs, right?
No.
So yeah, so this is going to be a bit of a question mark in terms of what they're playing. And then the Fracture, again, makes so much sense. I just felt like Vitality looked, I don't know, it's so hard for Molsey to go on to the Neon and feel fully comfortable straight away. It takes a bit of time. It's a completely different agent. It feels alien, honestly, to play that agent. I don't know if you've tried it, Adam. But
no, not too much. But interesting here, 100 Thieves and both Vitality, both choosing to start on the attack side here. So obviously wanting to get in the faces, get the momentum momentum going nice and early. Play very aggressive at the start, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and Haven is going to be the decider if we go there. Now, with the maps being selected, what do you guys think? Does it lean towards one team's favor or not?
So here's the thing. This either is a 2-0 for Vitality or 100 Thieves takes it.
Yeah.
100%. I think it all goes to this second map. Yeah.
I watched Vitality against Crew on Haven. It didn't fill me with too much confidence. It was fine, but I don't think it's up to the 100 Thieves level. So yeah, in my mind, 100 Thieves are looking good at this. I think I agree with you. Maybe Vitality need to win this in 2.
They have to choose Eric.
Yeah, 100%.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. 2-0, I think, is the way for Vitality again. Bit of an underdog of, coming after all our percentages. So again, get them win the Pearl, their home map, they're comfortable on a bit, they've been solid this entire event. Then I think Fracture for them is more of like, okay, maybe not the best on Fracture, but let's give it a go and see what we can do with it.
Well, let's talk about this Pearl, because it is the first map we're going to be going into. 100 Thieves, they picked this. The last time we saw them play it, they whipped it out and they dominated Fnatic on it. So much so, I think Fnatic banned it the second time round when they faced 100 Thieves. So what do you guys make of their Pearl? Obviously, they have one roster change, but are we going to see a complete comp overhaul here?
I think there's a chance. Yeah, I actually think there's a chance.
Yeah, having the Sage in, there's something that some teams are moving away from. Where are you going to put Cryer? Are you going to just put him to feel what Will was doing just on the race? What are you going to feel most comfortable in, especially knowing that you were not playing the Chamber on that composition? There's many things that could be good for them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they've cooked up. I wouldn't mind seeing a little sooner on Neon. Maybe Cryer says going to the Chamber, something more traditional like that. So I think something like that as well. If they're picking attack star, surely Mike's has got something up his sleeve. That's what I'm thinking.
Reyna, Yoru.
I hope so. I really hope so. I hope it's the Yoru, but it was the Sage, right? Arsenal was playing the last time we saw him. So do you expect an agent like Sage to be picked here for them?
Maybe. I think so. Sage on this map, especially B, feels a little bit like Icebox. I don't think it's essential like it is on Icebox, but it definitely is a lot easier to go over towards the B site. You don't have to take as much map control. You can get a good plant with the wall and play really far back. Whereas a lot of time, without the wall, you don't feel comfortable planting on B, and you have to kind of tuck it around the corner, and then your after plant's a little bit weird. You have to fight on site a bit more. So the Sage makes it a lot easier, but I don't think it's essential.
For me, I think it's like dependent on the comp, right? So if you're the Sage, you're going for maybe like the easy plant type route, like an Icebox. If you go Neon, you need to take deep in the site. So it's a different play style, different game plan. Maybe, obviously 100 Thieves had a lot of time today. They've been looking into Vitality's defense on the Pearl, see where the Killjoy mollies are, maybe a Neon can get past, maybe they can do this and that. So it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, but again, I still feel that Vitality was lacking that kind of pressure on their side to swap things around. So I do think that this goes about adapting on the fly and also, getting used to using the composition, whatever you have been preparing. I'm sure that they did great in scrims, but, maybe Vitality has different experiences, especially because they played against Navi in the G-League tournament, and I think that they learned a lot from that game.
I mean, we saw them play already on this map earlier today, so how much of an advantage is it for 100 Thieves, I guess, to seeing exactly what their opponents can do, and also their opponents having zero idea what they could be doing?
It's pretty huge. It definitely helps. So when I was anting teams, it definitely helps when you have two. Like when you have two maps, it's just like a Haven and a Haven, you can kind of actually just have some comparisons, see if there's any alignments. That helps. One map is okay, but you don't feel fully comfortable relying on too much, because you can just switch it up very easily. So it's definitely a big bonus to be able to watch it, but it's not like be all end all.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have the staff in the background analyzing the rounds. You can have like obvious tells, say like walls, star placements, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, you can read into the setups and you can tell the players, if they're doing Killjoy off this, they might do this. But I think at the end of the day, you need to be ready to abort these like reads if you know the other team are adapting.
Yeah, I think that also one of the biggest advantages is kind of the burnout that you feel after you've gone through many rounds of Pearl. You feel like, you've gone through everything. Have we done this already? Are we going to repeat this? I did this and this was the outcome. What did I do, wrong? Knowing that they played before and they had this break, if that gets into your head, maybe goes on the favor of 100 Thieves. That till we see the composition, I'm waiting. I want to see the reaction in Salah's face.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Because of the nature and the fashion they won earlier, it didn't feel like there was anything obvious you could exploit. But did you guys see anything from the Vitality's performance that you feel like the 100 Thieves absolutely need to exploit if they want to win this?
I think one of the basic things about the comp is them using the Killjoy in the attack. post plan. And this map on B-Long, get the bomb down, you can run away, literally leave the site completely. I think the most obvious thing is, okay, listen, they're going to use these mollies, they're going to use these lineups, we need to flank, we need to be like, trying to take this mid control. So like, say if they go towards B, we call it like trading spaces. So like they take B, you take middle, all these kind of reactions, and then again, going back into 100 Thieves, they will know these reactions and maybe set traps for Vitality to walk into. So I think at this point, it really is just mind games between the two teams.
Yeah.
The after plant on B didn't fill me with confidence. That's the only thing that I was looking at where I felt like they weren't in my mind. And I think this is like props to Heretics. What they did was they applied pressure on the flank very early, 2 rounds in a row, like very, very early. So they always had to be aware of the flank. So maybe they couldn't fight on site as much as they wanted to. So yeah, the only thing that kind of I was looking at where I'm like, oh, that didn't fill me with confidence was their B hold.
Yeah, also another thing that Vitality has proven, especially today, is how good they are on retakes. They know exactly when to give up this space. They're like, okay, we can test this. No, let's just go for the retake. And they know exactly how to take their positions and to just wait. We do not see those kind of mistakes of just going in 1 by 1 and choosing unfavorable duels. If 100 Thieves has a read onto that as well, they know how aggressive they can be, especially as we said, they decided to start on the attack. So I expect something flashy.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking very structured, very well rehearsed on these retakes. It's like the things that you need to go over as a pro team, right? And it's like one of the first things like our retakes, what do we do? What are our protocols? If they do this, what do we do? And I think stuff like where, you know, Salah, Bone Code, and the team can all discuss and be like, okay, if they're doing this on this comp, we know this, we have like, these things prepared for it.
Something that I'm actually kind of excited to see is just Asuna has the weirdest aim style ever. There's so many people that everyone has their own like unique aim style, and you do what fits you, whether it's high sense, low sense, whatever. It's just shaky, and it doesn't look like it's in control, but he's fully in control, and it's honestly, it's not like the norm, but it works. It looks incredible, and I just love watching it.
It's like I said, it's one of a kind, because I remember I speak to Peter, and like, how are you so good? How you do this? Like, advice, tips, whatever. And because, you know, in VALORANT, everyone's like, you shouldn't spray, you know, you need to be the move, burst in 2 bullets. He said, just spray. He doesn't care, he just sprays. I've watched that guy so many times just on the ropes on Icebox or whatever maps, just killing people when he has no right to. So I don't know, he's got some like weird feeling for it, I guess.
I mean, speaking of sense, League, I know that you notoriously have a pretty high sense, right? Would you want to share that with us?
So it's not as high as it used to be, but
Okay.
in VALORANT, it's, what is it, one
begins with a 1, it's high.
1324 on 400 DPI. It's pretty high.
Wait, what did it used to be? If that's
in CS, you wouldn't. It was like imagine just my mouse mount was about half of what it is. It was only small wrist movements. I was doing 180s.
Wow.
It was wild.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm just a wrist aimer, so that's the only movement I do in terms of just like short wrist. I'm not sweeping with my arm. I'm just using pure wrist aims.
Honestly, people always say that my sense is really high. It's like 0.7, 800 DPI. But then I heard yours. I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, it literally depends on. Again, it's just like it depends on how you and how you.
It also depends on the material of the mat. It depends on a lot of things. Also the way of the mouse. Like there's so many things that come into account.
Honestly, I played League of Legends with a trackpad on a MacBook for a very long time. So, you know, it's a luxury to have a mouse pad.
Everyone has anything that suits them. As you see, DDK is great to talk about this stuff. He loves, I think it's like an ice pad. He loves like slippery mouse pads and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's different. But again, in this game, it's preference, whatever you can do. If high sense works for you, that's fine. You don't have to look at other people, what they're doing. But I do recommend trying to have a high sense with this game. There's a lot of arrows that go behind you and stuff like that, but you need to be able to control it.
What about yours?
Mine's in the middle. I'm kind of like boring with it. I just play my sense and I don't really change it. But like, I think this game, again, like Stinky says, high sense, I think low sense can be good. If you're able to, you know, whip it round and break the reveals and stuff behind it, I think the low headshot percentage, stuff like that, like you're just holding angles a lot of the time in this game, and if you can always hit that first or second bullet, I think you're in a great advantage.
Yeah, we have a lot of talented people here, and also a lot of talented people in the building as well. Here's Janiro talking to some of the cosplayers that are attending this event.
Welcome back, guys. We have another segment for you, and this time around, it's not going to be me. It's going to be these 2 beautiful ladies cosplaying as Reina and Killjoy. So, welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Yazbe. I'm Connie or Konnichiwa.
Okay, pretty cute names. I want to start off with the fact that both of these cosplays looks absolutely epic, down to the detail. How did you guys put this together?
So this is actually one of the few that I didn't make myself, so I just put it on this morning. Mine is about halfway through upgrades, so some of the pieces I'm in the middle of 3D printing to replace to make them a bit more realistic, but I think it's working for now.
Can we have like a spin, like a 360 of the cosplays? Because they look, yeah, just do a little twirl. Even the backpack? Okay, that's a lot of detail coming in. Well, how have you guys been enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, it's been really good so far. It's like such a vibe. Like, I love it. So.
Yeah, it's honestly a dream come true. I can't quite believe that I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, I think the most important question is going to be, how many hours did it take this morning to get ready?
Too many.
Always takes too many. Always takes longer than you think.
I've covered up like all my real tattoos with like makeup today, and then covered the with fake tattoos. So now that in itself took about like 2 hours. So.
Okay, I love the dedication. I love the looks. You ladies look incredible. Enjoy the rest of the event. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the cosplays.
Thank you very much. I know a lot of like talent streamers. They've all done cosplay. I've seen who is it? Lothar and Sean Gez's pretty famous Viper cosplays.
Oh, yeah, I wish I hadn't seen that one.
Actually, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. But if I had to get you guys in a cosplay, maybe what would you like to be cosplaying?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't know.
I reckon you could pull off like a breach, maybe.
A breach?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Just go the
colour,
ginger beard.
the hair.
Breach is ginger, no?
Is he? Yeah.
Maybe
In
silver.
my mind, he's like the kind of a dark. Yeah, or sober. That's a good idea.
Good one.
That's a great idea. Yeah. What about you two?
I'd go for Killjoy.
Yeah, everyone says you look like Killjoy,
Yeah,
and I'm for it as well. I
mean, I need the glasses, so thank you.
Something that's easy, I'll just do Brimstone or something, put on a hat.
Is that easy?
I think you should do Viper.
It's easy.
No, I actually think he should do Reyna. I think because he's such a big fan of Reyna, you know, his favorite agent in the game, wants to see everyone play it. I think we should do a Sliggy Reyna.
I think the Yoru also would fit him a lot.
The Yoru, yeah. I'll back it, the Yoru.
It's not happening.
I feel like that's too easy for him.
How many likes?
Yeah, how many retweets?
We're not doing this. Let's move on.
Come on.
Who we talking? Twiston. Twiston has been having a good event though. Like honestly, he has been having a good event.
I want to see he might want to cosplay as KO if we ask him
Stop
nicely.
it.
It's all right. No, we get. Actually, Omen's got such a big fan base, by the way. Have you guys seen like the hardcore Omen talk like fans? It's crazy. So I know you're on TikTok, Sliggy. So if you want to get some more views, I think
the
the Omen cosplay would definitely get you there.
That's my next video.
And if you get someone to do it, they will never know it's someone else.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
welcome.
That is true. But we're going to head into Agent Select here. Probably won't see an Omen here, judging by the comps that they've gone with before. Although 100 Thieves, they did bring out a Viper the last time we saw them. Yeah, well, what you're seeing on the bottom right is the comp that they ran back at Champions. You guys didn't feel like the likelihood of them running that again? Oh, yes! We got the Sova, yes!
I know you are an insane
I'm
fan
so
of
happy.
I'm a big fan of it. So, you know, with the Fade. Oh, this is what I've been wanting for so long. Okay, so Fade and Sova, I think it's really good. It's very good on both defense and attack. The drone for getting out in terms of information over towards B is pretty strong on the attack. And then, I don't know if they're going to do it, but either Fade or Sova in the pit on A is actually very, very strong. It kind of works a little bit like Breeze, where you're trying to put an arrow behind them, so they have to 180. It's very similar to that, and it's very strong. It's very hard. I'm excited to see this. We saw Na'Vi play a Sova, but we haven't seen the Sova and the Fade together. I'm pretty pumped.
Yeah. Especially knowing that Sender is going to have such an important role being on the lurk and yada yada, and controlling that mid area. I think that Asun and Derek are going to have a huge task here, identifying what kind of the set of the Vitality is running through, and that information is going to be super valuable.
Well, I'm very, very excited to see this come and to pass this over to your casters for this series. It is Tom and Mitch again.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Wow, we're ready to roll here with the, you get involved in Vitality, hey! But I mean, look, Vitality and 100 Thieves. We've seen Vitality today. Mulsey was on a tear all throughout the series, and this was where he was most impressive, coming into Pearl on that KO. I'm expecting to see a lot from him. We haven't got to see 100 Thieves today, but that's because of how well they played the day before.
Well, that's the thing. The last time an EMEA team picked into this map as like a little bit of a pocket pick, it didn't exactly go particularly well. So I do think this is a squad that's always sort of prepping, even on the maps that we don't necessarily see too much from them from. Obviously, since this roster has come about with Cryer, we haven't seen much of them at all, but I do think they're one of those teams that is not going to just be like, oh, we'll have a permaban, we'll have a few things missing, because they are sort of just absolute grinders when it comes to sort of like having mics behind them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is going to be an easy game by any stretch. They've come in with a new composition, even changing some of the agents, the players that they already had were playing, so I don't think this is going to be an easy one whatsoever for Vitality.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot of pitfalls that they could fall into moving throughout this map. I mean, we've already seen how comfortable a team like Vitality is, though. On a map like Pearl, they were dominating earlier, and it felt like they didn't lose control from start to finish. The difference was that was against Heretics, a team that had previously banned it, that we said might not be too comfortable. 100 Thieves are ready to fight on this map, and fight they shall right off the rip. It's over towards A Long. 2 players on each side, but that skirmish doesn't last long. They fall back. You get a reveal up and over, a fight quickly. They're looking to pressure A completely.
Yeah, and the damage was already done. 2 players tagged desperately low, and an easy take already on towards this A site. Wrap around from Molzy and Destrian. Try and get back into some sort of position. A bit of a whiff from Stella. At least gives them an opportunity here, Mitch, but it's still a tough retake.
Yeah, look, that snakebite kill that they managed to find on Descender is huge. 100 Thieves on the back of that. They're falling back out. They're landing this post plan with an Astra Star down, so a Gravwell online to just deny any sort of pressure that Vitality could make. Now, this knife, it could make a difference. It's come through. And I don't think it's caught the Astra.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to get back into position. Trying to throw out a little bit of utility, but they need to get themselves onto that spike, still with stars remaining. And Destrian, a nice couple of shots at least, but it is a comfortable pistol round for 100 Thieves.
It actually might have been low enough to catch him. They didn't end up using any of the stars in the end. You feel like they would have thrown one through. So that connection made, perhaps, then leading to a little bit of, you know, an aggression coming through. They have to swing, they have to fight, and guarantee they're not on the spike, but they did that. And picking up the pistol now, a nice 1-0 start. It was the snakebite kill, though. There it is.
Yeah.
Stellar just lobbed the snakebite while his teammates are running through, and obviously Sender wants to support the site guys who have just left long. They're scrambling to get into position, and as he steps forward, a snakebite lands the wall, takes down his HP, and the snakebite finishes him off.
Yeah, we didn't have a crazy amount of criticism for Vitality in the last series. One of them was pistol rounds. Not particularly good at winning those, so it seems like that trend is going to continue. Again, they go for some minor investments into this round, but ultimately they're coming up against, well, almost 5 rifles.
There was pistol rounds on this map, right? We've already seen it before. I think it was Haven, the first map that they played, and they won both the pistols, and they came in here, and it didn't quite go so well, but everything after that was pretty easy. Well, powering these rounds, the ecos. Of course, once you lose that pistol, you're expected to lose this one, but there is a little bit more of an investment than we maybe always see. Twistin,
yeah.
Sheriff in hand, there's going to be a swing that he does not win. There's another Sheriff backing up, and that's Molzy, but he's back over towards the B site. So those players didn't stand a chance with their classics.
Oh, Bang already just making this look very, very easy indeed, barely taking any damage whatsoever. I think Bang is another player that really needs to be highlighted within this roster. I think so good within anchor roles and probably one of the best controllers we have in the world. Someone I still think is a little bit underrated, especially for his age, but we'll see either way.
See the strap book? Zoom in on that. Can we get a Jason Bourne on it?
See, that's the thing though. Is that their strap book, or is that someone in VIP who's just like put their book down? Are you gonna zoom in? It'll be like
recommend an A+. I drew this strategy.
It'll just be like Marcus or something like that. It's like, for lunch today, I had a burger.
I was gonna say, I hope it's not game advice if it's coming from Marcus. I'm kidding. I love you, Marcus. You're great. You're great. Right, like 2-0, 100 Thieves steaming into the lead, and with the rifles that they bought, I love these investments, man. They've come in with 3 Vandals and a Bulldog. This is still panning out as a bonus round, but they have every right to take these fights and to win them. For Vitality, the pressure is certainly on in round 3.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Oh,
so much weaponry invested into this round. Rotation coming in fairly quick, but this is very direct from the side of 100 Thieves. Just looking to try and pick up the pace. Sender is playing a risky game around the edge of those smokes, trying to find something, but he does. They haven't managed to catch him. All of that utility thrown into the corner. Well, they assumed it was clear. Somehow, though, Asuna has still managed to find a kill through the side. And this makes this a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, they were spamming the whole time. You know, he was behind the boxes, and I think one player might have been spamming the boxes. The other 2 were looking at that smoke. They knew he wasn't going to stay there forever. And once he goes back towards that back of sight and towards the elbow, he is taken down immediately. Twistin now left alone in that position, but there's 2 players on the site ready to help, one of which is Malsey, the player I said on this map especially. He was on a tear and, well, off to a good start in this rifle round. 3 kills under his belt already, and they'll get away with only 1 player falling.
I think Boko realized he'd have to swing all the way wide if he was actually going to see anyone in that round, because Malsey was just landing everything. I like the fact as well, you see that the Vitality squad don't rotate, and that's because Destrian had gone all the way up towards the spawn and was just holding to make sure nobody could get out the back way. So it was sort of, they had every single angle covered, and it was just this sort of slowdown from 100 Thieves, which a lot of teams do, but it's like, okay, if you know they haven't gone the other way, you can just sit and patiently wait.
That's exactly it, and the patience was on display. Now look, that kind of round, it carries a bit more weight than they normally do in round 3 because you're up against 3 Vandals and a Bulldog. It's basically a full buy, but they get to have another one. And that's the benefit for 100 Thieves here now. They've got their little bit of information in that previous round around how the reactions work towards that B side of the map, but now going to play a default. Hold 2 players again, very similar to what they did in the pistol. This is just them trying to take control off their opponents and punish any aggression that comes through from them.
And the thing is, this does leave gaps. The A site currently with 0 defenders. With the push from Cryo, if he goes much further than this, it could be problematic, but you can see the stars actually being activated in the meantime just behind them, just in case someone tries to take that map control. Definitely becoming a little bit more awkward for some of the defenders, but even though the information's there, the aggression is still so successful. Destrian with the trade onto Bone Cold, okay, that removes the utility on the A site, but they still have the man advantage.
Yeah, and they've got B control. I mean, not just from the turret on the site, but more so from Twistin, who seems to have swapped sides. He's playing for the attackers now. And in fact, he's going into their spawn as we speak. Now, they've got a trap to cover their back, but it's their front they need to be worried about with Vitality having quite a few players on the way towards this site. I mean, it's wide open for now. They can get the plant, but it's this aggression out of Cryo. Such a star player. He needs to turn up, and Malsey on the other side. This guy still putting up the numbers. They've got a good foothold now to get back in. A great flash. Stellar stuck inside a Nano Swarm, and he's going to be taken down, but he got one first. A chance, perhaps, a 1v3, and he won't even get the first. Vitality right back into this at 2-2.
Yeah, that's always the danger. If you haven't watched much of NA, what you will know about Derek still is that he was a clutch meister in a lot of those sort of rounds, in the late round especially. So if he can be able to sort of get one there, maybe there's an opportunity, but not quite happening this time. And Vitality, after what was a couple of shaky rounds coming up against a strong bonus, they have managed to stabilize quite comfortably. And we have to remember, they're a team that so far, mostly we've seen the attack on this map from them because they've been so dominant, we haven't had to see as much of the defense.
That's exactly it. And look, when you're thinking about this team right now in the position that they're in, yeah, being able to answer back like that, find 2 basically full buys back to back, this is a huge response into it. They've so far only got the same criticism as previously. The pistols ain't too good. Everything else is looking clean. And now 100 Thieves, they're going to have to find out how those pistols feel on the other side. They've got 2 classics, of course, a Headhunter coming into play for Cryo. The rest of the team, I mean, they've got scraps. I rarely see this many Stingers bought up. I mean, this seems to be making a bit of a return.
Yeah, especially with the Spectre kind of going downhill a little bit. Yeah. People are just going to start using the Stinger more, trying to balance things a little bit, I guess, because, well, the Spectre was always the most popular.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this is now one of those scenarios where I think on the Vitality side, you're going to realize what you're coming up against. You're going to sort of take things a little bit more patiently, not over-aggress. I say that. Destrian had actually pushed all the way up on A and maybe had the same realization. Actually, I have quite an advantage in terms of the weaponry. Ults on the other side for 100 Thieves, unless they're going to throw a Hunter's Fury into a round where you don't have much invested, I don't think we're going to see anything used.
It looks like a crazy aggressive position from Destrian, and normally it would be, but he used 2 Prowlers to get there. That means he doesn't have them for this site push, but he's ready to just concede that control, falling all the way back. Hunter's Fury blindly thrown to try and punish. They tagged Destrian. They knew they did. They wanted to finish him off. 76 HP, but he is bailed out from the site. No punishment, but 100 Thieves at least get a plant. Now that means they can force a lot more close-range duels, and, well, a lot of duels going down for Sender. He needs to back out of here. They're swarming him, and they've got the kill. That's an upgraded rifle for them. Sure, they might not have the advantage, and, well, the flank from Twistin could be deadly.
Yeah, they've already taken down Malsey, though. Not dead, but even still, on the ground. Twistin might not even expect the second player to still be here, and up above he goes with the shorty. Cryo trying his best, but it isn't quite going to work out for him. Even still, an incredible amount of damage. 1 ultimate used for the side of 100 Thieves, and it comes down to just Bone Cold remaining.
Yeah, he didn't want to risk the timer ticking over there, but I mean, it's poor old Malsey. He waited out the timer on his ulti, and No, he's going to have to buy up a weapon.
I'll get to you in a minute.
I got you. I got to defuse first, you know? Play the objective. And that's what they did. A good response, a scrappy round. That really could have went either way, but the ramifications now will be felt in the next round.
Yeah, this is where I think there's still going to be a purchase, at least, or a relatively comfortable one, but it definitely starts to get a little bit dangerous for Vitality if you're going to see the potential breakback. Operator on board for Twiston. This is where you kind of want him to start having a little bit of impact, though, because it has been a bit of a quieter match for him thus far. Same can be said for Cryo, but you kind of expect that on the attack.
So this start for 100 Thieves, like, they've got rifles obviously across the board, but it's ultis, man. This is scary. 4 ultimates on their side online, one of which being the Tour de Force. Cryo is a major factor to consider in this round. Now, Vitality approaching it a bit differently. We don't normally see this aggressive stance late into the round up on B with so many players. I wonder if that's an idea to take out Cryo, who's consistently been going towards B long, pressure him up close, but they found nobody. And this whole part of the map, I mean, it's such a small part of it, so separated from the rest, had 3 players on it. All that space for 100 Thieves to take, but when you look at what they're up against on that A side, it's utility that's keeping them back. They have to be methodical about the way they approach taking that map control, which leaves them in a great position in the late round. They started to pressure A, made a little bit of noise on the lighter side, that dragged all the rotations, and now B's open for the taking.
Oh dear. Twisted though through the Cosmic Divide.
No doubt.
The thing is, they've got the Viper's Pit available. It's gonna catch Cryo when it goes in. It's risky from Twiston. He wanted to try and get rid of the Viper's Pit completely, give his teammates a better opportunity, but it hasn't paid off. The Punish turning things back into a 4 versus 4, and they're actually using this Viper screen to get that little bit further, trying to play deep within that position. The thing is, though, the lockdown is going to force them out of the pit. They're going to have to go all the way back into their afterplants.
But there's a Cosmic Divide down. They know this can be diffused right under their nose. They've got to be careful. Immediately, there it is! The Snakebite sees inside the pit. A triple kill in the round coming out of Stellar. What? A flawless finish for this man and a round for 100 Thieves.
Wow, he almost cracked a smile for a second as well. That would have been the craziest thing in the round, but that was ridiculous. The combination, it still doesn't do that much damage, but it's just the fact that the Seas took the majority of the health away alongside that Viper's Pit, and wow, a perfect afterplant in the end, even with that lockdown being committed. See, it looks ridiculous when you see it like that, but you understand what he was trying to do. If he gets rid of that Viper's Pit, this round is very different, especially considering that man then went on to ace the round.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they were so close with that shorty shot, but Void of It landing, you give this man that tiny bit of space, and he will answer up. Twiston! That's going to be the Blade Storm popped right away. A beautiful headshot onto Derek. And now, even though they've got pistols, they've got the man advantage and a Blade Storm to play around. And it's not too bad, and certainly something that's going to make 100 Thieves pump those brakes.
Yeah, in fact, the rest of the team have just rotated away. They're like, okay, B's locked down by Twiston. We don't need help from anyone else. And then you've just got this deep control currently being held. Now, this is something that Destrian has done so regularly. You almost feel like that should have been expected. He's been pushing this so often.
But you know what, Tom? Every time that he's pushed it, he's put a Prowler out, or he's put 2 Prowlers out. He's put a lot of utility. This time there was nothing. So they think, oh, this must be the round they're playing passive on A. They're changing it up. But no, well, they are changing it up, but hoping that you'd fall into that trap. 100 Thieves now, I mean, almost down and out of this round. They had rifles, Tom, and now they've only got 2 players left.
Yeah, and Bone Cold, his only plan here is just to try and slow them down, wait for those rotations, maybe still a little bit further behind. Arsenal with an opportunity to try and turn this back, but they are being slaughtered. A flawless round off the back of a Thrifty, a single Blade Storm, and some strong positioning from Vitality, and they steal that one away.
Yeah, that initial peak from Twiston, it set the tone for the round. It let them know we might be at the disadvantage, but that ain't gonna change how we approach it. Just straight up aggression, and you can see getting the reward from Salad there, getting the fist bumps, the pats on the back, and morale certainly high right now. Of course, the reason Sal's being so vocal right now, you might be like, wait, the coach talks this much now. That's a little bit of a tactical pause called through, but it's on the side of 100 Thieves. They're really starting to feel the pressure from some of these rounds.
Yeah, you really can't blame them. You lose a round like that where basically it's just Twiston styling on you and then being caught as you try and rotate back away. It's just a moment for Mike's to try and almost calm things down, maybe tell them some of the things that he spotted over the last couple of rounds. Okay, they're doing this, so not to be caught out by those sort of positions. And that's the thing, the round before that, 100 Thieves actually managed to play off of the rotations that Vitality have been going for and win them the round instead. So it is definitely a game of almost the big brains. And that's the thing that's so enjoyable about this matchup. We've got strong in-game leaders on either side. One of them, obviously, we know, Bone Cold in the champion spot, but also you then have fantastic coaching staff behind them as well.
That support staff being challenged now during this tack pause. They have their moment. I think that moment has passed as the team gets ready to dive right back on into the game. Vitality certainly have the wind in their sails as 100 Thieves only trailing by 1.
Yeah.
It's still very early days in this half, and the barriers are about to go up again. We see an AWP in the hands of Twiston, and he's going to be looking to use that right away. Some aggression coming out on mid, but the Prowler forces him back.
Oh, there we go. I thought for a second you were going to have to make the gun sounds.
Yeah, I've done it before.
You have.
I was ready. There's no Odin. I mean, that's the real challenge. If you've got to go a full 100 bullet spray.
Yeah, how can you like roll your tongue?
But it's doing that for 13 seconds. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, 13 seconds is a very long time.
Hey, you know it's on. You know it. But 4-3, 100 Thieves. They're not in a bad spot in this buy. Sure, they've got the Guardian to work around, but it's that AWP that they're worried about. And it's now being spotted out. The wall is completely robbing them of any control, but a repeat coming out from Sender confirms that this is all a ruse. There's no one here. There's no control being taken. And so over towards the A site we go.
But this is the thing. With the 100 Thieves composition, you almost need your opponents to be a little bit aggressive. You don't have the most initiation other than the utility to set them up, and they were not expecting Bone Cold to be within that smoke. A solid start from him. He spotted the players looking to try and wrap through from short, but he's just delaying. In fact, even looking to go a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, just great space taking coming out of Cryo. He's managed to get himself all the way close to water, spotting out the rotations. He hoped to find a kill, but nothing will be landed. Derek caught, lurking late through middle, and this is a disaster because they're already waiting on the site. 100 Thieves running into that stack, red like a book, and it's Bone Cold with the 3K to close out the round.
Yeah, he's been sublime today thus far, and Vitality looking to really build into this one now. But basically, back to the point I was trying to make is, like, when it comes to what we have sometimes on the other side, like even with the old composition they ran, they had that raise. So if you need that little bit of brute force to sort of get you into a site, take that space, on the other side of this match, you have the Jet. It does exactly the same thing, and I do think that, especially with the next iteration of Chamber, that agent's probably going to go out of the pool. Now, what I will say, on the defensive side, we know that Cryo is going to be an absolute menace. But right now, it's just been tough for him to find anything unless someone walks into his crosshair. And even then, Vitality have done pretty well with their aggressive plays.
And that's where I've just got to give Bone Cold an unbelievable amount of credit, because so far, this just feels like 100 Thieves. They're trying to play the push and pull on this map.
Yeah.
They're trying to pull them out of rotations, and Vitality often are falling for it. But they're making the reads and readjusting consistently. One step ahead of 100 Thieves, even when they seem to be behind. Now in this round, 100 Thieves are behind. They've got practically nothing to work with. A couple of upgraded weapons. Obviously, you're going to have the Headhunter to worry about on Cryo. Close range duels. What a transfer from Molzy. He should have never gotten away with 2.
Yeah, I don't think most people's Vandals work like that. You might get the first one, but the second one, the bullets are going into the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
But he manages to control it, and that's the thing. That could have been an even trade, a gun down, and a great position for 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, they came up against Molzy, probably the only player who's going to hit those shots. Now trying to double back in, and this is the thing. Destrian already had the information from earlier. He does get dinked up, but the C's is going to hold them in place at least a little bit longer and allow for some support, or even a flank. Why is Twiston here with an operator in an eco round?
Just, don't worry, because he probably has a shorty. So obviously that's the plan. Just pull it out and, you know, make it an even fight up against the pistols. It might already be, because Bang has just come through with 2. The A site is now completely in the hands of 100 Thieves, and there's a few weapons lying around to upgrade. They're going to have to rely on this operator doing something, and he better have a phenomenal round with it. This is not a normal position to be in, and there's just no way that 100 Thieves expected. Twiston's come through with 1 and Sender for 2. Vitality win that round in a less than usual manner.
Yeah, the flanking operator Jet is not necessarily something I was expecting to see. I'm pretty sure he pushed all the way through B as well. I think that's the only way he could have possibly got there, is going all the way back around. And Yeah, definitely got dicey. You're seeing the caliber of players we have in the server, though. Like, the shots coming out from Molzy, wonderful. You almost have to say the next shots coming out from Bang were even better. Like, just a quick entry into the site. That's the thing. You need some of those players, those individual skilled youngsters, to do the damage when you don't have that duelist, per se.
I mean, it came close there considering the round that you have in it. Certainly a good start, good foundations to it, but Twistin, the factor they weren't expecting. And so far, again, Molzy, you know, he is leading the server as expected. Just, it's his day today.
Yeah.
You know, he was practically absent when you look at the previous, like round 1, 2, and 3 stats. He's doing okay, just middling. And then in quarterfinals, he just turned up. This is
Can he get
very
out?
dangerous. Oh, just about.
It looked like an opportunity, but instead, the information's there. The C's just missed. He could have been stuck in that corner. Instead, though, this is looking like a full retake out of the defensive side. Now, bear in mind, it's not like they have ultimates to spare to get them back into the site here, Mitch.
Yeah.
But they are pretty good at the retakes with just their utility.
Well, they're going to have to be this time around. No flank from the operator. Instead, it's Sender, and he's caught with utility. He tried to secure a middle, but Derek has won the fight there, and now he gets to set up back on a long. They're confident that they won't have a flank to deal with, although Cryo, well, he's going to actually become the problem. Instead, going for the flank through our late.
This is doing
Hunter's
damage.
Fury, damage, and keeping them off the spike, and that's all they need for Cryo to get into position to completely close this round out in their favor.
Yeah, just buying that extra little bit of time. Nobody on the spike, not halved, and while Destrian will at least be able to get one, but the clock is already gone. Twistin actually trying to take the fight with the operator, and while I think Destrian might be going down with the ship.
Yeah, I think he is. That is going to be a 4th round for 100 Thieves, and a fantastic resurgence from this roster. A confident push, and, well, fantastic flank hold as well coming out of Derek. He had the patience there, caught them with sublime timing. The second the utility was taken out, that's when he swung out to strike. More of that from 100 Thieves, and we could have a real game on our hands.
Yeah, I think it's one of those rare scenarios, though, where we've seen Vitality sort of play it without anybody really on the site initially. And that's the thing, like, you go back to that prior game a long time ago, the old roster during Champs, where we did see them versus Fnatic. One thing that 100 Thieves were excellent at were their afterplants. Now, a lot of that, the Rays definitely played in that they used to run, but that's still definitely there with this squad.
Oh yeah, they've certainly got the possibilities. That head's been spotted. It won't be taken off. Luckily, Twistin not landing the shot this time around. And 100 Thieves try to contest for A long control again. They're meeting Destrian here. They know how this has been going down. Rarely do we see a duel actually play out. Often it's just posturing from both teams, and it looks like Vitality have won it out this time.
That's something that Destrian's done well, though. It's just information, but also keeping that control away from the opponents. Look at the rotation, though. The Twistin's gone. Again, this almost ends up as a full retake in towards this B site. And again, they don't have the ultimates to sort of get them back into the round, so this push and pull has gone fantastically well. The spot's going to be everything, but they've seen the smoke cross. I think Sender's going to have a decent idea. That was a wide jump, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, a wide jump, but he got information for it. All 3 players spotted, or 3, now there's 4, I suppose. As they make their way on through, Sender, 1 kill, and he'll be playing into this with his ultimate, and there it is. He can't get out, though. There's too many players waiting for him, and a spam from Cryo puts them way ahead. 100 Thieves, they've got their post plan set up now, Tom, and oh, this is where they're scariest.
Yeah. Bang still keeping that aggressive control, but the rest of the team already falling all the way back. You kind of expect as well your Astra to be playing the post plant, but he's just holding within this smoke. Doesn't manage to get the kill initially, but again, eventually that trade comes through, leaving just Molzy. 1v4, an impossible scenario to come out with anything, really. Even damage won't matter too much for 100 Thieves going into that final round. He can at least try and get his ult online, but that will not come through. 100 Thieves back to 5, and well, 6-6 not looking too unlikely here.
Certainly seeing the strengths start to be highlighted over on that 100 Thieves side. Round after round going their way, almost neck and neck at the halftime. Remember, when we swap over, though, that's where we expect Vitality to, well, certainly not slow down. If anything, I think they become a little bit more scary.
Yeah, it's definitely been their favored side throughout this tournament run, but at the same time, we don't really know what to expect so much from the other side. And I do think that, realistically, Cryo is going to come alive in that next half. He was so good when it comes to B-site defense with the operator, so I think that's always going to be an issue. That was why Exa was so damn good at this map.
What are they doing? Twistin's gone out. There's 3 players here. towards the double doors. I mean, this push, it's uncouth, but it's going to work out. Asuna, of course he doesn't expect that. How could you? And now the ultimate's got them all. That is all of the information. 100 Thieves are going to run into this with Vitality more than ready. Players flooding in towards the side. A snakebite actually makes it a big challenge to get back in, and they commit to it. This is going to cost them quite heavily, although the lockdown coming into play, it could cause some headaches for these players, but they instead try to stay aggressive. Well, that'll just about deal with Twistin. Okay, I think he was about to make a shorty play, but he didn't have a chance.
He was going to try and jump shot them because that was the only corner that they could have survived in without peeking through the Cosmic Divide. This has somehow gone into 100 Thieves' favor. This round was almost looking done with all the utility that was thrown through. Sender playing a game of chicken with that Vandal in the smoke. And his teammate of Destrian trying to do what he can with the wall bangs, but it just isn't happening. Cryo has put another in the grave. It's left all onto Destrian. He's turned it into a 1v2 scenario. An off-peak here could give him a chance. The problem is already tagged so desperately low and almost needing a mistake.
Well, they're going to start to worry about him having rotated around through the spawn, coming in from the flowers instead, so at least that operator's backing off, but it's in a prime position to catch him as a repeat comes through. And bang, doesn't need any support, he doesn't need any help. An absolutely phenomenal round from him, especially the wall bang. Again, that was a big danger, man. As soon as the shorty comes out for Twistin and you're stuck on that close corner, he's getting one, probably 2 kills. He's definitely tagging up the other guy. And instead, before he can even press his Q to updraft, he's shutting the head through the wall. This gorgeous prediction.
Again, someone so enjoyable to watch and someone who has a fantastic read on the scenario in the game. So 6-6. An even scoreline. I definitely think there could have been more from Vitality. Like, they were in a pretty commanding spot. Bear in mind, lost the pistol, 5-3 up. It ends up being a decent resurgence from 100 Thieves. And now we go into that defensive side. And as I said, for me, all eyes are now on Cryo. They've got both that Sova and Fade to sort of run alongside it, to just give him every single piece of information. And this is the main reason why he was brought onto this roster in the first place.
Such an exciting matchup already playing out. Each player seems to be lifting their weight here. The roles working out perfectly. Okay, immediately Prowler gaining them a lot of space, but they're worried about that ranged peek from the B site, and it's a good thing. 2 players had rotated through, ready for a push coming out through that smoke.
So they've actually placed the trap on the A site, and I think that's almost purely because in the previous game we saw on this map, Vitality were going through and destroying the trap every round. So they try and do it in this round, and it isn't there.
Very nice. But Sender caught at the end. This is going to put even more of a cost onto Vitality. They've not found their trap, and they've not found, well, they've at least got the site. But with that duel going down south, 100 Thieves are more than happy to play this retake. In fact, they have taken all the control. They're putting Vitality in a box right now. There's nowhere these players can go other than into their crosshairs, and that seems to be a death sentence so far. No return to come through. Destrian desperately trying to keep them back, and yeah, Malcy's got into the corner, but it's going to be so hard to actually deal with them, especially because these guys on long are just waiting for their teammates on site to come rushing through. Twistin delays them a little bit, but a defuse is now underway, and there's no denying it. 100 Thieves have another pistol.
Yeah, that was the thing. All they were waiting for on long was, okay, the second our teammates start pushing through, they're going to be torn between so many different positions. It was basically down to Twistin to get 3 kills with a frenzy at range. Like,
he does it.
Maybe he could have done it once or twice, but yeah, not going to be happening. But I really like that small adaptation. It's like, okay, we know that they're going to be trying to destroy this trap and cause havoc on our mid play. We'll put a player in mid and then use the trap somewhere else just as a read. And that's the thing. You know that's the sort of stuff that Mike's has picked up while he was watching the game earlier.
Yeah, and it's just fantastic having those extra bodies ready to punish then onto Sender late round in mid as well. Just because of that early setup. And there's the setup change back to him. Exactly like you said, the trap where you'd expect to see it. This time, not worried that much about Vitality coming through to destroy it, and Cryo destroying them. A quick double. Of course, these opponents, no shields, but they have got some weapons. I mean, we're looking at a Marshal and 2 Sheriffs still remaining.
But this is the position that you expect Cryo to be in as well. Nice shot from Twistin. I think maybe going to be a little bit more passive from now on, swinging some of those angles, just because he's still a danger, even if he doesn't have any shields. Cryo, though, doesn't really have an awful lot to lose. Only the pistol available, and now for Twistin, it's an ace clutch needed.
With a Marshal as well. A pretty tough task, but he's already got 3. His HP down to a sliver, and that's all that Asuna needs. A swing, a pre-fire, and a wallbang with a Spectre. Don't see that every day. 8-6 we go, and 100 Thieves have the lead.
Yeah, still not a bad round. That's the thing. It's like, although Twiston obviously invested those extra credits to take down 3 players, even if only one of them had a pistol, that's really not bad whatsoever, causing some extra either rebuys or just basically playing this as less of a bonus. So definitely worth those extra finances. And now we get to see that purchase coming up from the side of Vitality. This is where you kind of expect the game to now swing slightly back into their favor after the advantage has been gained by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you see the fist bumps, you see the faces of Vitality. They lost the round, but spirits are high.
They've invested. 100 Thieves have gone. They've got an operator in onto Cryo, and they've also invested onto rifles onto every other player. Are you serious? Just going for a gliding shot through the window.
I'll tell you what, that's a first for me. I don't think I've seen anyone try that before. Cryo missing the shot, but he doesn't lose his life for his trouble sender. Has a couple more to worry about, but he's cleaning him up. A triple kill, that's the operator to finish it. And the A side, well, it's not theirs yet. There's still some trouble brewing, and this man responsible for an ace before inside of his Viper's pit. He's off to a good start with the first and the second spike on the floor.
What?
Stellar coming in with 3, and this round is back up for grabs.
Oh no!
On the Thieves side. A bit of a whiff, but Twiston on 20. This could be a second ace.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be for Stella. He's going to try and wrap around, reposition. He's taken a lot of damage, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to upgrade his gun. And you can see how tentative Vitality are being. I think realizing now that they moved away. In fact, even going to use the star to cover off the one unsafe angle. But this could be a free fight. Never mind. Twiston is expecting it. A little bit close for comfort, especially considering how well Sender did at the beginning. Stella matched him for a moment, but Vitality still took the round.
Started that round with the investment made from 100 Thieves. Is that a good result? Not so much. Cryo probably wants to get at least a kill there, so he's an orb away.
The funny thing is they would have had the Spectre anyway. So it's the one gun they didn't upgrade is what did all of the damage.
And see, that's the thing, is that you end up so heavily stacked against this one guy on the site. At that point, that's a disaster of a round, right? If it was the op picking them up and so on, sure. But the good thing is, the op didn't pick them up. Cryo didn't find anything, so he's still 2 orbs away from getting that tour de force. It means he won't be able to bolster their buy here, won't be able to help them out. There's no conversation about investing into this round. It's classics. A shorty coming into play for Derek. Everybody else, though, gonna be rocking this on a very poor buy, and I don't see them getting too much done.
Yeah, I like the Viper Wall just to try and make things a little bit more interesting with this push coming through.
Oh, stop it.
The problem is there's a lockdown in play. So that was the main sort of spanner in the works. I don't think the setup was a bad one from 100 Thieves. It's just that you can't really do anything when that lockdown's in play and you just don't have anything to play with. Now, for Sender, maybe he can get an ace here. We'll see.
A little bit less valuable than the one we saw before from Stellar. You know, that was on an eco against rifles. This is with rifles against an eco, but
an ace is an ace.
An ace is an ace, yeah.
The stats say the same. He's not getting one anyway.
And this one ain't happening. Only Asuna left, classic in hand, and yeah, even the debate about going down to the spike at this point. Someone pushes, sure, you'll be happy to punish and take their weapon out of their hands, but short of that, well, you know that swinging into long isn't going to give you a kill. And especially because they know they haven't damaged anyone really that's left alive.
Yeah, just go down to the spike, especially because some of the players on the other side are getting closer to ultimates. You don't want to give that kill to Destrian, and he comes into the next round with a Nightfall. Just not worth it. So I think the other thing as well is if you look at overall economy, there's a couple on the side of Vitality, but nearly every single one is online or very, very close to being that for 100 Thieves. So this could be almost a free round just based off that utility spam. So much more worthwhile than giving your opponents almost even footing.
Yeah, I think the lockdown especially, just fantastic usage in a round like that where you're worried about these players being up close. I was curious, though, about that double kill from the Nano Swarm. So obviously those players are running back. They planted it back. No assist came in.
I think it was someone trying to hide in the corner from the lockdown. Not the star they were looking for, though. I think that was Twiston actually using his Blade Storm, and he's just been domed over the top.
Well, to be fair, it's not the first time he's tried it, right?
But that was Derek that killed him. Look where Derek is. He must have been on site and saw him updraft.
If that's Asuna, I understand how he gets the kill, but yeah, for Derek to do that, that is a, well, that's a range.
Look, he's
kill.
even tagged by the knives. So he got hit by the knives and then shot him over the top. If we have a replay of that, I'd love to see it, because I think that must have been a nice shot from him.
I mean, he's been doing some crazy
he
stuff.
updrafted from the spawn with the knives.
We saw the updraft in the same position, right, where he tried to get through the window, dying from like A side into spawn. That's an unpredictable angle, I suppose. Although, yeah, he almost took Derek down on the other side. We're down to 45 seconds left in the round, and Vitality are now looking to up the pace. This is a blind push in, and a Hunter's Fury waiting for them. Good damage done. Some players tagged up. They know where Bang is, and they've got Center to deal with him. Great seize of the A side. And now they look for a little bit more. In fact, Center going right up into them, but Cryo's waiting.
Very good cover, important at that. Stella trying to get something, and it's Cryo once again. This operator in his hand, always devastating. And now Bone Cold, he's gonna try and buy himself a little bit of time. He still has that gravity well available, a stun as well. Gets the first shot, and bear in mind, Derek's still low from earlier in the round. Not hit initially, but again, a nice shot from Cryo. A little bit close for comfort, but as said, when this man gets on the defense, he is a danger, and he is going to give that 9th round to 100 Thieves.
Even just from regional play, but then you go to the international stage as well. I mean, it's got to be one of the best pickups that you could see. It's such an easy one. I guess it just comes down to who can afford him, right? At the end of the day, because look, all eyes were on him.
Nature, how much budget have we got? Yes, yes, we do.
Yes, we can afford him. I didn't tell you how much it is. We can afford him. But look,
guys, we got a new hoodie coming out. It's called the Cryo. I mean, what?
He's been such a pleasure to watch, and he always is. A player we've never really got too much contact time with on the server, but every time we do get to see him, my God, it is a pleasure. At 9-8, 100 Thieves back in the lead, just about. I mean, this has been, again, one of these games where these teams are so hard to separate. And on a map like Pearl, where we've seen Vitality already today play, you have to wonder, there must have been a close eye on them while they were going into that. And it puts a lot more pressure on you then to come into this second play of a map that your opponents have watched you play. What do you change? What little adjustments do you make? Like we saw from the trap in the pistol round. But doing that yourself now, making that pivot for Vitality is so much tougher.
Well, I think the other thing I want to sort of credit Vitality for in the last match, they had quite a few rounds like this where they were very, very close and they didn't manage to win them. They always won the next round.
Yes.
And that was the thing. I do think it's very early days, but I think Salah's going to be someone that we're going to start calling a timeout god, because genuinely it seems like he's very good at sort of breaking down, okay, we can fix this, we can change this, and just coming up with a quick plan to make something work on that attacking side. So we'll see what they've got for us here.
Well, you certainly expect something big from Vitality coming out of that pause. 9-8, 1 round between them. Economy looking healthy for 100 Thieves, and Cryo still going. All the kills are his. He had a 4K in the previous round, and well, there's the 5th in a row. Viper's Pit used to secure Belong, and the rotation of Cryo as he looks to find some picks elsewhere on the map. Vitality, they've got nothing for their early round contest. They still have plenty of utility left for the late round, though.
They've not been able to get anywhere near as much when it comes to those double doors as they did versus Heretics, and no matter where they peak, an early B site loss, it's versus Cryo. They then go peeking into Art. Well, there's Cryo as well, just causing so much havoc on this defensive side. Now, Sender has managed to creep his way out, but this is definitely something that 100 Thieves are aware of, and especially with the advantage they have, they don't need to fight it.
Yeah, see, Center might have decided to go towards water here, but the thing is he's got the spike. Yeah, I mean, for this guy to get any more aggressive, it's a huge risk when they're not looking to execute right off the back of it. If he goes down, big problems. But instead, it looks like he's selling this completely. You know, the rotation's coming in towards B. Even with the pit down, they're worried now about being split in from behind. And Vitality haven't yet fully decided where they're going. Bone Cold was the one trying to find space.
Do they
bring
just
these
save?
players from mid, but at this point, with 15 seconds left, yeah, I think they do.
10 seconds
I don't even know if they saw anyone other than Cryo.
No.
And they barely saw him. It's like by the time you've seen him, you're already dead.
Medusa.
And well, finally, they are going to spot someone else. Asuna trying to just do damage. At this point, it really doesn't matter. A nigh on flawless round. And yeah, it just seemed every single rotation that was made, you walked into the crosshair of Cryo, who, well, you spoke about 4 kills last round, 3 kills this round, and that's already the round over.
So this is the thing that I'm a little bit worried about. You know, looking at that previous game Vitality played up against Heretics, there were a lot of punishes off of Heretics aggression. There were a lot of issues where we had like advantages, but then they'd throw it away with over-aggression. 100 Thieves seem to have a much better read, a much more tamed side on both sides of the map so far. I'm also then looking at firepower, and it seems like they're matching up, if not besting. And Cryo especially now turning up. This is a terrifying prospect if you're a Vitality fan, down by 2 and one slip up away from basically giving up the map.
No, as I said, we don't have a lot of examples of them playing this map, but someone we do have quite a few examples of is Cryo. And that was one of the things that many teams struggled with, was just, okay, I'm going to throw all of my utility at him. And he's like, okay, well, he got 3 kills. I guess that's better than him getting 5. And it's just, it's so difficult to deal with him on the chamber. I think that's going to be one of the most interesting nerfs on this map, is just Cryo being nerfed, because I genuinely think he might be the best player in the world on this map. At least on chamber.
You might be right. You might be right. Maybe EA give him a run for his money. We'll see.
That could be every map.
Yeah, that's true. You have to just exploit him for the stats. Okay, a little push in, destruction of the trap. We've seen it before. Back the 100 Thieves, we've seen it plenty of times. But they're playing an extremely passive play across most of the map, except for B long. You know, that early aggression out of Cryo wasn't spotted, wasn't contested, so he's just going to hold the information while his teammates pick up the fights. Nice shock dart.
Yeah, this is just falling apart already. Stella seems to have more fun playing the Spectre than any other weapon. He's not going to be happy with the changes, but who knows? And just playing at distance versus these pistols, there's not really anything to come through. Bonecold's trying to lurk his way, but just look at where Bang's playing. Sat at the back of the site, he's almost welcoming them in to try and take the fight here. Has a teammate ready on the cross in case they go that far, and they're clearing angles towards Art, which is completely clear. It's just been given up by 100 Thieves. There's so little time left, and this fallback just means, okay, you can have that space now. We don't need it anymore.
They also needed to fall back because they left a spike in spawn with 30 seconds left. They make that adjustment. It leaves them with 15 on the clock as they move towards A, and there's still players waiting for them. In fact, the majority of the team, 3 towards this side. Their back is secure. The sprays are coming down. Nothing found, though. An offsite plant, beautiful. And that's going to allow them to at least set up for a post plant. Indeed, a very early lockdown in play. This will give them so much control and take away any of those positions that 100 Thieves were still holding on to.
It also removes time off the clock. That's where things can get sloppy. And just look at where Bonecold, he needs more than 1 kill here though. He needs to try and do as much damage as possible, and the trade is so quick. Didn't have utility left to play with them well already. It comes down to just Molzy. I think he still has his nade to play with, but he's not even going to get the chance to use it. A solid retake from 100 Thieves, and just a couple of rounds away from taking their opponent's map choice.
And of course, Vitality here, they come in with some weaker weapons. The next round is where we really look at them to show up. But the reality is, now notice 3 rounds in a row, Twiston's gone. First kill, that one was a shock dart through the smoke and an eco, so you know, it is what it is. The other 2, though, were attempts at aggression, attempts at unique aggression at times that got completely shut down. This man, coming into the next round, I don't want to see him fall right away. But it's not like he has much of a choice when he's constantly running into Cryo on the other side.
Yeah, it's definitely easier said than done. And that's the thing, it's sort of like the opposite to what we said in the last. So you obviously had basically him now taking a lot of that initiation. Sure, you still have yourself prowlers to use, but you don't necessarily have the drone, which is on the other side. So it's sort of like the positives and the negatives of, okay, we can use a drone, you're using Twiston. And it's just because of that, a lot of the time, Cryo's playing far enough away from a prowler that he can just ignore it and watch it sort of fizzle out on the other side as he just gets that opening pick and fades away, or he's gone before it even reaches him. So I definitely think that's something that just isolating him is going to be very difficult. But then you look at the way they fall back. They go, okay, we've got the openers, we've got the advantages. Now we're going to play so passive that all that utility you used just to try and clear those angles you thought we were on, you now can't use to clear any of the site. It's a very, very good game plan coming out from 100 Thieves on this defense.
Yeah, it really is. Thought through from every angle, and on the Vitality side, they've had one more chance now to think about how they want to approach this. It's pretty much their last chance. Let this one slip, and 100 Thieves take it. But remember, Pearl was Vitality's map pick. This then goes on to Fracture, a map that Vitality are no doubt comfortable on, but with 100 Thieves picking it and potentially going in with a 1-map advantage, that definitely isn't a good sign for the Vitality side. We need to see something from them here. Can't go out flat. And there it is, Twisted finally able to win one of those opening duels. He avoids going down early. It was with a disgusting wall bang.
But the thing is as well, it's Bang. It's someone who's been such a sublime anchor. Oh, that Prowler couldn't have come in any better time. Literally a split second later, and you've just lost. I think it would have been bone cold. You would have lost all of your smokes. Yep. That could have been a nightmare. But just a moment of brilliance from this attacking side. Looking to take that space. Still Stellar. Could be problematic. Getting aggressive. Going to spot out Bone Cold. It's a little bit labored though with the spray. That gives an opportunity here. A 5v3. Still a decent amount of finances. I wouldn't be surprised if 100 Thieves go for this.
They probably will, but Twistin, he's in a great position to catch them off guard as they're clearing the spawn. He's catching the kill. And a 5 versus 2 from it. An operator in the hands of Cryo. I agree with you here, Tom. It's quite likely we see the save, and the players are barely moving, looking only to punish an overextension from Vitality. It looks like this round is locked in favor of the attacking side, and it's no surprise that 100 Thieves decide on such a passive post-round play, considering the fact that, well, they're 11 to, well, now 11 to 9 up.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of chances, and they don't want to throw their economy away. Cryo on the way around the corners, caught by Bone Cold. And even though they decided to save, they've lost their most valuable gun already. And Derek's been spotted, the entire team moving towards him, and it's Bone Cold again to find that kill. 11 to 9. And a statement made by Vitality. They need to back it up in the next round, though.
Luckily, though, Cryo's going to have a tour de force and almost max credit, so
oh my.
I don't think it's going to change too much in terms of the finances, but yeah, I think that's at least something. The thing is, though, as you mentioned, like that opening kill from Twistin, I don't know how easy that's going to be to recreate, and that loses one huge element of the defensive side for 100 Thieves, and that is the fact that Bang is basically just a solo anchor. Like, he's able to just control, delay, and allow for the rotations of other teams while Cryo and everyone else is sort of rotating around the map. So that was probably the best player you could have killed early. Other than maybe Cryo.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't know if Cryo's died first so far in this game. I mean, that guy is... Yes, he died, yeah. Oh, he has been phenomenal. The 9 rounds on the board for Vitality. They look to push up to double digits, but a tough round ahead of them. Mainly the tour de force on Cryo. He's been so good with the operator in hand, and this weapon, it gives him a lot more versatility than what we see. The stuck-in-the-mud operator. Good Prowler, clears out quite a bit, and it's going to force some utility out of the other side. A miss out of Cryo. It looked like he wanted to get aggressive again, but he's decided against it.
Oh, Arsuna, though, is waiting. He's just going to be able to get rid of Bone Cold, and he's then utilized that Nightfall to actually find out where the majority are. They are stuck within art at the moment, not really having much space elsewhere on the map other than a 1 player in A main. That's a solid fragment, but Arsuna is able to dodge it.
Just about. I mean, he took some damage from it, but most of what we saw was the C's. So he's back up and at him, ready to fight into the late round. 100 Thieves maintain their advantage. The plant attempted. Cryo comes in onto Destrian. Asuna, adding up another angle for 100 Thieves, and there is just no way they're letting this one slip. Cryo, the man with the tour de force, comes out with 3 kills, and that is a map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, you always think about it like when people are like, oh yeah, they replace Will, it's an upgrade. You always go, oh, that's a little bit harsh. Come on, man. Will played pretty well. It's like, it's just because it's Cryo. Like, he genuinely is such a difference maker.
I don't think there's any players out there, or maybe Ye, that if you said, oh, they've replaced him with Cryo, that's an upgrade. I don't think many people are going to get offended.
Yeah.
So the response is, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe Dirk would be a little bit upset with that one, but...
my boy Derek, he's a humble guy. I doubt it.
12 to 9 though, and you can already see some vulnerabilities in the purchase. Twistin has been able to get the Blade Storm. Didn't have a massive amount of success last time out, and already after not spotting anything on B main early in the round, you can see Cryo's gone, already back around towards this A site. The rest of the players just rotating around him, putting the superstar in position. It's just like, cover me, I'm taking this spot.
Only the 1-up draft used this time. We'll see where the other is. I just know this guy is going to go for another nasty angle. Twisting with a Blade Storm. He's going to be the entry. He's going to be the drone for the team yet again. There's players waiting for him. The main one again being Cryo. He's in a good position now. That flash only barely caught him. The smoke, he's going to go through it. You know Cryo is. He might be waiting for some utility on the other side, but Twistin comes in.
Okay.
He gets ahead of the problem and deals with him. Good trade on backside. Derek caught spraying the wall. And with that, we may just have a plant. Some utility on its way, and that's a disaster. Malsey down, Snakebite on the spike as well. That's going to slow down the re-up. And with that, Vitality, they need a pick, and there it is. Asuna down, another angle is theirs.
Sender's actually sat within the poison orb. This is just grotesque. He's got a player right next to him who doesn't even know he's there. He used his own utility against him. And Vitality have made their way back to 10 rounds. A smart play on the fly that definitely had its risks about it, but it works out.
Oh yeah, he could have walked out of that looking real silly, but
one stray bullet hits that wall and he goes down.
Yeah, well, if the player decides to spray the wall beside him and see if anyone's there, boom, easy kill, free as can be. But look, in the end, it pays off, and sometimes you got to take those risks. Vitality now on double digits. 2 rounds in a row needed to push this to overtime. And again, this is their home ground. This is their map pick. Losing this would be devastating for the rest of the series.
Still an operator in play. Arsene has taken the hit, it seems, and just looking around the edge. He's going to be forced off. I think Destrian over the last few rounds has actually done very well to isolate him with the Prowlers. It's something that failed miserably for the first maybe 5 rounds of this half at least, and actually goes back for a little bit more.
That has to stop now, though. He'd already used his anchor. There's no way he could stay aggressive like that, and has to bail out. Hunter's Fury deployed. It's not going to get the lockdown.
Oh, what?
Through the smoke, he had no iota where that player was. A quick scope from Cryo, and Derek responding. They're right back into the round. 100 Thieves, not down and out yet. Destrian tagged desperately low. They've got some control, but they need to hold on to it. And with 2 players in towards the back of sight, this, if red, could be everything for 100 Thieves. He's inside the nade. Malcy's just gone crazy. I mean, this angle, the extra spot to play from now, they want to deal with him, but they're going to go pushing into 2 players, completely unaware, and the fights keep going Vitality's way. This is all but done in this round as Vitality hit 11. 1 more needed for overtime.
It looked like that drone was just going to give them everything they needed, but it seemed like at the last second it got destroyed, and because of it, and it just doesn't manage to get them that small little bit of info. And now 100 Thieves, they've taken a pause themselves. A moment to close out this map, take their opponent's choice, head over to Fracture with a huge advantage. Already the team that we sort of expect to be slightly ahead of Vitality in this series. Like, not only getting the first, the fact that he then runs out of the smoke as well. You almost, I imagine in Cryo said, he goes, what is he doing? What is he doing?
Man, like, you see the idea here from 100 Thieves, and I get the pause after this as well, because it's the sort of thing, if they approached it any other way, they'd probably get away with it. But you have 1v1 duels unfolding, and when that happens, usually we critique the team offering those, but it was sheer chaos. You had players swinging into nades to open up those angles. From Vitality, it just felt like they weren't willing to take those fights on conventional ground. They thrived in the chaos here, but they've got to do it again. Pushing to overtime after a pause from 100 Thieves. We know Vitality had been pretty good coming out of the timeouts. Now let's see what 100 Thieves can do.
Yeah, again, I don't think we're going to take away anything from Mike. So he is someone who's been, even before he was the head coach, he was normally the strategical coach as well. So it's not like he's going to be anyone who's short of a notepad. If we did get glances earlier, I'm sure someone has stolen that. Somehow managed to transcribe the small amount of pixels that they had on offer. But even still, 12 to 11. A chance of Vitality to bring this one back to OT, a couple in a row, and this is definitely the worst purchase we've seen. Still, Cryo's going to be aggressive, but this time, no operator.
That certainly doesn't seem to deter him, and it certainly won't affect the results. An opening duel, and it's twisting down. The man that so often has been the point man for Vitality. Now, they've left quite a decent bit of space for themselves. You see the position out of Sender. He's got his turret watching mid as well. At this point, they've lost a player. They've committed heavily on B-Long, but they haven't given up any control for it, really. It's a solid early round setup. Obviously, you're not going to be happy about losing the opening duel, but they've got a ton of options now. The thing is, they don't have the information to figure out which options are good, and that's where they're going to be lacking.
And Mosey's been spotted. So they know that your KO's out on long, and it's probably not going to be a lurk play, at least not the most common. And this actually starts to pull the rotation back in this direction. They need somebody to find them an entry kill here with the full force of 100 Thieves slowly making its way onto this side of the map. Now, Sender is still on that lurk, but they need a plant and they need to buy time if it's going to have any impact.
Well, the plant has been put down, but it's the buying time, right? 100 Thieves. This is exactly what they discussed as well. How do we get back in to that site? That's where the problem was last round. That's certainly what they've been thinking about, but the timing here for Sender is sublime. I mean, he's counted to 100 on the other side of the map. He's on his way, and these players in front, they're gonna cause a big distraction. That flash goes the wrong way, but Sender on the flank finding his kill. That now puts some pressure on the site players. They're looking all around, and Derek is picking up kill after kill. The flank from Sender has to close it. He'll stop the defuse. It's halfway, and it's being stuck or wall. Sender, 3 kills, and OT will be secured.
That was such a risk from Vitality. He was so far behind. The only thing that bought the time was that Nightfall. Just being able to delay them, even that few extra seconds was enough for Sender to get his way back through. The other thing as well, I think if Bone Cold doesn't manage to get one of those kills and deny the initial defusal, this could have all been over. But Sender, once again, so impactful throughout this series already, and we're only on map 1.
Confirming their OT. Really is difficult to separate these two teams, and Vitality getting fired up. This map.
He needs, like, you know the people who have glasses and have the little like strap around the back to hold them in. He needs that for his headphones, like just to tape them on.
Go under the like a chin strap on it as well.
Oh, that would look really cool. Like, someone should design one of those.
Yeah, it's like an American football helmet.
You don't wear a chin strap on your headphones? Are you even a pro gamer?
Oh, it's like one of the safety straps on the Nintendo Wii. No one ever used those, did they? I saw people break their TV, though.
You saw them? Oh, you did?
It was me. Oh, we're 12-12 and 100 Thieves. Pulling out that operator in the overtime. Twiston's done exactly the same. Now, Cryo, the impact he's had has been unbelievable. A tough angle to clear here, but he's checking for it. And Bone Cold didn't stand a chance.
Destrian now getting aggressive. That's the thing. They need to try and find a response, and they need to try and find it fairly soon. Seems like might be trying to fake them out a little bit with some of the utility that's being thrown. Instead, the Prowler's still going to be used, and we'll catch him.
The confirmation of information they already had. Destrian has to hold strong. 1 kill to his name. He's sticking around in the smoke, the snake bite, and he's forced way back. Okay, some control, but they pay for it with a player. 4 versus 4. Nade to the right side. Malsey can now, in theory, focus in towards long, and the site push itself, and that's where Bang was on his way. Derek there too, a seize and a spray to come in. They're trying to counter spam, and it's there for Malsey. A wall bang onto Derek, and the advantage now for Vitality, even more coming through, and it's a massive amount of damage done.
Oh, he's actually digged up Cryo as well. What a shot coming out of Malsey, and the trade's coming back and forth. It's left on to Stella. He's definitely had his moments in this game so far. 1 versus 2. Operator for Twiston as the swing comes out and the shot's not connected. They need to try and find something here, as he hasn't been able to get anything done just yet. The spam trying to get the move, and he gets both! What is that from Stella?
The amount of wall bangs we've seen so far, but that one definitely takes the cake. This guy, between the ace and that play right there, he is the heartbeat of 100 Thieves.
That's unbelievable.
What an incredible round, man. Nobody saw anyone.
It's also just the confidence here not to swing. Because that's the thing. Yeah, they could have just been sticking that the whole time with Twiston holding on the operator, and he's just confident in that lineup, in his position onto the spike, that he will get those kills. That, well, that's a man who believes in himself, I'll tell you that much, because I would have been swinging right around that corner.
If ever there was a play that will break your momentum, break your morale, that might just be it. And Cryo follows it up with some more of the same. Twiston down right away on this attack side, running into the operator of Cryo, who has bailed out, finally using his TP. Some sprays doing good damage. Nade, it's gonna kill him, but he's out! He's ran into them, and at least found a kill for what should have been a death sentence.
Yeah, that's a decent trade, in all honesty. Keeps them with that man advantage. On the other side of things, the attackers slowly trying to make their way in towards this A side. They know where Stella is, but dealing with him is another story altogether. Nanoswarm will at least delay the rotation of Cryo for the moment, but still not going to be the easiest thing to clear him. The spam's not working out on either side, and Cryo instead has given them a further advantage.
You can figure them out, you can realize where they're standing, but when you swing Cryo, man, you go down time and time again. We've seen it. Bone Cold has to clutch it out. A 1v3, the spike down, the op still waiting passively. And even a teammate there to swing on the back of it. It's Cryo that drops. Bone Cold with the advantage now. He'll grab the spike and try to swing around the back of the site, but there's only 10 seconds left. Getting that spike planted seems impossible. They'll use their utility, they'll swing, and they'll take him down. 14-12. It took an overtime, but 100 Thieves have their opponent's map pick.
What a first map we've had. What a first map we've had. We always talk about these EMEA versus NA games, and map 1 hits overtime in crazy fashion. Vitality showing they have the strength to bring things back from a deficit, but more importantly, that clutch potential on the side of 100 Thieves is off the chains. Map 1 of the series was an absolute banger, and I don't know, Mitch, we potentially got 2 more.
I think we got a lot of the same things that we praised out of Vitality here, but we are just seeing a different caliber of opponent, one that's able to fight with them pound for pound, that has those protocols here on Pearl. It was a bigger challenge, it was a close result, but ultimately, 100 Thieves' home ground is up next.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's still a solid map for their opponents. Don't get me wrong, I think Vitality are definitely going to be able to play on this one, but that was such a strong performance from either side, and what a map. Just so enjoyable.
What a pleasure to watch, and it's not over just yet. Of course, at BO3, the next map up is Fracture. Let's toss it over to the analyst desk to hear more about it.
I honestly just want to make sure that you're doing okay. Are you all right?
I am all right. Those last 3 rounds were insane. What do you expect me to do?
Yeah.
Sender getting the clutch, then Stellar getting the clutch. I grabbed Sleeky, and I said,
getting
on
clutch,
the 2v1, on the 2v1, I said, Stellar's winning this.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything they're delivering though, right? This is everything that we wanted to see.
By far, for me, the most enjoyable map of the tournament. That was crazy. It was so back and forward. There's so many just big individuals stepping up when they needed to. Sender at 11-12 with the luck. There's so many luck. Stellar's clutch. Molesy had loads of good rounds. It was great. And just Cryo, just multiple free Ks like back after back. I think I saw 4 free Ks at least. I wasn't counting, but it was crazy. Yeah, what a sick map, honestly. This is delivering at the moment.
I am so excited for what we saw. The performance that we saw from Cryo, especially on the defense. Of course, we had questions towards the attack, and I think that we saw very interesting pieces. But on the defense, it was exactly what we expected it to be. Cryo just was everywhere on the map. He got 1 kill, then he swapped to another angle. He was just going even deeper. It's just insane to see him like this.
Yeah, I think Vitality really thought Cryo was everywhere this map, getting picked all over the place. Even in rounds, going from A, B, C, everywhere. Even C, even this map, like Cryo was literally everywhere. It was a nightmare for Team Vitality. Yeah, exactly. C for Cryo. But no, obviously, and Stellar as well, with the IGL controller stepping up with some big rounds, obviously at the start of the game as well, with the Viper ult, and even recently with that clutch, like the double wall bang, like crazy scenes.
I mean, this kind of just goes to show how good both teams are. That it came down like this close. Like you could never tell which team was going to win the round, it feels like.
Yeah, completely. Sleeky, you were talking about the pistol rounds, and both of them went for 100 Thieves. Just imagine how it would have been, like how different this would have looked if even Vitality got 1 of them.
I mean, 15-3 on pistols so far in this tournament. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, they're crazy good at pistols. I was impressed by the Sova on defense and just how many setups they had. You two mentioned the Cryo was just everywhere. It looked like it was hard in terms of if I'm Vitality, just where is this guy? And obviously it's chamber pre-nerf, and they were just abusing it to the maximum, and that's kind of how you play it. That's why it's a nightmare. That's why it's getting nerfed. It was nuts. I mean, look at that. That's madness. 6 first kills as well. And again, just 100 Thieves had so many setups, very prepped in terms of, I saw like 4 different agents playing B at one point and then just switching it around. So yeah, you never knew where Cryo was going to be. And even in the retakes, normally quite like chamber on a retake with an op, normally pretty hard. Somehow he's getting 3 Ks.
Yeah, literally. See here, Stellar, 16 kills. I don't believe that's right for a second. The amount of impact this guy was having in the rounds, I think every single kill, he won the round for his team. Had so many big moments.
He got a 1v3, he got an ace, like he got a little bit of everything. And on the side of Vitality, I would like to talk a little bit about Twiston, because on the defense, he was delivering a lot. It was when it came to the attack that he was a literal hit or miss.
I mean, let's take a look at that ace again from Stellar, because that felt like it happened ages ago. Like, I cannot believe that this happened, Kakuka, in this map.
Yeah, it's important because we were talking about, you know, all these ultimates coming onto place and the impact that the Viper wall has on the attack and how annoying it's going to be to work around it. The fact that Twistin gets the first one and he knows he doesn't have to dash, so he's going to die anyway. Might as well just go with the shorty. But the impressive thing is, like, after the plant, know that you're inside that Viper smoke. I think that this is going to be Sender using his ultimate and forcing them all around. But even with that, it looked like 100 Thieves had everything under control. They knew exactly the kind of spacing and pacing that they were taking to get out of the ult. Who had to leave the latest? And just with the C's and that snake bite, Stella gets 2 kills, and they already know that it's impossible that even with the Astra ult, they lose a round.
It was such a nice round to watch. It was an absolute pleasure. All the util was really good. Even the Viper wall at the beginning, just making sure they're propping up at the right time, so it delayed them enough to actually be able to use the util. Then they're just slowly ticking down damage when they're in the Viper wall. It was nice.
It was similar to a round we saw actually earlier in the tournament. Again, Killjoy ult coming in into the Viper spit, forcing teams back, and like I said, the coordination there with Asuna and Sella to get the C's, get the molly down, just like ruins their day.
I think that was actually the Vitality game, right? Earlier we saw.
Yeah, actually, I think,
yeah, as well. You guys have spoken a lot about Cryo as well, and I think we should look a little bit deeper on just how he managed Echoes to have such big impact. And I know there's a round that you wanted to revisit.
Yeah, of course, there's a round here coming up, hopefully on the VT, but where Cryo starts on the B bomb site, gets a pick, rotates down into middle, gets a pick, then finishes the round on A and gets a pick. This, for any aspiring young AWP out here, should be looking at this round. This is like a clinical round from Cryo. Just like repositioning, keeping the opponents guessing, especially even here. Vitality pivot pretty quickly away from B to go towards middle, and again, they're met with Cryo. And it just, like, it makes the round so hard for IGLs and even just teams in general to, like, have their game plan, have their style. When you just peek around the corner and Cryo's there waiting for you.
Yeah, and this was in the same round, like he was doing that over and over again.
You know, it's like information has its own expiration date, and with Cryo, it's literally always on the limit. You're like, okay, I know that he's here, but he's literally going to be here for the next 2 seconds, and then everything that I invested into, even if it's just taking a player down, is lost in the round with him.
Yeah, it was, again, for me, prime example of why Chamber's going to get nerfed. It was literally just the fast rotate. It was everything's moving away from the trip, everything that they were not going to see again. The thing that was interesting to see as well was I felt the Sova was pretty good. There's some good rounds. They kind of didn't use it how I thought they were going to use it. They used it more over towards B. But again, getting that information and just helping Cryo actually get to these angles, so they know how far he can go. They know that he can get to these angles and actually just set them up well. So double initiator really helps with just making sure you can enable the chamber.
As well as that, the Sova, the ult rounds are very interesting, something we don't see common on this map. The lines that Derek was taking were very interesting. Maybe not guaranteeing the kills, but always creating space for his teammate, clearing their angles, all this kind of stuff, making their splits, and even like on the defense, in CT spawn, ready to get like a perfect angle, the people coming in through Art, I believe it's called. There's crazy damage there just for free.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of lineup in terms of the ults, a lot of ult potential. I hadn't really looked into the ult potential on this map. It looked really nice, and even shock dart damage, right? You saw them going through doors with the shock darts when they're smoking there. So all the kind of util, the whole kit looked really good from the Sova. So I'm excited next year. I think we could see loads of Sova on this map.
Do you feel like 100 Thieves are stronger than they were from we saw, just a couple months ago back at Champions?
Yes. That's the short answer, but yeah, it has to be. It's the dominance also that they showed on the server. Even when things were getting hard and Vitality was coming back, they did adapt on the fly. They did what we expect them to do, and to read in onto them, how are you going to counter that? And we didn't see a player, not only having a bad performance itself, but actually bringing the rest of the team down.
Exactly, bringing Cryo in, I think it's hard to debate if they're going to be better or not. The guys have dropped 31 kills here, and like, he's here performing, showing, listen, people going, oh, it's a bit hard for, obviously Will played brilliant at Champions, and then they're still going through the decision. I think Cryo showing here, like, where it was the right one to make.
I mean, a lot of people said that maybe him diffing Durka was a one-time thing, bit of a fluke. I don't think so. I think maybe Durka's probably not wanting to play against 100 Thieves right now, because he's going to get dipped for a while, I think, going into the future. But before we head to Fracture, we're going to throw this down into the crowd for a special interview with Meg and the legendary Mrs. G.
Ooh.
Valorant, the game that brings everybody together. And this time, if you're not on TikTok and looking at Meg's content, what are you doing? She's actually here today as well, joined by her lovely mother. So first of all, introduce yourself, ladies.
Hello, my name is Meg. I'm also known as Meg Sounds Like Egg. And yeah, having the best time at this event. It's so much fun. And I brought my mum with me.
Hello, my name is Sam, but Mrs. G is Meg's given me as a name for playing Valorant. And I'm loving it here so much. It's just great. The atmosphere is fantastic. The people are welcoming. welcoming. It's so exciting. Really enjoying it more than I thought I would.
Even though she hasn't got a clue what's going on.
I haven't got a clue what's going on. I don't know who's dead, who's fighting, but I'm still really enjoying it. I'm going to get there. By the end of tomorrow, I'm going to know exactly what's going on.
I absolutely believe it, but I've seen some of your clips on TikTok. You play some Valorant. What got you into it?
Well, Meg said to me, Mum, can I show you how to play it online, streaming it? And I said, yeah, okay. And I really enjoyed it, even though I was absolutely awful at it. And people kind of enjoyed watching it, so we just carried on, didn't we? And it's great.
I think my mum's a big personality, and I know a lot of people get into gaming and their parents maybe don't necessarily understand it or agree with it. So I really wanted to bring my mum along, who's super goofy, and just get her to play it. Knew she'd be awful, but she's on her way to Radiant. But yeah, I just wanted to show people that you can enjoy it with your parents and how fun it is to like have gaming as a common ground together.
That's actually quite an interesting point in terms of maybe parents not being super supportive. So, you know, you as a parent, what would you say to those children? How do you think they could maybe bridge that gap?
Well, do you know what the thing is? My job is I actually am a mental health consultant in education, so I train schools in how to support mental health for children, and everybody goes, oh, computer gaming is really bad. I'm going, you are joking me. The research says it's phenomenal for your well-being. It's a fantastic thing to do. Do it with your kids, and their careers are going to be in the future. You are disadvantaging them by not letting them play it. You've got to get with the program. Just because we don't understand it doesn't mean it's not happening. So just relax and let them be brilliant. Let them do whatever their potential is.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you as well for bringing your mother. Thank you guys for being here. You guys heard it. Stay with the program.
I love Mrs. G because my Asian mom could never, honestly. Like, that took a lot of persuading. But I don't know if you guys see Mrs. G play, but she's actually great. I love her. And she shuts down the haters, like the toxic people in games so well. It's amazing.
She's so iconic. It's such a huge shout out. I don't know who I like more, is it Meg or her mom. Thank you very much for coming and sharing that experience. And, you know, sharing that, you know, gaming is not a bad thing and it should make us all more united.
Yeah, what a legend. Honestly, a definite shout out to all the parents out there, because my parents were pretty, they were very supportive of it all, and they kind of understood it, or at least tried to understand it to the best level. So it's very nice to have that support, and yeah, it's a good message.
Yeah, great message as well. Like I said, my mum was supportive, thankfully. She was very scared, obviously, like I'm meeting strangers on the internet, going down to London, all this stuff on my own as like a 17-year-old. So it's very scary. I understand it from a parent's perspective, but the benefits are amazing. You get to meet people from all around the world, be friends with them, and yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna be throwing this video to my mum as well. Be like, look what Mrs. G said. You know, we got this. But we actually have another interview for you guys, and this time is with the super fans of Team Vitality in the crowd.
We're joined here by some of the Vitality fans that you guys might have already seen on some of the cameras. I know, Kakuka, you've been wanting to hear a bit more from them, so I'm giving you what you want, girl. I got you. First of all, welcome, bonsoir, ça va? And how are you feeling after you just lost the first map?
It's, I'm good, I'm stressed, I'm very stressed. This game is so hard for my health, but I like my team, I trust them, they win.
You guys, are you from Manchester? Did you travel in from France?
Yes, you come to the plane yesterday, and it's okay.
Are you happy to be here? How are you finding the event in general?
Yes, very happy. It's okay.
So you guys are really loud, and you just lost first map, so are you nervous? Because next map, if that's a loss, then unfortunately you're out.
No, I don't understand.
Est-ce que t'es nerveux?
Yes, a little, but Fracture is a good map for Vitality. They win, and I trust my team, so I believe in.
Okay. Good. Do you trust your team? Are you nervous?
Yes, all time. It's okay. I love Bon Code. It's my man. Yes.
Okay, so before we close out the interview, do you want to do a chant for Vitality? Okay, go for it.
Let's go, Vita!
Let's go!
Okay, you guys heard it here first. Vitality, good luck to you next.
Honestly, I love them. They give me the same
I love
energy
them.
like Mitch does when he sees Enzo play. I feel like it's the same thing. Yeah, but it is so nice that they've traveled all the way here to Manchester just to support Vitality. And how good would it be, Echoes, if they could take map 2?
Oh, it'd be amazing. Obviously, for all of us EMEA fans out here, you know, be amazing just for them too as well. Like a little, come on guys, Bone Cold, see them in the crowd, they're cheering on for you. Give it that extra little bit more for them too.
I just want someone to love me like that. So of course, we need Fracture to go. I'm okay. We need Fracture to go on the side of Vitality. We need at least map 3, just because of how entertaining map 1 has been. I want to see these teams go into distance.
I mean, Sliggy, we were talking about Fracture a little bit earlier, you know, off air, and you weren't super confident about Vitality's Fracture.
Yeah, I know you guys are kind of like building up the third map, but honestly, I think this is done. I'm going to go out there. We've got double Neon. Again, I'm not calling out Mosey, but again, it's just the time thing. I just don't think he looks super comfortable from what I've seen. Maybe it will look different. But yeah, I'm not very confident.
Oh, well, let's take a look at the agent select this time and see what we're going to be going. I bet it's going to give Sliggy a telling off. In the meantime, Fracture, we've seen them play here. Both teams play here already. Like you said, Sliggy, there was a Neon on both sides, but for Vitality, it wasn't their best map, let's say, in this tournament so far.
Yeah, but again, I think that, you know, it was a go against Cloud9. Again, I think that they were very tired, that they did not expect it to go their way, but maybe it could just be a sign that this map is not that ready. Obviously, 100 Thieves saw the weakness there, and they were like, yeah, we're going to take advantage of it. So I am just sorry for Sender, because Cry is on the house, and he's not going to leave.
I mean, we'll see what happens. But of course,
okay.
Arsenal has just thrown a spanner into the works there. It's going to be a raise coming in.
Yeah, very interesting. Again, Vitality chose to pick attack on this side, so obviously coming in with the Neon, going to have the flashing, the dashing, always madness is going to be going on. So I think it's going to be a very eventful start. So maybe Yasuna can lock it down with the raise, maybe the Omen as well. I think is something that is very underrated versus a Neon. You know, dashing into the A main, countering with the paranoia. I think that's something that is a big, you know, debate that's going to be on into this game.
So yeah, the Omen's really good for that. Basically, FPX kind of started this, but the Omen's really good for just holding A main. That one way is just the main thing about it. The one way just helps so much. We might see the boom bot behind it, so it's going to be very hard for Vitality to take A main control. Yeah, maybe the Neon will be able to beat some of the util, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think that Asuna wasn't having the best performance, the best entries when he was playing on the attack with Neon, so maybe the Rays give you a little bit of both worlds. You have the mobility, but you also have some extra utility to combine with your Breach.
Well, the home crowd, they're behind Vitality right now, and they have to win this map if they want to stay in this tournament. Over to you, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Map number 2, Tom. It's time to kick it off. And, well, I think it's fair to say the pressure's on Vitality, but after such a close scoreline, we don't exactly expect this to be a blowout either way.
No, I expect it to be a close map. Obviously, you're still going to lean into the favor of 100 Thieves, as we've done throughout the entirety of this series. We think they are the ones that are looking most likely to take this, but even still, I think to doubt Vitality, especially with the brains that are on their squad, they're definitely going to sort of made their adaptations going into this matchup and have a little bit more, well, I say a little bit, a very slight more amount of tape to sort of look through. And even then, we've seen those adaptations coming out from 100 Thieves.
This pistol round here, well, we certainly had, as you said, some interesting adaptations in the previous one. This time around, we're looking at a bit of a main control for 100 Thieves. Boombot going through. It's not spotting anyone just yet, and it won't. Vitality avoiding giving any early information, and they'll look to crunch in late, but it's not like 100 Thieves have completely abandoned this position. In fact, after spotting nothing, they've bolstered it down. 4 players here, and that's off the back of the aggression coming out of Cryo. Great information play from him. The rest of the team needs to follow it up with the duels.
I'm surprised Sender manages to get away with that, and well, he doesn't for long. The defense are going to kick things off with an advantage, and the position from Cryo is fantastic. Still only going to be 1, and it does give a path back, but the rotation's much, much faster from that defense. Already a smoke down as well to slow them.
Yeah, they had 2 players closer to the spawn just to allow these quicker rotations on contact. They know their timing. They've ran this down a million times on the server, and you can see it. 100 Thieves looking clean in this pistol. The threat is twisted, and he's dealt with quickly. 1-0, and another pistol round under 100 Thieves' belt.
Yeah, they've been very good at getting off to these strong starts on the map, and I think, again, just having a fantastic read on the situation, being able to get back into control, taking that deep positioning off the back of Cryo as well. That's a solid thing for them here as well. Starting on that defense, I think, almost plays into their strengths. Like, Cryo, we saw it. He was so good when it came to the defensive side of the last map, being able to push aggressively and just try and escape back out of there. Having that to start the game is something that Vitality really need to shut down early.
Yeah, this isn't going to be the round to do that, though. Classics across the board, except for two little sheriffs coming on through. A headhunter as well in play for Sender. So you can see there's some dueling opportunities. But for the most part, it's 100 Thieves that had the advantage. Now, they're playing just the one rifle. It's on Cryo this time around. Everyone else on the Spectres. Now, we said you don't get to see too much of the Spectre. Now it's kind of fallen out a little bit. We've even seen a resurgence of the Stinger. But 100 Thieves liking it for the defense in round number 2.
Yeah, I think after the last map, they're probably liking it even more. Because Stella was
Soon
using
got a wall bang as well.
Yeah, Stella was using it in buy rounds, so I don't think they have any distaste for that gun just yet. Nonetheless, though, sort of feeling out the map a little bit more, Vitality. Like maybe trying to spot a few tendencies in this low buy round. Of course, a lot of the time, opponents are going to play this one a little bit more differently, but you can see almost trying to give an opportunity to Sender, and okay, he does a little bit of damage, but ultimately that's one of the danger weapons gone.
Yeah, Headhunter down and out. And the push towards the site, you know, there's some decent damage going down. Bang was in a bit of trouble, and sure, he'll fall in the end. But we need to see more from Vitality before we get excited about this round. And look, a plant is something, but that's all they're going to get here. A shutdown afterwards, 100 Thieves clocking up that second.
Yeah, very, very clean second round, and keeping the rifle in play, the most important thing. So it's still going to be a little bit of extra to try and throw in onto damage. Not really anything crazy in terms of ults. No, I think Cryo was the closest, but still being a few away is not going to really change too much.
Well, he's 3 away, right? They can start to, especially on a map like Fracture, contemplate dropping that rifle over and even investing a little extra if they want to. But more than likely, he'll keep the rifle to try and farm up more of those orbs. But we could quickly see a tour de force come into this round and flip things completely. So the investment could be a little bit more here from them, especially with one player having died. They might come in with 2 Vandals and just work for that tour de force afterwards. But it looks like instead, Bang's going to be rocking in with the Sheriff. So onus on Cryo to do some damage and farm some orbs.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. 4 orbs, of course, when it comes to this map. So opportunities. He's been spotted out, though, and well, no escape available. Sender going to shut him out, and well, now that's the rifle. And technically he did collect an orb, but it was from a bullet to the head.
Now the thing is, that rifle on the floor, it might be retrievable late round for 100 Thieves, but for now they've been well and truly denied it. And with control fading away towards drop and a push maybe to come in any second now, remember, you know, with Cryo down, that trap inside of A main isn't doing a whole lot. This could very easily be an A-site crunch coming out of Vitality, and 100 Thieves will be none the wiser. And for that, I expected more aggression. I saw players move towards B main, but no, that's not where the duels come down. Eventually, they are going to go all the way around, underneath, and into B main again, pushing up behind. You've got the trap there, though, from Vitality. They've got some control still to work with. A push coming out of Asuna is caught, and they know the players are behind after that trap went off. Great control for Vitality, and can we look at Sender real quick? He's making a bit of a brave play in the late round. He's on the ropes, quite literally.
Just shifting his way across very slowly, but it does mean he has a decent flank. May not necessarily be needed, although Stella finding another one onto Twistin. This does start to become a little bit costly. Remember, this is more of a bonus round, and you still have yourself that rifle now onto Stella being retrieved. He might just want to hold it into the next round, but it looks like he's going to try and make things costly instead.
Good positions from Vitality, good safety nets to work with as well on the main control, and at this point you have to think off utility alone. This round is over. You can see Stellar trying to work something else, but short of finding these kills immediately, this is a foregone conclusion. And he is going to fall. Another rifle lost, and no punish out of that spike explosion. The rest of the team way too far away.
The thing is, though, there's still a comfortable buy coming up in the next round for 100 Thieves. 3 players dropped. Really not a bad round at all, especially when you consider that you lost your rifle at the very beginning. Like, that was the first player to die, so the rest was all SMGs. I'm also, the thing that's really intriguing, if you compare this map to the last map was Twistin being raw aggression. Like his goal was basically, I have to push into the site, I have to take those early fights, my teammates will trade. Now he's more in that trade position, and Molesey's the one who's taking over in that role as he's moved on to the KO. So very different dynamic, and might be a little bit tougher for him individually.
Well, this fourth round, finally we get to see the brunt of both sides. Rifles across the board, some ultis coming online, and the initial dual bang spots them taking some control. They haven't given it up completely though. Stellar's still in a good spot. That ultimate though completely cancelling out his utility. Instead he goes forward, rifle in hand, finds one over on the side of Bang, but with Stellar falling, we're right back into an awkward spot for 100 Thieves. They don't have site control, but they're quickly behind them in towards B main, and now, well, I guess it's Vitality that are getting pincered.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, that takes Bone Cold out. So that means you're not going to have that after plant position, you're not going to have the grav well available, and you almost need somebody to find a frag here. Their crossfire is almost isolated as well, and they haven't even been able to get themselves into the after plant to begin with. They had to sort of deny going for the plant, and because of that, I don't see any way of them getting back into position. They got nothing to hold on to that cross. They just need Molzy to hit pretty much every single headshot. They're playing on an elevated angle for a second. He almost made that work. 45 health left for Cryo. But 100 Thieves will convert.
And those tags, I mean, that was the top side of his chest he was hitting there. That was really close to the headshot on the adjustment. A nice try, but it's not good enough. 100 Thieves running away with the start of this map. And you can see for Vitality, again, there's ideas from 100 Thieves to deal with these initial plans. They're trying to move towards the site. The flank is in almost immediately. We need to see 100 Thieves continue this pace. Their defense is looking fantastic, and the money is now in their hands. I don't want to see them lose very much in this round, and they're even going to commit the Tour de Force. You know, up against this kind of a buy, it might be overkill, but it means he gets to build up those credits coming into the next.
Yeah, I am looking at ults on the other side, though. A single orb will get Tour de Force online for Sender as well. Make that a 1-for-1. You've also got Neon. Well, you did have Neon's ult. It's completely gone. Not going to have the overdrive for this round. It wouldn't have been a bad one to throw it in. Bone Cold's luck position also being cleared. Very methodical from 100 Thieves in these rounds. And Sender just comes gliding over the top of the site, trying something incredibly audacious. They're making this look very, very easy on the 100 Thieves side. Only one player remaining, and Stellar continuing his run of form with the Spectre.
That's about a perfect anti-eco. I mean, probably the one thing they're going to hate themselves for is using that Tour de Force, but better safe than sorry, really, to get that man into a position early on. The eco's been dealt with, and I think it was just a standard enough. They covered all their bases. This was Vitality hoping they could, again, push and pull the map. They'd seen two players inside of A main, thought, well, there's no one dish, maybe this is unaccounted for, and it wasn't. It was being spotted the entire time. They've got to feel good about themselves. You know, when your opponents play into your hand like that, it just feels like nothing can go wrong. And I think we've got a pause coming out of that one.
Yeah, just going to be a timeout coming through from Vitality. Been a little bit of a slower start, and you can see Stellar again just getting that little bit more animated, trying to give his team maybe the extra boost they need. It's always tough, especially coming off the back of a loss in a 14-12. Like that's always going to be very difficult. Feels like a map you could have won, your map choice as well, and then getting off to a slower start. The thing is, a lot of maps so far we've seen throughout this tournament, Vitality haven't been taking those pistol rounds, so they've been quite good at dealing with these slow starts, but I just feel like you've got to get that mental spot back in check. You need players like Molzy to really sort of step up to the plate, start getting you some of those openers, because right now they're kind of getting shut out of this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fact that 100 Thieves are having this early launch into each half, this lead that then has to be fought back. Sure, like you said, Vitality have been good at recovering into that in the Heretics game and even in the previous map, but the reality is eventually that's going to catch up to you, and that scoreline is going to get, well, a lot more one-sided if the pistols keep going into your opponent's hands. For now, pistols out of the question. It's round number 6, and we're going to have 100 Thieves up against another full buy. The Tour de Force we talked about earlier, now, well, not online for a second, but it'll be back in just a moment.
Find you.
Early information fought for. Cryo again, this is just where he causes issues. It's a position they almost have to be ready for. The Prowler's only going to do so much, and actually an uncharacteristic miss. Not going to be finding that opener, but even still the information's there. Prowler once more is going to clear out the position of Bang. But again, the main issue they had last time, they got onto the site, they never got into the after plant, and they lost Bone Cold.
And there's a danger here for a drop play to come in on a flank. They're watching for it every so often, and Cryo managing to pick up a kill. Sender stuck down below, no ult to play with, manages to recover a rifle now. He saw Derek jump peek around, wasn't able to react in time, and the advantage sits with the defenders. The spike now dropped in the open. And although Stellar falls, the nade kill that he got a moment ago keeps numbers in their favor, and he's still alive. Can be rezzed. Vitality, well, they look to hold out for it. A flashbang ready on the reaction. It doesn't look like it's going to be used just yet. Eventually, Stellar goes down, the time ticking away, but 100 Thieves were happy to sacrifice him for the man advantage.
It seems like they had different ideas on the Vitality side, one going forward, the other going back, and actually making a little bit of noise around that angle. KO Knife's going to give it away as well. Bang's position is known, but they've only got 10 seconds, so they need to get a kill. And actually the stun through from Derek has bought enough time. This round is already over, and again, a stellar hold from 100 Thieves. The thing is that this is now the same problem that I think was actually mentioned on the desk by Sliggy. It's like, okay, a lot of the time you can kind of use even like a Sage wall, if you have Sage in this scenario, to get yourself in towards the site and get into that after plan. Otherwise, it can be a struggle and almost feel like you're running into a brick wall. That's the second time now the 100 Thieves have been able to deny the plan, and then Vitality have no plan. There's nothing else they can do. And
the patience here for 100 Thieves, we never see them, since probably like the 6th or 7th round on Pearl, you haven't seen the chaos leave them scattered. In that moment right there, they don't overextend, even in the 3v2, the 4v2 when they had a player knocked, and they don't try to get him back up. Knowing you're up against a KO and their smoke's up, a flash could be coming through at any moment, they decide, all right, we're gonna let you die, unfortunately. You've done your job. And they close out that 3v2 perfectly. Again, waiting for that point man, whoever is the contact player in a set play, everyone else waits for that contact to come through. You don't see these crazy swings. And thinking back to the Heretics game earlier, that was really where Vitality were able to claw their way back into rounds where they had the disadvantage. It was overextensions, it was re-peaks, and it's just not happening here from 100 Thieves.
I also want to say, in those B-side takes, both times, Bone Cold is the first one to die, which just can't happen.
Oh no. Oh no!
Oh, this is... Ugh. Sub Rosa, is that you? You made it into the server after all. It definitely didn't work out.
There's no need.
Straight into the floor he goes, and well, I guess Asuna still gets the kill with the nade. How is this round that's working out? The aggression of 100 Thieves has failed miserably.
Hold on, how is the round where they showstopper themselves the one that's working out? I think for 100 Thieves, you know, there were a couple mistakes, a few, but the pistols have answered up.
Yeah, it was the 2 kills afterwards that put the round to bed, surprisingly. And actually, Asuna's still alive, so he actually didn't have any real problems other than a bit of damage to himself. Bone Cold this time lurking in the back lines, and there we go. He got there in the end.
Well, it looks like they will be cleaning this one up. And look, it's a hiccup for 100 Thieves. That's definitely one of the rounds. A position catches them off guard, the panic ensues, and like we said, the chaos had been very well handled by them so far. This time, not so much. But you can have these hiccups every so often. At the end of the day, we can chalk it up to a flash in the pan from Vitality. They've got to show us that consistency. And on Fracture, it's definitely looked like 100 Thieves' home turf. Just been dominating these duels. And it's Cryo especially. You know, as the rounds go on, you're not going to get rounds where you can deal with them that quickly. I would say too often, you're not really going to get them at all based on what we've seen. 1 or 2 a map at best.
Well, the thing is as well, I will say the timing of this round was a little bit odd from 100 Thieves. Like, you're going up against an eco. Like, maybe this wanted to be like, we want to crush them, like, ruin their mentality, and, like, get up in their face. I just don't think it's worth the risk in this scenario. Like, you had Bang basically get caught out by the early kill. Asuna does actually get the trade. They throw a lot of utility, but it's like, I don't think that was the round to catch them off guard. That was the round where you want to sit back and just use the advantages as they have done before. I don't think we'll see that again for a while.
I think it might have been the flash coming out of Twistin as well that made that so difficult for Asuna. Because obviously for us, like, when a player gets blinded, the screen goes a little white and you have the symbol, but at a glance, it's a lot easier to see than when you're actually the player. So yeah, it might look a little silly, the showstopper down below, but these things absolutely happen. Nice opening for Sender. There it is finally. I mean, Vitality, those early duels have been swinging to 100 Thieves, and it feels like even when Vitality get them, there's a response almost immediately. This time though, it goes unanswered. Vitality of the man advantage.
And the thing is, this leaves the B site as a solo defender. Now the solo defender is Cryo, so take that as a
one-man army.
The rest of the team stacked up in towards this A side. Rotation coming through, and actually they're selling this as a bit of a fake. They're trying to throw in the Nightfall to actually get a rotation, but no one has moved. Just look at the defense. They're all sat here, ready and waiting. The Cosmic Divide goes through onto the site, but look at the positioning of the remaining two. Sat with him, just waiting patiently. They removed the overdrive as well, and now, again, 20 seconds left. They have no time to rotate through. They've got to try and run through the smoke.
Well, that's not going to be successful most of the time, even with the Cosmic Divide to block out Spawn. Nothing was blocking out Asuna. 4 kills for him in this round. Yet somehow the highlight isn't him. It's KO. It's Stellar. Again, I just love this guy mechanically. He's holding that knife the whole time. As soon as he hears the ult, whoop, pop it in. And now the other players are caught behind the nade. Your player who blitzed in with speed is stuck because he hasn't got his ult to play with. He's down to a pistol, trying to swap over quickly. And, well, that hot swap certainly didn't work out. With Asuna there to back him up. It's just a beautiful hold. And again, not moving off that Nightfall, sticking in position, just a fantastic read from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's one of two things. Either they've seen that one before, or they just have so much faith in Cryo that they were like, it doesn't even matter. Mozzie has been having a rough time all the way through. They're going to use the Rolling Thunder. They want to try and punish off the back of it, but that Gravwell is sublime.
Yeah, Malsey was a little bit too quick there. He ended up getting caught by Twiston's flash that was there to entry him around the corner and pull the op off the angle. In fact, all this noise has done is pull the op onto the angle as Cryo now sits ready to take this fight. They're on their way around, at least utility seems to indicate that. They're getting a response on the other side, committing quite a bit. And, you know, maybe it's to serve as a fake, but it hasn't worked. 100 Thieves still have the control, and as time ticks on and a trap up in Dish sees nothing, you're going to start to realize pretty quickly that this is a play towards B.
Yeah, that's the thing. 100 Thieves' read has been superb so far. 4 players now going to be ready and waiting. And as I said, they already had struggles getting into this B site. Just weren't able to make that move. Paranoia is going to slow them even further. Just held back, but Destrian does manage to get the entry. A little bit different this time around.
I like that, the spray on the back of the nade. They know the player, if he's there, is going to be pushed out of position. So they spray away on the angle that they know he's going to run away to. It's perfect. With Cryo finding a kill, sure, there's some more damage there, but he knows this isn't a round that he goes for. Too many players on the other side, and even saving now could be a little bit of a problem. That trap's still up on Dish, though, and a door behind him. That's a ton of control for him to work with. We just need to see if he can last the rest of this round. Still a little bit of time left on the clock, and, well, Sender's getting ever closer.
Yeah, the thing is
Whoops.
We didn't see it, it's fine.
No.
The economy for the attack is not actually that great. So, okay, with the 4 players surviving, it will build up, but they want to make sure they have purchases to the end. So it's how many guns do you think you'll lose pushing a close angle with Cryo on it?
And you're not taking that op out of his hands. Sure, he might die and lose it. He's going to buy it right back up. So at the end of the day, the next round doesn't change, and you end up, if you lose 1 or 2, suffering for it. So definitely the right call not to overcommit, not to go rushing down to take him out. They'll have their weapons carried through to the next round, but as we said, no shortage of cash on that 100 Thieves side.
This is where I want to see the sort of adaptations, because that's the thing. 100 Thieves in that position, they had the right read, they had the right control. This time just the entry frags actually went in favor of Vitality, which, as we've sort of mentioned, is something they pretty much lost all the way through this one so far. As you said, Bai not going to have any differences to it. And again, we're going to see that early pressure in towards A main. Both teams battling for this, but again, the defenders have come out on top.
Sanders abandoned north side completely.
What is this push?
What? With the operator, and he's caught them with knife out. Of course they, well, expecting a player there would be unusual. Expecting the op is just something else altogether, and we've seen it from Cryo all series long. This guy, he doesn't care what weapon he has, he plays the round the same.
That's such a loss for them early on, and again, just look at the side of the map where the entirety of the defense is. Like, even if you sometimes lose a couple of these, oh, the stun up! That's actually going to be enough. Caught out because of it, he's going to lose the battle, unable to hit the no-scope for Mozzie, coming alive, finally stepping up to the plate. We see the pole coming up with 3 kills, and again, 2 rounds back-to-back. The read is perfect.
You know, the fact that you have 2 players up there, They spot one falling back. You're op, stuck in the corner. It looks like the perfect trap play until you realize he's stunned up.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't go running away. He doesn't have his anchor down to get out of there. He just used it to get out of sewers moments ago. What a fantastic play, and I think Vitality, fair play for putting that stun down, for expecting more players to be there after they'd seen a player evade the stun. They have certainly done their homework on that one. 6-4, 2 between them. 100 Thieves defensive side's been looking good, but Tom, now we see some serious weaknesses.
Yeah, well, yeah, somehow just managing to win almost every single fight, some decent utility placement to make things that little bit more awkward, and I think Mosey's starting to feel it a little bit. He has had a slow start to this game on Neon, but he's coming back strong. 3 kills on the entry, something I can't say has happened too often throughout this map so far. And while the other 2 players so far away from the action, and they don't even have the weaponry to play back into this.
Yeah, the plan's about to come through. And you know, if you're 100 Thieves, of course you're going for this one. Last round coming up and you've got money for it. But, well, chances are understandably quite low for Vitality. I'll be worried about Cryo somewhat, but they're not swinging into him. A nice little bait to start, but it doesn't work, and that's the danger of Cryo. They eventually deal with him, and it's Malsey, another 4K. And he has really started to come alive these last 2 rounds. I mean, from a slow start, and on this agent especially, it's understandable, but we want to see him fired up moving on to the next half.
Yeah, again, I think that was something highlighted by the desk, where it's like, we know the strengths of him on like a KO, on a Raze. Like, these are agents he's just fantastic on. But on his Neon, it's not quite the same just yet. There's some teething issues, but he started to just almost find his form a little bit. And I think a lot of that was just, you're running into the blender, but also they weren't able to get their after plant. So it's like he took all the space, survived, and then there was no plant.
1 round left in the half. Determine whether we end up neck and neck, and I think for Vitality, momentum certainly on their side, starting to see them fired up. No matter how this half ends, I think they're in a better spot than they were. And for 100 Thieves, honestly, I mean, they were dominating the early stages. They won the pistol. They got that injection of rounds, and it's a good thing because, again, we see it come back close. We see Vitality fight their way back into it. As I said, you can't rely on doing that every single time. You can't lose every pistol and expect to win the games, but Vitality are making a damn good try of it.
Yeah, again, for a team that hasn't been together particularly long, the mental fortitude that's there is pretty impressive. Like, I think the fact that they're able to go, what was it, 6-2 down, and just come back from it every single time. It doesn't seem like there's any moment where players go too far out of the realm. Okay, Bone Cold has had a couple of plays where I'll be like, okay, you're the Astra pushing through a smoke. Maybe that's a little bit insane, but we have now seen the resurgence of some of those players that you need to see, and well, one of them's on your screen right now.
Well, a nice shot coming out of Sander. That's Cryo dealt with immediately. And the spike is down up in heaven. They're starting to make their way through to the site and dealing with Stellar perfectly. Showstopper popped through and it finds a kill with Twisted down, but as soon as left at 2 HP, nice peek out of Bang. Okay, we might have a game on our hands in this round. 2 versus 3, swing out of Bang gets another. This guy is on fire and Derek's there to back him up. Bone Cold has to walk out of this with the final 2 scalps. A great position, sneaking around, but Bang was aware. The 3K to put 100 Thieves in the lead coming out of half number 1.
That was the one position. That was the one position he didn't want him to be in as he walked around that corner. Still, another round where those advantages go to Vitality and Bang. Just so good as the site anchor, just able to turn the tide once again. 7-5 though, not a bad half for either side. I don't think it's going to be too disproportionate going into that second half. I will say though, I'm now intrigued to see how it's going to go with that Neon on the defense. Like how they're going to work, getting that little bit more aggressive and pushing Malsey into those positions where he can thrive.
Well, this is the thing, you know, on that attack side, I can understand Malsey's slow start, especially some of the plays he's coming up against, Stellar in particular. I mean, this guy was barely able to use his agent because he was constantly running into that knife, constantly being suppressed. And now looking at this half, it's just a different game altogether. You don't have to be that point man. You don't have to be the drone for the team like Twistin was on the previous map. Instead, he can now try to play this a little bit more on his own.
They're already almost fully in towards the site. The fight actually just going with an even trade. Cryo forced back, but the rest of the team, look at them. They're actually dodging in from behind. Not expected, and leaving Destrian almost completely surrounded, but it's the fallback from Cryo instead The map looking as messy as it can be with players all over it at this point in time, but that's a huge fight to win for Bone Cold.
It is, but look at this late flank. There's no way he expects Cryo to be here already. A great reposition from a player that they thought they were about to pincer south side of A main. Instead, they realize he's in the spawn. Spawns have flipped, so to speak, as Vitality now need to fight their way back to the A site through a smoke and with time against them. The man advantage in the hands of their opponents. The time ticking away on their side, and it feels like 100 Thieves have this one locked down. Twistin caught with a flash in hand, damage done, and it just seems to get easier and easier. Both of these players half HP, shields removed, and the time, now practically impossible, with Asuna guaranteeing it. 8 rounds on the board, and 100 Thieves, they just cannot lose a pistol round.
No, I think it's the last 4 at least that they've been able to take, and it does just put their opponents in the mud almost every single time, having to try and break back into this one. Nonetheless, still opportunities here to try and do a little bit of damage. That's one thing I feel like has been happening in a lot of these sort of lower buy rounds, is that we have been able to see Vitality at least make it costly, and at least make some of those rebuys a little bit more awkward.
Yeah. So far, you know, they've been good at some of these scrappy fights. Twistin, my man, what are you doing? He's got a bucky. He's got a bucky. Look, he's got a bucky in B heaven. He's got a bucky in B heaven, right? Of all the places to be with it.
Yeah, you know.
Now he's going to be main. Not so much behind that. A little bit of an information play. We'll see how that pans out as the round goes on. Knowing Twistin, my man's about to get 3 kills, but I will be frustrated if that happens.
Yeah, you got the second you don't believe in him is when he makes you look like a fool. So let's see how this one goes. Of course, again, 100 Thieves being methodical as ever. Patient play, watching for any A main push. Sat towards tree, just watching. In case anybody makes a move in that direction. It seems like Molesy might end up being that point of contact. He doesn't have a lot of support, but there has been a deep push all the way through from Sender, so it might give them a read, but unfortunately not the right one.
You know, the main issue looking at 100 Thieves right now, especially after you've used up that boom bot, it's not having your prowlers, your drone, your ability to grab the information on the way through, scout the angles properly, but instead they have some great reactive utility, and it's coming in now to put the pressure on the site. They're cleaning house completely. Getting onto a site, getting opening duels, finding that space. It's the main area you can see 100 Thieves struggle in, but right now, that is not a struggle. They're looking absolutely, well, flawless.
Yeah, that's one of the cleanest second rounds we've seen them, which is definitely a worry. Vitality coming up against what will be a stronger purchase going into the second round, but also allowing their opponents to basically build up a little bit of a buffer to come back in over the next. Also then extending their lead even further. They're only 4 rounds away now from making their step into that grand final and potentially looking to match up against their North American representative on the other side of the bracket, which is of course Cloud9.
It's a big game for 100 Thieves. Again, it gets more difficult now that the rifles are in Vitality's hands, but they've looked so clean. Drones used, or Boombot, excuse me. I guess the effective drone for 100 Thieves. It's used up right at the start of the rounds here to deny some of the control, but Vitality are happy to show their hand that they are fighting for this position. But they're not winning the fight. That flash was perfect, a good return. And although Vitality end up, keeping it even, it's the showstopper, it's the space taking. And now a potential retake to come in. A-main players are a little slow, but the nades bought them the space.
Yeah. Asuna's been able to at least deny that initial spot for a retake. Never mind. I thought for a second he might deny it. Nice shot from Cryo, though. Turning things back into a 2v2. A close round scenario, but Asuna's got another. It's left all onto Bone Cold. A round that they desperately need to try and steal away. Otherwise, this could be the path through towards the end of this one. Smoke gonna be on. He's just trying to get anything of a semblance done, but it won't be happening. Cryo through that smoke is gonna give them double digits and double their opponent's score.
That is pretty much the hardest round behind them at this point. You've got the full buy out of the way. Economy's gonna be struggling. I'm not sure where the ultimates are at, how those orbs have been distributed, but you gotta hope for Vitality. They've got something to fall back on here, because 100 Thieves, they're on the verge of closing this map out in dominant fashion, and this was the concern about this. We heard it from the desk. Everybody agreed. It was unanimous. This is 2-0 for Vitality, or 100 Thieves are going home with it. And right now, we're looking at 100 Thieves. That first map under their belt, and it's certainly following suit here on Fracture.
Yeah, no, they've looked great in the first, a much closer affair. This one, not quite been in that same bracket, and unfortunately for Vitality, the 11th is looking likely. They need to pull out a miracle here. They don't have much, they don't have ultimates either. They almost need a mistake, a chance here, but Asuna just playing with sublime confidence at this stage, taking those early fights, winning them. Him and his duo of Cryo just looking like a force at this stage.
Yeah, they're unstoppable. 100 Thieves meeting very little roadblock. And again, for Vitality, the previous round they stood a chance. This one here, it's gone about the same, but they're coming in with such weak weaponry. You have to imagine 100 Thieves win the round. It's how dominant they're winning it that concerns me. Now looking at an 11-5 scoreline short of an ace clutch out of Destrian, and it's flawless as well. Again. Not a single player falling from 100 Thieves, and this has been the theme of the second half. Vitality need to pull out some flawless rounds back to back to back to be back into this.
Yeah, and Vitality are going to take their last-ditch effort. They're going to hand this over to Salah and say, bro, what you got? Yeah. What could you come up with to try and get us, what, potentially like, what, 7-8 rounds in a row to try and bring this one back? It is not a good position to be in, but at the same time, it's also a spot we've seen Vitality in the past. Like, they were a squad that we sort of spoke about, even going back to the old Vitality and like VRLs that were really good at sort of turning these situations back. Now, with a few more experienced players, some talented additions as well, see if they're going to be able to do the same, because even the sort of pumped up rounds we saw from them in the last map that were able to almost drag them back, even just from a couple of rounds, we haven't seen any of those. In fact, a lot of them have been on the 100 Thieves side.
Yeah, the reality is here, I'm already getting hyped up to potentially see that Ye versus Cryo. What a duel that would be for Vitality. We came in here and we saw a phenomenal map 1 performance, and it's not done yet. We said this second half is where we expect them to put up the digits, put up the numbers, but they are trailing by so much. This is the moment they need to turn up. There's no more opportunities if they lose this one.
We'll see what they've come up with. Again, they're going to have a purchase at least. Sender actually going to go in for the operator as well, and obviously the buy on the other side is going to be fantastic for the next few rounds. It's not even competitive in terms of the economy game. Molzy, though, alongside Sender getting aggressive. It's only going to be a leg shot. Arsenal actually managing to dodge that one to a degree. And after seeing so much utility on this side of the map, just look at that lurk play on the other side. Cryo is taking so much space. This is interesting, though. Look at where the defense is sitting. They're going to hear all of the footsteps. They managed to bypass it, but I think Twisted screwed.
He's got a flash and he tried to use it, but, well, they returned it, blinding him up. Look how quickly he's here. Almost winning the race around the corner, Cryo does, as he's quickly into the B site, shutting down the rotations. Chaos for Vitality. A man behind, a plan coming through. And the kill not. Almost a punish, and although they managed to even things up, these players are scattered. They're everywhere on 100 Thieves. So many angles to worry about and so little information for Vitality. They've got to gamble. They've got to try to pull some of these players out of their hidey holes, and it's a tap on the spike that does it. But Cryo's the one to answer, and answer he does. Derek following up. And 100 Thieves on the verge of crushing Vitality. This could be 12-5. In fact, it's looking very likely. Destrian again needing a clutch. Oh, it's a beautiful second kill, but bang to close it. 12-5. They are going to have 7 map and series points. 100 Thieves surely about to close this series.
Yeah, they've got their first foot in the grand final. Let's put it that way. Just a good resurgence again. Like, the thing is, the adaptation from Vitality was actually fantastic. Like, they managed to catch them on the rotation. It was just the shots that came through on the other side. The paranoia again from Bang. That piece of utility has definitely found its worth. And then just Cryo. Like, he's almost ignoring everything else that's going on and just focusing on holding off those rotations.
Well, this is it, 12-5 immediately. We're off to a flying start, Asuna! I don't know how he's gotten away with that, and he's still going, and they dropped right in front. It forces the players back. A tour de force from Sender hasn't had an opportunity to take anybody down just yet. A nasty position, but it's the only position they've got towards. Hey, oh, I don't believe it. They've caught him at least. But now they realize that the spike is down on the other side, and they have to play a retake. 3v4, weaponry disadvantage. Twiston's already low. And they're up against so much, 100 Thieves. They should be closing it.
Yeah, they need a miracle. They need someone to garner them some space. It's a missed shot, but he doesn't miss twice. And stunned up as well, it is done. 100 Thieves send EMEA packing on their home ground and take their way through to the grand final. A couple of teams still needing to play to find out who will meet them. But the fact is, North America has taken their way to Manchester and are looking for that trophy.
I'll tell you what, Tom, they proved us all wrong here. I don't think many people expected this map to be this dominant. Not after how the first one went down. Look, 14 to 12 losses, they're some of the hardest to swallow. You put your heart and soul into the game and get it robbed from you at the last moment. It's the 100 Thieves who end up stealing this series, and they have just looked unbelievable. Clean. And on this map in particular, that was a whole different beast.
And I think even just from map to map, you're seeing depth within the roster. Like in map number 1, we were singing the praises of Cryo. That defensive side, you can almost give it to him single-handedly. You get onto that second half attack, and Asuna was just unreal. Like, it just seemed like he could do no wrong. Even on like 30 HP, just blast packing into angles, hitting every single shot put in front of him. We are seeing why this roster is sort of being called that heavy hitter right now. And was already successful within North America, already made it on the international stage, and just one upgrade might just be the piece they need to take a championship.
Oh, it very well could be. I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody's coming out of this thinking lowly of Vitality, but my God, 100 Thieves. They may be favorites at this point. C9 have played a good game, but that was some of the best Valorant we've seen.
No, they've been fantastic tournament to tournament. I don't think that they're still in a position where they barely lost any maps at all. They just look great every single time we've seen them. And yeah, I think anybody would be foolish to doubt them at this stage of the tournament. But you know, there's still some heavy hitters left. Let's not call it out just yet.
There absolutely are. But look, that is the end of 100 Thieves BO3s. They've locked themselves into the BO5 Grand Final, and only one question remains as to who's going to join them. Not a question we'll answer today. We'll toss it over to the analyst desk for some predictions. Stage, actually.
Stage. We're going to the stage.
Not the stage for an interview.
The stage instead. No, there we go.
I can't give you any predictions, but I can give you some questions and hopefully a couple of answers. So we have Stellar here. First of all, congratulations. You guys just knocked out the last EU team on EU ground. A little disrespectful, but what's the secret? Because you guys have a pretty good track record against the EU.
Yeah, I think mainly it just comes down to using our game plans and playing our own game style, and not really thinking too much about it. I mean, they played kind of predictable towards the end. We had good information from our coaches, so I mean, that's why. So shout out to our coaches and staff. Can do without them.
Does that bring into question in terms of the fact that you guys would raise and not for the Neon on the last map?
A little bit. I think it had to do with their comp. I think we knew we could get more value out of Raze against their comp, so that's kind of why we went with it.
Makes sense, you know, you want to anti-strat a little. But at this time around, you have secured a spot in the finals, and what we've seen so far from Crew and C9, who do you want to go up against? Or who do you want to send home, maybe?
Cloud9, the most.
Why is that?
Just another NA team. It's time to prove who's the best right now.
A little bit of an NA rivalry. Yeah, we do like that. Clearly, the crowd is a little biased. So in that regards, anything you want to say? It's not even home grounds. Like, this is literally the UK. But you guys are welcome here. So what do you want to say?
Shout out to all the fans and everybody who showed up. I appreciate it. Love you guys.
Thank you. Oh, that's it from ours. We're going to head back to the analyst. So Yinsu, do your thing.
Thank you very much. 100 Thieves, they're your grand finalists here at Red Bull Home Ground. Of course, we heard that he wants to go up against Cloud9 and knock them out, but with a pistol record like that, Sliggy, if you're Cloud9 crew, you're probably getting a little bit worried about it.
Yeah, it's kind of playing on easy mode at this point in terms of 17 wins and 3 losses in terms of just pistol rounds. That's crazy. It makes it so much easier when you have that much momentum going forward. They looked so dominant on this map. They really did. Mosey on the defense half kind of put up a little, sorry, on the attack half, sorry, put up a little bit of a fight. Then it came to the defense half, and Vitality just couldn't even win a round. They kind of just stomped all over them. The Raze looked really good, a lot of good spacing. Boombot's got a lot of information. Totally. Yeah, it was really nice. So yeah, I'm impressed with 100 Thieves, but I'm not sure it's, in a best of 5, I don't think you can keep up this record. This record of pistols is too crazy.
Well, we will see about that tomorrow, okay? Of course, they will be resting during that first best of 3, but I'm very happy with it, especially the change in the composition and the way the Cryo was shutting down Volkol again and again. He was living, it was in a living hell completely when literally we just saw it on the screen right now. But happy with the adaptation, also seeing Asuna a little bit more freedom, not being, not having the team being so dependent on him. And on the side of Vitality, they put up a good fight, but on the second half, when it was about the defense, there was literally nothing that they could do against this 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I really like the composition from 100 Thieves. Obviously getting Asuna back on the Raze, I think he's still one of the best Razes out there, and it's good to see him back on it. And having the combo of the Cryo on the Chamber, that's a duo no one wants to run into, let's be honest.
Yeah, and also, of course, today they showed what they were doing on Pearl. I know they made that little change of putting Arsenal back on the Raze, but what else do they have left? Obviously, that Sova fade was a big surprise. That is not something you can prepare for. Do they realistically have any more time, do you think, going into tomorrow to bring out even more stuff?
I've been impressed with how prepped they are. The fact that they switched up today, just 2 agents, right, in terms of the Omen and the Raze. And I'm just kind of wondered, I think there might be more, to be honest. They look so prepped. Like we said, they still have the core of the 4, and they just have one person changing in for the same actual position in terms of mostly Chamber. So they've had so much time, they can just fall back on their old stuff that they had when Will was in the team, and they can fall back on all their new stuff that they've got. And yeah, they look scary. They look like the best. Out of all the franchise teams, they look like the most drilled that I've seen.
Oh, it's the trust and the confidence, because they knew that they were going to go into Pearl after banning Ascent, because the Vitality had been super good in it, and even though they still hadn't played it and they changed the composition, they, as you said, prepared so well and knew so well what Vitality was going to be all about that they came in and took the cake. And for the second one, I just love it. I think that they look extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, really well done. Like, full credits to the coaches, like as Stella said, giving credits to Mike's, DDK, James IRL, all helping out the boys in the back. And yeah, I think like today they had a long day to prepare, so these are small adaptations, these reads that obviously versus the composition, the game style, worked out really well for them.
Sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Vitality and the last EU team here. There's going to be no EU teams tomorrow.
I can still cheer for Crew.
Yeah, that's true. You're chilling. You're chilling. The rest of us, I think, it's not been the best day for EMEA, has it?
I still think there's positives coming into this. Again, it's not. It's one of those events where it's the lead up to the franchising, and there's so many good takeaways that Vitality and other teams can take away from this. So Vitality won't be too worried about this.
Yeah.
I think for EMEA, it's just like a learning lesson, right? At the end of the day, next year is what really matters. Obviously, it's an important tournament you want to win, but these are good lessons for the teams to go back, watch the VODs. They've played so many games, so many LAN experiences, everything that's going to help them come up for the new season. So, yeah, I'm hopeful for EMEA in 2023.
Yeah, and speaking of Team Vitality, here is the HyperX play of the day. And who can forget what Sender had to do here earlier today on Pearl as well? This was just obscene.
Oh, yeah, the moment that he just crouches, he just stays here. We talk a lot about trigger discipline. One goes by, and he just literally, he gets the knife, but it's so beautiful, the fact that he turns around and he's like, yeah, hey, Mixel, I know that you're exactly there, and gets the second one. So beautiful for them to get into the semifinal, but sadly, as you said, we had to say goodbye to them. Still, I agree, the experience that these players got, not only playing this tournament, but also G-Loot. For example, we had some questions about, what's Koi going to do, or how is Carmine Corp going to do with the rest of the teams. We know that they've been playing some cheeky comms and screams. So we would love to see and have a preview. Sadly, that is most likely not going to happen before Brazil.
Yeah, and this is it for us. We're coming to the end of the day here. There's only one spot left in that grand final. 100 Thieves, they are your first grand finalists. And that is going to come down to Cloud9 and Crew. We haven't seen Cloud9 play on stage yet. What are you guys expecting from them?
I'm expecting a masterclass from Cloud9. They've had the full day to prepare. I think yesterday they started slow, losing the first series versus Team Focus, but now they've regrouped, reset, put on some good performances, and had the full day here to watch all the teams. I'm sure MC and the coaching staff have been analyzing the games, knowing what to expect for tomorrow. So I think they're in a very, very good position.
Yeah, I'm not holding out too much hope for Crew. I hope that they show a better performance than they did in the groups with this matchup.
Come on,
I'm just being honest. This is where I'm sitting. C9 have looked pretty good, and I think Crew will be happy with getting this far.
You guys might not know this at home, but you have the biggest curse, I think.
That's the thing. I'm trying to help them out.
Yeah, the curse is going to come true. We'll see tomorrow. But that is it from us. We also have another tournament that is going to be taking place on December 15th, Red Bull Campus Clutch. That's going to be shown here on twitch.tv/Red Bull as well. But in the meantime, have a good rest, and we're going to be back tomorrow for more Red Bull home ground action, starting with Cloud9 versus Crew. We'll see you then.
Competition comes round every year. This year, next year, I'm in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Winner or loser, shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a song trooper, run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy when I fight. That's not night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only move when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get away, it's about fraction, make transaction. The game means we see from my absence. I'm a champion. Go hard or go home. This ain't easy with like a spinal. You best rise to it like it's tired. You trying to do it minor. Why you trying to be in? That's in my nature. Every round's a new round, so you best stay sharp. You must place that round, get braver. Cause when it's tough, I'm a game changer. Go hard, go home, do us all a favour. Are you on a mission? Why then? Say every move that you make is a brilliant thing. You can't take the warnings when you're really the king. I'm destined and it's written within. You only got one chance to be the kid. Why you can't? No one giving a fist. You when them tables turn. No matter what, I'm gonna keep work. And if I like this change, this verse, I ain't playing no games. I ain't taking names to the verse. It only gets worse. On about a ground with nowhere to turn, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Best play smart, not dumb. Cause when they come, why I ain't taking second or third now. Just block that school that I want, boy. But now I'm up now, that's a lost boy. I'll stop the drugs now, that's a lot, boy. I'm here to make peace, this war. You ain't trying to win, fam, then we come for. And I don't have my manners. I'm here to press play, so fam, what's pause? Yeah, it's return to the toy. I'm from Vegas, I'm really in that way. This year I'm taking it personal, and I'm coming for all you got. Competition comes round every year. This year, next year, I'm in the next gear. Gonna hit man up whenever I get there. No, I ain't really sincere. Winner or loser, shut that down and it's not a computer. Didn't get him then, we'll get him in the future. Could have been much sooner, you know why? I'm a song trooper, run back the highlights. I'm a champion, easy when I fight, get in my way, yeah, that's night-night. Teamwork, that makes the dream work. That means we only move when the time's right. Check my eyesight, you know I love the action. We'll get away, listen by a fraction, make transaction.